Amidst the deep blue sea, the bustling Port Lith appeared, filled with the sound of waves and the cries of gulls. On the wooden pillars bleached by sea salt, gulls cried out, welcoming the ocean-going vessel approaching the shore. The colossal ship finally docked, its deck bustling with hurried figures. Amidst that atmosphere, a satisfied smile lit up. Finally, the young man couldn't contain his excitement, spreading his arms wide and shouting loudly on the pier. "We're finally here." The lively atmosphere of the port city immediately enveloped them, with solicitations from all directions. From the potion seller girl, the burly fisherman, to calls for item storage or training participation. The young man's eyes lit up, taking in the entire bustling scene. "So this is Port Lith," a strong arm draped over his shoulder. "You're quite excited, aren't you, Raymond?" Raymond happily turned around. "Walker! Be honest, Walker. I know you're excited too," Raymond said, pulling his companion deeper into the city. In another corner of the pier, Theron also couldn't hide his smile. "Honestly, I want to shout to the whole port how I feel right now." Theron's gaze lifted, directed towards a magnificent structure in the distance. "Because this is where our adventure begins." The group of four walked together, heading straight forward, where destiny awaited. It was an era where every adventurer could become the protagonist of their own journey. The era of adventures, the origin of it all was the gates. Mysterious gates suddenly appeared all over the world, opening up another dimension, home to terrifying monsters never before seen in Maple World. Countless adventurers lost their lives inside the gates, but the rewards received far outweighed the risks. This is what drove the ambitious to constantly challenge new territories. Walker, the group leader, decisively pointed forward, presenting a cruel plan. "We need bait." The eyes of Raymond, Theron, and Charlotte all focused on Walker's finger, their faces filled with bewilderment. Walker explained the reason behind the ruthless decision. "It's impossible to strategize before entering a gate, as we don't know what awaits. That's why they hire slave bait." Raymond asked again in shock, but Charlotte beside him seemed to agree. "Someone to attract the monster's attention while we escape? I don't think that's a bad idea." The plan was decided. Footsteps echoed in a dark corridor, leading to a filthy dungeon. A merchant eagerly greeted Walker. "Welcome. Everyone here is slave bait. I hope you find what you're looking for." The merchant chuckled, gesturing towards a hidden corner. "I guarantee you'll find them worth every penny. If I may, I'd like to introduce those two over there." The merchant marketed. "They're fresh arrivals, very lively." Under Walker's cold gaze, one of the two slaves flinched in fear. "Good. I'll take both." The transaction concluded. The group, now with two unwilling new members, stood before a mesmerizing, swirling crimson gate. "May your journey be safe, adventurers." Walker observed the stone pillar nearby. Adventurers usually leave marks on the pillar to indicate how many groups have entered here. But there's nothing on this one. Walker's blade left its sheath, reflecting the crimson glow from the gate. "That means, we are the first." Walker looked back at his teammates, a warlike smile on his lips. "Ready?" The reply was the fervent enthusiasm of Raymond, Theron, and Charlotte. The group rushed into the crimson light of the gate. "Let's go." The space around them transformed. The gate behind them slowly closed, trapping them in a strange and dark forest. Raymond staggered, the sensation of spatial displacement making him dizzy. "Wow, that feels really strange." As the dizziness passed, Raymond could only gasp in astonishment at the sight before him. Whoa! Before him was a giant mushroom forest, glowing magically, so tall it obscured the sky. "Oh my God." The group cautiously advanced. Raymond still couldn't hide his astonishment, admitting this place was far different from what he had imagined. Walker spoke reassuringly, his tone full of experience. "No need to panic. Just keep going. Teleportation gates usually open far from monster lairs, so we're safe for now." Charlotte continued, stating the clear objective. "We can't go back the way we came. The top priority is to find the exit gate." Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes made Charlotte jump in alarm. From the darkness, a colossal monster lunged out, its jaws clamping tightly onto Charlotte before she could react. Utter chaos ensued. Raymond screamed in horror, unable to believe his eyes. "How are there monsters here?" "Charlotte." The creature loomed like a small mountain, casting absolute terror upon the entire group. But then their fear multiplied when they realized the truth. Not just one, it's a whole pack. Walker gritted his teeth, his hand tightening on his bow. "Damn it." Without hesitation, Walker strained to draw his bowstring, energy flaring intensely. Fire arrow. The fiery arrow shot forth like a meteor, embedding itself directly into a monster. But immediately after the attack, Walker noticed something unusual. Walker's expression changed, and he roared a ruthless command. "Tie the bait to the tree. We have to get out of here." When one of the prisoners pleaded, Theron immediately drew his knife and held it to the man's throat. "Shut up and stay still." Powerless to witness it all, Raymond could only grit his teeth and endure, His apologies choked back in silence. He had understood his role. "Please, don't leave us here." Desperate screams echoed amidst the chaotic escape. Walker led the way, shouting, "Run!" But it was too late. A heart-wrenching scream rang out as the monster's sharp teeth clamped down on the unfortunate victim. All attempts to resist were futile, met only with a brutal slash from the monster's claws. Finally, the group managed to temporarily escape the encirclement, collapsing exhausted onto the damp ground. Panting, Walker ordered decisively, "Abort the mission immediately. Hunting monsters here is impossible. We must find the escape gate, quickly." But Raymond was completely stunned, his eyes vacant. Noticing this, Charlotte shook him. "Raymond? Raymond? Snap out of it, Raymond." She grabbed his collar, growling, "Wake up, you idiot. Listen to what Walker is saying." Theron tried to calm everyone. "Calm down. This trip was a complete failure, but we can prepare better and try again. Don't give up." He flashed a confident smile, clenching his fist. "We'll survive together." Immediately behind him, a colossal shadow enveloped him. Without a warning, a giant fist slammed down, crushing Theron in an instant. Walker could only let out a horrified scream, stammering incoherently. Theron, beneath the monster's fist, only a bloody, pulpy mess remained. Utterly horrified, Raymond collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. He could only gasp out the name of his fallen comrade. Pain transformed into extreme rage. Flames erupted around Walker's weapon. "You bastard!" In response, the monster shot out its long, disgusting tongue at terrifying speed. The tongue tightened around Walker's neck, cutting off his furious roar in stunned silence. Powerless against the monster's strength, Walker was dragged by the disgusting tongue straight into its jaws. His desperate cries for help died out. Witnessing the horrific scene, Raymond's heart pounded in his chest. Extreme fear choked him. He collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A choked, no caught in his throat. Just as the horror had yet to subside, another monster lunged, pinning Raymond to the ground. He shrieked in despair, "Someone save me!" Its jagged teeth opened, like a gateway to hell, ready to swallow him whole. A gruesome sound echoed as its jaws crushed Raymond's body. The flesh-tearing pain made Raymond let out a blood-curdling scream. He tried to crawl away, the searing pain from his injured leg making him groan. "My leg!" Blood flowed incessantly, but Raymond gritted his teeth, using all his remaining strength to crawl away, to escape this place. In the silence of the forest, a strange figure quietly observed Raymond's desperate struggle. A thought suddenly flashed in the stranger's mind. A decoy? Seeing someone still alive, a glimmer of hope flickered in Raymond's eyes. He reached out his bloodied arm towards the figure in the tree. You're alive, thank God. Hurry, save me." Panic made his words disjointed. "The others, they're all dead. It's just you and me left." "Oh, right, I'm really sorry about earlier. You saw me. I really didn't mean to." He tried to persuade, his voice full of urgency. "You can't escape here alone. We have to work together. So, please." With that, in utter desperation, Raymond bit hard into his own hand. In response to that plea, full of blood and tears, there was only silence and a cold gaze from above. Desperate fury erupted. Raymond screamed, "Don't just stand there. Save me. You useless piece of shit." The only reply to his scream was a knowing smirk. The green-haired man gently landed on the ground, leaving Raymond behind him. He glanced at Raymond, his tone full of sarcasm. "As much as I'd like to, I'm afraid it's too late." His words echoed as the monster's jaws began to crush Raymond. Blood gushed out, Raymond's eyes wide open, filled with horror and the brutal truth. But then, in his dying throes, a mad laugh burst from Raymond's throat. "Ha ha, you stupid slave. Do you really think you can survive alone? Clearly, you'll be next." The venomous curse was cut short by a chilling sound of breaking bones. Having devoured its prey, the hideous, three-eyed monster turned to its remaining target. It let out an earth-shattering roar, then put all its strength into its legs, charging forward at terrifying speed. The ground shook violently with each of its steps. Its colossal jaws gaped open, ready to swallow him whole. But the green-haired man simply replied nonchalantly, "Yeah." His gaze was icy, without a ripple of fear. He tightened his grip on the spear shaft, boldly answering the curse of the dead man. "I think I can survive." With that, he charged straight towards the monster, his spear tip glowing brightly, ready for a fated collision. The impact made him stumble back, the monster's strength far exceeding his expectations. But then another pain struck, not from a wound, but from deep within his memories. Because this, he brushed his hair back, his eyes chillingly sharp, "is not where I died." Suddenly, the battlefield vanished, replaced by a fiery realm of memories. The ground trembled beneath a blood-red sky. On the perilous cliff edge, two figures silently observed. "There it is. The sky was torn apart by countless hideous winged creatures. A wolf-like beast roared wildly, launching into the hunt. Young dragons circled a colossal dark shadow, signaling the Lord's presence. Horntail, king of dragons, ruler of the apocalyptic sky, facing that scene, a white-haired woman calmly spoke. So, the Kentari's nest has also fallen. From the Cygnus Knights and the Resistance, to the silent crusaders and adventurers, all 6 heroes everyone trusted. Her voice broke in despair. They are all dead. She turned, her gaze placing the entire burden on her sole remaining comrade. Only you are left. The last adventurer, Elpam, another burly warrior, stepped forward, his voice resolute. Let's go. This will be, without a word, the last survivors plunged into the abyss, beginning humanity's final battle. Our final journey. The colossal monster let out an earth-shattering roar, welcoming the last fighters. Wind howled through the valley of death, where fires blazed incessantly. Amidst the sea of flames, the dark-haired young man stood firm, blood staining his face and cloak red. But he had no comrades left. Cold winds swept across the battlefield, blowing over the scattered corpses. He was the only one standing. Before the monster's jagged teeth, his figure was pitifully small. He looked up, a bitter smile on his lips. Is this truly the end? Memories of the battle flooded back. Of the 3-headed dragon standing tall under the moonlight. He recalled the moment. Hope flickered, then died out. We suffered heavy losses to sever one head, only to see it regenerate instantly. All efforts were in vain. The immortal monster, with unshakable power, despair welled up in his eyes. He slowly closed them, accepting defeat. His exhausted body collapsed onto the barren ground. But then, a powerful punch slammed into the ground, shaking the entire area. Damn it, he roared, refusing to accept his fate. Screw this. His eyes flew open, bloodshot with fury. It can't end like this. The image of his fallen comrade flashed in his mind. Philip, painful memories flooded back, replaying the scene of Jaden taking his last breath in his arms, and Elisis, who fought to the very end. All of them had sacrificed themselves. The suppressed anguish erupted into a scream that tore through the air. His exhausted body stumbled across the desolate battlefield. Breathing heavily, his eyes blazed with hatred, fixed on the only remaining enemy. Horntail, facing the colossal 3-headed dragon circling under the moonlight, his will to survive ignited. I can't fall like this. Gathering his last ounce of strength, he roared, channeling magic into his palm. A brilliant surge of energy shot forth with terrifying speed. The energy transformed into a fiery phoenix, carrying his desperate vow. Even if I die, I'll kill you. But suddenly, a dark surge of energy rose, corroding his very body. The backlash of power spread throughout his body, stunning him with pain. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. His body could no longer endure. Seizing the opportunity, Horntail opened its mouth, accumulating a colossal energy orb. The destructive magical energy roared, hurtling straight towards the ground. In his final moment, all he saw was a purple light engulfing him. A bucket of ice-cold water splashed directly onto his face, pulling him from the darkness. "Wake up, you useless piece of trash!" A piercing shout rang out as he jolted awake. He sat up dazedly, his hands clamped in wooden stocks. The man continued to snarl. "I know you're not sick, you brat." The large man sneered. "Stupid bait slave, know your place." But in his mind, another question echoed. What about Horntail? He realized with a shock. Wait, am I still alive? The harsh truth dawned on him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait, this is... He looked around, seeing others also chained like him. A hawker's cry echoed through the noisy space. "These are my new arrivals, perfect choices for long dungeon runs." His calloused hands were clamped in wooden stocks. Painfully familiar memories flooded back. This place, there was no mistaking it. The chaotic scene, the passing figures, and that signboard. It's a slave market, he realized with horror. His breathing became ragged, sweat pouring out. This is absurd, he snarled in his mind, trying to cling to the reality he knew. Slave markets were abolished long ago, but the scene before him didn't lie. The slave trader squinted, scoffing. It's ridiculous how you keep surviving and coming back alone. Just then, a sharp fragment of memory flashed in his mind. And if I remember correctly, this merchant is the one who sold me in this very market 6 years ago, when I was still a bait slave. He was sure of it. If that's the case, then he really has. The slave trader growled, noticing his strange gaze. You brat, you've gone back in time. Just as that thought formed, the slave trader swung his hand. What the hell are you looking at? The fist flew towards him, filling his vision. That's right, on that day, the crushing blow knocked him down. He had returned to where this story began. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, but in his eyes, there was no longer panic, only a terrifying stillness. He questioned himself in a daze. Am I dreaming? No. This feeling is too real to be an illusion. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, the slave trader's voice rang out, greeting a newly arrived customer. Everyone here is bait slave. I hope you find what you're looking for. He continued to fawn. They're fresh arrivals, still lively. Walker didn't bother to haggle, his gaze sweeping over the wretched figures. Good. I'll take both. But in the eyes of the slave who had just been sold, despair had vanished. In its place was a chilling realization. This was a second chance. The scene changed. In a gloomy forest, he tore away the wrapping cloth, revealing a magic staff, fire arrow staff. He recognized the weapon instantly. Not a bad skill. In fact, it was perfect for his current weakened physical state. But this alone wasn't enough. He stepped over the incomplete corpses, his mind coldly calculating. Those adventurers must have carried something else, if they truly intended to farm monsters here. He flipped over a severed boot, memories from his past life guiding him. That's right. Some adventurers hide valuable items in their shoes, and he found what he needed. A ring? As soon as he put it on his finger, a blue surge of energy flared. He recognized it instantly. This is the item teleportation ring. But his joy was short-lived. A strange sound in the bushes made him instantly wary. From the shadows, a pack of monsters with mask-like faces and jagged teeth lunged out, countless bloodshot eyes fixated on him. The one who had just caused the massacre. They must have been drawn by the smell of blood. Without warning, a leading monster slammed a terrifying punch into the ground, initiating the hunt. The battle erupted. Amidst the frenzied pack of monsters, the green-haired man became the focal point of the onslaught. His scythe carved a deadly arc, tearing through enemies in his path. Suddenly, a long, barbed tongue shot out from the darkness, aimed directly at him. Reacting in a split second, he raised the hilt of his weapon, blocking the dangerous attack. But the monster's power was too great. The weapon's shaft cracked under the terrifying pressure. He was stunned. His only weapon had been destroyed. Taking advantage of the opening, the monster opened its jagged maw wide, lunging to swallow him whole. In that life or death moment, a new power awakened. Fire arrow. A fiery vortex erupted from thin air. The arrow, wreathed in flames, shot forth like a meteor, incinerating everything in its path. Suddenly realizing the new source of power, he decided, I should also test the power of this ring. Magical energy erupted, and the flames from the arrow grew even more ferocious. The ring on his hand glowed with an ethereal blue light, pouring power into the attack. The enhanced fire arrow pierced through a series of monsters, leaving a terrifying trail of destruction. Its heat made the very air crackle. Looking at the devastated battlefield, he gasped, realizing his limits. It seems I still can't maintain it for long. But amidst the sea of flames, angry roars still echoed. The hunt was not over yet. Despite the situation, the young man gripped his staff tightly, his gaze resolute. But that doesn't matter. But then, a harsh truth stunned him. The moment another beast lunged, he noticed something unusual. Why can't I activate Fire Arrow? He quickly checked his staff, a terrifying hypothesis forming. The staff doesn't seem damaged. Could it have a cooldown? There was no time to think. The monster's sharp fangs were already upon him. He was forced to leap back to dodge. As soon as he landed, he immediately regained his balance, preparing for an uneven fight. When magic was no longer an option, he could only resort to brute force. Then there's no other way. The magic staff now transformed into a blunt club. Heavy blows rained down on the beast's head one after another. Under the fierce assault, the monster collapsed to the ground. But he didn't let his guard down, his eyes still focused, waiting. Ready? Responding to his anticipation, the gem on the staff glowed brightly again, magical energy surging back. Just then, the monster struggled to its feet, opening its hideous maw and letting out a furious roar. Facing the threat, he merely smirked. Perfect. Without a second's hesitation, the fire arrow he had been waiting for was finally unleashed, soaring straight towards the enemy. But that wasn't all. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed. One more time, power erupted from the ring. A second fire arrow, even more terrifying than the first, swept across the battlefield, incinerating all obstacles. At the epicenter of destruction, the Master of Flames stood, his magic staff still blazing. Around him, the ground was littered with monster corpses, silent amidst the dissipating smoke. Amidst the rubble, a figure struggled to rise. Charlotte glared, blood spilling from her mouth. Damn it, you! Struggling to speak, each word broken by pain, Charlotte realized a horrifying truth. You're not an ordinary bait slave. He was slightly surprised to see she still had breath. Still alive? Charlotte gasped, her mind reeling. That combat skill. And the magic. Who exactly are you? He replied coldly. You're truly a lucky woman. No, I take that back. A desperate question burst from Charlotte's lips. Why? Her gaze suddenly fixed on the staff. Do you possess that staff? Then came the glowing magic circle on his wrist. An unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. How can a bait slave awaken such power? All the pieces clicked into a horrifying picture. Charlotte looked at her fallen comrades, then back at the person standing before her. Wait, don't tell me. You're the one behind this anomaly. He simply stood there silently, looking down at Charlotte with an emotionless gaze. His face showed no ripple of emotion, as if her words were utterly meaningless. A cold wind swept through the forest, dispelling the deadly silence. He spoke, his tone chillingly calm. Are you done talking? Charlotte was stunned. What? I'm afraid you're mistaken. It doesn't matter if the others are alive or not, the blue-haired man declared coldly, because I'm going to kill you anyway. Charlotte was speechless. You're the kind of thing that would use your own kind as bait just to survive. Crimson energy from the crystal flared into a furious blaze. And I, his voice filled with disgust, despise your kind. But then, the brutal scene vanished, replaced by a city bathed in brilliant sunlight. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Whispers rose throughout the street. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Seriously? Is this real? That person's steady footsteps echoed on the cobblestone road, drawing endless chatter. No way. Amidst the crowd, the blue-haired man walked silently, his gaze unwavering. How did that bait slave manage to return alive by himself? In his mind, his resolve was set. The dice have been cast. I must act quickly, to avoid repeating that tragic outcome again. His gaze turned towards a grand building ahead. But the first thing to do is to escape this slave status. He stood firm, the staff in his hand a testament to his iron will. His return did not escape the curious glances of other adventurers. So that slave survived and came back. In a luxurious office, the news had been reported to a superior. Yes, Lord Ebby. The assistant continued to report that the slave returned completely unharmed. Lord Ebby seemed unconcerned. So what? This isn't the first time a bait slave has returned without injury. But the problem is, all the adventurers in his party died. Lord Ebby paused, tapping his cigar lightly against the ashtray. Wait, are you saying he's the only one who survived? Lord Ebby exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes glinting with suspicion. This is truly strange. What's more, he chose to return and report instead of taking the opportunity to escape, because slaves with enormous debts usually never escape the fate of being thrown into a monster's maw again. The fact that he didn't escape is indeed a big question mark. Amidst a sea of white bones and shattered shackles, a mournful voice echoed. He knows how difficult it is to escape us. After all, death is the only path to freedom for them. Lord Ebby puffed on his cigar, a smirk of self-satisfaction on his face. That's how we, the Gapori Merchant Guild, do business. The gray-haired official stood before the desk, his tone somewhat impatient. There's something else to report. I've been informed that the slave has awakened the first circle. The unexpected news stunned Lord Ebby. What? Lord Ebby mumbled, trying to digest the unbelievable information. A decoy slave with a circle, huh? Lord Ebby's gaze turned sharp. Being a slave, he surely holds no goodwill towards our guild. Perhaps. The gray-haired official continued his report. Ah, and he has requested a contract change. Lord Ebby raised an eyebrow. A contract? Yes, sir. He wishes to register as an adventurer. Lord Ebby let out a scornful laugh, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. The official showed no less contempt. Who does he think he is? Then he lowered his voice, relaying the order. It is Lord Larkin's will. You must delve into this matter yourself, Lord Ebby. Lord Ebby slammed his hand on the table, leaning forward, his voice lost in astonishment. Lord Larkin said that? Confusion was evident on Lord Ebby's face. Why would an executive of the Gapori Guild personally concern himself with a stinking slave? The pressure from his superior made Lord Ebby grit his teeth in thought. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Wait. His gaze stopped on the stack of files on the table. Could it be? The heavy office door closed. In the silent room, only the half-smoked cigar remained, its smoke lazily drifting upward. In the office, Lord Ebby gazed thoughtfully out the large window. A decoy slave, wanting to become an adventurer, but that was just the surface of the story. Deep down, humans have always been slaves to money. A cruel rule had been established. Whoever fails to repay their debt on time shall pay with their labor. That simple rule gave birth to a new class of slaves in the world of Maple, and Elpom, after his only beloved father died from a severe illness, became one of them. It all stemmed from a debt of 1,000,000 mesos, the exorbitant price the Merchant Guild demanded for the black moss pouch to save his father's life. At the fateful trial, the name Elpom was called out. The judge coldly declared that Elpom had failed to repay the loan on time. The decisive sound of the gavel rang out, ruling that he must perform forced labor for the guild to repay his debt. Elpam's solitary figure stood amidst the darkness. 6 years of exploitation by those scumbags. Now, the humiliating past was far behind. Elpam sat opposite Lord Ebby, harboring a single goal. It's time for revenge. Elpam, it's a pleasure to serve. He introduced himself, but his mind was already calculating. Ebby, huh? A loyal subordinate of Larkin, one of the guild's directors. This isn't bad at all. Lord Ebby took a sip of tea, getting straight to the point. I hear you want to change your contract. Let's get down to business. I've heard enough from the report. Lord Ebby placed the teacup on the table, a dry, clinking sound echoing. I will register you as an F-rank adventurer. The unexpected offer momentarily stunned Elpam. Thank you, sir. Elpam smiled faintly, but his eyes glinted sharply. He accepted my offer quite easily. I suppose it's because of that. Lord Ebby narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss in this easy acceptance. However, a confident smile bloomed on Elpam's lips, breaking the silence. I demand to be registered as E-rank, and I have no intention of playing by your rules. The arrogant declaration stunned Lord Ebby. E-rank? You haven't even been recognized by the association. Elpam calmly replied. For the past 3 years, I've entered and exited gates as a decoy slave. Lord Ebby remained unconvinced. True, but only as a decoy. You're still a rookie when it comes to hunting monsters. Elpam interrupted, his voice sharp. Since when are adventurers judged by their monster hunting abilities? Elpam's question hung in the air. The first adventurers to gain renown did so through survival skills. The ultimate goal for anyone is to return safely from their journey. That sharp argument seemed to hit home for Lord Ebby. He conceded. Indeed, the information a survivor brings back is more valuable than any combat skill. You have a point, but then, he leaned back, his tone changing. To be fair, surviving countless trips as a decoy slave is a significant achievement. However, that's all it is. Decoy slaves are only sent to low-level gates. Do you truly believe those meager survival skills will save you in high-level gates? Finishing his words, Lord Ebby extinguished his half-smoked cigar in the teacup. If you think we're foolish enough to sign a contract with arrogant fools like you, then you're sorely mistaken. What an idiot. Your arrogance will soon kill you, Lord Ebby warned, but a flicker of doubt sparked in his mind. Except that, my intuition tells me something inexplicably strange. He couldn't shake the feeling that the person sitting opposite him was far from simple. Just then, Elpam spoke, his gaze sharp. There's a 5-person limited gate, and 12 etchings on the pillar. Hearing that, Lord Ebby chuckled with delight. Indeed, he explained with cruel amusement, that means at least 12 teams of 5 have entered the gate, and not a single one has returned. Lord Ebby's gaze turned sharp, and he issued a challenge. Prove to me that you truly deserve that rank. A contract was pushed towards Elpam, Lord Ebby's smile hidden in the shadows. If you succeed, I will grant you a wish. The scene abruptly shifted to a dense forest. Elpam stood facing a group of adventurers, who would be his temporary teammates for this challenge. The leader spoke up. You must be the new rookie adventurer joining our team. He introduced himself as Chev, the team's tanker, with a somewhat forced smile. Nice to meet you. I heard Lord Ebby say you used to be a decoy slave. Chev casually dismissed Elpam's past, asserting that neither he nor his teammates cared. Behind him, Walker and the others waved with overly friendly gesture. Elpam maintained a calm expression, returning the greeting. Chev immediately changed the subject, inquiring about his ability to use fire magic. Chev burst out laughing, deeming Elpam's answer obvious. He began lecturing on the basic principles of magic, stating that mages can only control elements they are innately compatible with. With a condescending look, Chev continued his lecture, implying Elpam's severe lack of knowledge. It's really complicated. After the patronizing preamble, Chev got straight to the point. Their mission was not to hunt monsters, but to retrieve items from the 12 teams that had perished there. Chev revealed the generous remuneration. 3,000 mesos for each item recovered. A seemingly simple job, yet it harbored deadly risks. Walker immediately complained loudly about the paltry price, arguing that the true value of the items must be much higher. The armored swordsman irritably told Walker to shut up. The argument was cut short as the team entered a strangely red-tinged land. Chev urged everyone to focus, as money awaited them ahead. The space around them transformed completely. Trees twisted, the ground glowed with an eerie pink hue, and the air was thick with danger. Amidst the vibrant yet eerie scenery, Chev ordered the team to set up a base as this mission would be prolonged. The sorceress in the team suggested a giant tree as a hiding and observation spot. Chev quickly agreed to the plan. Without a moment's delay, the whole team got to work, preparing tools to build the tree shelter. Walker put an arm around Elpam's shoulder, telling him to rest. That oaf and I are building experts, you know. Before long, a sturdy wooden base was built on the tree branch. Chev announced, "Now we'll split into 2 groups to scout the area." Walker assigned tasks to the other group, Tom, Max, and Roa. "The 3 of you go together." Chev stated his part. "Elpam and I will check the west while everyone else goes east. Signal immediately if anything happens and quickly return to base." Understood? As planned, the 2 groups split up, venturing deeper into the eerie forest. The scouting mission wasn't going well. Chev grumbled. "Didn't see a single monster, let alone any items. Maybe we set up camp too close to the entrance. Tomorrow, we'll have to go deeper." Seeing Elpam's silence, Chev struck up a conversation. "How do you feel about your first mission as an adventurer?" Elpam replied honestly, "I feel nervous." Chev chuckled. "Haha, I get it," Chev reassured him. "Even me, despite having some experience, I still get anxious every time I go through a gate. After all, I'm not the bravest person in the world, but I always motivate myself to move forward, because I'm surrounded by people I care about. This might sound a bit cheesy coming from me, but all my teammates are good people." Chev suddenly became serious, his voice dropping. "Honestly, I was really sorry when I first heard your story. Bait slave, I can't imagine how cruel that must have been. If you don't mind, Elpam." He turned around, a warm smile on his lips. "Why don't you officially join?" Before the invitation was finished, Chev stopped short. Elpam had already stopped walking, staring intently at something on the ground. Realizing he had gone too far, Chev quickly tried to cover his embarrassment. "Don't pay too much attention to what I said. Ha ha ha." As night fell, the whole team gathered around the campfire. "You guys didn't find anything either? How boring." Walker sighed. "We knew it wouldn't be easy." Chev grumbled while gnawing on a piece of meat. "At least don't talk about work while we're eating, okay?" Beside him, Elpam quietly drank water, his gaze distant. The night in the strange forest passed by. Suddenly, a wind-piercing shriek echoed from afar. An eerie creaking sound came from the treehouse, breaking the stillness of the night. Holding a flickering torch, Chev approached the still figure lying down. "Elpam." The firelight cast shadows on Chev's wary face. "Are you asleep?" His only reply was absolute silence. Under the blanket, the figure didn't move at all. Tom placed a hand on Chev's shoulder, his tone full of confidence. "That's a redundant question, Captain." He bared his teeth in a grin, pressing a purplish blade close to Chev's neck. "Because we all know he's deep in dreamland, unable to answer any question." Tom reassured him, reminding him of the potent sedative they had put in Elpam's dinner. A dose strong enough to knock out a giant mushroom. "Time to get to work." Tom roared, raising his knife high, ready to finish him off. The sharp blade plunged into the blanket, but the sensation of piercing through was nothing like flesh. Tom froze, his intuition telling him something was wrong. "What's going on?" He ripped off the blanket. Beneath it was only a disguised wooden dummy. Tom shrieked in horror. "He's not here." The whole group was stunned. Chev and the others couldn't believe their eyes. "What? No way, how?" Rage flared on Chev's face. "Find that bastard for me, he's still around here." Just then, a terrifying sound echoed from below, shaking the entire treehouse. The entire foundation of the base was engulfed in flames. From the shadows, Elpam's figure silently observed his masterpiece of destruction. "Fire!" Panic spread. Chev yelled in despair, realizing he had been tricked by his own prey. Damn it! Was it Elpam? Amidst the chaotic sea of flames, Chev startled and turned around, trying to find his bearings. "Captain? What now?" But then a colossal dark shadow emerged from the flames, eclipsing the sky. A single eye, as large as the sun, coldly observed everything. Chev froze. All the horrifying pieces suddenly clicked into place. No way. Elpam, that bastard. The truth was brutally revealed. Chev screamed bitterly. He used us to lure the monster in. The golden liquid monster smashed through the barrier, sending Tom and the other mercenaries flying. A terrifying impact crushed the ground, engulfing everything in destruction. From afar, Elpam silently watched. He had known from the start. Terrible acting, really. You shouldn't have pretended to be kind if you truly wanted to deceive me. Memories of the fake warm welcome resurfaced. This gate had wiped out 12 teams, yet they welcomed someone who had been bait like me. It was too obvious. Elpam looked at the rampaging monster, confirming his suspicions. That's the boss of this place, just as I suspected, but it's much bigger than I imagined. The monster continued its rampage, its power unstoppable. Chev hissed while running for his life. Damn it. This is the worst type of monster for us. Tom hastily chased after him. Captain, do you know anything about that monster? Chev replied breathlessly. If I'm not mistaken, that must be a golden slime. The monster charged with terrifying speed. That's a rare boss monster. only appearing in red tier gates, Shev explained in despair as the ground beneath them smoked. Its body is acid, the worst enemy for melee warriors like us. And that's not all. Suddenly, Shev stopped short, his eyes wide with horror at an even more terrifying danger. Watch out, Shev yelled, pushing Tom down as a stream of molten energy swept through where they had just stood. Having narrowly escaped death, Shev and Tom gasped for breath, looking in horror at the enemy. Damn it, the colossal liquid monster wasn't just terrifying up close. It could also attack from a distance with acid arrows. Despair enveloped Tom. This isn't fair at all. As the whole team panicked and fled, Shev roared, trying to calm them. Don't panic. Just get out of its range first. Acid arrows have a 1-minute cooldown. He pointed out the monster's only weakness. We have to get into formation, then destroy the core in the middle of its head. Hearing the 2 words cooldown, a smug smile appeared on Walker's lips. Despite his teammates' astonishment, Walker broke formation, charging forward alone. So what are we waiting for? I'll destroy it right now, Walker roared, swinging his weapon and rushing straight towards the monster. Shev desperately reached out, but it was too late. Wait! We have to work together. Suddenly, another stream of acid shot out, slamming into Walker mid-air. Tom was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? He stammered in horror, but the cooldown. It should have been at least 10 more seconds. The destructive stream of acid tore through the ground where Walker had just fallen. In the bubbling pool of liquid, Walker's skeleton disintegrated in the blink of an eye. From a distance, the blue-haired man silently observed the tragedy. It's over. His gaze swept over the desolate battlefield, his cold voice ringing out. Theoretically, you were right, Shev. Every item it devours adds to the golden slime's power. Its cooldown might have decreased as well. Its erratic size, its ability to continuously fire acid projectiles. Now I understand why no previous party survived. This monster is on a completely different level. With this power, it's more than capable of holding its own in a gold gate, 2 tiers higher than a red gate. A first-tier adventurer stands no chance of hunting it. The blue-haired man turned his back, delivering his final conclusion. There are no more items to recover from this gate. The mission is over. But then, the image of Lord Ebby, with his arrogant smile and fiery eyes, flashed in his mind. Prove it to me. A smirk flickered across the blue-haired man's lips. The golden slime began to slither forward, its bulging eyes grotesque. It seemed to sense something unusual. A blinding surge of energy suddenly struck the mass of slime, causing it to shriek. A chunk of its body flew off, melting on the ground. From a tree branch, the blue-haired man calmly observed. That attack targeted the core. Impressive magic resistance. The monster's wound was regenerating. It will take at least 4 more hits. No, 5 hits to take it down, but that doesn't matter. He drew the dagger from his hip, clenching his fist, his eyes blazed with determination. All right, I'll prove it. In response to the declaration of war, the slime spewed streams of molten acid. He swiftly leaped from his position, the acid stream corroding the tree branch in an instant. Giving him no time to breathe, the slimy monster fired a barrage of molten acid projectiles. He skillfully spun in midair, the deadly liquid streaks narrowly missing him. His face shone with steely resolve, without a hint of wavering. Suddenly, a surge of emerald magic erupted from his hand. He knew well that to defeat this monster, every attack had to target the same single weak point. But that was unthinkable for an ordinary mage, and he, in his previous life, had been the greatest manipulator of matter. Putting strength into the rope, he forcefully yanked the flaming halberd from the monster's body. An internal explosion caused the monster to convulse violently. Still not enough, he calculated. 4 more times. He glided across its slippery body, as swift as the wind. Swinging his weapon again, he created another explosion right on the monster's body. Immediately after, he landed, magic gathering at the tip of his weapon. Missile arrow. The magical spark embedded itself directly into one of its cores. 3. Amidst the chaotic barrage of attacks, he maintained deadly composure. 2. Another missile arrow was fired, illuminating the entire forest. But this time, the monster dodged it. He admitted, "It's faster than I thought," but it was useless. The magical attack only caused ripples across its viscous body. And then, the shimmering golden liquid mass regenerated, revealing its unharmed, glowing red core. Realizing long-range attacks were futile, he decided to close in. The target was clear. That's it. But the monster was no mere target dummy. A gigantic hand of liquid formed, swinging down with the intent to crush the intruder. Facing the overwhelming attack, his eyes showed no ripple of fear. Instead, the ring on his hand flared with a mysterious blue light. A sword was launched, embedding itself firmly into the ground like an anchor. The monster's hand smashed the ground, but only hit empty air. The chain yanked him back, helping him land safely. Immediately, he spun around, magical flames flaring on his staff. Another missile arrow shot forth, even more powerful than before. This time, the monster was forced to raise its hand in defense, and that was the moment he had been waiting for. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. Seizing the opportunity, the blue-haired man swung his weapon, drawing a brilliant arc of fire. A terrifying explosion engulfed the monster's arm. Its rock-hard flesh shattered under the immense heat, but instead of collapsing, the monster's body began to swell grotesquely. Golden tumors protruded, revealing a gigantic, repulsive eye. In response, the monster unleashed a destructive surge of energy from its mutated body. The destructive force swept away everything in its path, but the young man quickly retreated, escaping the attack's range. In his hand, a new weapon appeared, a short sword radiating a stream of azure magic. Without hesitation, he hurled the weapon towards the monster. The blade plunged straight into its grotesque body, a rope tightly coiled around it. Gaining momentum, he stepped onto the rope, lunging straight towards the enemy. A confident smile appeared. Everything was within his calculation. Blue energy spread from the sword, causing the monster's body to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the colossal creature vanished into thin air. The young man gently landed on the ground, amidst the golden remnants of his foe. Amidst the desolate scene, the young man's footsteps echoed in solitude. Suddenly, his gaze halted, as if he had discovered something. He raised his hand towards the deadly forest, and a glowing red orb of energy began to form. Without hesitation, he launched the orb, which tore through the ground in its flight path. But the red orb did not fly far. It abruptly stopped, enveloped by magical blue flames in the young man's palm. The fiery red energy within the orb erupted violently. He unleashed his power, streams of red energy swirling around the orb in his hand. A colossal, dome-shaped energy shield was erected, encompassing the entire forest. The scene changed abruptly. The young man was now in a luxurious room, facing a strange man. "I'm back." Lord Ebby said nothing, only observing silently, cigar smoke swirling around his face. Finally, Lord Ebby spoke, his voice tinged with acknowledgement. "So you're not just all talk." Lord Ebby narrowed his eyes. "But you returned alone? And didn't retrieve anything?" The young man replied nonchalantly. "The party you introduced me to was full of amateurs. They even tried to kill me for my gear." He continued, his tone cold and emotionless. "It seems that while I was gone, they ran into the boss monster, and all died." Lord Ebby cut him off, his question cutting straight to the point. "Did you see the boss?" "Yes. It was the golden slime." Hearing this, Lord Ebby shot up, stunned. "What? So all the items left behind by the previous adventurers?" The young man confirmed bluntly. "That's right. They were all corroded." Lord Ebby gritted his teeth, his cigar nearly crushed. "Damn it. I can't believe we didn't recover a single item the guild lent them. This is a huge loss." Lord Ebby lowered his voice, his gaze sharp. "But your survival and return is another matter." He began to explain the immutable rules of the teleportation gates. First, each gate has a limit on the number of people. The gate will close when the limit is reached, and only reopen when all inside have perished. Second, there are limits on which adventurers are allowed into which colored gates. Difficulty increases from red to purple, and those of higher levels cannot enter. And third, adventurers only have one chance to conquer it. If anyone survives and escapes, the gate will vanish permanently, giving no one a second chance. Lord Ebby took a long drag from his cigar, his face full of regret. "So that gate and the reward are wasted," he concluded, believing the golden slime was simply too much for a first-ring adventurer. "I see. You barely escaped with your life." Lord Ebby's gaze turned cold, delivering a firm verdict. "But whatever the reason, you still failed." But the person opposite him didn't flinch. "You're rushing things. I haven't finished speaking." Lord Ebby was stunned by the unexpected confidence. "What?" The young man slowly pulled down his gauntlet. "Because I actually..." Lord Ebby's single eye widened in horror, unable to believe what he was about to see. A mysterious smile appeared on the young man's lips as blue magical characters glowed brightly on his arm, absorbed the golden slime. Magical energy exploded. Lord Ebby sprang from his chair, shouting in astonishment. "2 rings? You absorbed the magic stone that the golden slime dropped?" The young man calmly sat back down. "I think I've proven myself enough," he stated his demand clearly. "I wish to be registered as a ranky adventurer right now." Lord Ebby replied with a single word, shattering all expectations. "Rank D." The young man was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "Huh?" Lord Ebby leaned across the table, a cunning smile evident on his face. "I'll register you as a rank D adventurer." Then he made an unbelievable offer. "No, you'll become a rank C adventurer, if you decide to work exclusively for me." Without hesitation, Lord Ebby picked up a pen and drafted a new contract. Even for an experienced man like him, this was unprecedented. Rank C. an absurdly high rank for an adventurer who hadn't even reached 3 rings. In this world, power is measured by the number of rings, and adventurer ranks are clearly defined accordingly. But Lord Ebby knew that rule didn't apply to Elpam. This kid is definitely an exception. Not everyone can advance to the next ring just by absorbing a magic stone. Lord Ebby recalled Elpam's wild eyes. Moreover, that survival instinct. Lord Ebby's smile grew wider and wider. His instinct far surpasses any adventurer I've ever met. His growth rate is also unprecedented. His eyes gleamed greedily. I must recruit him. Meanwhile, Elpam also had his own calculations. Everything is happening faster than expected. He must be desperate. Elpam's mind turned to an upcoming event, a colossal glowing red gate. To be fair, it's not far off now. It was the first conquest of a red rank gate for 100 people. Elpam knew well that this was a major event attracting the attention of all merchant guilds and adventurers in Lith. He lightly tapped his finger on the contract. This isn't bad, since I'm also in a hurry. Perhaps I should speed up my plans a bit. After signing, Elpam looked up. Lord Ebby, I have a favor to ask. He slowly extended his hand. I'd like to borrow some money. Lord Ebby froze, the cigar in his hand seemingly turning to stone. His face darkened, astonishment quickly turning to annoyance. This brat. Are you serious? But whether it was a transaction or a conquest, everything unfolded on a foundation of death. The appearance of the gates was not the dawn of an age of adventure, but a deadly trap. The world had slowly unlocked its magical potential, until the apocalypse arrived. Countless monsters rose, and humanity was defeated. A tragic fate was set to repeat itself in exactly 3 years. Amidst that cruel current of fate, Lord Ebby silently puffed on a cigar, his sharp gaze fixed out the window. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Gapur Merchant Guild, resolute footsteps echoed. He gently tightened his cloak, a path already laid out in his mind. There's still a long way to go, but this is enough to start the plan. His target was the recently discovered 100-person gate, a red gate, meaning only those with 2 magic circles or fewer could enter. That was also why the Gapur Guild, which typically only hired high-level adventurers, broke its rule to invest in him, all because they wanted to conquer this special gate. With the money he had just acquired, he had to calculate wisely. Truly useful items were probably too expensive at the moment. So, what was the most effective thing he could buy with the borrowed money? The answer led his footsteps to a special place. He entered a market with a sign carved in an ancient language. The metal sign was stained with time, etched with strange characters. Inside, he stood firm, his gaze unwavering. A quick-witted man approached. Hello, welcome to Reese's job market. You look like an adventurer, let me help you. The broker pointed towards the iron cages, where miserable people were imprisoned. What kind are you looking for? A slave for bait? Or someone to fight by your side? He decisively shook his head, his gaze chilling slightly. There's someone I'm looking for. Lead me to him. The broker froze, his eager smile vanishing. Huh? The broker led the way down a dark corridor, lit by flickering torches. This is the punishment zone. We send the biggest troublemakers here for rehabilitation. The person you're looking for is one of them. The young man suddenly stopped. The broker looked back, a little confused by the client's silence, then pointed forward. This way. Behind the bars, the dry clanking of iron chains echoed. He swallowed hard, sweat starting to break out. He turned, his voice full of worry. Sir, are you sure about this? Because... The young man cut him off, his gaze unwavering. I know. Before them, a heavily muscled man was chained to the wall, his body covered in scars. The prisoner's glowing red eyes flashed with a wild look. The young man silently affirmed. Asterisk. That's right, it's him. Asterisk. Memories from his past life flooded back. The death of one person had accelerated the collapse of the Maple World. Aaron, the spear hero, had been murdered, and the culprit was none other than the only disciple she had ever taken in. The hero killer, Debo. That incident marked the beginning of the end. Returning to reality, Debo looked up, his voice hoarse. You're looking for me? He spat on the ground, his attitude full of defiance. I've never met you. Get lost. The broker's face went pale, and he quickly apologized. Please forgive him, sir. This bastard still hasn't learned his manners. While Debo gnashed his teeth, the young man quietly observed. Asterisk. In a few years he'll gain fame and status, but for now, he's just a slave. Yet he dares to act insolently towards an adventurer who could become his master. Asterisk. The slave broker sighed heavily. He truly is a savage and wild one. Hearing that, the young man merely smirked. Asterisk. And that's not just his nature. Asterisk. Asterisk. After all, Debo was one of the most influential people alongside me after the apocalypse. People often compared us because we shared similar origins, many commonalities in how we awakened our powers and how we became mighty. Asterisk, the flickering torch in the dungeon illuminated memories. Asterisk, however, the biggest commonality. Asterisk, his train of thought was cut short by the clanking of chains. Debo swung his arm, growling. How much? The young man calmly asked. Debo sneered. Ha, you must come from a very rich family to ask me that. You really think you can buy me? 1,000,000 mesos. Debo provocatively smirked. What's wrong, rich boy? Too much? The young man didn't reply, recalling the past. Asterisk, was that both of us were desperately in need of money. Asterisk, Debo's younger sister was suffering from the black blood disease. Asterisk. A tragic image appeared in the young man's mind. I advise you to leave now if you don't have the money. Before Debo could finish, the young man reached into his cloak. Debo's eyes froze. Huh? A thick wad of money was held out in front of Debo. He was stunned, stammering incoherently. 1,000,000 mesos? Both Debo and the broker couldn't believe their eyes. Is that real? Is that pile of money real? Are you sure, sir? Debo swallowed hard, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. Don't celebrate yet, I'm not finished. The young man spoke, his voice clear. A 1-year contract, 70-30 profit split. And I will own all spoils we acquire within the gate. The broker was astonished. Asterisk. He is trying to hire Debo as a regular party member instead of a slave? Asterisk. Go ahead and examine the terms. The young man tossed a piece of paper towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Debo snatched the paper. Don't go back on your word, understand. To prove his determination, he bit hard into his thumb until blood seeped out. Then he used that very blood to put his fingerprint on the contract. The young man thought, asterisk, he cares about his sister this much? Asterisk. A faint, knowing smile appeared on the young man's lips. The contract is signed. We'll head to the teleportation gate immediately. Debo clutched the paper, his voice excited. I've been waiting for this. The young man's eyes sharpened, his cold voice ringing out. You will have to prove your worth, Debo. In response, Debo gave an arrogant smile, growling. I'll be the most aggressive one you've ever seen. The scene changed abruptly. They had entered a dense forest. Debo awkwardly followed behind, carrying an unfamiliar battle axe on his shoulder. Boss? He hesitantly explained. I appreciate the new weapon, but I'm more used to long swords. Shouldn't I use the weapon I'm most proficient with? When working with me, you will only use this spear. The young man replied coldly. If you object, we can always cancel the contract. The threat left Debo speechless. The young man pointed forward. This is the gate we can use for training. Red level, 1 stripe, 8-person limit. It's exactly as described. Debo turned back, confused. But what about the other team members? I know you have enough money to hire them. By the way, will there be a healer in our group? That role is very important. Debo suddenly stopped, noticing the man's strange gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? A bad premonition rose in Debo, cold sweat breaking out. Wait, please don't tell me. Don't worry, we have enough members to get through this gate. Hearing that, Debo sighed in relief, placing a hand on his chest. Phew, boss, you scared the hell out of me. But then, a finger slowly rose, shattering the budding relief. That finger pointed directly at Debo's chest. You and I. The sudden declaration left Debo completely bewildered. Huh? Debo flinched, unable to believe his ears. What? What kind of joke is this? Before Debo could collect himself, the man in the black cloak delivered a devastating kick. Don't waste any more time. Get in. Debo was sent flying forward, a desperate scream echoing as he plunged into the gate. A blinding flash of light engulfed them both, and the space around them transformed in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Debo was thrown directly onto the barren ground of an unfamiliar land. Rage flared, and Debo roared directly at the one who had just pushed him to his death. Are you out of your mind? What the hell can the two of us do in an 8-person gate? You lunatic! Debo's anger was met only with a cold stare. First, make me equip a weapon. I'm not used to it. Debo's words choked in his throat at the other's attitude. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. A strange sound was approaching. From the horizon, a large army appeared. Horrified, Debo recognized them. Those are the tree stumps. Debo immediately took a defensive stance, realizing his own shout had attracted them. Worse, these tree stumps were famously hard as rock, extremely difficult to defeat with sharp weapons. While Debo was still panicking, the man in the black cloak calmly walked past. Move aside. He gently pushed Debo aside, facing the swarm of monsters alone. And then, without warning, magical flames erupted, incinerating the leading tree stump to its astonishment. Debo froze, only managing to utter a sound of astonishment. The magical flames didn't stop. They coiled like a fiery python, piercing through every obstacle in its path. The last monster collapsed in a sea of fire, the battle ending in the blink of an eye. The green-haired man scornfully addressed the panicking Debo. How pathetic to panic just seconds after entering the gate. Turning his back on the devastated battlefield, he coldly warned, "Don't make the same mistake again." Meanwhile, in a magnificent mansion under the moonlight, a conspiracy was underway. The merchant guilds have taken the bait. Charlotte knelt and reported. They are discussing the timing of the deployment, with our people infiltrated among them. The one listening to the report, a mysterious figure, calmly swirled the wine glass in their hand. Charlotte looked up, awaiting the final command. "May I proceed with the plan?" From the shadows, a powerful voice echoed, granting her approval. Yes. Without a word, Charlotte bowed in obedience. Her silhouette vanished into the night, leaving the mastermind alone with the red wine glass. The white-haired man raised his glass, his sharp eyes seemingly holding a cruel plan. "Let your will be done." The liquid in the glass swirled, an oath echoing under the moonlight. "We will liberate the world of Maple." The last flame died out on the corpse of the recently defeated monster. Tom gleefully showed off his spoils. 27 mana stones. The mage said nothing, turning his back and walking away. "Let's go." Tom hesitated. "All right." The two trudged into the vast desert, under the scorching Sunday. Tom glanced at the figure ahead, his mind wandering. "I thought he was just a madman, but he's truly astonishing. Is that psychic power? I've never heard of using fire arrows like that." The prospect of making a fortune made Tom unable to hide his smile. Suddenly, the mage stopped. "They're over there." Before them was a silent horde of tree stump monsters. Tom counted under his breath. Another horde of tree stumps. 8. No, 9 of them. The mage replied. "Yes. A perfect number." Tom looked bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean?" The only reply was the mage's cold, meaningful gaze. And then, he threw something towards the monster horde. Immediately, a giant battle axe was forced into Tom's hand. His body was controlled, soaring into the air and delivering a devastating blow to the nearest monster. The terrifying sound woke up the entire horde. Tom was stunned to realize he was surrounded. Is this guy crazy? How can I fight all of them alone, especially when holding a weapon I've never used? The monsters charged, not giving Tom a second to breathe. "What kind of terrible master are you?" From a distance, the mage quietly observed. "It seems he still has a long way to go with that polearm." The mage remained calm. "But you'll soon realize that a polearm is the best weapon for you." He didn't need to doubt Tom's potential. After all, he was the only disciple the spear hero Iran ever took in. In the middle of the battlefield, a monster growled, and then lunged towards Tom. Tom swung his weapon, creating a powerful sweep. What the hell? This polearm isn't bad at all. Tom quickly realized its advantages. Long range, power, much more convenient than a sword. It feels lighter because I don't need to use excessive force. What if I swing it more gently? Testing that thought, Tom spun around, putting all his strength into a perfect horizontal slash. The axe blade tore through the air, clearing all obstacles in its path. He continued to wield the polearm, each movement becoming more refined and deadly. From a distance, the mage crossed his arms, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. He catches on quickly, and this is even before he awakens his circle. But just as Tom began to master the fight, a sense of unease suddenly struck. The ground began to shake violently. Tom looked up at the nearby mountain, exclaiming in surprise. An earthquake? Giant cracks began to appear, tearing through the cliff face. Immediately after, a colossal, pitch-black object emerged from the ground, shattering the earth into fragments. Tom's pupils contracted in horror. He quickly retreated, just barely dodging a crushing blow that landed right in front of him. "Damn it!" Still reeling, Tom stammered as he stared at what had just appeared. "What the hell is this?" Before Tom was a gigantic, grotesque ancient tree, with glowing yellow eyes staring down. Stumpy? Without a second's hesitation, Stumpy unleashed an earth-shattering blow, pulverizing the ground where the protagonist had just stood. Having just dodged the attack, he immediately grabbed Tom, throwing his teammate out of the danger zone. Tom fell painfully to the ground. Magic flames erupted on his staff. Being big isn't always good. He smirked, the flames converging into a blazing arrow. "In fact, you're just an easier target." From a distance, Tom also realized his teammate's intention, his eyes flashing with hope. "That's right. Fire magic will definitely work." The fire arrow shot forth, but Stumpy used its branches to swat away the attack, creating a violent explosion. Tom screamed in horror. "It blocked the fire arrow. Faster reflexes than I thought," he muttered, the flames flaring up even more intensely. "All right then. How about this?" This time, a surge of blue energy enveloped the fire arrow. He whispered the spell's name, telekinesis. The fire arrow now weaved through the air, dodging defensive branches and searching for an opening. Found it. The guided attack successfully embedded itself directly into the tree trunk, causing a second explosion. But when the smoke and dust cleared, his eyes widened in astonishment. This attack was blocked too? In utter panic, Tom yelled, "Damn it, magic is useless against it too. What are you waiting for? Let's run." In contrast to Tom's panic, the protagonist remained calm, analyzing the situation. It's not that magic is useless. If it were, it wouldn't have needed to swat away the fire arrow. He had found the crux of the problem. It's because the branches are in the way. As soon as he finished speaking, both began to retreat under Stumpy's colossal shadow, but they couldn't escape easily. Another blow struck, shattering the ground and sending Tom flying into the air. Stumpy's giant branch plunged down at terrifying speed. Helpless in midair, Debo screamed in despair as death approached. But just then, a flash of blue light emanated from the ring on his teammate's hand. Magic energy exploded, tearing apart the ground below. A giant rock emerged, blocking the attack and saving Debo in the nick of time. What? Safely lifted, Debo couldn't hide his astonishment. "Nice one, boss." As he landed, Debo coughed violently, still reeling. "Thanks, I thought I was done for." But a new threat had appeared. His teammate ordered decisively, "You handle the tree stumps. I'll deal with Stumpy." Not giving Debo time to react, he shot off. "What? Wait. Damn it, he's too fast." A blazing staff appeared in his hand, its core burning fiercely. Immediately, a fire arrow was shot, embedding itself directly into Stumpy. Debo watched in horror. "No, we can't defeat it without a strategy. We have to retreat." The attack caused a huge explosion. Debo cried out in frustration. "See? I told you!" Amidst the smoke, Stumpy's eyes still glowed brightly, seemingly unharmed. But the explosion was just a diversion. A concentrated beam of energy pierced through the wooden shell, striking directly into the monster's core. Stunned, Debo stammered, speechless. It worked. Without a moment's rest, the black-haired young man channeled magic into his weapon, his sharp gaze locked onto the target. A blazing fire arrow shot forth like a meteor. It moves its branches faster than I anticipated, but the attack merely exploded against the tough wooden shell. Even with mental power support, I can't hit it. That was just a diversion. The black-haired young man had an ace up his sleeve. However, as a second-tier adventurer, I can cast 2 spells at once. The second fire arrow, perfectly concealed, pierced through the defenses, embedding itself directly into Stumpy's body. Witnessing the spectacular attack, Debo could only exclaim, "Amazing." He was stunned as he realized the sophisticated tactic. He hid another fire arrow behind the first one. No matter how fast the monster is, it can't block a continuous attack. Stumpy roared in pain, struggling against the power of a human. Debo began to reevaluate his master's strength. Perhaps the boss is much stronger than I thought, but immediately after, Debo's expression of admiration froze into horror. Damn it. A swarm of smaller tree monsters had silently approached the black-haired young man from behind. "No." Debo desperately shouted a warning, realizing his fatal mistake. "Watch out! Behind you! Damn it!" Because there were so many, I missed a few. Without turning his head, the black-haired young man unleashed a barrage of magic, sweeping away the approaching minions. Then a cold, disappointed gaze swept towards Debo. "You can't even handle a few regular monsters, Debo?" Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Stumpy's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, swinging its colossal arm down to the ground. Thrown back by the terrifying shockwave, the black-haired young man plunged his weapon into the ground to brace himself. Damn it, not a moment's peace. Thrown into the air, the black-haired young man was completely helpless against Stumpy's power. In that instant, he only managed to realize the monster's colossal arm was rushing towards him, with no opening to dodge. But just before impact, a firm hand grabbed his shirt. Tom yanked the black-haired young man out of the attack's path just in the nick of time. He landed firmly, stopping the momentum of both of them. Still panting, Tom curtly replied, "I saved your life, so we're even." The reply was not thanks, but an amused smile. Magical energy flared around the staff. "Good. Now this is worth the effort." Their eyes met, sharing a common resolve. Tom growled, "Let's finish this." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-haired young man launched blazing spears of fire towards the monster. The series of magical attacks struck Stumpy directly, creating continuous explosions. Caught by surprise, Stumpy roared in fury, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on the attacker. It swung its colossal arm, sweeping away the lingering magical flames. But this time, Tom was there, charging straight in to block the blow. Tom's weapon blade traced a brilliant arc, cutting deep into Stumpy's stony wooden body. The attack pierced through the target, making the monster roar in extreme pain. In response to the attack, The mage's eyes twitched slightly at the approaching danger. Stumpy roared, unleashing 2 colossal pincers from both sides, determined to crush Debo. Debo, I'll cover the right. Magical flames immediately flared on Debo's weapon. As you wish, sir. Debo swung his blazing blade to block one side, while another magical spear struck directly into the other pincer. Seizing the opportunity, Tom stepped onto the gnarled tree trunk, beginning his own attack. His axe blade swung continuously. Tom moved along Stumpy's colossal body like a storm. Each strike sent splinters flying. Tom determined to climb to the top, but Stumpy resisted fiercely, sharp wooden thorns suddenly jutting out. Tom's scream echoed as his body was flung into the air, falling freely. Immediately, a large rock enveloped in blue magic shot up from the ground. The stone slab glided like a living shield, catching Tom just before he hit the ground. Stumpy's attack shattered the air, narrowly missing Tom's position. That damn thing! The mage's hand clenched, his eyes blazing with anger. A series of other rocks hovered in the air, obeying the mage's will. Tom landed firmly on one of the stone slabs, turning it into a perfect launching pad. Propelled by the magical stone slab, Tom once again charged straight towards Stumpy. The battle was not over yet. Tom's downward strike was blocked by Stumpy's colossal branch. Damn it, not a moment's peace. Before Tom could regain his composure, a sharp surge of energy from the point of impact slashed back towards him. Quick as a flash, Tom spun in midair, dodging the dangerous blow. This is our chance, Debo. Regaining his balance, Tom put all his strength into a horizontal swing of his axe. The sharp axe blade tore through the bark, sending thick black sap splattering. Struck painfully, Stumpy roared in fury, its powerful shove sending Tom flying. The tremendous impact made Tom unable to hold onto his weapon. What? The battle axe slipped from his hand, flew away, and embedded itself into a cliff face. Tom fell sprawling on the ground, unarmed, but his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. I'm not done yet, you bastard. Without hesitation, Tom charged again, empty-handed. But just then, another hand clenched, and blue magic began to converge. That energy transferred directly to the battle axe, making it vibrate and glow brightly. The mysterious young man swung his hand, controlling the weapon from afar with an invisible force. The axe was lifted from the rock, soaring through the air back to its owner. Tom snatched the weapon, and a terrifying dark aura began to emanate from his body. Come on. Tom's blood-smeared face gleamed with a look of grim determination. Here's your dessert, you stupid tree. Tom plunged into a dance of death, the axe blade tearing through the air in a frenzy. Each furious chop bit deep into Stumpy's body, sending black blood and wood splinters flying. Thrown back, Tom spun in midair, bracing himself against the gut-wrenching pain. He landed heavily, staggering but not falling. Immediately, a colossal shadow swept past. Stumpy retaliated with a devastating swing. But Tom had anticipated it. 2 blazing streams of energy shot out from his body. They intertwined, forming a destructive vortex. A terrifying explosion engulfed everything, its heat distorting space itself. Stumpy let out a final, agonizing roar as the death fire incinerated it from within. The battle ended. Tom knelt, gasping for breath amidst the smoke. A figure quietly approached. Well done. The newcomer was a young man with messy hair and a black cloak, his eyes strangely calm. Tom could only look up, replying wearily, "Yeah." Behind them, Stumpy's charred trunk collapsed to the ground with a final crunch. Night fell, returning tranquility to a small town nestled under the moonlight. In a cozy room, a young girl sat at the dining table, thinking to herself, "It's been a long day. I should eat quickly and go to bed." She clasped her hands, smiling serenely. "Thank you for the meal." The peaceful dinner was suddenly interrupted by urgent knocking at the door. The young girl startled, cautiously opening the door, the creaking wood echoing mournfully. Just as she began to ask, she froze. Her eyes widened, reflecting Tom's image, his muscular body covered in wounds. "Brother?" Tom's hand clutched her clothes. "I'm home." Hearing his familiar voice, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The young girl rushed into Tom's arms, embracing her brother whom she thought was lost. "Welcome back." But that warm scene vanished. Before her eyes, only a solitary wooden house remained in the cold night forest. Inside, a figure stood silently, clutching a staff. His gaze swept over the photo frame on the table, a portrait of Tom and his younger sister. And on the bed, Tom lay, his injured body cold. He bowed his head, his cold eyes looking down at the deceased, seemingly having made a final decision. Magical energy flared, swirling around the gem at the top of the staff, and flames began to take shape. Without a single glance back, he walked away as the greedy flames consumed the wooden house. The flickering firelight cast shadows on his emotionless face, illuminating an irreversible end. In the spacious office, Lord Ebby sighed in exasperation. Damn it, the situation isn't good at all. Pressure weighed heavily on him. The 100-person gate raid day is approaching, and I still don't know who to send. More than just a raid, this was about honor. Lord Larkin's honor is at stake. We cannot fail, because this blazing gate was a goldmine coveted by all powers. All 10 major merchant guilds are eyeing this gate. The rewards were too great to ignore. A 100-person gate is guaranteed to drop epic items, and there's even a chance for legendary items. But with the current situation, it's not enough. Lord Ebby extinguished his cigar, along with a glimmer of hope. He thought of formidable rivals. The Natasha sisters of the Gold Ritchie Merchant Guild are absolute forces among two-round adventurers. Compared to them, his guild's strength was nothing. Compared to them, Gapur Guild's two-round adventurers are just amateurs. The harsh reality was, his guild was the weakest. To be fair, all adventurers sent by the other 10 major merchant guilds are the best, because our guild is the weakest among them. Lord Ebby's gaze stopped on a file, Elpham's face appearing. It's really not certain at all. Just then, the office door burst open without warning. Huh? Who dares to enter without knocking? Lord Ebby jumped, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. He stammered, speechless as he recognized the uninvited guest who had just entered. Only upon seeing the familiar family crest did he shout the name in terror. Lord Larkin. The Lord entered, his authoritative voice ringing out. Have the members been decided yet? Lord Larkin casually sat in the main chair, while Lord Ebby could only bow his head. My apologies, sir, not yet. Lord Larkin looked displeased. You're taking a bit long this time. What about the previous fellow? Lord Ebby presented his concerns. I still have some doubts about Elpham. No one can vouch for him, because no one from Shev's party returned alive with him. He admitted. He certainly has potential, but this job requires precision. Lord Larkin waved his hand, cutting him off. Then find someone to witness his strength and vouch for him. Before Lord Ebby's bewildered expression, Lord Larkin offered a bold solution. There's a perfect opportunity for that. Why don't you summon all the candidates you're considering? Make it a big event. Lord Larkin's smile grew more sinister. This time, we'll have plenty of witnesses. And so, a large gathering took place. In the middle of the forest, before a blazing red gate, Shev couldn't hide his excitement. Whoa. So many people are coming with us this time. Now it really feels like a true adventure. A voice rang out, directed towards the moss-green-haired young man. You must be the 5th group summoned. Iburu crossed his arms, speaking sarcastically. A group with 2 former slaves. Unbelievable. Elpham's cold gaze swept over the crowd. He silently sensed the hostility in the air. No one seems happy to have us here. They must think slaves are just a hindrance. He continued his assessment. They're all level 1 or 2 adventurers, seasoned veterans. Unlike Shev's group, these are the real deal. No bait needed. At that moment, Lord Ebby grandly stepped forward before all the adventurers. It's a pleasure to see everyone here. He got straight to the point. I'll be brief. This is a test of ability. Those who prove themselves will be given an opportunity. Iburu asked again, skeptically. An opportunity? Lord Ebby confirmed with a wide smile. That's right. An opportunity to try your luck inside the 100-person gate. Iburu froze, his face changing color when he heard that name. The 100-person gate? Amidst the panic, Elpham remained calm, his eyes sharp. He had understood everything. Lord Larkin, standing nearby, spoke up. That's right. That will be your special reward. Lord Larkin uttered his final words. Good luck to all. Immediately, the number 40 on the gate lit up, and a blinding red light enveloped everyone. As the teleportation light faded, a steady foot landed on the damp forest floor. All the adventurers had been transported to a completely new space. Iburu spoke. A forest again. He turned to Dolan, the leader of the mage group, and clearly stated his condition. We'll only cooperate during the boss fight. Agreed? After Dolan's nod of agreement, the 2 groups immediately split up, heading deeper into the forest in 2 different directions. Good. Then we'll go ahead. See you when we get the signal. In another direction, the protagonist and Debo walked silently, separated from the noise of the other groups. They advanced cautiously, the air in the forest growing heavier with each step. Meanwhile, Dolan was psyching up his team, his voice full of confidence. Time is of the essence. We'll hunt down every monster in our way. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the bushes made Dolan wary. A bizarre creature resembling a giant mushroom suddenly appeared. Dolan clicked his tongue, his face showing clear disdain. Tch. Only one? Another mushroom monster. Seeing this as merely a time-consuming obstacle, Dolan raised his staff, and blue magical energy began to gather. A blinding magical beam shot straight towards the monster. Energy ray. After the attack, Dolan lowered his staff, his face full of complacency. Easy as pie. All right, pick up the magic stone, and then. But as the magical smoke dissipated, an unbelievable sight appeared. The monster still stood tall, completely unharmed. The whole group froze. What? It's completely unharmed. Dolan's face paled, stammering as he realized his fatal mistake. Does it have high magic resistance? He quickly shouted. Everyone, I think we need to use physical damage. Before his warning could finish, another sound echoed from the bushes, signaling an even greater danger approaching. Dolan's voice faltered in panic. Be careful, everyone. Immediately, the group was surrounded by a swarm of turtle-like monsters. We're surrounded! A fierce battle erupted, flashes of light from weapons gleaming in the confined space. Their frantic assault finally tore the monsters apart. The whole group panted, exhausted after the life-or-death battle. They stood amidst the pile of enemy corpses, drenched in sweat. A young girl in the group stammered. We did it. She turned to Dolan, her voice full of worry. The monsters here are much stronger than we thought. What do we do now? Dolan analyzed the situation. I don't think targeting the regular monsters is a good idea. There are too many of them, and our stamina will run out first. He made a bold decision. There's no other choice but to take a risk. We'll aim straight for this gate's boss. Meanwhile, in another forest, Elpam seemed to have anticipated this move. That's probably what most groups will do. Tom, his teammate, panted and complained. These things are tough. But hey, I noticed you didn't help me at all. There were only 3 of them. Tom lost patience. We don't have much time to waste. All right, let's keep going. The two stood side by side, with completely opposing strategies, Tom declared. Then we'll go straight to the boss. Elpam, however, said. To kill all the regular monsters there. Tom was stunned. But didn't you just say we'd hunt the boss? Elpam calmly replied. I said that's what other groups will do. Not us. He explained the reason in detail. Taking a risk for the big prize is very dangerous because there's too much competition. It's better to play it safe. Tom looked annoyed. Whatever, Mr. Know-It-All. He muttered, then added. Besides, I feel an ominous aura from this gate. Meanwhile, another group of adventurers was venturing deeper into the dense forest. A female warrior in the group spoke up. Master Dolan. Look, before them was a stone gate, likely an exit. Dolan cautiously ordered. Even if we're not looking for it right now, leave a trail leading back here. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Dolan frowned in annoyance. What's so funny? You're too loud, Avante. But his teammate didn't stop, his laughter growing increasingly wild and savage. Angrily, Dolan grabbed his collar. Didn't you hear me? What if you lure monsters here? All he got in response was cackling laughter and a face streaming with tears. Dolan froze, realizing something was extremely wrong. The madness spread. Soon, the entire group burst into uncontrollable laughter in the silent space. Dolan was utterly horrified as he realized the truth. Laughing spores, damn it, we have to get out of here now. Without a second's hesitation, Dolan rushed towards the stone gate. But a giant shadow blocked his retreat. A grotesque mushroom monster emerged from the ground. From its massive cap, a deadly purple smoke emanated. Despairingly, Dolan looked up at the horrifying creature towering before him. The monster's jagged teeth seemed to mock its victim. And then, Dolan himself could no longer resist. Mad laughter burst from his throat, signaling the end. Dolan's wild laughter echoed, the laugh of one who had completely lost their mind. Then, all fell silent. The emerald green water flowed gently, erasing all traces of the recent battle. Now, Debo and Elpam were walking on a trail. Annoyance was evident in Debo's heart. I can't believe he didn't lift a finger, while I had to fight constantly. Suddenly, a strange sound made Debo turn around in surprise. Huh? A brilliant red streak tore through the sky. Elpam recognized it immediately. That's the signal, sir. The signal led them to a forest where other adventurer groups had gathered. Elpam thought to himself, even though they had agreed to signal when they found the boss monster, he hadn't expected them to keep their word. Elpam's gaze swept coldly over the crowd. He quickly noticed something unusual. One of the groups has disappeared. Iburu, who had fired the signal, sighed, preparing to announce the situation. It seems everyone is here. Let me explain. The purple-haired female warrior interrupted. Wait, Dolan's mage group hasn't arrived yet. Iburu brushed it off. No need to wait for them. His expression became extremely serious, teeth clenched. We found the boss monster, and also confirmed that Dolan's group was annihilated by clown poison mushroom, this area's boss. His words were proven by the horrifying image of the monster. Its jagged, blood-stained jaws were a sight enough to make even the most seasoned warriors shiver. The purple-haired female warrior screamed in horror. What? Clown poison mushroom? An atmosphere of panic enveloped them. The adventurers discussed giving up. Amidst this, Debo turned to ask Elpam, his voice full of confusion. Sir, is that clown poison mushroom really that dangerous? Ignoring Debo's question, Elpom analyzed coldly. That creature is the worst type of boss one can encounter at this level. Elpam continued his thoughts, ignoring Debo, who was yelling beside him. Its poisonous spores prevent close-range attacks, but its defense and speed are too high for ordinary long-range attacks. Debo lost patience. Hey, Elpam. Iburu, the pirate leader, confirmed the desperate situation. Unfortunately for us, the clown poison mushmom is lurking right at the warp gate. We can't escape without drawing attention. Debo put an arm around Elpam's shoulder, trying to sound confident. Scared? Don't worry. Just one ultimate fire arrow and we can easily. Elpam cut him off. Shut up. Debo froze at the blunt attitude. Elpam turned back, his gaze sharp. We'll all die without a plan. A fire arrow won't even scratch its skin. Elpam's assertion left Debo stunned. What? How can that be? Elpam explained to the group. This gate is full of monsters with solid defenses. What do you think their leader would be like? As the group fell silent, an adventurer sarcastically spoke to Iburu. Thanks for the obvious explanation, Captain, Iburu snapped. You stinking slaves. The other person quickly intervened. Iburu, this isn't the time to argue. Suddenly, Elpam raised his hand, cutting off all arguments. 50,000 mesos. Iburu was bewildered. What? Elpam looked directly at the crowd, stating his price. 50,000 mesos per person. Since there are 30 people, pay me 1.5 million mesos. Then Elpam calmly stated the condition. After that, we will act as bait for you to escape. Elpam's offer was like a dividing line, separating him and Debo from the rest of the team. Debo clutched his head, the shock erupting into rage. What the hell? Are you serious? His anger reaching its peak, Debo roared. Shut your dog mouth, Iburu growled, his contempt unconcealed. I know you have experience being bait slaves, but do you really think it will work against that enemy? That's not a creature you can successfully lure. He continued his insults. If you useless lot mess things up and die without buying enough time, all of us will perish. Bait slaves only get in the way in high-level gates like this. Iburu pointed directly at Debo, his voice full of challenge. Furthermore, you might have ranked up, but what about the idiot next to you? He hasn't even awakened his power yet. What the hell can a second-tier adventurer and a slave do? The insult made Debo clench his teeth, his patience exhausted. All right, that's enough, you annoying bastard. His eyes blazed. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I have no intention of dying like bait. Just as Debo was about to explode, Elpam calmly spoke, cutting through the tense atmosphere. So what? Do you have a better plan to get us all out of here? Iburu was speechless. I suppose not, because if you did, you wouldn't have sent that signal. Elpam smirked, his eyes sharp. And by the way, allow me to make a small correction. My team consists of a second-tier adventurer and a first-tier adventurer. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle glowed on Debo's wrist, stunning Debo himself. The revealed truth made Iburu flinch. Elpam added, Doesn't your team only have 1 or 2 second-tier adventurers? Just then, a purple-haired female warrior unexpectedly interjected. Wait, she looked directly at Elpam and Debo, making an offer. If you can truly act as bait, my team is willing to pay. However, we don't currently have enough 50,000 mesos per person. Elpam didn't flinch. Then we will receive payment after everyone escapes, even if that means our sacrifice will be meaningless if we fail. His eyes sharpened, harboring a deep calculation. However, Elpam crossed his arms, solemnly declaring the final condition. Only if everyone here unanimously accepts my offer. He urged them, not giving them much time to think. Come on, we don't have all day. While everyone was still deliberating, a dry cracking sound echoed from the stone statue, signaling that danger was very near. That gruesome sound came from a poisonous mushroom monster devouring its meal. Suddenly, a blazing cube shot forward, aiming directly at it. A blinding explosion engulfed the monster's head in a sea of fire. The staff-wielding mage urged Debo, We must move as soon as the monster detects us. Debo hesitated. Ugh. Are you sure about this, sir? But it was too late. 2 glowing red eyes full of hatred lit up in the smoke. The monster charged out frantically, its body becoming a deadly blur. Its terrifying speed stunned both men. It's coming. What? It's super fast. In a single leap, the monster opened its jagged jaws wide, ready to swallow its prey. Witnessing the scene, the blue-purple-haired man commanded. This is our chance. Hurry and activate the bait before they die. Immediately, he pressed his hand onto a stone pillar, activating the mechanism. Another adventurer did the same, creating a stream of energy connecting the 2 pillars. The blue warp gate opened, and the team rushed towards the exit. Let's go, hurry! The plan was successful. The poisonous mushroom monster was deceived. redirecting its pursuit towards Debo and the mage. Debo looked back, horror evident in his eyes as the predator closed in. But in front of them, a swarm of smaller flying monsters suddenly appeared, blocking their retreat. Ugh, you stinking bastards. Debo's rage erupted. Do I look like an easy target? Flames burst from his battle axe, power surging in his hands. You bastards will pay for looking down on me, Debo roared, swinging a fiery axe. The axe blade swept through, tearing the swarm of monsters into burning fragments, clearing the path ahead. But the real danger came from behind. Debo froze, as the hideous jaws of the poisonous mushroom monster were about to swallow him whole. In that critical moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly ripped through the monster's flank, throwing it aside. Wounded, the monster roared in pain and fury. Elpam gave it no time to recover. One more hit. A fire arrow shot towards the monster's head. Quick as lightning, it tilted its head, dodging the direct attack. But Elpam had anticipated it. His hand moved slightly, and turquoise magical energy flared, controlling the fire arrow's trajectory. Despite the redirecting attack, the monster let out a savage roar and charged straight forward. A barrage of energy bolts struck its body, but couldn't stop its frantic advance. Debo desperately yelled, "It's about to get me! Jump!" Without hesitation, Elpam grabbed Debo, and both plunged down the cliff. The monster's terrifying blow struck, crushing the ground where they had just stood in an instant. From above, its roar echoed down, filled with rage. "Listen up, you brats." Mid-air, Debo spun around, his eyes burning with hatred. "Eat this." Meanwhile, Elpam's eyes also flashed with a determined glint. A terrifying explosion engulfed both of them. But immediately, a massive wall of water rose, extinguishing the flames. The rushing current swept both of them away, carrying them out of the monster's reach. Washed ashore, Debo coughed violently, trying to breathe. "Damn it, that cursed mushroom almost killed me." Exhausted, Debo collapsed onto the sand. In stark contrast, Elpam stood there, unusually calm. Still reeling, Debo yelled, "Seriously, what the hell was that thing?" Elpam calmly wrung out his cloak. "You heard it. It's the boss monster of this area. If we want to hunt it, we'll need much more thorough preparation." Those words stunned Debo, who quickly grabbed Elpam's arm. Forcing a wry smile, Debo stammered, "Sorry, boss. It sounds like you're saying we're going to take it down with just the two of us. I misunderstood, right?" Elpam coldly pushed Debo's hand away. "You heard right." Debo's desperate shout echoed. "Are you kidding me? What's your problem? Wasn't our original goal to hunt that monster?" Elpam questioned. Debo screamed. "That was before I knew how terrifying it was. Don't you know what a tactical retreat is?" Debo despaired. "Our decoy mission is over. Shouldn't we leave? Even the fire arrow had no effect. How are we supposed to kill it? Didn't that guy say we'd die if we fought it?" The situation has changed. Elpam's eyes were sharp. Now that the competitors have retreated, this is the perfect opportunity. Wouldn't a little extra mesos be great? Is there a problem? Elpam looked down at the kneeling Debo. "Are you going to defy the contract?" Faced with the threat, Debo could only stay silent, sweating profusely. Though trembling, Debo still tried to negotiate. "That's not what I meant. But you have to pay me extra, understand?" Elpam merely smirked, replying concisely, "Fine." Even so, Debo couldn't hide his worry. "Boss, at least tell me. How are we going to take it down when both close-range and long-range attacks are useless?" His eyes were full of doubt, not wanting to take a useless risk. "Do you really have a plan?" In response, Elpam turned, his gaze sharp and full of confidence. "A plan to take it down." Immediately after, a brilliant red light flashed in the distance, signaling a change. At the same time, outside the gate, a group of mercenaries was astonished to see the first survivors rush out. "They're out already? Isn't that too fast for a 40-person gate?" Lord Ebby, the one-eyed leader, exhaled a puff of smoke. "Juber, how was the conquest? I don't see a few people. That kid probably isn't out yet." A purple-haired female warrior breathlessly reported. "The conquest failed. Dolan's party was wiped out, and Elpam's party is still inside." She continued in despair. "We only managed to escape because Elpam acted as a decoy." Hearing that, Lord Ebby's single eye narrowed dangerously. "Huh?" Lord Ebby growled. "So you all ran away without doing anything?" The female warrior quickly explained. "The opponent was the mad poisonous mushroom. It was too ferocious. We had no other choice." As she finished her explanation, Lord Ebby coldly extinguished his cigar under his boot. He turned his back, giving a cruel order. "We're pulling out." The female warrior was stunned. "Lord Ebby? Wait." She desperately looked towards the glowing red gate. Elpam's party is still in there. The gate is still active, which means they're still alive. Lord Ebby coldly dismissed her plea. "They'll die soon enough. You yourself said the boss was the mad poisonous mushroom." He gave her no chance to say more. "If you want to wait, Do it yourself. I'm busy. Lord Ebby muttered, his eyes filled with disdain. Useless bunch. Certainly, this opponent is very tough. He believed it was unthinkable for someone from the second circle to defeat the mad poisonous mushroom. But I don't need idiots who only bring results like this. Meanwhile, inside the gate, the mad poisonous mushroom monster appeared, emitting purple poisonous gas. Elpam faced it, his mind set on a single goal, someone who can complete the mission. That's why I have to make a choice. A confident smile spread across his lips. The hunt begins. A blazing fire arrow shot forth, tearing through the air. The scorching magical current swept away everything in its path. Elpam assessed the situation. This boss was much tougher and more agile, and its poisoning ability made the fight even harder. He could only maintain distance and attack with overwhelming power, but the current fire arrow lacked sufficient destructive power. A bold idea flashed in Elpam's mind. However, if I use my superpower to rapidly spin the spell, its piercing power will increase. Inspired by a bullet, Elpam created a unique skill. A skill that turns the impossible into possible. He named his ultimate technique, Revolving Pistol. The mad poisonous mushroom monster only just realized the deadly danger. The magical drill pierced straight through the monster's head, finishing it in a single blow. A painful scream tore through the air. But it wasn't the last cry. The magic drill continued to spin, crushing everything in its path. The terrifying destructive power pierced even the ancient tree trunk behind it. Elpam observed silently, but then he realized a harsh truth. The target still stood firm. I intended to pierce its core-containing head with a single shot. It seems I missed slightly. The wound wasn't fatal. How troublesome, Elpam thought to himself. Rage erupted, and the monster let out an earth-shattering roar. It charged forward, the ground cracking beneath each step. A fireball was unleashed, stopping its charge just in the nick of time. Elpam realized the weakness of the new skill. It's not easy to change direction while maintaining revolving pistol. And there's also the cooldown issue. The monster began to climb the tree to approach. Elpam knew he didn't have much time. I have to finish it before it climbs up. Another explosion rang out, but it was only enough to slow its advance. Wounded and obstructed, the monster grew even more frenzied, its roar more terrifying than before. At that very moment, Elpam saw an opportunity. Now's the time. Hearing the signal, Debo poured all his strength into his hands, tightening his grip on the rope. He strained, putting his entire body weight into pulling the rope taut with a resounding roar. The rope cut through the wind, soaring like a giant python through the air. The target was bound tightly. The poison mushroom monster froze, not understanding what had just happened. But the real attack didn't come from the rope. From the ground, a stream of yellow liquid suddenly erupted. The corrosive liquid enveloped its body, causing its flesh to bubble and melt. The monster raised its head, directing its gaze towards the towering cliff where a lone figure stood. It was Elpam. The staff in his hand still carried traces of magic. The deformed creature shrieked in confusion, unable to identify its new enemy. Elpam uttered a derogatory remark. "Hey, leftovers!" Magic flames erupted from his staff. The attack struck directly into the monster's fangs, and a piercing, painful scream echoed. Taking advantage of that moment, Debo yanked the rope, slamming the writhing creature to the ground. The rope had completed its task. Now, Debo's hand gripped the hilt of a colossal battle axe. The monster's breath grew weak. Debo smirked. Finally, it's a bit easier to breathe. He cracked his knuckles, hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, his eyes full of provocation. Why don't we have a proper brawl? Darkness enveloped the battlefield, where Debo stood tall, ready for the final hunt. From above, Elpam calmly analyzed, his voice echoing. Are the conditions met? The key to this strategy is to lure the monster into the swamp, neutralizing all its advantages. As planned, the mud had sealed the poisonous mushroom monster's gruesome jaws, stripping it of its greatest weapon. The creature shrieked a choked, helpless cry. Witnessing this, Debo smirked provocatively. What's wrong? Can't do anything with your pores clogged? How pathetic. With that, Debo tensed his muscles, swinging his battle axe, which glowed with a brilliant golden light. Debo put his entire body's strength into the attack. The axe blade created a blinding streak of light, cleaving directly into the grotesque creature. The weapon plunged deep into the monster's flesh, making it groan a dull sound. Giving the opponent no time to recover, Debo continued to unleash a series of consecutive slashes, tearing its body apart. The monster's agonizing screams echoed throughout the forest, its body riddled with wounds. It tried to fight back, but to no avail. But that wasn't all. Elpam revealed that luring it here wasn't just to block its pores. The monster's legs sank deep into the thick, viscous mud. A gloomy swamp is the worst playground for anyone who relies on speed. Seizing the moment when the prey was completely mired, Elpam raised his staff, and energy erupted. Revolver. A blazing fireball shot forth like a bullet. The magical blast struck directly into the poisonous mushroom monster's body, creating a horrific explosion. It only managed a final shriek before being engulfed by the flames. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Debo firmly planted his axe into the ground, bracing himself for the outcome. Tom watched, holding his breath, his eyes full of hope. Is it dead yet? But hope was quickly extinguished. A colossal figure loomed out of the dust. Damn it. This bastard is really tenacious. Immediately, Elpom shouted instructions. Attack the core first. Its core must be in its head. Got it, Debo replied, dashing forward as his axe blade burst into magical flames. The blazing battle axe flew straight to its target, aiming for the monster's head. But the attack was blocked. The axe blade lodged into its arm, unable to reach the weak point. Tom was stunned by the unbelievable sight. Huh? The monster roared, swung its injured arm, and sent Tom flying backward. Just then, Elpom acted. The ring on his hand flashed with an icy blue light. A powerful stream of water magic shot out, enveloping the monster's arm. The water quickly froze, locking its movement. The colossal creature was immobilized for a moment, completely exposed. Seizing the golden opportunity, Tom used the monster's frozen body as a springboard. A thunderous kick landed directly on its head. The monster's agonizing scream echoed. Tom gently landed on a nearby log, watching the monster stagger from the critical blow. Giving the monster no time to recover, Tom immediately seized the opportunity, charging with the spear in his hand. The spearhead plunged down, but only kicked up mud. The grotesque creature narrowly dodged the attack. Tom slid across the wet ground after the missed thrust, but the battle wasn't over. From a distance, a surge of emerald magic erupted from the ring on Elpom's hand. A colossal wall of water was summoned, crashing directly towards the poisonous mushroom monster. The horrific impact sent the creature flying, the swirling water's power shattering its defenses. Its ear-splitting shriek of pain and astonishment rang out. Amidst the chaos, one of its sharp pincers seized the purple-haired female warrior. The monster also seemed not to understand what had just happened, its claws tightening. Just then, Debo charged with his colossal battle axe, giving it no time to collect itself. At the same time, Tom was also ready, his eyes sharp. The weapon in his hand glowed with a golden light. The final coordinated attack brought it down. The monster's colossal body sank into the murky water. Only a deadly silence enveloped the water's surface. Tom gasped, exhausted after the battle. But then, he suddenly froze. A mysterious figure stood atop the cliff, silently observing everything. Tom braced himself and stood up in the water, his breathing heavy. From above, Elpom watched with a mysterious smile. But then, the smile vanished. Elpom's eyes widened in astonishment. Right behind Tom, a skeletal creature rose, giving a grotesque thumbs up. Without warning, it lunged at a white-haired warrior, unleashing a brutal blow. The battle axe shattered, plunging deep into the ground. The warrior had been defeated. The skeletal creature threw its head back, letting out a savage roar. Elpom frowned, not understanding what was happening. What is it? Its head was already severed? Magical flames erupted, and a brilliant stream of light shot down, striking directly into the monster's body. The explosion created a large column of smoke, but the figure on the cliff remained unmoved. Amidst the smoke, the monster was hit by another blast of deep purple energy, tearing through space. Elpom realized something was wrong. Cold blue flames erupted in his hand. The blue flame engulfed the skeletal creature, sending it flying. The powerful impact shook the ground. The tremendous force sent the monster hurtling back towards the cliff. A spear flew from nowhere, pinning it to the mountainside. Elpom silently observed the outcome. The skeletal monster was pinned, but Elpom knew he only had one last fire arrow. Firing it haphazardly now would only be a waste. On the ground, Debo had no more time to calculate. His rage erupted, and Debo roared. Damn it, what an eyesore. Gathering all his strength, Debo brought a fiery axe blow down onto the ground. The destructive energy surge engulfed the monster. The axe blade tore through its skeletal body, sending it flying with a piercing shriek. Its body shattered, sinking into the murky water. Debo smirked with satisfaction. Serves you right. But at that very moment, the ground burst open. The monster emerged, charging straight at Debo, who was stunned. What? From above, a warning shout rang out. Boss, watch out. A cross-shaped energy beam struck the monster's head, stopping its attack. The skeletal mask cracked, revealing glowing red eyes hidden in the darkness. Beneath the shell, a disgusting head of flesh and bone appeared. Elpom observed coldly. So that's your real head? He raised his weapon, smoke still rising from the barrel. Thanks for the info. Under the water, Debo snapped awake. A signal? Was that last attack just a feint? Responding to the signal, Elpom summoned magic. His staff erupted with fierce flames. From the cliff's peak, Elpom unleashed his full power. Revolver. A massive vortex of fire descended, engulfing the skeletal monster with a roar. The magical surge pierced its body, destroying everything in its path. Elpam silently watched the horrific explosion from afar, finishing off the target. But from the epicenter, a second explosion of malevolent purple energy suddenly erupted. Debo took the full force of the attack, his face covered in blood. That damn nuisance, even to the very end. The shockwave mercilessly threw Debo backward. As Debo staggered to his feet, Elpam was already by his side. Phew, I thought we were done for. The screen of purple toxic smoke gradually dissipated, leaving a quiet void. Debo panted, still reeling. It's really over this time, right? Elpam replied concisely. Yes. Elpam looked at his exhausted comrade. Well done, Debo. He turned back to the battlefield. Once the poison clears, we'll go collect the magic stone. But an ominous premonition made Elpam freeze, his eyes wide with astonishment. The toxic smoke didn't dissipate. It swirled, regenerating the monster's skeleton around the screaming magic stone. Both looked up in horror at the dark energy gathering in the sky. The battle was not over yet. On the brink of life and death, a mad laugh escaped Elpam. That laugh echoed, but in a completely different place. In a luxurious office, Lord Larkin burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, so that's why you just came back? Lord Larkin laughed heartily, his tone full of teasing. Your temper is still as fiery as ever, isn't it? In stark contrast, Lord Ebby appeared tense. I apologize. I believe it's best to leave this matter to the Cygnus Knights. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by a sound from outside the door. Lord Ebby angrily shouted. I said there's no meeting right now, didn't I? Go back. But the stranger ignored the warning. I'm coming in. The heavy door creaked open. What? Who dares? Lord Ebby froze, speechless as he recognized the familiar figure. Elpam stood there, battered and weary, but his gaze was still sharp. I have returned. While Lord Ebby was still astonished, Lord Larkin smirked, a smile full of interest and calculation. How interesting. Elpam's return was like an earthquake in the room. Lord Ebby's eyes were still wide with shock, and Lord Larkin's smile grew even more cunning. He spoke, his tone sarcastic. Hey, Evis. What's wrong? Did someone rise from the dead? Then he turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Elpam. Pleasure to meet you. You can call me Rakan. You're Elpam, aren't you? As rumored, your survival skills are truly remarkable. Weariness was evident on his face. Elpam replied sparingly. Thanks for the compliment. One could say, you are precisely the kind of talent our Gaypor needs right now. Lord Larkin leaned back, a knowing smile on his face. Let me ask you something. His gaze sharpened, piercing Elpam like a challenge. That survival ability of yours, can it be showcased in the 100 Gates? Elpam's eyes were unruffled, only deep weariness etched within them. He simply gave a short answer, seemingly uninterested. That would be difficult. The smile on Lord Larkin's lips vanished. Immediately, Lord Ebby slammed the table in anger. What's with your attitude, Elpam? Do you think I made you an adventurer just so you could pick and choose your missions? Lord Ebby's threats continued, striking at Elpam's weakness. Don't forget, you still owe us. In contrast to the rage of the man beside him, Lord Larkin smiled profoundly. He understood. Difficult, you say, but not impossible, right? Realizing that beating around the bush was useless, Elpam decided to get straight to the point. I hate talking in circles. I'll change the question. Blue energy flared around him, and Elpam's eyes sharpened. He was no longer passive. What do you want? The scene suddenly shifted to a noisy tavern. After hearing something, Debo spat out the mouthful of beer he had. He yelled, drowning out the surrounding commotion. What? 5 million mesos per person? Doesn't that make it 10 million mesos for the two of us? That's too much. Elpam's face was cold, annoyed by his teammates' overreaction. Seeing this, Debo quickly lowered his voice. Ah, sorry. But his worry didn't subside. Debo slammed his beer mug onto the table. Anyway, don't you think you're being a bit too greedy? They'll refuse immediately. In stark contrast, Elpam calmly wiped his face. That's not my concern. Ultimately, they're the ones who decide. Debo sighed helplessly. Huh. You're really carefree. If things fall apart, we'll definitely be in trouble with Lord Ebby. At the same time, a strange figure approached their table. Debo flinched at the provocative voice. You look quite comfortable. The one who spoke was Iburu, the pirate. While we feel like garbage for being compared to someone, Debo's anger erupted. He slammed the table and shouted, What? Is that how people thank someone for saving their lives these days? Let's take this outside. However, the response to the challenge was an unexpected action. Iburu and his teammates suddenly bowed deeply. I apologize. Iburu looked up, his face full of remorse. I doubted your skills purely out of prejudice. I sincerely apologize to both of you. Stunned by Iburu's attitude, Debo held out a bag of money. Here's the 1.5 million mesos fee. We've added a little extra as a token of our sincerity, but a cold voice cut him off. No need. Elpam stepped forward, his eyes devoid of emotion. We only agreed to accept 1.5 million mesos. He took a sip of wine, his voice flat. I only work according to the contract. Keep these displays of gratitude to yourselves. Elpam looked directly at Debo, emphasizing each word. Don't misunderstand that. Ibaru and his teammate could only stare blankly at Elpam's cold professionalism. Debo clicked his tongue in annoyance, taking back the money bag. All right then. Looks like I'll be the one counting the money again. Immediately after, Elpam sat down opposite Iburu. Hey, pirate. Iburu, right? What about you? Elpam got straight to the point. Can you work purely for money? Iburu had no idea what was happening. In another luxurious room, Lord Ebby slammed the table in vehement protest. We can't, Lord Ebby explained to Lord Larkin, who was sitting opposite him. 10 million mesos. That's the price for a rank 3 or 4 adventurer. He's certainly the best candidate, but agreeing will only spoil him. Lord Larkin calmly replied. It's very possible he offered that price as a proposal. It's best to call him in and renegotiate. Lord Larkin narrowed his eyes, looking skeptical at Lord Ebby's complaint. I wonder, is that truly the case? Actually, it wouldn't be strange if he demanded double that price. Lord Ebby was dumbfounded by the puzzling answer. What? Without further explanation, Lord Larkin pushed a piece of paper towards Lord Ebby. Read it. Lord Ebby hesitated. This is... The content on the paper made Lord Ebby frown. We, the Gaypore merchants, will only send Elpam's group for this conquest. He muttered, unable to understand. What can just 2 of them do? But as he read the next lines, Lord Ebby's expression changed. He stammered in horror. What is this? Lord Ebby sprang up, yelling in panic. Is this true? In contrast to his terrified look, Lord Larkin leaned back in his chair. It would be troublesome if it weren't true. I paid a hefty price for this information. From Heilong Jin. That name hit Lord Ebby like a bucket of cold water. Heilong Jin? Then it must be true. Lord Larkin picked up a letter opener, his eyes sharpening. Don't be mistaken, Lord Ebby. The sharp blade pointed straight ahead. Lord Larkin's voice hardening, full of deadly intent. The war has already begun. At the same time, in a distant forest, a gigantic, grotesque crimson gate was devouring space, pulsing like a demonic heart. Beneath the gate, Elpam's group was gathered around a campfire. A member of the group expressed surprise. I didn't think they'd accept that offer, Elpam snapped. Stop messing around, focus. Debo just grinned, patting his chest confidently. Don't worry, I've got experience this time too. The Gaypore Merchant Guild's emblem glittered on Elpam's shirt, symbolizing the mission they had accepted. Another warrior in the group quietly looked up, his face expressionless. Nearby, a hooded figure, one eye covered, calmly sharpened his dagger, ready for the conquest. Elpam and Debo entered the gathering area, the tension palpable. It seems the atmosphere here has worsened again, Elpam remarked coldly. A strange man with a scar on his face blocked their path, introducing himself as Shulden, a rank E adventurer. Are you two from the Gaypore Merchant Guild? Elpam only replied with a brief sentence. Rank C adventurer, Elpam. Shulden was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Rank C? Isn't this gate limited to participants up to Tier 2? He was still reeling. How can a rank C? But Elpam didn't bother to reply. The confrontation was interrupted by another voice. A blonde female knight approached, asking Shulden to move aside. I have an appointment with him. Shulden clicked his tongue in annoyance. What? So you're in league with those bastards too? Elpam found this bickering a waste of time. Elpam's thoughts returned to his previous conversation with Lord Ebby. Elpam questioned an order. Why should I do that? Lord Ebby dismissed all questions. Just do as I say. What's there to complain about? The scene shifted to a meeting of the Gaypore Merchant Guild, where the blonde female knight boldly announced a new alliance. Our Gaypore Merchant Guild will cooperate with the Cygnus Knights for this conquest. It was the most powerful military organization, a symbol of order, serving Queen Cygnus. In the office, Lord Ebby explained the reason for this decision. Since the conquest team already has too many adventurers from other merchant guilds, we decided to cooperate with them. Even with just one more squire, the chance of success will be higher. Elpam remained skeptical. There must be some reason they're so insistent on interfering to this extent, Lord Ebby admitted, but concluded. But since their offer isn't bad, I told you to cooperate. Elpam accepted. Understood. Cooperating with them won't be too difficult. But Lord Ebby warned with a serious expression. It won't be easy, do you hear me? True to the warning, their partners were not easy to deal with. Lord Ebby smirked. They truly are a strange bunch. A cold voice rang out, asserting dominance from the start. I am Kyrie, captain of the Cygnus Knights Squire Squad, Kyrie continued, her tone full of authority. I don't want to waste time, so obey orders obediently and don't cause trouble. Tom was stunned, unable to believe such condescension. Kyrie turned to Elpam, her gaze scrutinizing. Is this a member of the Gapor Merchant Guild? Elpam calmly replied. It appears so. Hearing the answer, Kyrie let out a contemptuous sigh. Huh. So the Gapor Merchant Guild has completely given up. At that moment, other heavy footsteps entered the gathering area. A group of fierce-looking mercenaries appeared. Crocus's team from the Dig Merchant Guild. Following them was another team, with a calm yet sharp demeanor. Kubl's team from the Mardia Council. Tom swallowed, clearly sensing the change in the atmosphere. All elite members. Another tall figure approached, drawing all eyes. It was the three Natasha sisters, key figures of the Gold Ritchie Trade Alliance. Their emblems glittered, a silent affirmation of power and wealth. Kyrie narrowed her eyes at the newcomers, their arrogance almost palpable. How arrogant. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a clear voice rang out. It seems everyone has arrived. A burly, red-haired man stepped out. Pleased to meet you all. I am Ronco, the assigned guard. Ronco spread his arms, signaling everyone to gather. I am here to assist you in returning from the gate. But before that, a few words of warning. Ronco solemnly declared the rules of the expedition. The legendary items dropped from this gate will not be your private property. Ownership belongs to the merchant guilds, and those who enter here will only receive their wages and get out. At least you still get to keep the magic stones, so cheer up. The warning didn't faze Elpam in the slightest. Anyway, Ronco narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping menacingly. If you are caught stealing those items, you will have to face the B-rank adventurers here. Shulden's gaze suddenly froze on Ronco's arm. A magical tattoo appeared, astonishing him. The fifth circle? Horror spread as Shulden looked at the others. Could it be? All of them are like that? Leaving the stunned crowd behind, Ronco concluded his speech. That's all for the announcement. Everyone, proceed into the gate on command. As soon as she stepped through the gate, Kyrie immediately took command. Follow me. I will be the commander of this expedition. Her eyes shone with unshakable determination. We will be the ones who succeed. But Kyrie's domineering attitude immediately met with displeasure. Debo grumbled. Damn, what's wrong with that girl? Do we really have to work with her? Ignoring the complaints, Elpam had only one thought. Finally, all efforts until now have been to get here. The number 100 burned in his mind, even though I never entered this gate in my previous life. This time I must succeed, because everything started here, Elpam declared firmly. Let's go. Debo hoisted his axe onto his shoulder, grumbling as he followed. If you come crying and begging later, I won't help you. A brilliant red light engulfed their figures. The scenery changed in the blink of an eye. Chev, leading another group, shouted, All of you, follow me! Debo stared in amazement at the vast field of tall reeds. Wow, the grass here is so huge. Kyrie lost patience with her teammates' hesitation. Do you think we came here just to sightsee? Hurry up. But Debo couldn't take his eyes off Elpam, who had fallen behind. Boss, are you really just going to stand there and take it? Debo turned back, and his anger turned into utter astonishment. Elpam was lying face down on the ground. Lying face down? What the hell are you doing? Debo completely failed to understand this strange action. Immediately after Debo's question, a powerful tremor spread from the ground beneath Elpam. In the distance, Shulden startled and turned around. What's that sound? From within the reeds, the answer appeared. A herd of giant boar monsters with red ribbons wrapped around them were charging wildly. Their numbers were unimaginable, covering a whole section of the sky. There must be over 1,000 of them, Kyrie shouted, trying to restore order amidst the chaos. What are you standing there for? Disperse and draw their attention quickly. There are still groups that haven't made it in yet. Shulden gritted his teeth, showing dissatisfaction. Damn it. Isn't there an unwritten rule that newly arrived groups don't immediately join the fight? Without hesitation, Shulden made a decision. El Nido merchants, over here, we'll go this way. At the same time, a massive wall of earth and rock rose from the ground, dividing the battlefield. The herd of boar monsters roared furiously, charging to attack the panicked adventurers. Kyrie led her group across the field. Good, keep moving towards the forest. We'll use the terrain to hunt them. But a subordinate called out to her in despair. Lady Kyrie, something's happened. We've lost track of the Gapor Merchant Guild members. The shocking news left Kyrie stunned. What? Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out from the reeds. Phew, that was refreshing. Chev emerged from the reeds, looking refreshed. It seems we can relax a bit now. But how did you know the ribbon boars would charge? Elpam replied calmly, his gaze distant. Based on my experience, In vast plains like this, there are many monsters that move in herds. In Elpham's memory, the image of ribbon boars appeared, a fierce monster, averaging 2 meters long, often moving in herds of hundreds to thousands. Elpham continued his analysis, stating that while they were tough, they weren't unbeatable. Other merchant guilds would try to shake them off to avoid unnecessary stamina depletion right from the start. But Elpham knew well, this was just the beginning. There's no telling what kind of monsters will appear from now on. This is definitely not the end. A tragic memory suddenly resurfaced. The Sleepywood Gate expedition, with 100 people in his previous life, had ended in utter defeat, with the death of all adventurers. Back in reality, Chev saw Elpham deep in thought and spoke up. "What are you pondering?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chev stepped forward and his foot caught on a tripwire laid close to the ground. Chev's eyes widened in horror as he realized the deadly danger. A massive wooden wall crashed down. Elpham reacted in a flash, pulling Chev back forcefully. "What the hell is this?" Both tumbled to the ground as the trap slammed down right behind them. Chev realized in horror. "It's a trap." In utter panic, Chev stammered incoherently. "Who would set something like that?" Elpham merely observed in silence, his expression cold. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, severing the thick rope of the trap. A bald, muscular warrior appeared, swinging his weapon to shatter the wooden structure of the trap. His terrifying strike sent splinters of wood flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the warrior had completely destroyed the deadly trap, standing tall like a mountain. Babel scoffed at the recently destroyed trap. Elpham confirmed it was the last one in the area. But Crocus wasn't careless. "Don't let your guard down, Babel." His eyes were sharp behind the white mask. Crocus explained that these traps, though crude, mimicked human hunting methods. This proved the enemy was a hob, an intelligent monster, powerful enough to be a boss in this Bloodgate. If it weren't for an adventurer of my caliber, you'd all be dead for sure. With that, Crocus turned his back, confidently ordering the group to follow him. But just as he took a step, a sense of unease suddenly struck him. "Hey, be careful." Before the warning was finished, blood splattered everywhere. Babel's head was severed from his neck, falling to the ground. A rain of blood poured down, and the entire group was attacked in a flash. Another member could only utter a cry of horror. The attacker was not a monster. Charlotte's cold blade pierced through Crocus. In his last breath, Crocus couldn't believe this betrayal. "Idiot, you talk as if you know everything," Charlotte said scornfully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a stranger sat amidst a field of reeds. He muttered about someone using ribbon pigs to create a diversion at the entrance, making his job easier. Nevertheless, a look of annoyance was clear on his face as he stood up. The mage leaned his staff on the ground, looking tired. "But, I'm running out of time, so I'll just have to deal with it. Shall we begin?" Natasha and her female warriors stood motionless, an invisible magic binding them tightly. Natasha's hands twitched in vain, unable to obey her commands. The mage explained casually, "Trying to move is useless. This is that kind of magic, at least for about 30 minutes. Sweat poured down. Natasha struggled to utter each word, her voice full of indignation. "Why are you doing this?" The mage seemed impressed by her will. "Oh, quite remarkable." Still able to speak in that state. Just as expected from Natasha, but then, his eyes turned cold. "Because you seem dangerous, I will kill you." Completely paralyzed, the remaining female warriors could only watch in utter horror. The mage knelt, repeating her question with feigned contemplation. "Why am I doing this, you ask? That's a difficult question." Suddenly, a fanatical glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his staff, and magical flames erupted from the crystal. "Would it be easier to understand if I explained it like this?" His face twisted into a mad grin. Something like, "All will be done for the Black Mage." The magic took shape, reflected in Natasha's horrified eyes. Fire arrow! A violent explosion engulfed everything, incinerating the helpless warrior. Amidst the devastation, the mage stood there. Enemy blood splattered everywhere. He sighed wearily, as if he had just completed a tedious task. There's no end to them, William thought to himself, his eyes closed from exhaustion. "I really want to rest for a bit." But an authoritative voice cut through his thoughts. "William." The white-haired leader stood there, his back turned to William. "Yes, I'm listening." The leader's voice echoed through the room. "For a very long time, we have awaited this day. Evading their gaze, concealing our identities, sowing roots to spread our power and influence." He smirked, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Now is the time to reap the rewards." William bowed, accepting the command with a resigned expression. "I will not disappoint you." The white-haired leader handed William a fiery feather. "Take this." This gift was bestowed by him. A cold warning rang out. "Failure is unacceptable." The feather transformed into a glowing pendant. William felt the weight of the task. I can't be careless with this, can I? He plunged his staff into the ground, seemingly having accepted his fate. I guess there's no other way. But then, William rallied his spirits, striding across the desolate field. Well then, why not try a little harder? Night fell, and ahead stood a towering wooden fortress, William's target. But the place was not peaceful. An orc with jagged teeth was growling in the darkness. And then the full scene appeared. A dense sea of orcs furiously attacking the fortress. From the forest, Debo and Elpom witnessed everything. Debo was stunned by the horrifying sight. In utter terror, Debo screamed in panic. What the hell is that? He stammered, disbelieving his eyes. Are they all boss-level monsters? Elpom remained unusually calm. I already explained it to you. There's only one boss among them. Elpam continued his analysis. The problem isn't just the numbers. Each one of these is very difficult to deal with due to their immense strength and stamina. And look at how they're looting items from dead adventurers. Confronting them will be even more troublesome. Some of them can use items to activate skills. Elpom's explanation hit Debo like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. The horror turned into utter panic. What the hell? That's a whole party of adventurers. You want just the two of us to handle it? Elpam replied with a nonchalant, almost cruel tone. That's right. You catch on quickly. Elpam continued to provoke. What's wrong? Didn't you want to separate from them too? Daibo roared, his patience exhausted. That was before I knew about these monsters. Just the two of us. It's impossible. Just then, two orcs lumbered into view, embodying Debo's fears. One of them turned, its ferocious face a deadly warning. Suddenly, it sensed a murderous aura rushing towards it from behind. Without warning, Debo burst from the shadows, swinging his colossal battle axe down. Is this guy doing this on purpose? Debo roared furiously. I never said I wanted to go alone. Debo's rage was met with a devastating punch. The orc counterattacked, sending fresh blood splattering from his arm. From a distance, Elpam simply plunged his staff into the ground, observing with cold eyes. Debo quickly used his axe handle to block the next attack, his entire body sinking deep into the ground. He gritted his teeth, straining to withstand the monster's overwhelming power. But human strength has its limits. Debo was thrown back. The orc immediately opened its hideous jaws, lunging to tear him apart. Shut your mouth, you bastard, Debo yelled, recklessly jamming his axe handle into the monster's mouth. Seizing the golden moment, Debo's axe blade drew a fiery arc, tearing through the enemy's flank. The colossal body crashed down, shaking the very ground. The battle was over, but before he could even catch his breath, another green figure charged, forcing Debo to once again summon his battle flame. Your time is up, Debo roared, swinging a decisive axe strike straight at the new enemy. But the heaven-splitting blow only gouged the ground in a brilliant streak of light. The monster had vanished, astonishingly fast. The green-skinned orc had dodged the attack, its massive body lunging to counter. Its rock-sized fist tore through the air. Debo barely managed to raise his axe handle to block. The tremendous impact sent him flying backward. Regaining his footing after the blow, Debo gritted his teeth. Damn it. Looks like there's no shortcut. In response, the monster let out a savage roar, its bloodshot eyes seething with killing intent. It continued to charge, swinging its fist down, determined to crush Debo. At that very moment, Debo stomped his foot down, spinning to gain momentum. He swung a dangerous horizontal axe slash, aiming for his opponent's opening, but the monster had anticipated it. It used its other hand to block the axe blade, stunning Debo. Taking advantage of Debo's pause, the orc lunged forward, gripping both him and his weapon tightly. Its sheer strength easily lifted Debo off the ground, nullifying all resistance. At the same time, another, smaller orc suddenly rushed out from behind, grabbing the axe handle to disarm him. Caught in the tight grip, Debo mustered all his strength, yanked the axe handle backward, and pierced the stealthy attacker. Debo's final axe strike crushed the ground, ending the battle. With a furious roar, Debo swung his fiery weapon, finishing off the last orc. The screams died out. The forest fell into an eerie silence. The bodies of the orcs lay scattered, testament to a one-sided massacre. Debo hoisted his blood-soaked axe onto his shoulder, turning to face Elpam. Tsk. I didn't expect you to actually stand by and watch, Elpam calmly replied, but his explanation only angered Debo further. Confident my ass, I'm just losing more faith. Debo's rage was abruptly cut short. His eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. A deadly battlefield appeared. Bodies lay strewn everywhere, blood staining a large area of the forest red. What the hell is this? Debo was stunned to recognize the familiar uniforms on the corpses. Aren't these all Cygnus Knights? What exactly happened here? Amidst the silence of death, a faint, pained groan echoed. Debo immediately spun around, his gaze fixed on the sound. Boss, over there, Leaning against an ancient tree, a young knight was barely clinging to life, the only survivor. Elpam approached, asking, "What happened? Were you all defeated by Hob?" The knight gritted out each word through bloodied teeth, denying desperately. "Hob? Not that. It was trolling." At the same time, in a distant place, Lord Ebby took a long drag from his pipe, his face filled with worry. The smoke dissipated, leaving a deep skepticism in his eyes. "It's absurd. In the shadows of the gates, there's a practice called trolling. It's when adventurers take advantage of the inability to observe from the outside to attack their own comrades. A perfect crime as all evidence vanishes with the gate. But this massacre was different. It resembled a competition with no winners. The remaining individuals would have to conquer a difficult gate with weakened forces, and even if successful, they wouldn't escape suspicion from the outside world." Lord Ebby continued his thoughts. "Eliminating the ace of other merchant guilds? Too risky. Such a dangerous gamble isn't something a merchant guild would consider. Could it be? There's a larger mastermind behind all of this?" Meanwhile, at the bloody scene, Tom looked around in panic. "No way. Boss," Elpam calmly replied. "Yeah." Elpam's gaze swept around. "I don't see that woman anywhere." The surviving knight slammed his fist onto the ground in a fit of rage. Damn it. Collapsing in despair, he blamed himself. "It's my fault. I didn't expect an enemy to infiltrate our ranks." Tom also couldn't hold back his choked anger. Why would Kyrie do that? Elpam couldn't explain it either. "I don't understand. Why would a member of the Cygnus Knight Squad troll their comrade?" The knight admitted it was hard to believe, but then he recalled the order Kyrie had given at the gate's entrance. Everything suddenly became clear. With tears welling up, he gritted his teeth and recounted. Just before everything ended, Kyrie herself said, "Kyrie. She is an apostle of the Black Mage." The declaration was like a thunderclap. Tom and Elpam were stunned. The Black Mage? A name from ancient legends. The Black Mage, one of the transcendentals who threatened the Maple world 800 years ago, along with his countless apostles. 6 heroes rose to stop him. The war ended when both the Black Mage and the heroes were sealed together. The Allied forces then counterattacked the chaotic apostles, leading to their complete disappearance from history. That was a story any citizen of the Maple world knew. Standing amidst the battlefield, Tom still couldn't accept the horrifying truth. An apostle of the Black Mage. No way. Elpam changed his objective. "It seems this isn't the time for monster hunting. We need to find that woman first." The surviving knight turned back, his eyes full of challenge. "Are you coming too? You'd best be prepared for a sword fight once we find Kyrie." The fire of hatred flared in his eyes. "That's exactly what I want." The decision was made. At the same time, Kyrie was speeding away at a dizzying pace. Suddenly, she stopped short. A sense of unease washed over her. Blocking her path was a familiar figure. William smiled in greeting. "Oh, welcome. I've been waiting for you." Beside William was Charlotte. Both looked at her triumphantly. "Lady Kyrie!" William couldn't hide his glee. "Haha, so you're the one behind the order to deal with those ribbon pigs. Thanks to everyone splitting up, my plan became much easier. And now, we're almost at the final stage." William smirked, his voice full of provocation. "What do you think of the gift we sent you?" The cold, sharp blade was drawn. Kyrie growled, her eyes sparking with fire. "Who are you people?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the mysterious adventurer was helping the injured knight. "Just go slow if it hurts too much." "The boss went ahead anyway," the knight replied. "Thanks. But I'm fine." The adventurer continued to reassure him. "Don't worry, the boss is great at finding things, and you'll see that woman again soon." The knight only replied weakly. "I understand." Suddenly, a surge of dark, purple, demonic energy enveloped the dagger in the adventurer's hand. He whispered with satisfaction, "What a relief." Amidst the reed field in the sunset glow, Elpam pushed forward at full speed. Surrounded, Kyrie still fought fiercely, each sword stroke blocking a dangerous attack. From afar, William watched the battle with a contemptuous smile. Impressive. Truly worthy of the Cygnus Knight in training captain. But in William's eyes, this resistance was futile. "Let's see how much longer you can hold out." Realizing she couldn't prolong it, Kyrie decided to unleash her full power. She stomped her foot, concentrating her energy. Energy erupted, and the sword in Kyrie's hand glowed like the Sunday the rising sun sword technique was activated. A mercenary roared, foolishly rushing in to interrupt the attack. "What are you standing around for?" But it was too late. Kyrie's blazing sword met him head-on, an unstoppable blow. The mercenary only realized his mistake in his final, horrifying moment. His plea was swallowed by the light. Solar slash. A single strike incinerated everything in its path. The powerful attack drained Kyrie's strength. She gasped for breath, sweat pouring down. Despite being exhausted, Kyrie's will remained unshaken. If you don't want to die here, then state your purpose. William's confidence vanished, replaced by rage. Too noisy. What are you useless fools doing? Finish her off immediately. At William's command, the remaining men simultaneously let out a savage roar and charged towards Kyrie. But Kyrie didn't flinch. She darted into the reeds, her figure swift as a flash. A golden streak of light flashed, and the enemy's blood stained the entire area red. Witnessing that sight, the anger on William's face turned into unconcealed astonishment. Amidst the ashes, Kyrie collapsed, her hateful gaze fixed on the one who had struck her down. You! That person, Shulden, merely turned his back coldly, without a hint of concern. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Shulden was leading a young knight through the forest, sowing false promises in his heart. Don't worry, the boss is great at finding things. You'll see her again soon. And then, the moment of betrayal arrived. The dagger emitted an eerie glow, and Shulden let out a sick sigh of relief. He plunged it straight into the knight's back, a savage smile clear on his lips. When you meet Kyrie, send her my regards. The sudden stab left the knight stunned, unable to utter a word. Immediately after, Ronco charged forward, intending to crush the last survivor with his heel. But the finishing blow never came. A mysterious shadow appeared, and in a flash, Ronco's hand was severed from his arm. Shulden froze as he realized the intervener was the one he called boss. Boss? What the hell is going on? Elpam looked down at his subordinate, his voice as cold as ice. You never lived up to my expectation. Elpam's gaze swept across the chaotic scene, his voice full of contempt. And this is what you do, the moment I give you a chance? The injured knight could only look up, his mind reeling from the harsh truth. In Elpam's mind, a memory from a past life flashed, reinforcing his life philosophy. I never trusted anyone to begin with. Back in reality, Elpam observed everything with a terrifying calmness. How strange. Elpam's appearance didn't escape the notice of another group that had just arrived. William frowned in annoyance. I didn't expect an uninvited guest to show up. A subordinate recognized the traitor. Sir William, he's a member of the Gapur Merchant Guild. He's still alive, which means... William cut him off, his sharp gaze already holding the answer. I know. William unleashed his anger on the surviving knight. Python, that coward couldn't even finish himself off. He must have failed. He growled. I just gave him a chance to atone for losing Kyrie. My compassion was wasted. Kyrie sighed, her face showing clear annoyance. What a hassle. You two seem quite skilled, and those weren't ordinary foes. An elite squad had been sent, led by the blue-haired man. There's no other way. We'll have to unleash our faction's finest. Realizing the danger, Kyrie shouted a warning. Be careful, those bastards are. But Shulden only replied with an arrogant smile. I know, he smirked. A bunch of freaks, aren't they? From above, William commanded, his voice full of authority. Now, let's end this. The battle erupted. Kyrie assigned a target to Shulden. Can you handle one of them? I'll take care of the rest. Shulden charged forward. Don't underestimate them. Immediately, Shulden launched a preemptive strike, swinging his battle axe with full force. The blazing axe blade violently clashed with the brown-haired adventurer's weapon, creating a powerful shockwave. Shulden's power was completely overwhelming. He growled, scoffing at his opponent. Just average, huh? One down. But just as the attack was about to be unleashed, a sudden burst of fiery light shot forth, forcing Shulden to halt. The assailant was the blonde warrior. She gripped her crossbow tightly, her eyes sharp. Taking advantage of Shulden's distraction, the eye-patched adventurer closed in from behind. Shulden roared in anger as the dagger plunged into his back. You sneaky bitch. Excruciating pain and shock were evident in Shulden's eyes. Despite being wounded, Shulden's reflexes were lightning fast. He spun around, swinging his axe in a blazing upward arc, sending the assassin flying into the air. Shulden staggered, blood soaking his back. Seeing this, one of the enemies clicked their tongue in annoyance. Just a graze? Seizing the opportunity, Ibaru charged forward with a savage smile. Don't worry, I'll put you to rest soon enough. A fiery diving attack struck directly at Shulden's position. Meanwhile, Kyrie, blocking an enemy's attack, shouted in concern. You blockhead! What the hell are you doing? But the downward slash only hit empty air. Ibaru froze, realizing the target had vanished. Shulden looked up from below, his eyes sharp. What else? I'm just playing around a bit. Immediately, Shulden's axe swept up from below, piercing straight through Ibaru's jaw in a brutal counterattack. Witnessing the scene, Tom roared in anger. Without hesitation, Tom charged into battle, swinging his glowing spear towards the enemy. The powerful sweeping attack knocked back a masked assassin. At the same time, Kyrie stomped her foot, regaining the initiative. Shulden easily swept aside another soldier's spear, astonishing him with his extraordinary strength. How disappointing. Shulden remarked calmly, pushing back the enemy with just one hand. Kyrie was no less formidable, single-handedly fighting her way through the enemy encirclement. She delivered a powerful kick, her eyes gleaming with disdain. "Are these your elites?" Seeing his comrades overwhelmed, the remaining soldier trembled with rage. "You! Damn bastard!" From a distance, the brown-haired adventurer witnessed everything, his face darkening. This farce cannot continue. As the soldier's challenge ended, William swung his staff, and magical flames erupted fiercely. "Your farce ends here. We've wasted enough time." The soldier was terrified, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized the familiar magic. Fire arrow? But this surge of magic rushed forward with terrifying speed, tearing through the air. His pupils contracted in despair. What the hell is this? This speed is even faster than the boss's attack. A giant fireball engulfed him, flattening an entire area of reeds. Amidst the dissipating smoke, William and the brown-haired adventurer stood there, faces full of self-satisfaction. "My fire arrow is on a completely different level," William sneered. "Were you careless because it was a familiar spell?" he confidently declared. "Looks like it's done. Now, let's continue conquering the gate." But William's words suddenly stopped. A sense of unease welled up. Through the sea of fire and dust, a figure slowly walked out, completely unharmed. Elpom's cold gaze fixed on the two who had just attacked. The self-satisfaction on William's face vanished, replaced by extreme horror as he stammered. "Who are you?" Completely ignoring the question, Elpom simply raised his hand forward. The ring on his finger flashed with an eerie light. "You still have guests arriving." Immediately, the ground shook. A giant boar monster with bloodshot eyes burst through the reeds and charged out. William and his comrade couldn't react in time, their faces paling at the monster's sudden appearance. Its savage roar echoed throughout the space, signaling that a new hunt had begun. The pained roar of the last monster echoed across the battlefield. Its colossal body collapsed before William, who stood there, cold and arrogant. Rage flared in the mage's eyes. They certainly know how to make things difficult. Daring to dump this whole horde of monsters on us and then flee. A subordinate named Gerald quickly spoke up. "Lord William, I apologize." From the other side, another voice echoed, signaling the cleanup was complete. "This side is done too." William growled his command, allowing no moment of rest. No time to regroup, pursue them immediately. He mused, his eyes flashing with cruel calculation. "If we let them escape the gate, it will be very troublesome. But I have to admit, that guy is truly unpleasant." Suddenly, a trail in the grass caught their attention. "Lord William, there are footprints here," William smirked. "Good. If you encounter that cloaked figure first, just hold him off. I will face him myself." Gerald showed concern. "Forgive me, but I don't think you need to face him alone. That guy, he's no ordinary opponent." William scoffed, cutting him off. "Who are you worrying about? Don't you know that within this gate, there can be no one stronger than me?" he declared, magic converging in his palm, absolutely confident in his own power. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, the pursued group had traveled quite a distance. Shulden laughed gleefully. "Did you see their faces at the end? They're probably being trampled to death by those pigs right now," Elpom replied. "They're not the type to die so easily. Watch out for traps underfoot." Shulden was still not satisfied. "But boss, why didn't you finish them off then? You just needed to aim for an opening." Elpom's answer stunned the warrior. "Because they are stronger than me." Shulden was speechless, unable to believe his ears. The memory of that terrifying fire arrow suddenly flooded Elpom's mind. It was an overwhelming attack, a warning that could not be ignored. Elpom's fire arrow whistled through the air, soaring straight towards its target, but a more violent explosion blocked it, throwing Elpom backward. That was the moment Elpom poured all his magic into his attack, only to face a furious blaze, a magic arrow far beyond all imagination. Elpom's eyes narrowed, horrified by the inexplicable power. That mage. His fire arrow was completely unaffected, while Elpom's could only weakly change direction. Back in reality, Shulden forced a laugh, disbelieving. "Come on, boss. Stronger than you? Stop joking." "Joking? I ran away." Elpom's blunt confession left Shulden stunned. Elpom raised his hand, drawing the attention of the bewildered Shulden. Then he pulled up his sleeve, revealing a faintly glowing magical mark. "My circle has reached its limit." Elpom explained that as a magic circle becomes denser, the speed and power of the same spell change. "I am at the peak of the second circle. We should have been evenly matched, or I should have even won." But William's magic defied logic. Although also in the second circle, he must have enhanced his skills in some way. Fear was evident on Shulden's face. He is probably the strongest adventurer in this gate. Shulden frantically proposed an old plan, but Elpom immediately dismissed it. "No, it's difficult this time. The hobs are different from ribbon pigs. They can recognize connections and use them against us. Kyrie suddenly spoke up, her sharp voice cutting across. The important thing is that a follower of the Black Mage has infiltrated the Cygnus Knights. This is a serious issue concerning the fate of the entire Maple world. At Kyrie's warning, Shulden panicked. We must leave here immediately. With trembling hands, Shulden asserted. Give up on conquering this gate. However, Elpam coldly brushed him off. It's useless. Shulden was stunned. What do you mean? Kyrie growled, her eyes flashing with fire. Just as I thought of a former slave. Do you still crave those cheap conquest rewards? Elpam calmly analyzed. Even if you manage to report the news, then what? Don't underestimate them. The Black Mage's followers have hidden and taken root for centuries. Raising an alarm will only make them burrow deeper, becoming a blight that gnaws at this world in the shadows. Elpam's sharp words made Kyrie grit her teeth, her anger surging. Unable to restrain herself, Kyrie grabbed Elpam's collar. Don't tell me this won't work, and that won't work. So what do you propose we do? The fear of being pursued made her roar. Don't just talk without a plan. We're being hunted. We have to get out of here before we're caught. Amidst the rage, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Elpam's lips. We just need to teach them a lesson. Elpam's eyes were sharp as knives. About who the real hunters are. In the silent forest, a new hunt was about to begin. Rushing footsteps shattered the peace. The pursuing soldiers led by Gerald were frantically searching, completely unaware that their roles were about to be reversed. Gerald yelled, his voice urgent. Find them quickly. If they escape, our lives will be hard to save. But the prey was no longer fleeing. From the bushes, Shulden burst out, swinging his axe directly at the hunter. With an arrogant, blood-stained smile, Shulden spoke a challenge. How's it going? Shulden's sudden axe swing grazed the brown-haired adventurer, forcing him to tumble to the ground. Gerald furiously charged forward, his spear aimed directly at the disruptor. You fool! You're asking for death. This time I'll kill you. But another attack was launched from the shadows. Vines whipped out, sending a soldier flying into the air. The brown-haired adventurer screamed in horror. Andras! Kyrie coldly emerged from behind a tree, silently observing her handiwork. Seizing the moment of the enemy's distraction, Shulden roared. Still got time to look around? Shulden's axe blade and the brown-haired adventurer's pair of daggers clashed, sparking. But Shulden had another weapon. A dagger imbued with dark purple magic suddenly appeared in his hand. The brown-haired adventurer was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? A thrust with the dagger's hilt broke his defense, leaving him dazed. The battle-axe fell to the ground. Shulden no longer needed it. Now it's hell on earth. Shulden unleashed a flurry of bare-handed blows, crushing his opponent. The brown-haired adventurer was completely overwhelmed, only able to endure the overwhelming power. A final, hammer-like punch extinguished all resistance. From another position, the blonde warrior woman silently drew her crossbow, observing the chaotic battle and ready to provide support. The blonde warrior woman was stunned, not understanding what was happening as Kyrie suddenly charged. Without giving her opponent time to react, Kyrie swung her sword with lightning speed. The force of the slash was too great, making the blonde warrior woman stumble and struggle to defend herself. In the nick of time, she raised her crossbow to block the descending blade. Two forces clashed, metal scraping and sparking. Kyrie's eyes blazed with fury. Focus on the fight, you trash. I already hate this situation. At the same time, deep within the forest, William felt the tremors from afar. It seems everyone has started, he muttered, a flicker of doubt appearing in his eyes. A figure stood waiting ahead. William asked, his voice full of caution. Are you waiting for us? The shadowy figure gradually became clear. It was Elpam, staff in hand. William smirked. Well, anyway. Shall we begin? Magical energy began to gather on both their staffs. William made the first move, summoning a blazing fire arrow. The magical arrow shrieked, hurtling towards Elpam. A violent explosion erupted, the force throwing Elpam backward. But amidst the smoke and dust, Elpam's eyes remained sharp and unwavering. Quick as lightning, Elpam also summoned a fire arrow, countering William's attack with his own magic. Witnessing the counterattack, William merely gave a crazed smile. Excellent. The two magical forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Elpam braced himself against the terrible aftershock. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. But from amidst the smoke and dust, a sharp object suddenly shot out. Elpam had used the very ground beneath his feet as a weapon. A rock? William easily brushed aside the mundane attack, his eyes full of mockery. Is that all you've got? He swung his staff, drawing a blazing arc of fire. The flames devoured everything in their path. Yet, at the heart of the firestorm, a figure still stood firm. When the curtain of fire dissipated, Elpam emerged, without a single scratch. William was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. You? Just nullified that attack? His astonishment quickly turned into morbid delight. Good heavens, what an unexpected outcome. How? You couldn't possibly have enough firepower to block it. William pressed. What did you do? It seems you're not one for much talk. Right, we can't chat in the middle of a battle. William tightened his grip on his staff, his smile growing more savage. Then, I'll find out for myself. Elpam didn't reply. His sharp, cold gaze said it all. Without a wasted movement, Elpam fired. A fire arrow spun like a drill, hurtling towards William. Revolver. William was stunned, his pupils contracting at the unbelievable sight. This is? He's using telekinesis to spin the fire arrow? It's grinding away my magic like a drill. A crazy thought echoed in William's mind. I've never heard of this before. The two magical forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that swept through the entire forest. Amidst the smoke and dust, William muttered, "Unbelievable. Using telekinesis to enhance a skill. Now I understand." He looked up, staring directly at Elpam. "You are one of those called a genius, aren't you?" William's smile twisted, full of hatred. "The kind I despise most in this world. Then why don't we enjoy this a little longer? Show me what else you can do." William roared, swinging his staff to create a gigantic blade of fire. Facing the overwhelming attack, the ring on Elpam's hand flashed. A massive wall of earth and stone rose from the ground, but the defensive wall couldn't hold. The blade of fire easily shattered it, sending Elpam sprawling. William burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha, what are you doing? Hiding is the best you can come up with?" But Elpam remained unfazed. His hand was once again enveloped by a stream of emerald energy. William's smile suddenly vanished. The blade of fire from earlier was now right in front of him. He was stunned. Since when? The emerald energy gathered in Elpam's palm, ready for a counterattack. But William was even faster. He roared, unleashing a blazing fire arrow that struck Elpam directly. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, William continued to press with a series of fierce attacks. The immense pressure made the veins on Elpam's back bulge. "Playtime's over," William roared, unleashing his strongest attack. A gigantic fire vortex swept across the battlefield, aimed directly at Elpam. In response, Elpam braced himself and shouted, "Revolver!" He spun his staff, creating a countering fire vortex. The two destructive magical forces collided, causing a terrifying explosion. Amidst the smoke, William's mad laughter echoed. "Ha, Tilda, finally, you've used up both of your spells, haven't you?" He smirked, a malevolent green energy orb forming in his hand. Poison breath! William unleashed a completely new move. Elpam's eyes widened in shock at the approaching poisonous mist. The entire forest was engulfed in a deadly green sea of poison. The scene became eerily silent. Amidst that silence, William's voice rang out, analyzing his own plan. "Poison breath is certainly powerful, but it leaves me defenseless while casting. Your elements are psychic power and fire, right?" A smug smile appeared on his face. "If I can trick you into using your fire arrows so they go on cooldown, I'll be able to block your attacks." Bound tightly by plant magic, Elpam stood motionless. William confidently declared, "Now you won't be able to move for about 30 minutes. Believing his prey was trapped, William drew a dagger. "My fire arrows are also on cooldown, so forgive my rudeness." He leisurely approached, savoring the moment of victory. "Come on, it's finally my favorite part. I can't wait any longer." William's face contorted into a disgusting smile, craving to witness Elpam's despair. "Are you trembling or crying?" But the only response was a sharp gaze. The magical vines around Elpam suddenly tensed and snapped. Contrary to William's expectations, Elpam was not bound at all. His fist had already clenched tight. The moment he realized his mistake, William's pupils constricted in horror. A devastating punch, as fast as lightning, shot straight into William's face. The horrific impact distorted his face, fresh blood splattering everywhere. After the blow, Elpam maintained a cold, emotionless expression. William's body was flung backward like a puppet with severed string. The scene suddenly changed. In a noisy tavern, Iburu pondered, muttering a question. How did he do it, after all? Iburu turned to Shulden, pressing him about a past battle. "Tell me, how did he neutralize the poison of the mad mushroom? Your boss isn't here. Tell me." Shulden burst into hearty laughter. "It's useless to hear about it. It's not something you can imitate just by hearing the story." Recalling the horrifying scene, Shulden explained. "He calls it the room, a skill that sucks in the surrounding air with psychic power. Just when I thought I was dead for sure, he sucked out all the toxin." Upon hearing this, Iburu was stunned. "What? Is there really something so overpowered in this world?" Shulden shrugged, a smirk on his face. "My boss was already too overpowered to begin with." Elpam's punches and kicks rained down like a storm on the mage. Poisoned and wounded, the mage coughed up blood, stammering in horror. "Poison!" A devastating uppercut sent the opponent flying. blue energy exploding from the point of impact. Elpam gave the enemy no respite, pressing on with another brutal attack. The mage's chest caved in under the relentless attacks, his body convulsing in pain. The final impact sent the mage flying backward, causing his staff to slip from his grasp. The magical weapon flew straight towards Elpam. Without a moment's hesitation, Elpam caught the staff. Immediately, Elpam's magical flames erupted, engulfing and seizing the weapon. Pinned to the tree trunk, the mage watched in horror as his own weapon was controlled by the enemy. His eyes widened, filled with despair and disbelief. Elpam swung the blazing staff, unleashing a deadly energy slash. In a panic, the mage raised his hand to block, but his hand was instantly incinerated by the magical flame. Rage overcoming the pain, the mage roared, and a surge of green magic began to gather. He screamed frantically, "How dare you!" A massive explosion of toxins was unleashed. Facing the desperate counterattack, Elpam simply raised his hand, and a vortex of pure blue energy formed, ready to confront it. Elpam's blue energy completely neutralized the poisonous mist, but Elpam suddenly realized, a feint. He's aiming for something else while pretending to be insane. His gaze darted towards the abandoned staff, believing he had read his opponent's plan. Poison breath has no effect on me, so his best option is to retrieve his weapon. Show yourself. Elpam raised his hand, magical flames erupting, ready for the finishing blow. I'll finish you off at that very moment. A fireball shot straight towards the staff, creating a fierce explosion. But Elpam's eyes widened in astonishment. Something was wrong. From within the smoke and flames, a glowing magic circle blocked the attack. William's maniacal laughter echoed. William appeared, his face crazed, hand clutching a blazing fireball. "You bastard, I'll tear you apart." Energy from the orb was unleashed, creating a vortex of fire that swept through the entire forest. Thrown back by the aftershock, Elpam coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed, his body covered in injuries. "I was careless." Elpam bitterly looked at the fireball in William's hand. "I didn't expect him to hide something so powerful. This is a mistake I wouldn't have made in my previous life." William raised the fireball high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Elpam could only helplessly watch death approach. I was negligent. Suddenly, a figure lunged from behind William. It was Showdown. The adventurer who accompanied William collapsed in his arms, gasping his master's name one last time. Without a moment's hesitation, Showdown unleashed a pure energy slash, aimed straight at William. With a sharp sword stroke, Kyrie finished off the last enemy. She turned, snapping, urging Showdown to act decisively. "Don't waste any more time. Finish him off." The opponent is too strong for Elpam to fight alone, but a sudden arrow tore through the air, piercing Showdown's neck the moment he saved his comrade from the attack. The ground trembled under the heavy footsteps of a new enemy. A legion of green hobgoblins, fully armed, is charging forward. Despite a fatal wound, Showdown stood firm. Kyrie warned, "It's the green goblins. Focus, don't underestimate them." In the crowd, a grotesque skull mage muttered dark incantations. The monsters even carried wooden structures, indicating thorough preparation. And then, the leader revealed himself. A hobgoblin lord sat on a throne, sneering. There's a formidable one mixed in there. At the same time elsewhere, a sea of fire engulfed everything. William collapsed, gasping, believing he had won. "That bastard is finally dead, isn't he?" Suddenly, an intense pain surged from within, causing William to spit out a mouthful of black blood. He collapsed, his body convulsing in extreme agony. Yet, William still laughed arrogantly. "I admit, you're not bad. Who knew you could push me this far? I should have asked your name before finishing you off." Amidst the sea of fire, a figure stood upright. A voice rang out, clear and firm, calling its own name. Elpam. William's smile froze. Utter horror was evident in his eyes. "Don't tell me." Elpam slowly advanced, his steps like the judgment of death. "Remember it well, because that will be the last name you hear in your life." William scoffed, treating Elpam like a stubborn cockroach. But in response to that arrogance came an unexpected confession. "Yes, I give up," Elpam admitted. "I knew it would be difficult to defeat you while still in the second circle." At the same time, a magic stone glowed brightly in his hand. William was stunned for a moment. A magic stone? Then a wild laugh erupted. "This madman, you plan to level up by absorbing a magic stone?" William scorned Elpam's desperate act, growling that what was needed was knowledge from countless experiences, not a mere stone. "Yes, experience and knowledge," Elpam repeated, and a massive surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from his body. William's smile vanished. A torrent of emerald magic swirled around Elpam's arm, a sign that the absorption was a resounding success. "Don't worry," Elpam smirked. "I have plenty of those things already." Rage flared. William lunged forward, unleashing a fiery attack. Who are you trying to scare with those petty tricks? Die! Elpam calmly faced the deadly flames rushing towards him. His eyes were now sharp, without a trace of fear. He clenched his fist, magic converging. Fire arrow. An arrow of pure fire was shot from his bare hand, soaring with terrifying power. William frantically recognized the familiar technique, but at a completely different level. Fireball. Blue magical energy condensed on Elpam's grimy hand. A colossal, destructive firestorm was unleashed, roaring forward. In William's eyes, utter horror reflected the deathly flames. There was no escape. Pure elemental magic completely overwhelmed and devoured William. William's screams were drowned in the sea of fire, his body disintegrating under the horrific heat. A terrifying explosion incinerated an entire area, turning everything to ash. The flames still smoldered, leaving behind a desolate landscape. Amidst the ashes, Elpam silently observed the outcome, without a trace of emotion. Only a charred crater remained where William once stood. A sigh escaped. Amidst the smoke, Elpam suddenly realized something. I forgot to ask his name. Elsewhere, in a dense forest, another battle was unfolding. Kyrie and Shulden were surrounded by a horde of ferocious monsters. Wounded and exhausted, Kyrie realized the dire situation. Things have gotten bad, but Shulden did not back down. Roaring wildly, he swung his fiery axe. Like a storm, Shulden swept through the monsters, his count echoing amidst the battle. 16, 17. Meanwhile, Kyrie struggled to fend off an attack, astonished by her comrade's strength. What? How can he defeat those monsters so easily? Still on his rampage, Shulden roared arrogantly. Easy as pie. I've got all your moves figured out, you bastards. In response to the provocation, a hobgoblin roared in anger, swinging its weapon and charging. Shulden easily dodged the attack, simultaneously spinning and channeling all his strength into his fiery spear. Using the tree trunk as a pivot, Shulden launched himself into the air, his spear aimed directly at the enemy's head. 18. As soon as the spear hit its target, a terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the hobgoblin. The immense destructive power blew away everything around, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. But amidst the smoke and dust, a sinister smile appeared. Another individual had been watching everything. Kyrie froze, her eyes wide with horror. On a makeshift throne, a hobgoblin lord was channeling power, summoning a colossal ring of magical fire. Orbital flame? How can a monster use that kind of magic? Realizing the deadly danger, Kyrie quickly hid behind a tree, a monster that can use items, an unpredictable variable. Damn it, the situation is out of control. She quickly made a decision. She had to retreat and find Elpam. It seems the only way is to hide for a while longer and then try to rendezvous with Elpam. I hope he's still alive. But her intention was discovered. A hobgoblin charged, unleashing a devastating blow right where Kyrie had just been. Although she avoided the direct hit, the pressure from the impact still sent Kyrie flying. Her terrified scream echoed as hobgoblins swarmed from all directions. Cornered, Kyrie gritted her teeth, raising her hand to block the descending axe blade. Metal clashed, sparks flying. Despite being at a disadvantage, she bravely blocked the attack. Seizing the moment, Kyrie spun, channeling her strength into a lightning-fast sword strike, cleaving through the enemy. Overwhelmed by numbers, Kyrie struggled to take down an enemy. What a bunch of nuisances. It would be easier if they came one by one. Suddenly, a blinding light reflected in Kyrie's astonished eyes. A gigantic fireball roared forward, blowing away everything in its path. From a distance, the hobgoblin lord laughed gleefully, his fists ablaze. If only that monster wasn't here. The fireball engulfed the space, hurtling straight towards Kyrie, who was no longer able to resist. The force of the explosion flung her away like a fragile leaf. A terrifying explosion shook the entire battlefield. The hobgoblin lord bared his fangs and grinned, triumphant in his destructive power. But then his smile vanished. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a towering figure emerged. The fire and smoke dissipated, revealing Shulden, completely unharmed at the epicenter. From the ground, Kyrie looked up, stunned to recognize her savior. That messy hair. You. Shulden's gaze was cold, hidden behind his messy hair, devoid of any emotion. Without a word, Shulden charged into the enemy encirclement, his weapon drawing a deadly arc. Shulden alone faced an entire army of hobgoblins and their lord. A single slash. The glowing golden blade swept across, tearing through the enemy ranks. Blood and bodies splattered everywhere. Shulden was like a storm, mercilessly sweeping through the monsters. Shulden charged into the horde, his fiery axe drawing deadly curves. From the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed, seething with hatred. The hobgoblin leader roared, and the staff in his hand erupted with a terrifying fireball. The immense destructive power flung Shev away, leaving him no time to react. Witnessing her comrade being knocked away, Kyrie was stunned. No way. But even the leader couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Shulden still standing. Is he really just a first-rank mage? In response, Shulden put all his strength into a spinning attack, turning himself into the eye of a storm. The fiery axe surged forward, and the leader could only stare in horror. An energy explosion swept away everything in its path, tearing through the hobgoblin ranks. The leader's pained roar echoed. He staggered, blood gushing from the wound on his face, his rage reaching its peak. His glowing red eyes now held only madness. The leader raised his staff, channeling all his remaining magic into a gigantic fireball. Seeing Shulden exhausted, Kyrie immediately rushed forward to shield him. "Step back. I'll deal with them from now on." Without hesitation, the hobgoblin leader unleashed his full wrath. A sea of fire engulfed the battlefield, aimed directly at Kyrie's position. Just as the leader's flames were about to consume everything, an even more powerful, mysterious blue energy tore through the attack. The destructive power caught the hobgoblin leader off guard, leaving him only to stare in astonishment at his approaching death. The energy converged into a fiery vortex, crushing everything within its range. Shockwaves swept across the battlefield, blowing away everything that remained. Amidst the chaotic scene, Kyrie could only stare in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. And then, from within the smoke and dust, a hand emitting a cold, deep blue magical aura appeared. Elpam stood there, amidst the ruins. "Looks like I'm not too late." Meanwhile, in another place, Ronco was yawning in boredom. "It's been 3 days and no news from them," he muttered, annoyed by the tedious guard duty. Suddenly, a commotion from afar pulled Ronco out of his boredom. What's all that noise? Before him was an unusual sight. A glowing red energy sphere swelling from within a strange structure. Cracks began to appear on the sphere's surface, terrifying Ronco. "What is this?" Immediately after, the entire structure exploded, shattering into pieces. A warrior rushed over, shouting, "Ronco, there are survivors. The gate is destroyed, the conquest must have." The sudden report made Ronco's lazy expression vanish, replaced by extreme tension. "Survivors?" His words trailed off as a tragic scene unfolded. Exhausted warriors lay scattered, including Kyrie. Elpam's eyes snapped open, his pupils contracting in panic. He woke up on a strange bed, his body covered in injuries. Ronco sat there, observing him coldly. Finally awake. Elpam looked around in confusion. Where is this?" Ronco growled, giving him no time to collect himself. "Listen, from now on, answer my questions. In that gate, where only elites were present, why are only 3 of you alive?" Elpam's eyes glazed over as horrifying memories flooded back. "We are the only ones." He could only repeat that cruel truth before Ronco's piercing question. What the hell happened inside? A healer, while treating Elpam's wounds, issued a warning. "I suspected it, but it's true that everyone else died. Answer properly, unless you want to lose the life you just had saved." In extreme horror, Elpam blurted out unconsciously. "A demon. There was a demon in there." The confession stunned Ronco. "A demon?" Unable to describe it in words, Elpam could only request, "May I borrow some paper and a pen? I don't know the monster's name, but let me draw it for you." Ronco was speechless. His expression hardened, and cold sweat broke out. "I understand." In another tent, the atmosphere was tense. Shouts rang out. "That's ridiculous." Inside, trade guild representatives were arguing fiercely. 100-strong elite army wiped out in a red tier gate. "That's impossible." Toriel, representative of the Sky Trade Alliance, slammed the table and stood up. "My cousin was in that squad too." Ronco held up a crude drawing. "He's not making it up. This is the monster behind everything, the final boss of the 100-person gate." An astonished voice rang out. "A green hobgoblin?" The entire tent buzzed. Green hobgoblins, an intelligent species of monster, capable of using items and fighting like a human army. 100 people facing them, it truly wouldn't be easy. A hand stroked blonde hair. I refuse to accept this." Franco, representative of the Gold Richie Trade Alliance, stood up and declared, "Others might have had a tough time, but I don't believe our Natasha could be defeated by those creatures." Challenged, Ronco turned to face Franco. "What are you trying to say?" Franco sneered. Are you really asking because you don't know?" He growled, spitting out a single word. "A prank." Suspicion was evident on Franco's face. "This is absurd. Unless there was a backstabber from within." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. How would we know about the internal affairs of the gate? Who knows if it was accidental or premeditated? Now that I think about it, the 3 survivors all seem to be on the same side. Lord Ebby interrupted. "Enough of this nonsense." He puffed on a cigar, his eyes sharp. "So you're implying that our gay poor people are traitors?" Franco immediately retorted. So you're suggesting that our alliance's adventurers are worse than Gapor's lot? Lord Ebby's voice remained calm. I said nothing. The results speak for themselves. The two glared at each other, snickers echoing, neither willing to yield. Because we are the rising newcomers, Franco declared. Time will change the rankings, so you'd better clear your spot. Amidst the noisy argument, Ronco remained silent, his eyes heavy with weariness. Please, just end this. Franco crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. To say that much, you must have some proof, right? Lord Ebby narrowed his eyes. Proof? Lord Ebby sneered, smoke curling from the cigar in his mouth. To start, not a single item was stolen from the gate, he emphasized. There was no motive behind it. Understood. Memories of the forest flooded back. Elpam, Kyrie, and Gerald turned and left. Then we'll take our leave. Thank you for the treatment, Ronco simply replied. Yeah, take care. As their figures faded, a soldier turned and asked, Ronco, are you really letting them go just like that? Ronco didn't turn his head, his gaze firm. It's all over, isn't it? The forest path returned to its usual tranquility, but the peace didn't last long. Elpam suddenly stopped, sensing something. From behind a tree, a strange creature was secretly observing them. Kyrie turned back, her face full of doubt. Huh, look, did it really follow you? The stalker revealed itself, an orange snail with a small flower on its head, its large, round eyes bewildered. Amidst the sea of fire, Kyrie lost her patience. What are you still hesitating for? Kyrie strode through the ashes, her reasoning sharp. The Black Mage's followers have been annihilated, and the Hobgoblin colony has been wiped out. Just discard all the items, don't harm each other, and leave the gate. But Elpam didn't waver. His gaze was firm, ignoring his comrade's urging. What he truly cared about was glowing brightly from his pouch. Memories of the battle rushed back. The promise to defeat the boss and discard the items was still there. But the item the boss held, it was the Phoenix Feather, a treasure capable of increasing the effectiveness of fire magic by 30% just by possessing it. More importantly, its effects could stack, an extremely rare characteristic. And then, all the pieces fell into place. Now, I understand. The reason why the adventurers in my previous life were wiped out at this gate. This is an unexpected harvest. I must take it with me at all costs. Kyrie blocked him, her eyes sharp. If we leave with undeclared items, we'll be suspected of sabotage. I'm sure you yourself mentioned that, Elpam. Forget that pointless greed and stick to the plan. The exit gate is right near the checkpoint, but Elpam had another plan. On the snail's back, the small flower gently trembled. Without a word of explanation, Elpam held Kyrie tightly, startling her. His secret weapon, the snail pet. Unlike ordinary monsters, it had a habit of sniffing out and collecting items, its shell automatically expanding to hold them, a creature only discovered after the gates opened. In his previous life, the small snail gently swallowed the phoenix feather into its shell, and that was it. With the snail perched on his shoulder, Elpam held up his spoils, a triumphant smile on his face. Back in the safe forest, Kyrie still couldn't believe her eyes. So you brought it out undetected. How did you know how to use that snail? Instead of making a fuss about leaving the gate, it's better to just make everything work. Kyrie, still bewildered, questioned the next plan. I did everything you said. Now what? Elpam simply replied with an unusual calm. Don't worry, he explained the reason for his caution. Because those bastards have infiltrated even the Cygnus Knights, this information must be handled with extreme care. If anything goes wrong, they might hide even deeper. Elpam looked up, his eyes full of calculation. They must have arrived by now, just wait and see. Meanwhile, elsewhere, news of the failure had been reported. The reporter's hand clenched the fabric, crumpling it. The conquest had failed. Numerous trade guilds had been wiped out. The plum-robed mage knelt, reporting the tragedy. They said the conquest failed because it was destroyed by the boss monster. Only 3 members of the Gaypor Trade Guild managed to escape. He concluded his report with a faint glimmer of hope. Although the mission failed, fortunately, our identities were not exposed. Please allow me to prepare for the next operation. In front of him, a figure stood contemplatively before a window where lightning flashed. It was their leader. The white-haired leader's voice rang out, cold and authoritative, cutting through the silence. You said you weren't caught? The mage flinched, cold sweat breaking out. He didn't understand the hidden meaning in the question. The leader began to analyze the fatal flaws in the testimony. The original plan was to eliminate everyone. The 3 survivors must have encountered William, but Elpam's testimony didn't mention it at all. Then a terrifying hypothesis was put forward. What if the mastermind isn't an ordinary trade guild, but his followers? The only group that knows about the return of the Black Mage's disciples. The mage was utterly terrified. Impossible. If what you say is true, the situation is critical. We must immediately withdraw all members infiltrated into other trade guilds. But then, something unexpected appeared. An invitation. A ghostly scroll floated before the leader. He let out a delighted laugh. Is this their invitation? How interesting. I accept. His smile grew more maniacal. But it would be best to change the stage a bit, so they can become the 101st guest. Beneath the storm, a colossal creature rose from the earth, ready to welcome those who dared to challenge them. Debo's past was a living hell. Living in absolute destitution, he helplessly watched his younger sister struggle daily with the blood demon disease. In the end, Debo couldn't even be with his only remaining family member. In his despair, an arrogant voice rang out. Oh, there's still a survivor? From a hole in the wall, Iran looked down, light radiating from behind her. You look like you need help, don't you? But the reply was only a curt, resentful answer. Get lost. That was the first time Debo met Aran. Time passed, and in another battle, the roars of monsters echoed across the battlefield. Amidst the encirclement, a white-haired warrior fought fiercely. All right, I'm number one. A young knight, however, looked displeased. Debo, your moves are too flashy. Looks like we've decided who's doing the dishes today. Aran smiled contentedly when the battle ended. Well done. Shall we go now? Debo could only look up at Aran's figure, standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, majestic and powerful. A year was enough to completely change Debo's worldview. Aran, a cold yet warm hero, who always went ahead to clear the path. Helping her had become her sole objective. The white-haired warrior's taunts didn't stop. Ha, having to do the dishes for the entire death mine. What a rare sight, Debo retorted. Flustered. That's just because my physical condition isn't good. But you're Aran's self-proclaimed disciple, Debo snapped. I told you not to bring that up again. As they argued, Aran spoke up. Shannon, is this the way? Shannon confirmed. Based on the traces my brother left. Yes, it is. The team ventured deeper, where the air became heavy and unusual. A colossal lava cave appeared before their eyes. So there's a place like this beneath the Elnath mountain range. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from a wooden house in the distance. Please! Responding to the cry for help, the group entered the wooden house, where a young girl was waiting. The death mine in the Elnath range is too dangerous. I need your strength to find my brother, Aran. But Aran coldly refused. You've come to the wrong person. I don't accept personal requests like this. A three-ring mage would only get in the way. Her harsh words extinguished the girl's hope. And there's no guarantee your brother is even alive. It's best to go find another adventurer. Just then, Shulden stepped forward, placing a hand on Aran's shoulder. Sorry for interrupting, Aran, but perhaps we are her last hope. Ever since the day of reckoning, no one has come to the trial cave anymore. I want to help, Shulden declared. I'll be responsible for her safety. Can you reconsider? Shulden's plea had an effect. The group set foot in the trial cave, a desolate place engulfed in hellfire. Amidst the ruins, they discovered a corpse. The girl quickly denied it was her brother. Aran noticed something unusual. This wound, it doesn't look like it was caused by a monster. Shulden froze as he recognized the victim's identity. It seems this person has been dead for exactly a week. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this person is. Before he could finish, the ground beneath them shook violently. A terrifying explosion erupted from underground, sending dirt and rocks flying. In an instant, Shulden embraced the girl, shielding her with his body. What the hell is happening? From within the dust cloud, two colossal eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light, slowly opened. A bad premonition arose. Could that be? The colossal rock monster emerged, roaring. Damn it, it's Zakum, Shulden yelled, pushing the girl behind him. Hide behind me quickly. Just as Zakum's fist was about to strike, a surge of emerald energy tore through the air. A powerful slash halted the destructive attack. It was Aran. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged into battle. Debo! We'll attack from the left. Responding to Aran's call, Debo roared excitedly. Let's finish this quickly. The other warriors immediately charged forward, coordinating their attacks smoothly. Debo's axe blade struck down, creating a colossal surge of energy that slashed directly at Zakum. Shannon watched in horror at the destructive power of the battle. Amidst the thick dust and smoke after the finishing blow, a dark, ominous cave entrance gradually appeared. The battle ended. Leaning on his axe, panting, Debo acknowledged the monster's resilience. Just as the rumors say, a tough bastard. But then, as the excitement faded, Debo noticed a terrifying absence. Where's Shannon? Does anyone know where she is? On the scorching ground, only a discarded fabric rabbit doll remained. Debo's worst fear came true. Collapsing before the cave entrance, he clutched the doll. Did she go in there alone? Damn it. Why would she act on her own? Aran narrowed her eyes, sensing a much more ominous aura. Everyone, be vigilant. I can feel an even stronger source of energy from within. The entire team looked into the deep darkness, realizing the true danger still lay ahead. Despite the danger, Debo stood up, his gaze resolute. I will bring her back. He turned and walked away, ignoring the young knight's dissuasion. I am responsible for her safety. The rest of you, guard this place. I'll go with you. Aran's voice rang out, stopping Debo in his tracks. She hoisted her weapon onto her shoulder, her eyes sharp. Whatever is inside, it will be a threat to the world of Maple, and my duty is to stop it. An unspoken agreement was made. The two of them advanced together into the darkness, ready to face the unknown danger. Below them, a sea of boiling lava emitted suffocating heat. The only path forward was a rickety bridge spanning the fiery current, and at the end of the path, a colossal, chained ancient tree rose majestically. Beneath its roots, a figure was kneeling. Aran narrowed her eyes. Over there, as they approached, Debo was stunned to recognize a familiar face. He yelled, "It's Shannon." He was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, a corpse? Shannon gently caressed the deceased's face, her voice filled with sorrow. Yes, this is my brother. While Debo was still in shock, Aran's eyes had turned cold and sharp, analyzing every detail of the tragic scene. Anger overcame fear, and Debo roared, "Shannon, stay there, I'm coming to save you right now." But his reply was not relief, but a chilling, broken smile. Shannon looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. "So you followed me here, Debo. I knew you'd come. Because you are a kind person. But I can't go back anymore." She pointed towards the colossal tree, revealing a horrifying truth. "Debo, do you know the meaning of the word Zakum? It means tree of evil. This giant tree is the real Zakum." Debo was stunned, unable to accept what he had just heard. "Shannon, what the hell are you talking about?" Aran placed a hand on Debo's shoulder, reassuring him. "Thanks for letting us know. I didn't expect it to have such a different form." She looked directly at Shannon. "Shannon, I'll cut down that demonic tree, so don't worry." Then Aran turned her back, advancing alone. "You'd best leave, as it's very dangerous here. You could be crushed if the tree falls. Or, is there something you haven't finished yet?" Her gaze, sharp as a dagger, fixed on Shannon. "Such as, using your own brother as a sacrifice?" Shannon's hand clenched a glowing red orb she had just taken from her brother's chest. "It seems, you still don't understand what I'm saying, do you?" Shannon, tears streaming down her face, yet her eyes gleamed with madness. "Everything has already begun, right from when you set foot here." The red orb in her hand began to crack. Shannon explained that Zakum was an entity capable of possession and control, and its target isn't limited to just a statue. No sooner had she finished speaking than a blood-soaked arm pierced Shulden's abdomen from behind. Aran froze, horrified to witness her comrade being attacked. Immediately, another white-haired warrior, eyes bloodshot, charged straight at Aran with surging dark energy. The two streams of power collided, creating a violent shockwave. Struggling to turn around, Shulden stammered incoherently as he recognized the attacker. "Miria, what have you done?" His eyes widened, filled with horror and betrayal. Witnessing the scene, Shannon let out a feigned wail, her eyes burning red with hatred. "You killed my friend." But then, she burst into savage laughter. "It's useless. To them now, you are merely targets for revenge." Shannon clenched her hand. "Now it's time for the finale." The orb shattered, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that engulfed the entire temple area. After all, a show must have the grandest ending, mustn't it? Amidst the sea of fire, a possessed figure rose, eyes burning with fanatical loyalty. "All shall be done for the Black Mage." The ground cracked open under the destructive power that had just been unleashed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shulden finally understood the horrifying truth. "Damn it. Is she possessed by Zakum?" Seeing Debo still hesitate, Aran yelled in despair. "Debo, don't be so helpless. Finish her quickly. She's no longer the Miria you knew. Snap out of it." Shulden's smile twisted in pain and helplessness. He knew, but there was nothing he could do. The harsh truth made Shulden roar in despair. "I know, damn it." Facing a critical situation, Aran had no other choice. Her full power was unleashed, activating the extreme excitement state. A surge of emerald energy erupted as Aran unleashed her judgment skill. The attack swept through everything, leaving Shulden just enough time to curse under his breath. "Damn it." Debo gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the terrifying aftershocks of Aran's attack. Meanwhile, Shulden was thrown back, his entire body aching. "Damn it." Lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Shulden was tormented by regret. "It's my fault. I'm the one who harmed everyone, because I told everyone to come here." Witnessing that, Debo no longer hesitated. Pushing aside his pain, he let out a roar and charged forward. Miria's bloodshot eyes gleamed with pure malice, her body completely taken over by Zako. With a heavy heart, Debo swung his axe, whispering a final apology. "I'm sorry, Miria." Just before the axe blade connected, a hand unexpectedly blocked Debo's attack. His eyes widened in astonishment. Miria, somehow, had blocked his strike, her hand gently pressed against Debo's cheek, the red glow in her eyes slowly fading. In her last moment of consciousness, Miria smiled. "Thank you, Aaron. I'm counting on you." Her dying words were like a knife piercing Debo's heart. He gritted his teeth, bearing the last wish of his comrade. Turning sorrow into strength, Aran charged forward, her great polearm whistling through the air. "So this is your true form?" Aran's slash tore through space, directly impacting the monstrous tree trunk. The terrifying power of the attack made the ground shake violently, but from within the dust cloud, a colossal stone hand lunged forward, forcing Aran to grit her teeth and retreat. The impact force threw her backward. Seizing the opportunity, Debo charged to attack the stone statue, roaring, "Aran, destroy it!" In response, Aran let out a furious roar, pouring all her strength into the next attack. Debo braced himself, fending off the monster's counterattack. At the same time, a rain of energy from Aran's great polearm poured down, embedding itself densely into its stone body. She landed, concluding her barrage of attack. But the monster had not fallen. It swung a devastating blow, sending Debo flying. "Damn it!" From afar, a stranger watched the battle with a savage smile. It's just a perfect play for him. Despite the mysterious figure's presence, a surge of emerald magic was fired again, striking directly at the target. The final attack succeeded. Aaron turned back, looking at the remnants of the stone statue. It seems only this pile of scrap is left. But Debo, from his position, realized a horrifying truth. No, it won't fall that easily. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Debo collapsed, his body writhing in extreme pain as a surge of dark, evil energy erupted. Aran horrifyingly realized what Debo was warning about. "Debo, could it be?" Debo spoke with difficulty, his voice faltering. "Aran, it's too late. Hurry," Debo roared, his voice urgent. "Hurry and kill me, right now, before I do something irreversible." Clenching her weapon, Aran gritted her teeth. "Damn it. Forgive me, Debo." Hearing Aran's decision, a serene smile appeared on Debo's sweat-soaked face. Debo accepted his fate. "Yes, this is better. Perhaps this is the price for my foolish action." Debo looked up, sending a final apology to his comrade, then shouted loudly, "Aran, do it!" But then, a strange image reflected in Debo's fading eyes. In his mind, Debo was shocked to recognize the girl lying there. "Denev? Why? Is my sister here? What's going on? Who?" The voice emanating from Debo was now completely alien, filled with rage. "Who are you? The one who harmed Denev? How dare you? How dare you?" Unaware of the internal change, Aran coldly declared, "Don't worry, I'll finish you quickly." An inhuman roar erupted from Debo's throat, his eyes burning with hatred. "How dare you kill my sister? Unforgivable." Immediately, Debo's body lunged forward with terrifying power, his strike shattering the ground. The colossal battle axe, now glowing with dark energy, cleaved straight towards Aran. Aran hastily raised her weapon to block, but the tremendous shockwave nearly sent her flying. Though she had blocked the attack, Aran was still pushed back, struggling to maintain her stance. Pushed back, Aran gritted her teeth, blocking Debo's devastating punch. "Damn it, your stupid fighting instinct." Debo attacked frantically, unleashing crimson energy slashes. Aran maneuvered, her icy axe blocking every strike, but defense was not an option. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Aran leaped high, swinging a powerful axe strike. Her target was not Debo, but the colossal arm of the rock monster reaching out. The attack made Debo falter, his body trembling. Dark energy flared more intensely in Debo's eyes, and he let out an inarticulate roar. Giving her opponent no time to recover, Aran slammed her weapon into the ground, summoning a colossal pillar of ice that flung the monster's arm away. Immediately, the great axe was thrown, spinning rapidly in the air. The axe blade flew like an icy arrow, hurtling straight forward. Just as the axe returned to her hand, Aran was already closing in on the rock monster. "Let's end this." The axe blade flared with dazzling light, ready for the decisive blow. A torrent of icy energy in the shape of a roaring polar bear's head completely engulfed the monster. But at that very moment, Debo suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Aran was stunned. Controlled like a puppet, Debo swung his weapon, his body moving against his will. "Debo, you idiot. This is my only chance. I can't stop." Aran cried out in despair. Her axe blade pierced through. "I'm sorry, Debo." Aran's final attack tore through space, crushing everything in its path. Amidst the rubble, Debo groggily awoke. What happened? Where's Zakum? A faint but familiar voice echoed. Looks like you're finally awake. Hearing Iran's voice, Debo looked up and froze. She stood there, covered in blood, leaning on her great axe to keep from collapsing. Thank goodness. I thought I'd leave without saying goodbye. A bad premonition struck him, and Debo cried out in panic. Iran, don't tell me. Debo's hand trembled as he reached forward, desperately clinging. No, it can't be Iran. I told you to kill me. Why? Why did you do that? Iran calmly replied. Debo, we failed 800 years ago. I am no longer needed to stop the Black Mage. On the contrary, you possess exceptional talent, far surpassing me at your age. With tears in his eyes, Debo shook his head vigorously. No, Iran, I can't become like you, even if it costs me my life. Ignoring her students' protests, Aaron smiled peacefully. Debo, I entrust Maple World to you. Amidst the desolate space, her dying words echoed. I'm sure you'll do well. Iran's eyes shone with pride. Because you are my only disciple. Debo could only scream in despair as her form faded. Debo. Iran? Wake up. Aaron, wake up. And so, Iran died. Debo's voice deepened as he recounted the days that followed. I had to deliver this news to her friends. Then I set off again, once more. Because this world had no place for me without Iran. It was hell. Debo's memories flooded back. I failed to protect the purpose I had just rediscovered. I couldn't atone for the sins I had committed. And I couldn't even fulfill my promise to the person I cherished. This place was always meant to be. Debo stood alone, facing a powerful enemy amidst a sea of flames. A colossal fireball was launched straight towards Debo, scorching the sky. The explosion engulfed everything, a perfect image of the earthly hell Debo had endured. From within the sea of fiery memories, Debo awoke with a start. His bare, muscular body still bore deep scars from the life-or-death battle. Miria entered, her voice betraying her worry. Brother, you're finally awake. You were talking in your sleep. Were you having a nightmare? The memory of the nightmare had faded. A dream? Debo mumbled. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, interrupting his thoughts. Brother, your guest is here, Miria's voice called out. A guest? Debo frowned, surprised that someone would seek him out at this moment. The uninvited guest was Elpam. He announced briefly, without a word of greeting. Debo, we're continuing the plan. Get ready quickly. Debo sighed, shaking off his weariness. But upon hearing Elpam's new plan, he flatly refused. I need to borrow about 200,000 mesos. No way. The scene shifted to a luxurious office. Elpam was facing Lord Ebby, reporting the tragedy that had occurred. So 97 members died, and you were lucky enough to survive? Yes, that's right. Lord Ebby's eyes narrowed, full of suspicion. He didn't believe the simple story. Asterisk, this bastard. What is he plotting? Asterisk, Lord Ebby used money to exert pressure. So you know nothing at all? I repeat, bounties are only paid for credible information. Don't you desperately need money? Contrary to expectations, Elpam didn't flinch. In that case, excuse me. He casually put his hand in his pocket. A large stack of money was thrown onto the table, stunning Lord Ebby. Let me pay off all my debts first. 2 million mesos. Enough to pay everything I owe you. Elpam's declaration shocked Lord Ebby. Asterisk, where did he get this money? He must have another source of income that I'm unaware of. Asterisk, Lord Ebby quickly regained his composure, realizing his opponent's intention. Congratulations, you are now a free adventurer. In that case, we should sign a new contract. Lord Ebby feigned generosity. Just propose a price. We'll try to meet it. Elpam smiled, throwing out an unbelievable figure. 50 million mesos. Lord Ebby slammed the table and stood up, unable to believe his ears. What? 50 million? You're insane. No one pays a price like that for a mere C-rank adventurer. Elpam decisively placed his hand on the table. In that case, without giving Lord Ebby a chance to react, Elpam turned and walked away. Our conversation ends here. Outside, Debo waited impatiently. How did it go? Elpam casually recounted as they walked. He refused as soon as I stated the contract price. Debo was curious. What? How much did you ask for? 50 million mesos. Debo was stunned. 50 million mesos? Boss, are you crazy? Elpam merely smirked. Not at all. Debo could only sigh in exasperation at his comrade's arbitrary action. Noticing the unfamiliar surroundings, Debo asked, Why are we suddenly here? Do you know this place? Elpam looked at the dark alley ahead, his voice deepening. Of course I do. The slums. Memories of a difficult past flooded back. I did everything to escape this place when I was young. Elpam explained that this place was once the most prosperous area of Lithport, but now it was just a haven for criminals. This is probably the worst place on Victoria Island. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadows in the alley began to stir. Suddenly, a man was kicked out of the crowd, flying straight towards them. Both Elpam and Debo were startled when the man fell sprawling at their feet. A brawl was underway. A crowd was ganging up on a man. The beaten man struggled to his feet, cursing bitterly. "Damn it, I thought everything was going smoothly." Debo clicked his tongue, showing disgust. "Looks like a fight. Let's take a detour. This place never changes." But then, the beaten man suddenly looked up, exclaiming joyfully when he saw them. "Oh my God, brothers, what took you so long?" Iburu turned to Elpam and Debo, his voice full of despair. "Those bastards accused me of being a thief, then forced me to say these words." It was only then that both realized they had fallen into a trap. Debo grabbed Iburu tightly, growling. "What nonsense are you spouting, you old lunatic? You expect people to believe that brother act with that face?" Meanwhile, Elpam merely spoke coldly, his eyes not leaving the scene. "Brothers, huh, how convenient. And you believe that?" A burly man with a green beard stepped forward, pressing the tip of a knife towards them. "Your little brother stole and sold my stuff. Pay 3 million mesos, right now." The bruised man roared in defiance. "Did you see me steal? Open your eyes and look. Don't falsely accuse innocent people and then scram." That challenge was like adding fuel to the fire. The green-bearded man furiously yelled, "You bastard! Are you tired of living?" Suddenly, wads of money were thrown directly at the man's face, interrupting his rage. 3 million mesos, you said. Elpam casually stepped forward. "I'll pay him, so get lost." Debo was stunned, unable to understand his leader's actions. "Boss, why are you doing this?" But Elpam offered no explanation, his sharp gaze fixed on the real target. "Ralph, follow me." The bruised man was astonished. He hadn't expected this stranger to know his name. In a deserted alley, Ralph understood Elpam's intention. "So you came here to recruit me? What about the money?" Elpam replied concisely. "I don't have any now. That's all I had earlier." Hearing that, Ralph immediately showed his attitude. "Are you kidding me? Then why should I join your group?" Debo couldn't take it anymore. "This brat. Then give back the 3 million mesos." Ralph smirked, his pathetic demeanor from earlier completely gone. "Oh, that? Who asked you to pay for me?" "You all paid voluntarily." He spread his hands, his eyes glinting slyly. "Seeing me act this well, you should know what I'm capable of. I can offer a special discount and join your group. For a measly 3 million mesos." Debo's rage erupted. "Get out of the way. Let me deal with this bastard." But just as he was about to charge, a polite voice spoke from behind. "Excuse me." A woman with a dignified demeanor appeared. "I am Beju from the Kania Merchant Guild. Which of you is Mr. Elpam?" Elpam's gaze sharpened, assessing the woman who had just appeared. Shulden was startled by the name that had just been called, but Elpam merely smirked. "Kania Merchant Guild? I am Elpam." Beju bowed respectfully. "We highly value your abilities. Therefore, I will get straight to the point." The offer was made, blunt and weighty. "We wish to recruit your group." Beju explained the terms. An upfront payment, and a huge reward upon completing the trial. Debo was speechless at the unimaginable sum. Without a moment's hesitation, a mysterious smile appeared on Elpam's lips. Shulden cheered joyfully. "We hit the jackpot, boss." Meanwhile, Beju turned to leave. "The conquest will begin at midnight, 3 days from now. Good luck." Elpam coldly threw out a large wad of money. "Take it." Shulden snatched the enormous sum, his eyes gleaming with greed. Immediately after, Elpam turned to Debo, who was still bewildered. "This is the contract payment. 1 year and 7 million mesos if successful." Debo roared in anger as Elpam turned and walked away. "Is the boss crazy? Why spend 10 million mesos on a scumbag like that?" But only silence answered him. Debo completely failed to understand Elpam's calculations. At the rendezvous point, a woman was already waiting. A female knight with blonde hair and resolute eyes. Debo burst into the tavern, stunned to see Kyrie sitting at the same table. "Boss, why is this noisy hag here?" Kyrie glared. "Shut up. I'm here to keep my promise." That night, rain began to fall, washing the city's dark alleys. The sky roared fiercely. Under the pouring rain, Debo sneered. "Great weather to enter a gate, huh?" Amidst the crowd of adventurers, murmurs arose. 5 teams, 50 people in total. That should be enough to handle this, right? But to Debo, the crowd was just an obstacle to his greed. Dragging along this motley crew. Won't that just reduce my share? Just then, a woman stepped out from the light of the gate. "Hello, I am Beju of the Kania Merchant Guild. As announced, this is an orange tier gate." Beju explained the scale of the raid, a maximum of 50 members, 3-bar difficulty. I believe it's challenging enough for everyone here to conquer. Silently in the crowd, Elpham noticed a change from his memories. I had guessed the Cania Merchant Guild would seek me out, but I didn't expect them to bring me here. Elpham's eyes sharpened, full of determination. Even if the timeline was different, his plan remained unchanged. Beiju's instructions left Debo bewildered. Remember, all teams must signal to regroup as soon as the second gate is found. Second gate? What's that? Kyrie irritably explained the complex structure of an orange tier gate. It has 2 separate dungeon levels. Inside the second gate is completely different. Remember that, you idiot. Called immature, Debo flew into a rage. Shut up, he spun around to Elpham, his eyes full of provocation. And you, Elpham, right? Let me make something clear. He growled, challenging the right to command. You may have recruited me, but that doesn't determine rank. Shouldn't the leader be chosen based on skill? In response to the provocation, Elpham merely smirked. All right, let's decide the leader based on contributions in conquering this gate. Debo secretly rejoiced, believing he had trapped his prey. You took the bait, kid. The moment I become leader, his smile twisted, full of malice. Things are going to get very, very interesting. After Beiju finished speaking, the adventurers began to enter. The raid officially began, carrying both hopes of getting rich and hidden schemes. Shulden grumbled about some rookie, thinking this trip was nothing more than a picnic. But then, an unusual burning sensation stunned him. What? Rage flared in the regressor's heart as memories of a failed past attack plan flooded back. But then, a strange sensation interrupted his thoughts. As soon as they entered, the entire formation was torn apart. Evil eye monsters appeared from nowhere, spreading terror. Hold the line, disperse and you're dead, run, it's the evil eyes. But the command came too late. An adventurer was mercilessly crushed by the monster's giant foot. Shulden also couldn't escape his fate. He was clamped tightly in the monstrous jaws, struggling in despair. Damn it. What the hell is this? The monster let out a savage roar, raising its claws, ready to finish off its prey. But at that critical moment, a devastating kick from the regressor saved Shulden from the Reaper's scythe. Attacked by surprise, the monster furiously whipped its spiky tail, sending both of them flying. Amidst the chaos, Ralph tried to calm down, but Kyrie couldn't. She was horrified to realize a terrifying truth. No way. The gate entrance is right in the middle of the monster horde. Kyrie's discovery made the situation even more desperate. The evil eyes were pouring out from all directions, endlessly. Just then, a giant fireball exploded, temporarily blocking the monster's advance. The hooded mage unleashed magic. But the regressor realized something even more terrifying. That's not right. In my previous life, the evil eyes didn't swarm out as soon as I entered. Everything is different now. Not letting panic spread, Kyrie charged forward, the sword in her hand glowing like a miniature Sunday sun's ascent. A brilliant slash was unleashed, but the monster incredibly dodged it. Kyrie was stunned. It dodged? Not giving her a second to recover, the monster lunged again, as fast as lightning. Again, Kyrie was aghast at the monster's abnormal speed. What kind of monstrous movement is this? I can't predict it. A sudden tail whip sent Kyrie flying. Immediately, the entire horde of monsters rushed forward, surrounding her from all sides. Kyrie gritted her teeth, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, trying to fight back in despair. Just as the monster's claws were about to strike, a dark figure lunged out to block the attack. Kyrie was astonished. Meanwhile, Tom was also facing death as another monster's jagged jaws were about to snap at his head. But a figure even faster than the monster rushed in. It was Shulden. His devastating punch sent the monster straight into oblivion. Without stopping, Shulden spun and delivered a kick, decapitating another monster in the blink of an eye. He muttered, his voice full of self-satisfaction. So that's 2 kills for the rookies, 1 for the annoying one. Shulden puffed out his chest, flexing his arm, which was emanating dark energy. Still as exhilarating as ever. No need to thank me. Just keep up the act, and I'll take the whole stage. Witnessing that scene, Kyrie was stunned. So that's his true power. I have to admit, a 3-ring rank is indeed different. A monster roared furiously, charging straight at Shulden. Mortar. Shulden simply extended his hand, blocking the attack like an unyielding fortress wall. He smirked. The movements might be unpredictable, but that's all there is to it. A devastating punch finished off the monster, but Shulden's mind had already moved to another target. The 2 rookies are done. Now there's only. Shulden fought while glancing towards Elpham, secretly admitting that the mage's monster-clearing speed was even faster than his own. A calculation began to form in the mercenary's mind. In that case, another hideous creature fell under Shulden's fist. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Shulden growled as he delivered the finishing blow. Will definitely be useful. The thought of the enormous sum Elpam could bring began to overshadow the battle. Shulden's eyes gleamed. Not from bloodlust, but from the prospect of immense wealth. He was completely lost in his fantasy, seeing himself floundering in a sea of gold after taking over the entire party. Meanwhile, Kyrie was still struggling in battle, her eyes clearly showing annoyance. That monster. Is he enjoying himself all alone or something? But Shulden was oblivious, roaring in extreme exhilaration. So exciting. A monster's shriek tore through the air. Amidst the chaotic battle, another enemy was struck down. Suddenly, a giant axe blade descended from nowhere, narrowly missing Elpam. He recoiled in horror. What? Elpam immediately turned, facing the mysterious attacker who had just emerged from the shadows. What's with that sneak attack? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? The stranger replied sarcastically. No need to thank me, causing Shulden, still busy with the monsters, to roar in confusion. What the hell is this nonsense? Suddenly, a rain of blue energy arrows tore through the air, piercing the monsters besieging Shulden. Elpam whirled around angrily. What was that just now? Which bastard? Before he could finish, Elpam felt a surge of killing intent. The monsters were still charging furiously like a black tide, and there it was, the source of the chaos. A figure completely shrouded in black, with eyes glowing red like embers, was drawing a bow imbued with magic. The stranger drew the bow, and an energy arrow formed in the blink of an eye. Over there? Elpam muttered, his sharp gaze locked onto the target. But for now, Elpam still had to deal with the approaching monster. Another blue arrow shot forth, piercing the enemy with terrifying speed. The attack was precise and clean, without a single wasted movement. The glowing red eyes in the darkness flashed, cold and deadly. Even while engaged in close combat, Elpam couldn't help but be astonished by the stranger's firing speed. He already shot? Just then, another dark figure appeared, with eyes glowing bright turquoise. A blazing fireball was summoned, aimed directly at the red-eyed archer. The terrifying explosion engulfed a section of the forest, blowing away everything within its range. Amidst the smoke and dust, Shulden couldn't help but be amazed by his opponent's audacity. He blocked the attack with evil eyes and then counterattacked. A genius idea, but Shulden's admiration didn't last long as his comrade's desperate shout rang out. Boss, watch out! At the same time, Elpam startled and turned around, his intuition warning him of another danger approaching. What? A barrage of emerald magic arrows tore through the air, coming from a completely unexpected direction. A rain of magic poured down, but the target was not Elpam. Amidst the barrage, Kyrie's figure emerged, cold and deadly. A momentary spatial distortion. Elpam seemed to have shifted from his original position. Elpam stood frozen amidst the chaotic battlefield, completely bewildered. My attack definitely hit. Why is there an attack from behind? Just then, Kyrie suddenly yelled, her words stunning everyone. Elpam, it's dangerous. We have to run now. Shulden was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The hunter had now become the hunted. Run? The situation had completely reversed. Shulden's group now faced not only Elpam, but also Kyrie and her comrade. The rain of magic arrows continued to pour down, spreading extreme terror. Panic-stricken shouts rang out. Damn it, run now! But it was too late. A light arrow pierced an adventurer's chest, fresh blood gushing out. Before the painful scream subsided, another of Shulden's comrades fell under the merciless barrage. After clearing out the small fry, Kyrie channeled energy into her sword, a brilliant golden light signaling a finishing blow. Solar slash. A single strike unleashed a destructive surge of energy, engulfing the remaining foes. Even after clearing the enemies, Kyrie was surprised that no one moved. She roared, urging them. What are you doing? If you want to live, run into the forest now. The reply was a desperate shout. The only path to survival was blocked by countless demonic eyes. If we could go, we would have already. How can we get through when those demon eyes are jammed there? Before the words finished, a sinister energy blast shot out, tearing through the air. A tragic scream echoed as an adventurer was incinerated. Amidst the sea of fire and rubble, a path was unexpectedly opened. Through the smoke, a lone figure stood tall. The path is open. It was none other than Elpam. Disregarding the danger ahead, he declared. I'll go in first. Seeing Elpam take the lead, Kyrie roared, dispelling the hesitation of the others. Enough. Stop hesitating and move. But amidst the chaos, a dagger was accidentally crushed by a boot. An ominous sign. Immediately, from deep within the forest, a sudden rain of blue magic poured down. The attack was too sudden. Shulden could only scream in despair as he watched his comrades fall. Boss, at this rate, we'll all die. In response to Shulden's plea, Elpam did not flinch. Magic flames erupted in his hand, ready to counterattack. A colossal pillar of fire was unleashed, rocketing straight towards the enemy's hiding spot. At the same time, Elpam shouted a name. Debo, listen up! Hidden in the bushes, the archer flinched. He couldn't believe his position was instantly discovered. I understand. The assassin drew his bowstring taut, his eyes sharp and cold. Now he understood why Lord Evok's concerns were not unfounded. Realizing the opponent was out of his league, the assassin decided to retreat. It's Elpam, isn't it? Sorry about this. Farewell. With that, the archer's shadow quickly vanished deep into the forest, disappearing without a trace. The gray-haired assassin narrowed her eyes, unable to believe the opponent's speed. Damn it, what kind of mage is that fast? Meanwhile, the fleeing blonde archer suddenly stopped as he counted the targets. Wait, 6 people? One is missing. The one with the spear. Before the warning could be uttered, a fireball shot out from behind. The flames engulfed the archer and another white-haired accomplice in the nick of time. A terrifying explosion erupted, blowing away everything within its radius. Amidst the sea of fire, Elpam appeared, clutching Debo's battle axe. It turned out he had disguised himself as the absent one. This time, it definitely hit. At the same time, in another location, the real Debo was gloating. Sweet. He laughed gleefully, smug about his plan. Huh, the disguise plan succeeded. It's all thanks to me luring. Debo's words caught in his throat. A blue glowing blade suddenly pierced his chest. Kyrie coldly withdrew her sword from Debo's collapsing body. From a distance, an assassin's desperate shout rang out. Debo! The events unfolded so quickly that even Elpam was stunned for a moment. But immediately, Elpam reacted. Magic energy converged, forming a sharp sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, unleashing a rain of energy swords towards the panicked assassins. No way. The magic blades impaled the enemies, painful screams echoing before fading away. Amidst the chaos he had created, Elpam grabbed Kyrie's hand. Damn it, run properly. The escape was cut short. A chilling blue energy tore through the air, striking Elpam's back. Kyrie's scream rang out desperately. Despite being hit, Elpam reacted in time, forcefully pushing Kyrie to the ground to shield her. The energy blades were still coming, giving them no moment of respite. Thrown hard to the ground, Kyrie gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the searing pain. In the midst of the crisis, a figure rushed forward, roaring. Snap out of it. Countless energy explosions ripped through the ground around them. Ralph carried the injured Tom, his face full of annoyance. How troublesome. I didn't intend to be everyone's dad. Kyrie gasped his name in surprise. From a distance, the gray-haired assassin continued his pursuit. Keep running. You won't escape my sight anyway. Blue energy gathered in his hand again, ready for the finishing blow. But then, his gaze suddenly froze, his pupils contracting in astonishment. That is, meanwhile, Ralph was carrying both of them through the forest. Kyrie snapped. What exactly is Elpam's plan, telling us to run here? Ralph grumbled in reply. I don't know either. Just shut up and follow the boss's orders. Despite their bickering, all three still rushed forward with all their might, tearing through the dense foliage. Suddenly, all three stopped dead, their faces unable to hide their astonishment at the sight before them. Before them was a second spatial gate, glowing brightly. Ralph exclaimed in horror. A second gate? No way, could it be? Elpam already knew its location. His fear quickly turned into a smug smile. Well, thanks to it, I'm saved. Now I'm about 100 meters from the enemy. Ralph continued to rush towards the gate. Realizing his intention, Kyrie panicked. Wait, you're not going to enter the second gate without the boss, are you? Ralph laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't you think that's exactly Elpam's plan in leading us here? Despite the warning, Ralph roared. Just go in first, and wait for that bastard to arrive. Stop dawdling. But a sudden surge of icy magic blocked his path. The blue energy exploded, tearing up the ground right in front of Ralph. The destructive force sent Ralph sprawling, his spear slipping from his grasp. The sudden attack stunned Shulden. What the hell? Why is the attack coming from the front? Did they pass us in the blink of an eye? There was no time to think. Other energy spears were already hurtling towards Shulden. The shadow of a massive weapon flashed past, forming a solid shield in front of him. Shulden was astonished. This is? He recognized the familiar weapon. The long saber that the boss took. Elpam had appeared, using his own body and the acquired weapon to shield his comrade. Just as I thought, he's saving M. But Shulden's thoughts were cut short by Elpam's exhausted expression. His face bruised and bloody, he could only hiss out a curse. Immediately after, the long saber in Elpam's hand erupted with terrifying energy, not aimed at the enemy, but sweeping directly at Shulden and Kyrie. The tremendous force gave them no chance to resist, throwing both of them towards the second gate. A blinding halo of light flared up as they collided with the gate's surface. When the light faded, the forest returned to silence. Shulden and Kyrie had vanished into the gate. The long saber fell to the ground, its mission accomplished. From the shadows, the gray-haired assassin witnessed everything, unable to believe his eyes. That crazy bastard. In the silent forest, a dark shadow darted across the ground, tearing through the peace. A verdant, magical slash tore through the strange creature, making it shriek piercingly. Its body collapsed, purple blood splattering everywhere. Elpham recognized the familiar magic, trying to guess the enemy's intentions. Damn it, it's that evil eye again. Why isn't he attacking? Is he trying to buy time to find me while I'm hiding? From above, the gray-haired assassin revealed himself, his tone full of self-satisfaction. Fool, fine, struggle all you want while I toy with your plans. Elpham, memories flooded the assassin's mind. It was the 13th year since I was taken in by Lord Ivok. A purge began, and only 5 of the 300 assassins survived by eliminating each other. He recalled the bloody battle that lasted 7 days and nights. Not a single one of them found me, even in their final moments. That's why Lord Ivok bestowed upon me the title, Ghost. Back in reality, the gray-haired assassin's eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Another arrow of light pierced through a creature created by Elpham. The assassin clicked his tongue, seemingly annoyed. Missed again. Immediately, a fierce burst of fire magic erupted from the ground, aimed directly at his position. The assassin deftly dodged, his cloak singed. Not bad. He landed on another branch, quickly resuming a defensive stance. He drew his bowstring taut, and 3 magical arrows materialized. But you should have considered that your position would be revealed after that attack. The volley of arrows flew, embedding themselves in a tree trunk and exploding violently. But it was just a trap. The assassin was stunned as another fiery slash suddenly came from behind. What? The force of the explosion threw the assassin back. Did that bastard use telepathy to conceal his position? Just useless tricks. Landing steadily, the assassin immediately spun around. Just in time, a fiery arrow grazed right past him. The fire arrow embedded itself in the tree trunk behind, its heat still blazing. Without hesitation, the assassin retaliated with an arrow imbued with verdant magic. The 2 opposing magical forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The blinding light disoriented the assassin. Damn it, my vision. But the enemy gave him no moment of rest. Another fire arrow was already hurtling towards him. Roaring in frustration, the assassin dodged and fired back simultaneously. A fireball and magical energy erupted again, more fiercely than before. This time, he couldn't stand his ground, thrown back by the force, letting out a small cry of pain. Struggling up from the ground, the assassin's eyes gleamed with extreme astonishment as he recognized his opponent. Elpham! From a distance, Elpham clenched his fist, a faint smile appearing. Look at that. The anger on the assassin's face vanished, replaced by a look of amusement. All right, this is starting to get interesting. His gaze sharpened, focusing entirely on the upcoming battle. In the forest, the air became eerily silent, signaling a life-or-death confrontation. A sudden silence enveloped the forest, an unusual sign that put the regressor on alert. The enemy had decided to conceal himself completely, a presence-hiding skill that was undetectable. This is troublesome. In his memories from the previous life, no one possessed this skill. That could only mean this was an assassin from Kenya. It seems. The future truly changed the moment I stepped through the gate. Instead of waiting, the regressor decided to provoke his opponent. Come out, Elpham. But the answering sound didn't come from the front. The noise came from a completely unexpected direction, startling the regressor. From the opposite side, a mocking voice echoed from behind. Didn't you already know? Let's not waste each other's time. What good is hiding like a coward? The gray-haired assassin's figure appeared, his tone full of sarcasm. I've heard many rumors about your reckless actions, but it turns out you're just a coward? In response to the provocation, the regressor dashed forward with extraordinary speed. From the opposite side, Elpham was stunned. What is this? Moving such a long distance without a sound. Could it be teleportation? Elpham quickly dismissed that hypothesis, another skill coming to mind. Then, is it blink shot? While Elpham was still astonished, the gray-haired assassin had locked onto his target. Found you! Immediately, verdant energy arrows whizzed towards the regressor. The assassin's attack seemed to trigger a painful memory. A scene of snow-capped mountains appeared, then was abruptly replaced by a gigantic fireball. Desperate screams echoed as many were engulfed by the flames. Amidst the chaotic scene, a brown-haired adventurer gnashed his teeth in resentment. Damn it, we made it through. While leaving the boss behind, the brown-haired adventurer collapsed, despairing. That bastard, how could he fight alone? Another voice chimed in, trying to reassure him. Didn't he stay behind because he had his own plan? Amidst the sea of fire and ash, Gerald froze at the sight beneath his feet, a chillingly silent pile of skulls. Horror erupted. Gerald screamed, disbelieving his eyes. What the hell is this? Isn't this the 3-scar gate? There are over 100 teams here, not just 3. Shock quickly gave way to rage. Kyrie gritted her teeth, a terrible truth dawning on her. Those bastards from Kenya. I get it now. Everything was orchestrated. The sudden recruitment invitation, the monsters at the first gate, and now the number of corpses not matching the number of scars. All the pieces pointed in one direction. Don't you understand yet? Kenya are followers of the Dark Witch, Gerald stammered, unable to accept the truth. Kyrie asserted firmly that they had lured the obstructing adventurers here to eliminate them. They even sent assassins. So Elpam was right when he said they'd take the bait. But their conversation was interrupted by a mocking voice. Ralph emerged from the shadows, his smile sending chills down one's spine. Followers, huh? Sorry to interrupt your interesting chat, but let's save it for later, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced forward, his smile growing more sinister. Because the master of this house seems quite annoyed. Immediately after the warning, a colossal dark shadow rose, its blue eyes glowing brightly in the night. The creature, as massive as a mountain, with white fur and sharp fangs, let out a roar that shook the ground. Gerald exclaimed in horror, "What is that? Is that the final boss here?" In contrast to the fear of the other two, Ralph burst into delighted laughter. Damn it. Looks like I have to pay rent this time. Listen up. Consider yourselves lucky. Because this, I don't always show to others. He pulled out a golden talisman, its warm glow, a stark contrast to the insane grin on his face. In the eyes of those who had worked with him, the definition of Ralph as a person was simple. Ibaru scoffed. A genuine bastard. A rotten idiot. Another purple-haired warrior woman added with a look of disgust. A money grubber. And a piece of trash, too. But if you define Ralph as an adventurer, the story is completely different. A green-bearded leader muttered, "That guy is quite useful. Ignore his personality, but his skills are extraordinary. That bastard, perhaps he's the best healer, bishop, in the third ring." Back in reality, those words were proven true. Ralph crushed the talisman, unleashing a brilliant stream of holy light. Green healing energy enveloped Kyrie and Gerald, soothing all their wounds to their astonishment. Gerald was stunned as he felt every wound on his body healing at an incredible speed. My wounds, they're healing instantly. To their astonishment, the truth about Ralph's identity gradually revealed itself. This guy isn't a pirate, but a bishop? Memories of the desperate battle flooded back, and an even more horrifying truth flashed in Kyrie's mind. So, he hadn't even used his skills back then. But Ralph's wide grin held no good intentions. If you've recovered, then get ready. Shouldn't you work to repay the favor? Ralph's gaze shifted, and a sinister smile appeared. It seems this one is ready too. At the same time, a pair of glowing blue eyes lit up in the cave. A giant white-furred monster emerged from the ground, roaring. Ralph pointed at it. "Now, show me your skills," Gerald yelled in despair. "What? You bastard!" Without warning, the monster's colossal fist slammed down, shattering the ground. Gerald and Kyrie barely managed to roll out of the way. Gerald gritted his teeth. Damn it, this crazy son of a bitch. No sooner had they escaped the punch than the monster's jagged, sharp-toothed maw lunged forward, ready to swallow them both. Its furious roar shook the entire cave, sending debris raining down. Instead of retreating, Gerald put all his strength into his legs, leaped high, and clung tightly to the fur on the monster's face. He roared defiantly, channeling all his strength into his battle axe, bringing it down directly onto its eye. "What are you looking at?" The monster roared in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Kyrie lunged forward, the sword in her hand glowing with a powerful slash. Rage overriding pain, the monster swung its colossal arm, aiming directly at Gerald, who was still clinging to its face. A brutal attack. Gerald was flung away like a rag doll, without any resistance. The horrific impact felt like his bones were shattering, and Gerald's consciousness began to fade into darkness. Flung away, Gerald spun in midair, turning the passive stance into a swift counterattack. The monster roared in anger, swinging its colossal arm in retaliation. The earth-shattering slap sent Gerald sprawling. Seriously, what a pain. But immediately, Kyrie's healing light enveloped Gerald. Gerald was astonished by Kyrie's ability, not only fighting on the front lines but also perfectly timing her healing. As soon as he stood up, Gerald flashed a cunning smile. "Oops. I forgot to mention something. The first time is free, but from now on, you'll have to pay." A brilliant golden aura emanated from Gerald's book. Kyrie was stunned as she felt a surge of power coursing through her body. Each use is 100 mesos. At Gerald's declaration, both Kyrie and Shulden roared in unison. No need. Nevertheless, the power of the blessing decided the battle. The giant monster collapsed. Gerald brushed his hands off, looking smug. This battle was decent. Now, how about my payment? But a deafening roar from behind interrupted Gerald. Without surprise, Shulden gripped his axe tightly, his gaze resolute. I will send you off. Shulden's words were like a prophecy. The monster's body began to freeze solid. It rose, transforming into an even more terrifying icy creature. Gerald was stunned, an ominous premonition striking him as he realized the horrifying truth. Its roar echoed, its eyes, crystallized from ice, gleamed with deadly light. Before the colossal monster, Gerald and his comrades were mere specks of dust, facing unimaginable pressure. At the same time, in another forest, Elpam's painful scream echoed. A barrage of glowing blue energy arrows tore through the ground, cornering Elpam. Bleeding from his wounds, Elpam tried to analyze. Something strange. I can't pinpoint where he's attacking from. He envisioned the mechanism of Blinkshot, the archer's teleportation skill. But this method of attack should have been impossible. The enemy's mocking voice echoed from the shadows. "K haha, I told you it was useless to do that, didn't I? You're so slow I'm about to yawn." In response to the provocation, Elpam channeled all his remaining magic into a colossal fireball. But the attack only struck an empty tree trunk. The assassin was already in another position, scoffing. "What are you aiming at?" He warned of the consequences of abusing power, and black veins began to bulge on Elpam's face. Even Elpam's physical arrows were easily deflected by the assassin. Watching the explosion from afar, the assassin saw through Elpam's plan. "It seems he's trying to distract me to escape to the second gate." "Haha, I won't let that happen." Elpam gasped, realizing the desperate situation. "Damn it. It'll be the end if I go into mana shock." Another energy arrow pierced his defenses, knocking Elpam down. But, before that, in the moment he fell, his hand had already gripped a magic potion. Amidst the relentless rain of arrows, Elpam made a reckless decision. "I don't have time to think anymore." Without a moment's hesitation, Elpam emptied the magic potion into his mouth. "If that's the case, then I have to bet everything." Energy exploded, and he unleashed a colossal fireball, hurtling straight towards the incoming arrows. But a sharp slash tore through the fireball. "Fool!" The gray-haired assassin's sneer echoed. He recoiled, but the triumphant smile suddenly vanished from his lips. His green eyes widened, reflecting an unbelievable sight. It wasn't one, but 6 streams of blazing magic sweeping through the forest. The gray-haired assassin was horrified. What? 6 shots? He couldn't understand. He unleashed his strongest attack while in mana shock. Is he trying to finish himself off? The price for that power was a body-rending pain. Elpam braced himself, dark magical veins spreading across his entire body. But in his eyes, there was only fierce determination. "If I'm right, you're secret. I'll drag it out no matter what." Cornered, the gray-haired assassin frantically dodged. "He's just shooting wildly without knowing my position. This crazy bastard." The rain of fire showed no signs of stopping, turning the entire forest into a sea of flames. The gray-haired assassin deftly moved among the collapsing trees, searching for an opening to escape. A green energy beam shot out, violently colliding with one of the fireballs. He was forced to counterattack. Even though his body was at its limit, Elpam gritted his teeth and roared. "Not yet. It's not over yet." An entire area of space trembled from the continuous explosions, leaving no escape. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. Elpam screamed in his mind, forcing his collapsing body to hold firm. "Hold on! Just a little longer!" The assassin scoffed, completely confident in his victory. "How pathetic. Do you think I'd fall for a blow like that?" He pronounced a death sentence on Elpam, who was writhing on the ground. "Your fate is sealed. Die in agony from mana shock." Without mercy, the assassin stomped Elpam's hand into the ground. But suddenly, a flame erupted from nothingness, incinerating the surrounding trees. Despite the pain tearing through his body, Elpam roared, pouring all his remaining strength into one final act. The flames spread at a terrifying speed, turning the forest into a raging inferno. Elpam's eyes blazed with a frenzied will, even as the magical thorns dug deep into his flesh. A colossal magic circle, with Elpam at its center, erupted, unleashing a destructive wave of fire in all directions. The ground trembled, and the entire forest was engulfed in a sea of flames. The assassin's pupils constricted in shock. Huh? Thrown back by the force, the assassin realized the truth in dismay. What? This entire area? That madman? Don't tell me he planned all of this. Fear appeared on his face for the first time. Damn it, at this rate, I'll be burned alive. Amidst the sea of flames, an open patch of ground appeared like the only escape. The assassin rushed towards it. There it is, the field. I have to get there. But then a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Wait! An open space. There's no way such a convenient coincidence could exist. Just as he realized it, A sharp black shadow tore through the wall of fire and lunged forward. In utter horror, the assassin only had time to realize he had walked straight into the jaws of death. No! Amidst the sea of flames, his older brother's warning echoed like thunder. "Turn back, it's a trap." That desperate message stunned the white-haired assassin. "Big brother, what do you mean?" But there was no time for astonishment. The black-haired assailant unleashed a punch of emerald energy. The surprise attack struck the assassin, leaving him dazed. The terrifying impact force sent him flying backward, his scream for his brother tearing through the air. The assassin gritted his teeth. Damn it! Without hesitation, he fired a blue beam of light to counterattack. His feeble counterattack was immediately shattered by the opponent's overwhelming power. A fiery slash swept through, blowing away everything in its path. The black-haired assailant stood there, coldly declaring, "One down." Despite his injuries, the assassin struggled to his feet, refusing to give up. Giving his opponent no time to rest, the black-haired assailant swung his colossal weapon straight down. The assassin quickly raised his spear to block. The two weapons clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. The assassin's eyes gleamed with resilience mixed with despair as he struggled to withstand the immense weight. Suddenly, the black-haired assailant broke the stalemate with a cunning kick directly to his opponent's chest. The devastating kick sent the assassin flying like a broken puppet. The black-haired assailant's face showed urgency. Not much time left. Must finish this quickly. Nier hastily raised his arm to block. A stream of emerald magic slammed directly into his gauntlet. The terrifying impact force pushed Nier back, making him stumble on the ground. Seizing the opening, Elpam lunged like a ghost, delivering a flying double kick directly to his opponent's back. Nier was knocked down by the surprise attack, carving a long trail on the ground. Elpam landed, his eyes etched with iron determination, giving his opponent no moment of rest. The impact made Nier cough up blood, his face contorted in pain. But Elpam didn't stop. Magical energy gathered on his fingertips once more. A series of magical attacks tore through the air, ripping up the ground beneath Nier's feet. Elpam's breathing grew heavy. "Get up, Nier." Realizing his opponent was exhausted, Nier grabbed his bow. He can't use offensive magic anymore. Finish him off. A glowing magical arrow was fired, carrying the will to end the battle. However, the weapon that blocked the arrow left Nier speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes. A dagger? Elpam wasn't using magic. A stream of green energy enveloped his hand, controlling the floating dagger. Nier realized in horror. Is he planning to fight with psychokinesis because it costs less mana? Giving Nier no time to compose himself, Elpam shot forward. The dagger, controlled by thought, flew as fast as lightning. Nier frantically raised his bow to block the attack. Gritting his teeth, Elpam focused all his concentration on the dagger. Each attack was a battle of wits. The dagger glided through the air, drawing a deadly magical streak of light. Cornered, Nier continuously retreated before the invisible attacks. Rage flared, and Nier roared. Enough with these petty tricks. But that petty trick plunged straight into Nier, making him stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Elpam charged in, deciding to switch to close combat. Nier was utterly horrified. What kind of mage charges into a melee? A devastating blow landed straight on Nier's stomach, his painful scream echoing. Despite his injuries, Elpam roared with determination. "We can't give them any chances." The sword was summoned again, ready for a new wave of attack. The blade sliced through the wind, moving so fast that Nier couldn't react. Countless smaller blades pierced his flesh, leaving Nier unable to defend himself. Despite the danger, Elpam grabbed Nier's spear itself. Arrows pierced deep into his flesh, but they couldn't stop Elpam's decisive blow. Facing death, Nier unexpectedly smiled with satisfaction. "Well done." As the spear pierced his body, Nier screamed his last words. "You're the best, big bro." The spear lay solitary on the ground, stained with the blood of the fallen. Hatred boiling, Elpam picked up the dagger from the blood-stained ground. The memory of the enemy was still vivid. Nier, the white-haired archer, who had rained arrows down on them. Nier scoffed at Elpam's injured body. What can you do with only one arm? But Elpam lunged like a ghost, deftly dodging the opponent's attack. Nier's confidence shattered. Damn it! He panicked as Elpam closed in, throwing the dagger towards him. However, Elpam's target wasn't the dagger. He firmly grabbed Nier's wrist. "Got you, huh?" A heartbreaking scream echoed, as Elpam crushed Nier's wrist with force. "You bastard, let go!" Nier yelled. Elpam replied in an icy voice. "Want a few more holes in you?" The black ring on Elpam's hand suddenly flared, accumulating a terrifying source of energy. Utter horror was evident on Nier's face as the light transformed into a fireball. "You madman!" Wait. Witnessing the scene, Roa could only utter in despair. "No, run." An earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything. Roa screamed his comrade's name. "Nier!" Nier's body was flung away like a puppet with severed string. He was completely helpless against the terrifying destructive power, blown backward. The horrific impact with the tree trunk stopped him. Pinned down, Nier was injured and coughed up blood, his breath ragged. "I can't breathe." Nier staggered to his feet, sensing a deadly danger approaching. If this continues, a fierce burst of fire suddenly shot forth, stunning Nier. "What is this?" Immediately, a colossal green energy shield appeared, blocking the destructive flames. Despite being protected, Nier frantically searched. "Damn it, where's Big Brother?" Despite the sea of fire, Nier rushed forward in despair. And then, the most horrifying sight met his eyes. A sharp spear had pierced Elpam, pinning him in midair. The attacker revealed himself, a savage smile on his lips. "You're going to die anyway," he roared. The assassin swung the flaming dagger, delivering a cruel finishing blow. "Die!" Fresh blood splattered, staining the air red. At the same time, Elpam's protective shield shattered into pieces. "It's disappearing," Nier realized in horror. The residual heat from the explosion flung Nier backward. What happened? Could it be? For a moment, Nier's eyes froze at the terrible truth. Nier fell sprawling on the scorched ground. A desperate scream echoed. "Nier!" He tried to get up, reassuring himself in a panic. "Snap out of it, Nier," but then his gaze fell on Elpam's hand. "Not now. We've wasted too much time. We need to hurry and get the phoenix feather." Responding to Nier's urging, Elpam acted. Intense heat flared from his body. Without a word of warning, Elpam swung the dagger towards his comrade. Nier was stunned, only catching the traitor's cruel gaze. "Nier?" A cold and decisive slash. Nier's dagger fell to the ground, stained with fresh blood. Elpam gasped for breath, black, thorn-like veins spreading across his neck. Looking down at the corpses of his comrades, he spoke with contempt. "I'm sick of you archers." The brutal memory closed. Reality was a completely different scene. An endless, desolate range of snow-white mountains. The ice surface on the mountainside suddenly cracked violently. A colossal monster burst through the ice, flinging Shulden away with terrifying force. Its body was covered in white fur and sharp ice crystals. Shulden's painful scream echoed amidst the blizzard. Despite his injuries, Shulden gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the freezing snow. The white-furred monster stood towering like a mountain, casting a shadow over Shulden's small figure. Its roar shook the entire snowy mountain region, but without a hint of hesitation, Shulden sprang forward, charging straight at the monster, determined not to retreat. The monster swung its colossal icy arm, determined to crush the one who dared to challenge it. But Shulden was faster. Too slow. He spun around, putting all his strength into a counterattack. His fiery fist slammed straight into the monster's jaw, but the ice was as hard as steel. Shulden was horrified. "What the hell? Why is it so hard?" Seizing the opportunity, the monster grabbed Shulden in its giant hand. His bones creaked. Shulden gritted his teeth and cursed in despair. "Damn it." Just then, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, carrying the power of a sunslash. Kairi roared, her eyes burning with rage. One debt repaid. Kairi's blade tore through the ice, making the monster roar in pain as blue blood gushed out. Without wasting a second, Kairi immediately pulled Shulden out of the injured beast's reach. Wounded, the monster retreated, suppressing a terrifying rage. It tensed up, then shot into the air, transforming into an icy meteor. The monster let out one final roar before plummeting straight to the ground. A terrifying impact shook the ground, sending snow and ice shards flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, a gentle blue light of a recovery spell unexpectedly enveloped them. Despite being healed, all three were still thrown back by the terrifying aftershock. Midair, Shulden desperately yelled, "Hey kid, is there any way to take it down?" At this rate, but instead of an answer, a giant foot covered in white fur slammed down. Blown away, Shulden still didn't understand. Ralph yelled, ordering them to immediately draw the monster's attention. The plan was revealed. Its weakness was the sword stuck in its back. Ralph needed an opportunity to get close. Understanding, Kairi immediately unleashed a powerful attack, drawing the giant creature's full attention. "Now, hurry," Shulden roared, urging Ralph to seize the golden opportunity. While his two comrades held the monster at bay, Ralph charged with all his might towards the target. Kairi and Shulden's continuous attacks made the beast roar in anger. But then, Ralph froze. "Damn it, did it realize? Turns out you're not just a big idiot." The seemingly perfect plan shattered. The monster ignored the two distractions to target the real threat directly. Its giant fist slammed down, crushing the icy surface where Ralph was charging. Ralph only managed to curl up, taking the full brunt of the terrible aftershock from the impact. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Kairi screamed, "Ralph, heal him quickly!" Despite the plea, another devastating punch landed right where Ralph was. Kairi's desperate scream called out Debo's name, her comrade who had just fallen before her eyes. The only reply was the giant monster's ferocious roar. As it charged, Kyrie outlined a strategy. I can heal a maximum of 4 times, try to dodge and split up while I look for an opening, but the monster was too fast. An icy attack swept across the battlefield. Its power shattered the ground. Unable to dodge, Kyrie took the full force of the attack and was thrown back. Her scream was lost amidst the storm. Ralph angrily chanted a recovery spell. Damn it. She just spoke and she's already injured? But it was too late. Kyrie fell unconscious before the spell reached her. Ralph clicked his tongue. Unconscious already? Damn it. What a waste of my skill. Without support, Ralph became the next target of the furiously charging monster. With no one left to stop it, it easily struck down Ralph. The entire battlefield was now left with only deadly silence. Shulden, the last one, also lay motionless in a pool of blood. Memories suddenly flooded back, taking Shulden to a past conversation. Circle advancement? Elpam explained that it was necessary preparation for what was to come. Yes, you have enough experience to reach the second circle. Elpam's answer was vague, revolving around the 2 words enlightenment. Everyone achieves enlightenment differently. It would be useless for me to explain. Shulden was confused by the cryptic words. Huh? So what exactly do I have to do? Elpam calmly explained. Find the keyword that suits you. It could be an understanding of mana, a quest for knowledge, or it could be an unforgettable memory. Elpam's words were like a key, opening the door to sealed memories. Shulden's mind was immediately thrown into a snow-white battlefield. A giant white-furred monster, its body covered in ice crystals, was stunned by a sudden attack. Its glowing blue eyes flashed with surprise, then quickly turned into extreme rage. Facing it, Shulden's eyes also flared with a brilliant yellow light. Without hesitation, Shulden swung his axe and charged straight towards the giant monster. The weapon, empowered by golden energy, easily shattered the beast's solid ice armor. Shulden's comrade screamed in shock. He pierced through the ice? What the hell happened? On Shulden's arm, a glowing blue magical sigil shone brightly, radiating surging energy. Realizing the nature of that power, his comrade couldn't help but be astonished. That kid just advanced a circle? The golden axe blade tore through the monster's flesh, causing its blue blood to gush out, but Shulden didn't stop. He stepped onto the beast, climbing onto its giant back. He aimed straight for a glowing orange energy core on the monster's back, plunging his weapon into it with all his might. The monster's heart-wrenching roar of pain echoed throughout the snow-white region. It thrashed wildly, struggling in extreme rage and pain, trying to shake off the one clinging to its back. Thrown off, Shulden was impaled by sharp ice crystals, his body stained with blood. Seizing the moment, Ralph roared from the monster's back. Well done, kid. But Shulden hadn't fallen. A surge of healing energy erupted from his glowing eyes. Get up now. Divine power surged, and Shulden shattered the icy shackles with a shocking blow. Wounded and dazed, the monster staggered back, its roar caught in its throat. Regaining the initiative, Shulden swung his weapon, creating a deadly vortex of energy. A terrifying explosion of ice and snow erupted where the axe blade struck the ground. Blood and sweat mingled on Shulden's face, but the mad grin of a battle-crazed warrior spread across his lips. Once again, healing light enveloped his body, not allowing Shulden to fall for even a second. But the monster had shifted its target. Its colossal hand clamped down on Ralph, crushing him. Pushed to the brink, Ralph gritted his teeth, his hand emitting a green light. You fool. You shouldn't be focusing on me right now. Ralph's warning was the opportune moment. Fully healed, Shulden struck from above. The monster looked up, its eyes reflecting horror as it realized its fatal mistake. Shulden's face was now the embodiment of fury, all his power concentrated in his blazing eyes. And then, the decisive blow came down, shattering the crystal armor in a destructive strike. Crystal shards flew everywhere, signaling that the solid defense had been breached. But instead of falling, the monster merely let out a roar of rage. Giving the enemy no chance to recover, Shulden poured all his remaining strength into the next attack. The heavy weapon struck directly into the monster's massive body. But the icy beast was no pushover. It swung its claws in retaliation. A storm of snow and ice shards erupted from the terrifying collision. Amidst the white snow, Shulden gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shulden's attack had been blocked by an icy blade. What? The one blocking his path was none other than Ralph. Held tightly by his comrade, Shulden was stunned. Ralph? What's going on? Seizing the golden opportunity, the monster roared and charged forward. Sharp ice pillars began to sprout from its body. The previously shattered crystal armor not only regenerated but became even tougher and more terrifying. A growl emanated from the beast's throat, its eyes gleaming with a deadly glint. With newfound power, it furiously charged towards the 2 motionless humans. The ground trembled as the icy wrath prepared to engulf everything, but the attack never reached its target. the monster's icy body suddenly shattered into pieces. It collapsed onto the snow, its power extinguished in an instant. Its final roar echoed, desperate and broken. The icy creature fell completely, the battle seemingly over. Kyrie slowly regained consciousness, a sharp pain throbbing in her head. Before her eyes was a flickering fire and a familiar figure. Shulden, you're still alive? That monster. What happened to it? Shulden casually explained that he had tried to eat the monster because he was hungry, but it was as hard as rock. Waiting or not, it's the same. I don't see any exit. Shulden glanced at the motionless Ralph. The weather is terrible. Besides, he doesn't look too good. Shulden offered to scout, and though Kyrie wanted to go instead, he still bore the responsibility. He left the warmth of the cave, venturing into the snowy night. Shulden walked alone across the desolate cold land. His face was full of determination, but he couldn't hide his worry. Shulden's thoughts were heavy. A day has passed. What happened to the boss? Suddenly, a colossal shadow appeared before him, interrupting his thoughts. It was another ice monster. Shulden clicked his tongue, scolding himself for a moment of surprise. Damn it, why did I have to flinch at it? His body covered in wounds. Shulden still swung his weapon, tearing apart the ice monsters. Phew, only attracting a bunch of weirdos. Meanwhile, at the shelter, the blizzard outside continued to rage relentlessly. Kyrie slowly woke up, weakly speaking. You're back? How's the exit? But upon seeing Shulden's blood-soaked appearance, Kyrie was utterly horrified. You? What happened? Shulden merely replied coldly. You're awake? It's nothing much. Shock was evident on Kyrie's face. What? There are still monsters? It's too dangerous. We have to go together. Looking at Shulden's exhausted back by the fire, Kyrie declared firmly. Someone has to protect this dying old man. At least we're comrades. Then I'll go this time, Kyrie offered. But Shulden dismissed it. Forget it. It's better if only one person goes so we don't have to scout the same place. Shulden continued, his voice stern. Don't even think about wasting your strength. Just rest. Those words made Kyrie freeze, only able to watch anxiously as Shulden suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Asterisk idiot. If you keep pushing yourself like that, you might. Asterisk. At the same time, outside, the piercing shriek of a monster echoed. Memories of the brutal battle flooded back, and Shulden plunged into the endless fight once more. He climbed a high cliff, searching for a glimmer of hope, an escape route. And then, a horrifying sight appeared before his eyes. An endless sea of monsters stretching across the snowy valley. Faced with despair, Shulden merely exhaled a white mist. Damn cold. Without a moment's rest, another colossal monster roared, charging straight towards him. Cornered, Shulden unleashed a cunning blow, knocking down the icy monster. Its gigantic body shattered into magical fragments, then vanished into thin air. Shulden knelt, panting over the beast's corpse. Almost died. But then, his exhausted gaze suddenly froze. Someone? The hope that had just flickered quickly died. Before him was only a corpse frozen in the blizzard. Never mind, just a corpse. Shulden approached, realizing the person had only recently died. He noticed an object clutched tightly in the deceased's cold hand. Is this a dying message? It was a carefully sealed letter, with a message addressed to an unknown person who would find it. Inside, the writer left their gloves as a reward, an item containing the warrior mastery skill if the finder was a warrior. The letter recounted a tragedy. Their entire team had fallen into a trap and been wiped out by snowmen. But amidst the despair, a ray of hope unexpectedly appeared. The only bright spot is that I found the escape gate. However, this special gate only opened after the area's boss was defeated. Its location was mapped on the back of the letter. The final dying wish was a plea. And please, deliver this letter for me. After burying the stranger, Shulden erected the person's sword as a tombstone, an unspoken promise. He turned his back on the makeshift grave, walking the path the deceased had shown. Finally, his hand touched the cold surface of the stone pillar, the escape gate. Amidst the snow, Kyrie stood guard, her steady gaze fixed on the magical gate, the only way out. Behind her, Shulden helped Ralph stagger forward, both exhausted and covered in blood. Their bodies had reached their limit, but the hope of survival urged them onward. Each step sinking deep into the white snow left behind a trail of bloodstains. As soon as they stepped through, a blinding light enveloped everything. The gate led them to a lush green forest, a complete contrast to the desolate land they had just left. Just as they sighed in relief, Kyrie spoke. What should we do now? The first thing is to recover, both you and I. But elsewhere, a black-cloaked figure was watching them through that very gate. I, too, had my doubts. But was Ghost truly defeated? Shulden's eyes widened in horror as he recognized their pursuers. Don't tell me. The Kania gang. Those tenacious bastards. This is dangerous, especially in this state. Immediately, masked figures in black descended, surrounding them. Don't worry too much. We'll finish you off in a flash. Without hesitation, Kyrie swung her sword, blocking the first attack. Get back, but the enemies were too numerous. Another one struck, unleashing a volley of sharp throwing knives. One of the knives plunged straight into Kyrie's hip. Her painful scream tore through the forest tranquility. Witnessing the scene, Shulden roared in anger. Kyrie! Pure fury erupted in his eyes. A surge of burning energy burst forth from Shulden's body. Instantly, a destructive beam swept across the battlefield, tearing through the assassins. Kyrie could only stare in shock at the devastation before her. The last assassin barely registered the deadly danger. What? But it was too late. The attack carved a deadly arc through the air. Horrific screams echoed as the assassins were incinerated by the flames. Not a single one had a chance to remain whole. In that moment, the entire forest fell silent. Only Shulden and Kyrie remained amidst the ravaged battlefield. Shulden turned back, offering a tired smile. I really hate to say this, but a man with dark blue hair stepped out of the shadows, magic still lingering in his hands. What's up, miss me? Shulden grinned. Yeah, Tilda, let's just say that. But first, you owe me a treat for being late. In the dead of night, memories of their time fighting side by side flooded back, as vivid as the first day. In the darkness, a beast bared its sharp fangs, its crimson eyes burning with ferocity. It lay obediently beside its master, Lord Ivok, who was lost in thought. Lord Ivok stroked the beast, his mind analyzing a mysterious enemy who had just appeared. Someone with such skills suddenly appearing, with no clue about their backer. A cold decision was made. Perhaps I'll have to risk causing a major upheaval. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Lord Ivok, Elpam has returned. How should we handle the offer? Hearing that name, murderous intent flared in Lord Ivok's eyes. Kill him. The subordinate was stunned, stammering to object, but Lord Ivok dismissed it. Now is not the time to worry about public opinion. He has far exceeded my expectations. Do you really think he did all this alone? Just find a plausible reason later. He's not alone. The subordinate still didn't understand. What? At the same time, elsewhere, Elpam stood firm, his gaze resolute. Lord Ivok affirmed in his mind, he has a team. Meanwhile, Elpam's team was gathered around the dining table. Shulden grimaced. It's bland. Tom immediately flared up, while Miria gently invited everyone to have more. Kyrie just ate silently, ignoring the argument. Thanks for the meal. Tom grumbled irritably. I told you I didn't want to bring you guys here. I knew it would be like this. Kyrie calmly explained. The news must have reached Kania by now, so there's no reason to split up. On the contrary, this place is perfect for your sister. A small sound from the door made Tom vigilant. Elpam walked in. Tom quickly asked, Boss, where have you been at this hour? Elpam replied curtly, Business, then immediately inquired, How is everyone doing? Shulden leaned back in his chair, his face tired but his tone not. Perfect timing. Speaking of business, why don't you just pay me now? That offer immediately sparked an argument. Shulden brushed aside the talk of merit. When are you going to give me my 7 million mesos bonus? Tom immediately flared up. Hey, are you crazy? You want to go to Kania to get paid in this situation? Tom angrily pointed at Shulden's face. Didn't you say I took down the snowman by myself? What's more, you were sleeping like a log while I was looking for the exit gate. In the midst of the tension, Kyrie spoke up. From what I heard, Elpam also dealt with the twin assassin. Shulden raised an eyebrow skeptically. Huh? But did anyone see him do it? Kyrie decided to change the subject. So, what's your next plan? Elpam replied with a warning. Kania will act soon. By then, it won't just be us. Elpam's words were cut short by a violent pounding on the door from outside. The sudden intrusion frightened Miria. Who? Who are you? Tom and Kyrie were stunned as they recognized the uninvited guest. That man is. Lord Ebby walked in, his face scowling. Hey kid, can you tell that bastard who just came in to hurry up a bit? In another moment, Elpam's cold voice rang out. Fix it. The scene shifted to Lord Ebby's office. He was in a panic. Damn it, everything's messed up. I can't believe the Kania Merchant Guild contacted Elpam. What's more, he conquered the warp gate before I even had a chance to act. The fear of losing control made Lord Ebby tear at his hair. At this rate, I'm doomed. Just then, a small sound from the door startled him. Elpam was already sitting there, terrifyingly calm. Lord Ebby tried to maintain his composure. What a surprise. So, your negotiations with the Kania Merchant Guild didn't go smoothly? Elpam replied concisely. They said they would reward me 50 million mesos in contract fees upon passing the test. Elpam continued, his voice devoid of emotion. Since the gate conquest is done, only the contract remains now. That declaration struck a heavy blow to Lord Ebby, leaving him speechless. Lord Ebby's patience ran out. So what? Did you come here just to brag? Still as unpleasant as ever. In response to Lord Ebby's attitude, Elpham coldly laid out his condition. If there's nothing left to say, I wouldn't mind if you just got up and left. Cornered, Lord Ebby could only remain silent, cold sweat pouring down. Finally, he sighed in admission. All right, I lose. Lord Ebby pushed over a contract with a more generous figure. 60 million mesos. Sign it. I've added more than you asked for, so there are no more issues, right? A triumphant smile briefly appeared on Elpham's lips. The pen glided across the paper, officially signing the agreement. Lord Ebby spoke up. Now that we're partners, let's speak frankly, shall we? Without hesitation, Elpham exposed the truth. The culprit behind the sabotage is Kania. The gate used as a test was also one of their traps. This information stunned Lord Ebby. This is a shocking discovery. So that means their actions were to destroy evidence. Lord Ebby's astonishment quickly turned into a sinister smile. Haha, Kania. This time, I'll rip them inside out. While Lord Ebby was gloating, Elpham unexpectedly spoke up. Are you satisfied with just that? Lord Ebby was taken aback. What? Elpham pointed out the flaw in the plan. My testimony is everything, even if you call it evidence. It will be useless if they deny all accusations, won't it? Lord Ebby already had his calculations. Of course they'll deny it, but that's enough to stir up public opinion, as long as Kania falters under the gossip. Elpham concluded sharply. We can crush them, but Elpham had an even bigger goal, and I don't just mean dragging them from second place, but completely eradicating them from the world of Maple. Lord Ebby couldn't contain his excitement. What else do you know? Tell me now. But Elpham remained calm, outlining the next step. Don't expose the sabotage yet. It will be more effective to reveal everything. All at once. Deep down, Elpham was well aware of a disturbing truth. The followers of the Black Mage have begun to act. In a luxurious office, Beiju received uninvited guests. Long time no see. But what brings you two here? Lord Ebby replied. I've come to apologize, Lord Ebby continued with a condescending air. Our merchant guild had a slight misunderstanding with my friend, Elpham. It must have been youthful impulsiveness that caused the trouble. I truly apologize. Then he delivered the decisive blow. To be frank, Elpham is an official business partner of the Gapor Merchant Guild. Apologies if it seems like we're poaching your man. Cornered, Beiju tried to remain calm. I understand. But if that's the case, we cannot pay you the contract fee. Are you okay with that? Elpham casually nodded. Yes, no problem. Lord Ebby crossed his arms, continuing his speech full of hidden meanings. Through this incident, I have learned the value of talented individuals, and I have decided to treat them properly. He bared his teeth in a smile utterly devoid of goodwill. Lord Ebby's words grew increasingly threatening. I'm thinking of assigning skilled bodyguards to him at all times, including the members of Elpham's team. Beiju gritted his teeth at the opponent's brazenness, while Lord Ebby merely sneered. We've confirmed their teamwork is excellent, after all. Lord Ebby growled, his eyes sharp as knives. If any member of Elpham's team is harmed, the attacker will face the entire Gapor Merchant Guild. Faced with the unmistakable warning, Beiju could only remain silent, his face etched with extreme anger. Meanwhile, Gerald couldn't believe his ears. 60 million mesos. Kyrie was equally astonished. Oh my god, what trick did you use? To the point where they even sent bodyguards for us. Looking at the figures in black standing guard outside, Kyrie was still in shock. Did the Gapor Merchant Guild really go this far? Gerald, completely won over, eagerly praised him. You're truly amazing, Elpham, a real genius at negotiation. Elpham merely replied coldly, don't make a fuss. You always remind me of the value of this team, Gerald mumbled, then glanced outside. It would be perfect if we could get rid of a few useless members. Ignoring Gerald's sarcastic remark, he continued smugly. Rest assured, there's no bishop like me, not just in Lith Harbor, but in the entire Maple world. I can both heal and fight on the front lines. You can call me omnipotent. Shulden merely uttered a sarcastic remark. Well, that's just great. However, Gerald suddenly turned and pointed directly at Shulden. As for this kid, Shulden roared. What? Kid? But then, Gerald's smug expression vanished, replaced by contemplation. What was he thinking about Shulden, this monster? Gerald recalled Shulden's extraordinary power. Not only did he level up after being defeated, but he also defeated the final boss alone. There's something that can't be explained by normal ranks. Kyrie also spoke up, her eyes full of doubt. Now that I think about it, when you fought those Hobbs, you went berserk while unconscious. Who exactly are you? Cornered, Shulden tried to explain. Forget who I am. I don't remember anything. All I remember is some dream. A strange girl appeared in it. And we fought together, Shulden recounted. A faint image of a white-haired female warrior appearing. It was as if we were friends. But when I woke up, I couldn't remember her face. I only remember that she used a spear. Shulden finished, and Elpam flinched. What? The words spear and dream deeply resonated in Elpam's mind. A memory from a past life flooded back. Everyone knows Debo and Iran always fought side by side. That mysterious power, if the woman in the dream is Iran, could it be that fragments of past life power are leaking out? Elpam was stunned. How could this be? Could it be that my return and changing the past caused some kind of distortion? While Elpam was lost in thought, Kyrie remarked, Elpam, you're exactly like him. Gerald turned, his eyes full of admiration. Not only do you level up incredibly fast, but you also possess keen insight and extensive experience. No wonder the Gaypor Merchant Guild is so eager to have you. Then he turned to Kyrie, his tone completely changed. On the other hand, as for you, young lady, well, how should I put this? You must have realized it yourself, right? Gerald assessed. Your basic skills and judgment are decent, worthy of a former Cygnus Knight trainee captain. Not bad for someone at level 2. Gerald bared his teeth in a smile, his eyes full of contempt. But there's nothing special about you. He continued to explain his crazy plan. The Gaypor aren't fools. We acted as bait for them, and they paid the price. From now on, our mission is to willingly fall into Kania's trap to find evidence. I'm willing to do any crazy thing, as long as I get paid, Gerald declared, then turned to Kyrie with a sneer. But I'm not happy about sharing money with someone who's clearly a burden. I'd be glad if you returned to the Cygnus Knights right now. The bitter insult made Kyrie clench her teeth, anger and humiliation flaring in her chest. Painful memories flooded back, taking her to the grand hall of the Cygnus Knight. A familiar voice spoke from behind. Yo, heard you had a tough time this round, huh? It was Kasim, another knight. He scoffed. I thought you died at the 100-person gate, since I haven't seen you around lately. Kyrie could only stammer his name. Sir Kasim. Are you going to see the master? Kasim probed. Kyrie could only reply with a faint whisper. Yes. Kasim walked past, his tone full of condescension. I've heard the rumors, Kyrie. You're planning to join some expedition group? You're truly a nuisance. He smirked. Wait, maybe it suits your level after all. Then Kasim turned and walked away, leaving one last remark. Yes, giving up might be the way for you to preserve the honor of the Knight Order and the Master. Go on. The Master is probably in his office. The scene shifted to a windy balcony, signaling an important meeting. Kyrie stood opposite Lord Larkin in his office. Are you planning to leave the Knight Order? Lord Larkin looked directly at Kyrie, his voice even. What's wrong, Kyrie? Did I misjudge you? Kyrie bowed her head, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. Right now. It's hard to explain the reason. But one day. She looked up, trying to hold on. Lord Larkin merely interrupted coldly, his quill pen ready in his hand. One day? And then, only silence remained. Lord Larkin's impassive face was the final answer to Kyrie's unfulfilled promise. In the flashback, Kyrie's master's voice resonated, solemn and authoritative. I will consider your joining the expedition team as part of a secret mission. Every 3 weeks, return and report directly to me. The quill scratched on the parchment as he signed. Don't forget, Kyrie. You are still my disciple, and a knight of the Cygnus Knights forever. Back in reality, Kyrie faced Ralph and Shulden, her voice full of determination. I know I'm being shameless, but as long as there's a cultist hiding among the knights, I cannot return until I bring back something decisive to finish them off. I don't need compensation, Kyrie yelled, desperation evident in her eyes. I will address my lack of skills if you give me time. Please. A nearly imperceptible smile flickered across Elpam's lips, but Ralph merely smirked. Ha, you have no idea how the world works. Don't you understand I'm telling you to scram? Quite confident, aren't you? Shulden immediately turned to Elpam, growling. Elpam, hey, what the hell are you saying? Elpam maintained his cold expression. We won't gain anything either. Not if she keeps that attitude and goes looking for cultists on her own. Then Elpam turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Ralph. And Ralph, you just mentioned skills? Let me add something. You seem quite confident in your own skills, Elpam said, his voice even. But you're not the only one disappointed with the skills of team members. Memories of the disastrous battle flooded back. The reason I sent all of you to the second gate first was because I believed you, Ralph, could easily clear that place. But you said the whole team almost died if not for Debo, right? Ralph froze, sweat pouring down. He stammered in protest. That monster was anything but ordinary. You haven't even fought it yourself. Just a snow monster, you say? Elpam crossed his arms, his voice calm but carrying immense weight. I hunted that snow monster. Alone, before. Ralph was speechless, his eyes wide with shock. What? What kind of nonsense is this? Kyrie also couldn't believe her ears, extreme astonishment evident on her face. Huh? Are you serious? The entire group's confidence shattered, leaving only extreme bewilderment at Elpam's declaration. Elpam recalled his past life, and the monster he was supposed to face. Of course, that was in a past life. If everything went according to plan, I would have had to confront it again, but reality was much harsher. But the assassins Kania sent were stronger than expected, so I had no choice but to change the plan, he admitted bitterly. Both I and my teammates are not strong enough yet. Gerald's skepticism erupted into rage. Cut the crap. You're just a slave who was freed not long ago. What the hell can you do? In response, Elpam merely challenged coldly. Don't believe me? Then, Elpam's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, piercing straight into Gerald's heart. Shall I prove it to you? Under that invisible pressure, Gerald immediately faltered, cold sweat pouring out. No, there's no need for that. He awkwardly changed the subject. So, are you saying I'm not needed either? A meaningful half-smile was Elpam's only reply. Dispelling the doubt, Elpam turned to the group and announced the new plan. It's simple. We just need to get stronger. The next conquest is about a month away, right? That means, his eyes blazed with fierce determination. No sweat, no tears, no gains. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Beiju was reporting with a pensive expression. It seems the problem has become more complicated. If we clash with the Gaepor Merchant Guild, it will only attract more attention. In the magnificent room, Beiju bowed before a powerful figure, presenting his suspicions. How much do they know? Was their breaking off negotiations a prearranged act? The one on the throne, Lord Evok, stroked the beast beside him, his tone indifferent. The Gaepor Merchant Guild? Huh. His gaze was sharp and cold, filled with the arrogance of a superior. They are not worth bothering with, and when that day comes, eliminating them will be no trouble at all. Because their true enemy, from 800 years ago until now, has always been the mighty Maple Alliance. A conflict between merchant guilds is merely a trivial matter. However, a flicker of doubt still crept into Lord Ivok's mind. But something isn't right. Did he do all of this relying solely on Gaepor? His master's words made Beiju ponder deeply. Lord Evok decisively ordered, gather information first, find everything you can about the Gaepor Merchant Guild. Immediately, Beiju vanished into the shadows. Yes, master. The darkness swallowed Beiju, then spat him out in the middle of a luxurious room. He called out, the name echoing in the silent space. Elpam. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Lord Evok flashed a bloodthirsty smile, envisioning his upcoming opponents. I hope you are not a boring opponent. The scene shifts to a dense forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The stillness was torn apart by a violent impact. Gerald was mercilessly slammed to the ground. While Kyrie watched from afar, Gerald struggled to get up, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. Damn it! What the hell are you? What kind of mage is this? In response to Gerald's growl, Elpam calmly walked forward, looking completely relaxed. What's wrong? He approached closer, completely unguarded. A provocative smile spread across Elpam's lips. Come here and try to hit me. Elpam offered a simple condition. Just land one hit on me, and today's training will be over. With that, Elpam darted away at terrifying speed, making Gerald scream in panic. Stay away from me! In another corner of the forest, shouts from the training echoed, breaking Shulden's concentration. He growled in annoyance. Seriously, how am I supposed to concentrate with all this noise? Shulden clicked his tongue, clenching his shackled hand. He wanted to rush into battle, but was forced to stay put. I'd rather get some exercise. But why am I the only one? The reason for Shulden's dissatisfaction was Elpam's instruction. He recalled that conversation. Try to see if you can consciously draw out that mysterious power. The one that only activates when you're unconscious. And then, Elpam finished with a meaningful smile, stirring both curiosity and pressure. But if you succeed, things will get very interesting. Back in reality, Shulden's concentration session was actually a brutal beating. He screamed in pain. Go easy on me, please. Amidst his gasps, a glimmer of hope appeared. Ha! Only this way can I truly become stronger? At the base, night fell over Elpam's city. Shulden, his face swollen, whispered resentfully, Is this really training? Elpam's delighted laughter echoed in response. Tom looked at Shulden with concern, then turned to Gerald. But it looks like you really went all out. Gerald merely shrugged. Not really? I just fought him exactly according to the rounds. Just then, Miria brought tea and spoke with concern. By the way, is it okay to leave Kyrie alone like that? Elpam calmly replied. She has bodyguards with her anyway, so it's fine. I just told her to ensure her health for tomorrow's training. Seeing the conversation quiet down, Tom approached Elpam. Ah, boss, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask you. Elpam turned around. What is it? Tom held out an old, carefully sealed letter. This is a memento of someone I found at the front gate. Thanks to it, we managed to escape. I brought it along because I thought it should be delivered to the right place. He hesitated. But the letter doesn't have a recipient listed. Do you have any good ideas? Tom asked, but Elpam was no longer listening. His gaze was fixed on the pitch-black metal ring attached to the string. Cross ring. A proud but wounded smile flashed through Elpam's mind. Tom was bewildered by Elpam's reaction. Boss, what's wrong? Elpam quickly regained his composure, taking the letter from Tom's hand. I have a hunch. Leave this to me. You go to bed early, Elpam said, his eyes still fixed on the item in his hand. Gerald slung an arm around Tom, grinning. Because tomorrow you'll officially join us. Tom's face immediately changed. In a tranquil forest, a brilliant sword strike shattered the rock. Kyrie swung her sword relentlessly, her powerful slashes felling the surrounding trees. Sweat poured down. Her breathing was heavy. But Kyrie's eyes still burned with unyielding determination. Painful memories flooded back, Kasim's voice echoing in Kyrie's mind. You have no talent. That insult made Kyrie clench her teeth, her resentment flaring fiercely. Her fury transformed into strength, flowing into the hand gripping the sword hilt. She let out a heart-wrenching roar, pouring all her resentment into the brilliant slash. At the same time, elsewhere, the silent night was broken by solitary footsteps. A figure in a black cloak strode through the deserted alley, his target set. Elpam's shadow stretched long across the old wooden door as he stopped. A knock echoed, dry and decisive. The door creaked open, revealing the cold face of the uninvited guest. From within, a voice spoke with caution. Who are you? Elpam held up a letter sealed with red wax, a corner of his mouth twitching upwards. Consider me the messenger. In Elpam's mind, the image of the teleportation gate destruction incident became vividly clear. A strange event. No one found the culprit. And then the gate incredibly regenerated itself. But later I realized, Elpam thought to himself, his eyes sharpening, the true culprits behind everything, as well as their motives. He looked directly at the person opposite him, who was standing right behind this door. Elpam's solitary footsteps echoed as he entered the enemy's lair. A cold voice spoke from the darkness, questioning Elpam. How did you find this place? The group's female leader appeared, delivering a deadly ultimatum. Explain yourself. I'll give you 5 seconds. The darkness dissipated, revealing a group of warriors with glowing red eyes. In Elpam's mind, their name appeared, the Silent Crusade, a secret organization, the first to realize the gates were traps and silently destroyed them. Their noble sacrifices were never recorded in history. But this time, things will be different. The guild members were ready to act at any moment. The female leader gripped her dagger, blue energy enveloping their symbolic ring. Facing a barrage of weapons, Elpam remained calm. I've come to return what was lost. But it seems you're not in the mood to reward me. The female leader was unyielding, beginning the countdown. 5. Elpam ignored the threat, continuing to speak. You seem lost, so I've come to show you a shortcut. It would be troublesome for me if you wasted time here. 4, 3, he laid out his conditions. I cannot say why I know this place. However, if you kill me. 2. The female leader froze as Elpam revealed his trump card. Beneath the Edelstein City Hall. Then the location of your leader, Bastille, will be revealed. The ultimatum was broken. The female leader took a step forward, ready to listen. The female leader, Starling, growled, questioning the newcomer. You! Who the hell are you? In response to the hostility, Elpam merely offered a mysterious smile. Finally, we meet, Starling. Starling was stunned by the familiar attitude. Elpam gently corrected himself, his voice carrying a deeper meaning. No, after some time would be more accurate. Memories flooded back, a distant past. Elpam reminisced. Because before I returned, she and I were comrades. Elpam's voice deepened, recounting the story from the ashes of the crusade. They had joined the resistance together, fighting side by side through countless bloody battles. They fought together until that fateful day. In a life-or-death moment, Starling chose to sacrifice herself, smiling as she sent Elpam ahead. Go, Elpam, I'll be right there. The memory faded. Elpam returned to reality, his gaze firm. The debt from years ago, now was the time to pay it. I'll get straight to the point. Elpam issued an urgent command, astonishing Starling. Withdraw from the Kerning City branch immediately. It has been discovered by the apostles, but that wasn't all. There's one more thing. I recently picked something up. An ancient book appeared, enveloped in a stream of emerald magic. Inside the magic box was a severed hand, eerily pale. It seems Kania is cultivating something very interesting within their ranks. Starling's patience reached its limit. She gritted her teeth and warned. What do you mean? If you dare mock us, I'll make you regret it. Elpam interrupted, simply asking her to see for herself. Just take a good look. A surge of crimson energy began to emanate from the hand. Starling's pupils constricted in horror. That crimson mark on the back of the hand, it was unmistakable. That's an apostle's mark. The image of a black-cloaked apostle flashed through her mind. Whispers echoed, connecting the mark to the Kania syndicate. Starling affirmed with certainty, her fear turning into conviction. Starling screamed in despair, the truth about the mark too much to bear. A mark that the apostles hide within their bodies. There shouldn't be many people who still know about it, right? Panic turned into action. Starling pointed her gun at Elpam, her voice harsh. What do you want? Don't tell me nonsense like you're here to do good. Elpam maintained his deadly composure. What I want is information. Elpam replied curtly, his gaze sharp. I need information. The door slammed shut. Elpam had left, leaving a room filled with silence and doubt. Ralph spoke anxiously. Starling, don't tell me you believe everything he said? Starling replied, her eyes still fixed on the door. Of course not. There's still a lot that's suspicious about him, his actions, and his sudden appearance at this time. Starling murmured, while Ralph offered the worst-case scenario. Who knows, this could be a trap set by the apostles. Meanwhile, Elpam strode along the cobblestone path. For now, what if I let them deceive me? He smiled cryptically, confident in his own plan. A ring in his pocket glowed faintly. Elpam thought to himself, I unexpectedly acquired something, and also got the information I needed. Elpam's gaze hardened. Kania. I didn't expect them to target that place. At this rate, she will. A decision was made, resolute and unshakable. It's decided. The colossal ship with the skull emblem began to move, cutting through the waves towards the open sea. The next destination is Nautilus. The sky was clear blue. The cries of seagulls heralded a new journey. Amidst the bustling harbor, Shulden appeared, his eyes gleaming with interest as he looked at the crowd. Oh, following Shulden's excitement, his entire team was also fired up. It's been a month, hasn't it? I'm itching all over. But before rushing into battle, a decision had to be made. In the quiet room, Lord Ebby posed the question decisively. Choose. Lord Ebby spread his hand, listing the lucrative options. The 6 Paths Gate for 60 people, or the Alinea Gate for 77 people. I've brought all the gates that the Kania Syndicate might be interested in. Lord Ebby's eagerness was met only with silence. Elpam remained unfazed, his gaze strangely calm. The silence made Lord Ebby impatient. He growled, I wonder. Elpam replied vaguely, further provoking him. What? You bastard, don't tell me you're scared now. But Elpam was not afraid. He was just waiting for the right moment to declare a completely different choice. I've already chosen where to go. Eagle Eye's tomb. That name hit Lord Ebby like a bucket of cold water. He froze, stammering in horror. What? Eagle Eye's tomb? Do you even know what kind of hellhole that is? Lord Ebby's explanation echoed, tinged with legend and death. Chiron, captain of the Nautilus, the one who commanded countless pirates, had a first disciple named Eagle Eye Rhea. And Eagle Eye's Gate is where that disciple died, now transformed into a tomb to commemorate her. You mean the place with a bounty of 9,930,000 mesos? Lord Ebby was still reeling, pointing out that the place should have been considered inviolable. Don't tell me. The Kania Syndicate is targeting it. Elpam ignored the question, steering the conversation to another topic. First, where did you get that information? But before the answer could come, the creaking of a door opening interrupted the dialogue. A deep voice echoed from the doorway, accompanied by a cryptic smirk. What interesting story am I hearing? Lord Ebby startled, turning around, his expression changing. Lord Larkin? Lord Larkin leisurely stepped in, paying no mind to their surprise. I intended to give you a gift, as I heard you were about to begin. The unexpected offer made Lord Ebby break out in a cold sweat. Take it, Lord Larkin commanded, his voice brooking no refusal. Before Elpam's astonished gaze, Lord Larkin held out 2 fiery feathers. These are special items prepared from Gafor, phoenix feathers, and 2 of them. Lord Larkin narrowed his eyes, smiling cryptically. I'm looking forward to a good outcome. Shulden silently vowed to complete the mission worthy of the gift received. But why aren't you coming inside, boss? Lord Evok replied calmly, his eyes fixed on the distance. Someone else is still coming. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, aimed directly at Shulden. Hey, you drunkard! Shulden startled and turned around, recognizing Ibaru carrying a large bundle. Long time no see. Iburu gestured towards the package. Here's the merchandise your boss ordered, and they made me deliver it too. Anyway, try it on. Shev and Shulden cheered with delight upon receiving their new gear, especially the gleaming battle axe in Shulden's hand. Kairi couldn't hide her satisfaction either. It's much lighter than I thought. It feels like wearing nothing at all. Iburu chuckled gleefully, revealing the rare material. Snowman hide. Your boss threw it at me and told me to make this. However, Lord Ivok quickly snatched the remaining hide before Shulden's astonished gaze. I'll take this. Iburu reassured the team, revealing that he knew about their achievements but would keep it a secret. Also, there's still one more piece of equipment. Lord Ivok unexpectedly handed the fur-lined cloak to Iburu. It's yours. Iburu stammered, speechless at the unexpected gift. There's not much time left. Change your clothes quickly, Lord Ivok urged. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Toriel let out a long, bored yawn. Between the blue sea and a tropical island, a submarine bearing a skull emblem silently surfaced. From the submarine, a figure emerged. Ah, she's here, a pirate cheered. Miner, the red-haired pirate, appeared proudly amidst the cheers. Lady Miner, thank you for your hard work. She simply enjoyed the sea breeze nonchalantly. Cheers echoed everywhere. Lady Miner did it. News of Miner's achievement spread like wildfire. She cleared the 200-person Orange Gate. Lady Miner is back. This event could change the entire landscape of the conquest. However, in response to all those expectations and achievements, there was only a blunt refusal. No. Miner was stunned, facing her captain. Captain, why? I conquered the 200-person gate. What's a 74-person mission compared to that? Rage flared in Miner's eyes. I'm even stronger than Rhea was before. There's no reason for you to stop me. Chiron's icy voice rang out, cutting Miner off. You, are you talking back to your captain? Are you defying my orders? Miner trembled with indignation. Then how can I avenge Rhea? You know how hard I've tried. But Kirin remained unmoved. As captain, I order you once more. Go back. All hope vanished. Miner slumped onto the table, utterly helpless. In the noisy tavern, Miner remained steeped in despair. She won't let me go. Or should I just ignore it and take the bounty? Toriel chuckled, patting her shoulder. That's Chiron's way of spoiling you. She's just a bit overprotective. Their conversation was abruptly cut short by hurried footsteps. A frantic crew member rushed in. Miner, there's trouble. Come out quickly. Just now, some guys. The crew member's report hit like a thunderclap. Miner froze, rage flaring in her eyes. What? Which bastards dared to snatch the Eagle Eye Tomb bounty? The indignation quickly spread among the pirates. Who are they? Landlubbers? Those brats think they can steal our bounty? Just then, a group of strangers strode in, bringing with them a heavy, challenging atmosphere. Shulden led the way, followed by his teammates, weapons at the ready, their eyes showing no deference. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. The crew member who had just reported swallowed, feeling the invisible killing intent emanating from the strangers. What the hell is this? The air is terrifying. Starling tilted her head slightly, warning coldly. This is their territory, so shut your mouth. Since we ignored the unwritten rules, it wouldn't be unfair if we got shot now. Starling explained the simple rules of Nautilus. Whoever claims the bounty has priority to conquer the gate. Once claimed, they are obligated to enter. Those are the two basic rules, but more importantly, there's an unwritten rule. It's implicitly understood that you don't claim a gate that someone else has already set their sights on. And to prove his actions, Shulden held up the bounty scroll he had just acquired. Miner couldn't take it anymore. She blocked the group's path, growling. Hey, who the hell are you guys? Miner's fury erupted. By what right do you snatch it? That's mine, understand? Shulden replied nonchalantly, as if Miner's threat was just wind. Then you should have taken it first. Miner roared. I'm waiting because I haven't been given permission. Permission? I don't recall such a rule. Shulden raised an eyebrow. Miner gritted her teeth. Well, I do. Because Captain Chiron is my mentor. Miner waved her hand, dismissing Shulden's reasoning. Anyway, that excuse won't work. It seems you guys don't fully understand the rules here. Nautilus bounties are only for pirates. Another pirate chimed in, his voice full of menace. Those who aren't pirates aren't allowed to touch it. No gate belongs to Nautilus. The response to that threat was an act of utter contempt. The axe-wielding warrior burst into raucous laughter, giving Shulden a thumbs up. Ha ha. Now I get it, boss. That sight was like adding fuel to the fire, making Miner scream. What? Shut up and hand over the bounty. At Miner's unreasonable demand, Gerald smirked. Huh? I don't want a tilde. He smugly put an arm around Elpom's shoulder, declaring loudly. Allow me to introduce. We are the Iburu pirates. Iburu, who was supposedly the captain, could only force a laugh while sweating profusely. Miner's fury erupted. I'm not talking about that fake nonsense, understand? Do you think just anyone can be a pirate? There's a proper process. Gerald feigned deep hurt, Tilda calling us fakes, when we're all pirates. You're breaking my heart. Iburu hastily chimed in, trying to regain his imposing demeanor. How can you not know the leader of the Iburu pirate crew, Captain Iburu? Gerald continued his flimsy argument. Iburu, here is the real deal. Don't you see we've boarded the Nautilus ship? A team with a pirate leader. If that's not a pirate crew, then what is it? As the argument became ridiculous, Elpam spoke coldly. Isn't that argument too far-fetched? By your logic, aren't the rest of us not pirates either? Elpam's words made Minor turn around in surprise, but then she was stunned to see another group of people had just appeared. Ah, you're here. A burly man with a blue bandana stepped forward, his voice full of authority. Murhat, what's the reason for all this commotion? Murhat's appearance slightly surprised Elpam. He certainly hadn't met this person in his past life. Murhat? We haven't violated any rules, have we? Murhat shrugged. Chiron is the one who makes the rules. So that's for her to decide. Where's your crew? Don't tell me this is all you have, Elpam calmly replied. The 5 members here are all of us. Gerald, standing next to him, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat under Murhat's scrutinizing gaze. Good heavens, why is he looking at us like that? Murhat narrowed his eyes. Something strange. What's your name? Elpam replied concisely. Elpam. That name immediately caused a stir. One of the pirates whispered in astonishment. I've heard of him, if I recall correctly. He's the survivor of the 100-person Red Gate. Gerald smirked at the information about the Red Gate. That 100-person gate? Where most adventurers who entered died. Those guys really aren't ordinary. All true. But then Gerald's smile faded, replaced by an expression of contempt. So what? Iburu roared angrily. That means they only failed to conquer it. Just worrying about survival means they're a bunch of useless cowards. Elpam just looked bewildered. Why are you getting mad at me? A pirate boasted. Lady Minor single-handedly cleared the 200-person Orange Gate this time. With just her skill, isn't this an obvious victory for her? Minor forced a smile. I told you not to make a fuss. Well, you're not wrong. Murhat looked at Elpam, his voice deepening. So, you are. Murhat made an offer. All right, how about a compromise between you two? Since you've claimed the bounty, you'll get priority in the conquest, and the remaining 69 slots will be filled by other groups. Gerald scornfully intended to refuse, but Elpam cut him off. Fine. Gerald was stunned by the swift agreement. Elpam coldly named his price, turning the tables. 100,000 meso per person. And I will only sell exactly 10 slots. In another room, a pirate expressed doubt. Hey, are you really going to buy them? They're just going to die anyway. We could just wait for them to be wiped out and then go in. Minor, fiddling with a stack of money, retorted. There's always a chance. If they decide to escape just to survive, then it's all over. Murhat decisively handed over the money. What about Kiran's permission? His subordinate worried. Things have come to this. I can't wait any longer. I'll apologize later. Minor's eyes gleamed with ruthless determination. I will not compromise on that place. With anyone, Gerald growled, unable to believe what was happening. What are you playing at? Everything was going fine. Gerald's fury erupted. You're only opening 10 of those slots? You just lost 5,900,000 meso. You greedy bastard. Let's just sell all the remaining slots, Starling calmly interjected. If we sell them, they'll outnumber us 14-1. Haven't you forgotten about the followers? Gerald brushed it off. Who cares about them? If anything happens, we'll just crush them. Ignoring Gerald's grumbling, Elpam focused on the real danger. This time, I absolutely won't let it slide. Their current target is to assassinate Chiron's second disciple, Minor, right at the gate where her first disciple, Rhea, was killed. Minor's death would plunge Kiran into extreme shock, causing her to abandon the front lines and retreat into seclusion. Seizing that opportunity, the inside faction would completely divide the Nautilus pirate crew. This was originally supposed to happen 2 years from now. But the situation has changed. Elpam had obtained confidential information. The Silent Crusade has transferred their funds to Nautilus. That signals their plan has been accelerated. I must act a step ahead. To protect Minor, he was forced to limit the number of group members. I cannot make the same mistake. Mana usage must be minimized. Gerald was still angry, but a subordinate quickly intervened. Shut up. The boss must have a plan. Nevertheless, Gerald still muttered in despair. Our chance to make money. Why am I even here? Night fell upon the sea, and the Nautilus ship silently pressed forward. Suddenly, there was a knock on Elpam's door. A cyan energy emanated from the ring on the hand of the person standing outside. Elpam cautiously opened the door. Who is it? His eyes widened, astonished by the uninvited guest. I didn't expect this. Come in. Entering the room were Captain Chiron and Murhat, Elpam asked. What brings you two here at this hour? Kiran replied, her voice full of authority. I have something I need to confirm myself. It's best if you don't lie. Elpam. Kiran's sharp gaze pierced straight through him. Kiran cut straight to the chase, a question sharp as a dagger. Are you a follower of the Black Mage? Elpam was stunned. A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. How did Kiran know about the followers? Had the future changed again, or was it always meant to be this way? Elpam's confusion did not escape Murhat's notice. He muttered, recognizing Elpam's unease. You seem unsettled, could it be? Regaining his composure, Elpam immediately denied it. I am not a follower. I was just surprised that you would say that word, Chiron growled, without an ounce of leniency. Because I don't need to beat around the bush. How can I believe your words? Where is your proof? Elpam admitted. I have no concrete proof. He looked up, his gaze sharpening. But didn't you come here already knowing? Elpam turned the tables, his argument sharp. You know about the followers, and my connection to them. Otherwise, you would have answered with a bullet, not a question. Chiron threw out a name. Is it the Silent Crusade? So you've had contact with them before. Finally, Kiran admitted what she knew. That's right, the Kania Merchant Guild are the followers, and you are their enemy. But immediately after, her eyes turned cold. But that doesn't mean you are my ally. Elpam didn't miss the opportunity. But we can cooperate. I believe that's why you came to find me today. He looked directly at Chiron, no longer confused. What do you want from me? Kiran sighed softly, her voice heavy. The situation is dire, she explained, revealing a horrifying truth. I know the Black Mage's followers are behind Ria's death, but they have infiltrated deep into the Nautilus ship. This information stunned Elpam. He gritted his teeth, realizing everything was happening much faster than he had anticipated. Chiron continued to outline the enemy's plan. I heard they've started to act. Perhaps their current target is Minor, because she is the symbol of this ship after Ria's departure. Her expression became serious, emphasizing the urgency. If Minor, the heart of this pirate crew, dies, the Nautilus ship will fall into utter chaos. Even I cannot bear the consequences. Elpam's eyes sharpened, without a hint of hesitation. He made his final decision. This is a deal. Chiron sealed the agreement, her voice echoing over the image of glittering treasure. You must ensure Minor returns safely from the Eagle Eye Mausoleum. In return, you will receive an item from the Nautilus's treasure. The scene shifted to a tropical island. Another group of adventurers, led by Gerald, prepared to enter a fiery portal. We're going in first, take your time. Minor silently watched Gerald's group disappear into the portal, her gaze thoughtful. A blinding flash of light enveloped everything, signaling the completion of the teleportation. Inside was a dark, damp cave. Gerald casually carried his battle axe on his shoulder, looking around. Oh, a new place? It's really dark. A blonde female warrior in the group snapped, annoyed by Gerald's attitude. Do you think you're on a picnic? Focus. The other teammate also grumbled. TSK in the end. Only 10 slots were sold. Suddenly, the entire group froze. A small creature blocked their path. Huh? Before them was a rather silly-looking baby lizard. Gerald laughed mockingly. Haha, what a dumb face. Wasting no time, Gerald raised his axe, ready to finish off the prey in one blow. Stand still. I'll take care of you in a flash. But just before the axe blade came down, Gerald froze. His eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? A colossal shadow enveloped the tiny prey. From the darkness, a monster many times larger appeared, its red eyes blazing with fury upon hearing its child's cry. Gerald's confident smile vanished, replaced by cold sweat and a forced laugh. Ah, haha. You came with your mom? Deep within the dark cave, the ground trembled from heavy footsteps approaching. A deafening gunshot tore through the night, signaling the start of the battle. Minor unleashed a volley of bullets at the monsters, roaring, "Keep firing. Kill every last one of them." But the incessant gunfire attracted even more enemies. Zio, the gunshots are luring them here. Zio tried to reassure his teammates, but his words were swallowed by the massive jaws of the charging monster. They're just a bunch of baby drakes. We even cleared a 200-man gate. A sudden barrage of fire bullets flew in, halting the beast's attack. The impact sent the giant monster flying, knocking 2 team members to the ground. They quickly got up, one person saying to Zio, "That's right, Zio. Just as you said. Get back into formation." But Minor had other plans. She stepped forward, the cannon in her hand glowing brightly. "I'll handle this." Meanwhile, in another corner of the cave, Shev and his teammate were ambushed by another monster. Damn it, another one! Where are they all coming from? One of Shev's teammates hastily fled, leaving him behind. Just go ahead, I have something to take care of. Left alone, Shev gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, where did that bastard go? His anger suddenly turned to astonishment as a giant stone creature emerged from the cave wall. The stone fist plunged down, but the lizard monster was a step faster, clamping its jaws tightly onto the attacker's arm. Trapped between two ferocious monsters, Shev let out a defiant roar. "All right, come on." From a distant location, Elpam observed everything through a mysterious device, his voice cold and critical. "The way you fight is a complete mess. If you keep causing chaos as you please, it won't be effective." To Kyrie and Ralph's astonishment, Shulden declared a new order. "From now on, we will fight as a team. You are family." Elpam's plan began to unfold. Debo will lead the charge. Debo's mission was to charge straight into the front lines, sowing chaos among the monster horde. The goal was not to finish them off immediately, but to focus on inflicting as much damage as possible. He only needed one objective: always move forward, no matter what happened, and ignore all attacks from behind. Because Dad will protect you. Ralph blocked a fatal attack aimed at Debo. "My adorable little boy. Just trust your old man." Debo snapped. "Shut up," recalling Elpam's instructions. "Ralph, you are Debo's shield. Forget your selfish fighting style. From now on, fight for him. Protect Debo at all costs. That is an order." The order was etched into his mind. Ralph faced the beasts, his eyes burning with determination. He roared excitedly, stomping the ground and charging forward. "Then let's fight." Just as planned, a monster attacked from Debo's blind spot, but his shield was in position. Ralph didn't flinch, ready to take the full force of the attack. Debo shouted a warning as the giant tail swung towards them. The devastating blow struck Ralph directly, sending him flying. Bloody and battered, Ralph flashed a crazed smile. "Damn it. Is this the power of fatherly love? So exhilarating. I told you to shut up." Elpam smiled calculatingly, entrusting the mission to his ace. "And Kiri, your role is the most crucial. Your skills prevent opponents from recovering from burns. That destructive flame is the perfect finishing blow for enemies whose life force has been depleted." And Kiri did not disappoint him. A fiery sword slash tore through the monster's body. Elpam silently acknowledged, "The one who has progressed the most this past month is you, Kiri." Kiri smirked, looking satisfied. "Easier than I thought." Her teammates also roared excitedly. "Awesome, keep it up." Their challenge was met with the roars of an entire horde of monsters surrounding them. Meanwhile, on a tropical island, Toriel and a teammate stood before a brightly glowing teleportation gate. Suddenly, Toriel turned around, her eyes filled with surprise as she saw a group of people approaching. "Huh? Is that?" Toriel recognized the leader. "Kadral?" Kadral's annoyed voice replied, "What are you doing here?" The members who were scheduled, but he quickly brushed aside his anger, his face replaced with panic. "Get out of the way! That doesn't matter anymore. It's urgent. I have to inform Miner immediately." At the same time, in another location, a giant monster had fallen at the feet of Miner's pirate crew. Miner dusted off her hands, her expression nonchalant. "Well done, Miner. It's nothing. Let's keep going." A female crewmate cheered excitedly upon discovering the loot. "Miner, we hit the jackpot. Look at the size of this magic stone. If we sell this, we'll earn at least." Her words were cut short by a fiery beam of light piercing through her chest. Miner's pupils constricted, reflecting the image of the sudden death. At the same time, Morhut couldn't believe his eyes either. "Huh?" A searing pain tore through Mirhat's chest, leaving him wounded and coughing up blood, stammering incoherently. What? A surge of blue energy flashed for a moment, a desperate and belated attempt at resistance. Amidst the chaos, another fiery arrow shot forth. "What? Everyone, watch out!" Mirhat roared, pushing Miner out of the arrow's path despite his wounds. "Damn it, Miner!" "I know," Miner replied, immediately spinning around and unleashing a burst of firepower from her hand. The fiery arrow continued to hurtle forward relentlessly, but at that very moment, Miner sensed another surge of killing intent. A red flash appeared, she realized with horror. From behind, without hesitation, Miner spun around and pulled the trigger. Magnum shot, the bullet's destructive force tore through the ground, but the attack was blocked by a round shield emitting an eerie red light. Rage flared in Miner's eyes. "You bastard, explain yourself." The mysterious attacker materialized, a fiery eye, voice cold as ice. "Just cleaning up." Immediately after the declaration, a whirlwind of fire erupted from his staff. Amidst the encirclement of deadly light spears, the enemy's voice rang out, cold and cruel. "Stand still. It will be quick." But in that chaos, one was left behind. The warrior gritted his teeth, resentful. "Everyone is forgetting." The choked resentment erupted into a desperate scream. "Everyone is forgetting about me." Horrifying memories flooded back, of him being left alone to face the ferocious Drake. That bastard Devo, how could he abandon me after telling me to trust him? If he was going to do this, Why bring me here in the first place? I almost died if it weren't for this ant cave. He gasped in the narrow tunnel, the monster's fangs mere inches away, but fear was quickly replaced by determination. He couldn't hide here forever. If everyone else escapes, then I'll truly be left here forever. The silence of the tunnel seemed to mock his despair. Refusing to accept his fate, he climbed out of his hiding spot, roaring at himself. Damn it. I'm a second-rank adventurer too, and adventurer's pride wouldn't allow him to fall. I won't die easily in this place. Determined to find a way out, he ventured deeper into the cave, and then a strange sight appeared. A blazing gate. A second gate? What should I do? If I just wait here, the outcome would be the same. But as he hesitated, a strange creature with large, round eyes silently appeared right behind him. He jumped, letting out a startled cry as the creature suddenly clung to him. Before the panic subsided, he recognized the creature clinging to his shoulder. Q? Huh? You're Elpams. He sighed in relief, the tension melting away. When did you get here? I thought my heart was about to jump out of my chest, but the relief lasted only a moment. A strange sound began to emanate from the gate. Huh? What's that sound? The gate suddenly erupted in a blinding light, engulfing everything. His desperate scream was lost in the destructive glow. Inside the blazing gate, a tiny snail silently observed. It let out a faint cry, like a signal being sent. Immediately, the gate responded, erupting into a dazzling pillar of light. From within the light, Miner appeared, guns ready in hand, roaring furiously. Shut up and explain. Didn't you hear what I said? But another energy beam suddenly tore through the air, heading straight for them. Elpam barely registered the imminent danger. A violent explosion threw the charging pirate back, leaving him stunned. What? Kadral appeared with his colossal cannon, a smirk on his face. Good thing, looks like I'm not late. Miner was stunned. Kadral, why are you? Seizing the opportunity, Elpam dissolved into shadows, making a swift escape. He's still alive. Chase him, Miner yelled. Kadral calmly stated. It seems that kid named Elpam did the same thing at the 100-person gate. Kadral revealed the one behind it all. Chiron sent us here after discovering his identity. That name completely surprised Miner. Chiron? Meanwhile, Elpam had plunged into a new battle. His scythe carved deadly arcs through the pirates. Bodies fell. Screams of pain echoed as Elpam's scythe spared no one. Witnessing the massacre, the bearded pirate roared in anger. Damn it! What are you doing? He's just one man. He poured all his strength into his weapon, unleashing a destructive attack. Murhat pulled the trigger, triumph etched in his eyes. Got him, but instead of the target, a colossal fireball engulfed the entire area. Murhat and his comrades' confidence shattered, replaced by utter horror. Desperate screams echoed amidst the devastated battlefield. Through the smoke, Shulden calmly stepped out, muttering. 3 of them. More have arrived. Have they figured it out? Suddenly, a small dark figure with glowing red eyes darted towards Shulden. Red energy beams struck him, forcing Shulden to halt. Miner appeared, both gun barrels blazing. Did you think I'd lose track of you? Miner's volley of bullets converged, creating a terrifying explosion, but Shulden had escaped the blast, his gaze now fixed on a rock emitting a strange light. That's... At that moment, Kadral yelled a desperate warning. Everyone get down! Shulden's mechanical eye locked onto the incoming target. The ring on his hand flared with a stream of emerald energy. Immediately, a colossal wall of earth and rock rose from the ground, blocking Shulden's path. Kadral's spike bomb slammed directly into the defensive wall. A violent tremor shook the ground, but the wall stood firm, perfectly shielding Shulden. Suddenly, Shulden's defensive wall transformed into a ferocious wave of earth and rock. It crashed down, burying Miner amidst the roar of the earth and sky. Amidst the chaos, a colossal stone tomb rose, silencing everyone in horror. Everyone, come here, quickly! Thrown back by the impact, Miner could only cough violently. What's happening? The source of this terrifying power was the gem in Shulden's hand. He stood there, amidst the magical vortex, his cold gaze locked onto Miner. An emerald energy barrier enveloped both of them, isolating them from the outside world. Rage flared in Miner's eyes. You bastard! What the hell are you doing? Tell me, what are you plotting? Shulden merely smirked, his tone full of challenge. And do you have the strength to bear the answer? His hand clenched, activating the trap that had been set. Outside, Ronco grabbed Kadral's collar, roaring furiously. What did you just do? Miner got caught in there too. But then a sudden burst of crimson energy erupted from the rock, freezing both of them. Ronco desperately screamed into the rubble. Miner, are you still alive? His call was answered by a fiery slash that tore through space. The energy blade grazed right between Ronco and Kadral, a deadly warning from within the tomb. Without warning, the classic gun fired. Its target, Kadral, only realized the danger at the last moment. A volley of magic bullets pierced Kadral, tearing his body apart in an instant. Collapsing in a pool of blood, Kadral could only utter a desperate question. Why? Standing above, Minor coldly looked down at her handiwork. Utterly horrified, Ronco roared, disbelieving his eyes. Minor? What have you done? But Minor's target was not Ronco. Her gaze was fixed on Shulden, her voice full of contempt. The result? Just a waste of mana due to your useless stubbornness. Just as I thought. Below, an army silently awaited orders. Minor explained. They are all newly joined members. A cruel smile spread across her lips. Minor called out a name. Zio. Zio and his comrades were stunned by the sudden command. Lead the others and run. Minor stated firmly. This is Kieran's order. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden medallion around her neck began to glow. A blinding light exploded, engulfing everything. When the light faded, Shulden found himself in an unfamiliar place, exhausted. Damn it. I accidentally ended up here. Now I have to wait for the others to arrive. Realizing he was in a cave full of bones, Shulden wondered, is this also a second portal? So, are they here? In another corner of the cave, Zio also just regained his senses. He was stunned to see a lone figure in the distance. One person? The lone figure in the distance sparked hope. Hey, wait! The abandoned warrior hastily chased after him, pleading. I got separated from my group. If possible, can I go with you? But his plea was not met with agreement, but with a brutal trip. Falling flat, he vented his anger on the small creature beside him. What the hell are you doing? Do you want me to roast you when Elpam isn't here? His rage suddenly died down as he realized the truth. Ah, this snail isn't a monster, but a gigantic, hideous mushroom creature loomed out of the darkness. Its growl froze the warrior, cold sweat pouring out. The monster lunged, and his terrified scream echoed throughout the cave. It turned out the figure was just a deadly trap. In another development, Minor clearly relayed the captain's order. Zio, lead the others and run. The sudden command stunned Zio and his comrades. What was given was not an explanation, but an important token. At that moment, Shulden aimed his fiery weapon at Minor, his eyes sharp and cold. What are you planning? Shulden's face was devoid of emotion, only cold determination. And then, Shulden posed a question that stunned Minor. Do you know about Rhea's death? Shulden revealed the horrifying truth. Behind these ruins are followers of the Dark Witch disguised among the comrades you trust. They are the ones who killed Rhea. Minor roared in anger, but Shulden continued. Don't you understand? To isolate Chiron, their other target, is her second disciple. Shulden's warning still hung in the air. His weapon now pointed directly at the final target. It's you, Minor. Minor's mind reeled at the unbelievable truth. Wait, what is he saying? Followers? On the Nautilus? And my comrades? Killed Rhea? To prove it, Shulden held out an object. Minor was stunned when she recognized it. I'm sure. That's Kieran's necklace. The image of the captain appeared in Minor's mind. Chiron would never give this token to an outsider. That could only mean one thing. Chiron truly knew everything, and had sent Shulden to protect her. The bitter truth dawned. So, the people you killed just now were? Shulden coldly confirmed. That's right. Minor pushed past the shock, questioning. But how? What method did you use to identify the followers? In response, Shulden's mechanical eye flashed with a crimson light. At the same time, elsewhere, Ralph expressed deep skepticism to Starling. Starling, no matter how I think about it, this isn't right. Not only does he know about our existence, but you also allowed him to take the item. This is too absurd. We can't trust him like that. The explanation lay in the item Shulden was wearing. The clairvoyant eye patch. A treasure capable of seeing through the flow of mana. An excellent tool to distinguish followers of the Dark Witch. But the price was that it consumed the user's mana terribly. Starling calmly explained its limitations. After Chorus died, no one here could use it. Don't you know that item only activates when it's compatible with the user's element? She glanced at Elpam, who had led Shulden there. Though I don't know how a guy who looks like a mage could use the clairvoyant eye patch. Starling admitted to Ralph. I don't fully trust him either. But for now, it seems we have the same goal. Ralph remained uneasy. It could be a trap. We don't even know who is behind him. Seeing Ralph's worried expression, Starling reassured him. Come on, stop frowning. I've already lent it to him anyway. Her eyes turned cold. If his mana isn't compatible, he might die before he can use it properly. Let's just see how things unfold, and what answer he will bring back. Starling's gamble was placed on the chaotic battlefield, where dozens of figures were moving. Returning to reality, Shulden provided that answer. His mechanical eye scanned the crowd. Except for the three leading figures, all the rest are followers. The skepticism in Minor's eyes vanished. replaced by a flame of hatred and an iron will. She knew what she had to do. Toriel dismissively brushed off the accusation, trying to convince Minor it was nonsense. But her sharp question cut him off. Baseless? Immediately, Shulden's mechanical eye flashed, a crimson targeting reticle locking onto the target. You mean this? He recalled his bitter confrontations with the followers in the past. Their marks only appeared when infused with magic, and could be anywhere on the body. Shulden decisively stepped forward, without a hint of hesitation. He knew well that the mark was invisible to the naked eye. But one thing was certain. A follower must surely have a mark. Without warning, Shulden's hand, enveloped in green energy, grabbed the head of the nearest follower. He pulled the follower up by their hair, his voice as cold as ice. I can overlook your terrible fashion sense, but to be this brazen is a bit much. And then, on the forehead of the exposed individual, a dark mark glowed brightly. Ronco and another pirate were stunned, horrified as they recognized the deadly symbol. The Dark Mage's mark? Impossible. The charade ended. Toriel's face contorted with anger and despair. Damn it. The pretense vanished. Immediately, hands reached for holsters. The scream of a female pirate tore through the air, ordering a massacre. Damn it, kill them all. Chaos erupted. Amidst a hail of purple magic bullets, Murhat raised his cannon, roaring amidst the sudden battle. What the hell is going on here? But then, Murhat himself responded to the chaos with a destructive blast of energy from his cannon. Minor, with steely eyes, also took her position, her gun barrel blazing, ready for a bloody counterattack. Tom screamed in pain, dark magic gnawing at his body. Shulden realized the disadvantageous situation. I've used too much mana dealing with these grunts. At this rate, we'll be at a disadvantage. A second portal appeared nearby, Shulden hastily suggested. Let's hide in there. But Murhat roared in anger, extinguishing any thought of retreat. Shut up. He gripped his cannon tightly, his eyes blazing. I'll kill them all with my own hand. Murhat shouted a warning to his comrades. Stand back if you don't want to get caught in it. It's hunting time, Murhat roared, releasing a surge of dark energy from the skull in his hand. A dark mist erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield. Minor was astonished, not understanding what had just happened. Illusions enveloped her, stripping her of all sense of direction. I can't see anything. In the darkness, a gunshot rang out. Minor collapsed. A bullet lodged in her body. Murhat's face appeared, his smile full of deceit. It is Minor indeed. Impressive. But your luck ends here. The bearded pirate also panicked in the darkness. Minor. I can't see anything. Damn it, what the hell is this? Murhat aimed his cannon directly at Minor, his voice as cold as ice. Now, Minor, I'll send you to your beloved Rhea. An explosion tore through the air. Murhat's cannon barrel blazed with deadly fire. Facing the cannon, Minor only managed to fire a desperate shot. Send her my regards. Murhat's projectile and Minor's shot collided, creating a small shockwave. But before the finishing blow could land, a dark figure rushed forward, embracing Minor and taking the full force of the attack. Murhat was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? How can this be? Minor looked up at her savior, equally astonished. How can you see? Shulden's mechanical eye patch flashed with a bright red light. Through his special eye, Shulden didn't see bodies, but burning souls. Shoot him. Just as I thought. There's something wrong with that bastard. Hearing the command, the pirates simultaneously opened fire on Shulden. Shulden raised his hand, the ring on his finger emitting a blue light. A massive energy shield appeared, blocking the entire volley of bullets to the enemy's astonishment. Immediately after, Shulden summoned a blazing crystal. Dry branches wrapped around it, forming a bow. A fiery arrow was shot, piercing directly into the pirates, their screams of pain echoing. Murhat roared, aiming his cannon at the incoming arrow. What do you think you can do with that pathetic fiery arrow? Cannon spikes. Two streams of power clashed in a blinding explosion. What? The fiery arrow easily pierced through Murhat's attack, without losing any speed. Impossible. It struck Murhat directly, sending him flying backward, his mind completely blank. What kind of power is that? It was just a fiery arrow. Stop him. No sooner had the command been given than a barrage of purple energy arrows whistled, flying straight towards Shulden. But facing the storm of attacks, Shulden calmly retaliated with a new spell. Blazing feathers swirled into a destructive fire vortex. Revolver. The terrifying explosion engulfed all of the enemy's attacks. Murhat was stunned. He spun his fiery projectiles, but that very moment of carelessness became a fatal weakness. Another follower closed in on Murhat from behind, clutching a grotesque skull in their hand. At the same time, a sharp energy blade struck from the front, aiming directly for his heart. The blade pierced through his chest, fresh blood gushing out. Murhat's agonizing scream echoed miserably. Shulden turned back, his eyes chilling as he witnessed his comrade fall amidst the aftershocks of the battle. The dark energy binding Minor vanished. She was stunned for a moment. "I'm free!" But before her joy could be complete, Minor froze as she saw the scene before her. Damn it! The fanatical follower clutched the orb of light in their hand, a crazed smile on their lips. All for the dark mage. It was a self-destructing attack. Dozens of spiky energy bombs were released, rushing towards them like a disturbed beehive. A chain of explosions shook the entire battlefield. The tremendous pressure threw Murhat into the air, his scream lost in the sea of flames. In the midst of despair, a massive surge of jade-colored energy suddenly swept through. It formed a sturdy dome, shielding everyone. Amidst the astonishment, a voice rang out. "Elpam?" The teleportation gate, their only escape, was right before their eyes. But Elpam was exhausted. "I'm reaching my limit. I have to reach the second gate before I run out of mana." Meanwhile, the battle continued in chaos. Shulden stared in shock as Minor confronted Toriel directly. A dark energy-infused attack from Toriel struck Minor directly, sending her flying. Murhat screamed in horror. "Minor!" Witnessing his comrade fall, Shulden gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. But Toriel gave no one time to react. Not so fast. He hurled a giant spike bomb towards the gate. All attempts to stop him were too late. A terrifying explosion engulfed the gate, destroying their path to survival. Severely wounded, Minor struggled to her feet from the ground. Despite her body being covered in injuries, her eyes still burned with hatred. Amidst the rubble, hope seemed to have faded. Murhat and Shulden stared blankly at the vanished gate. Shulden cried out in despair. The second gate. Did Elpam's group lose them? Amidst the panic, Tom suddenly spoke, his voice firm. "It's all right. The gate will be restored nearby soon. Our real objective is, we must kill that guy at all costs." Minor, without further delay, charged forward. She unleashed a powerful spinning punch, landing it squarely on Toriel's face, but he merely smirked. Useless. A surge of green energy enveloped his body, completely nullifying the attack. Minor was stunned. The attack had no effect? Did he hide this skill? Toriel burst into arrogant laughter. Too weak. He used his bare hand to punch Minor's gun away. The tremendous impact sent Minor flying backward, causing her to completely lose her balance. But just as Toriel was about to pursue, Murhat unexpectedly lunged down from above, landing directly on his shoulder. Giving the opponent no time to react, Murhat aimed his handheld cannon at Toriel's leg and fired continuously. The barrage of shots exploded, tearing apart the giant's calf. Toriel let out a scream of extreme pain. At the same time, streams of purple magic bullets from other directions also flew in rapidly, giving him no moment of rest. Under relentless attack, Toriel staggered, his heavy body toppling forward. Seizing the golden opportunity, Minor braced her hands on the ground, gathering momentum to spring up. Her entire body spun like a whirlwind, charging straight towards Toriel, who was pinned down. Toriel collapsed, his body riddled with energy arrows, only able to let out choked cries from his throat. Minor's eyes were now icy cold, filled with killing intent. She charged forward, firing her gun and taking down another pirate, blocking her path. Another one charged at her, but she used her gun to block the attack and shot him down instantly. Struggling to his feet, Toriel growled, clutching a dagger radiating green energy. "You, filthy rat." But Minor was faster. She closed in, pressed the muzzle of her gun directly against Toriel's side, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The cold muzzle pressed tightly against Toriel's mouth, cutting off his unfinished curses. A deafening blast echoed. The tremendous force of the shot blew off the top of Toriel's head in a spray of blood. A female crewmate, utterly horrified, could only scream the name of her comrade who had just been torn apart. "Pedro?" With the enemy's blood splattered on her face, Minor narrowed her eyes defiantly. No time. Everyone charge at once. But the battle was suddenly interrupted. Throughout the cave, fiery orange gates began to ripple and open. Shev was stunned as he noticed the anomaly. These are special gates. They will lead to different places in the second area. The situation became difficult. Each gate would only allow a certain number of people to pass through before closing, forcing the remaining ones to split up. Everyone could only leave it to chance. A blinding flash of light erupted as the gate was activated. Shev, Kiri, and another comrade stepped through. "We need to find the others as soon as possible." But as soon as he set foot in the new land, Shev froze. A terrifying sight was rushing straight towards them. Huh? What the hell is that? It was Iburu, running for his life. Seeing his comrades, Iburu was overjoyed. "Everyone, you've come to save me." Contrary to Iburu's expectations, Shev and Kiri screamed in horror. "What the hell are you talking about? Don't come over here." From a distance, Shulden's mechanical eye recorded the entire scene. A grotesque creature was biting off a man's head. That person's body was mercilessly torn apart, Around them, a bloody rampage was unfolding. Shev was stunned, realizing the truth in horror. These aren't normal monsters. They're wearing clothes. Could it be? They're humans? Shev pushed aside his horror, but the reality was even harsher. Damn it, these guys don't die. They're still moving even after I shot their heads off. He roared, realizing his ammunition was almost depleted. He gasped, his mechanical eye glowing red as he faced an unprecedented truth. Damn it, I've never heard of monsters like these before. With a special ability, Shev saw through the enemy's true nature. Monsters without cores? Could they be human corpses turned into zombies? He realized in horror that they had no weaknesses, a truth completely different from his previous life. Amidst the despair, a glimmer of light appeared. I have to find a way out of here. And then Shev realized it. Thin threads of mana connected to each monster. Wait. Those mana threads, could it be? Shev focused on tracing the energy flows. They stretched endlessly deep into the darkness. Damn it. How far do they go? The end of the magic threads seemed to be behind a stone wall. There must be something on the other side of the wall. He concentrated his entire mind, trying to see through the obstruction. The sight that appeared stunned Shev. Familiar figures. Fallen comrades. Debo. Are all of them at the second gate? A pounding headache struck. Shev's energy was rapidly depleting. I don't have enough mana to maintain this skill. At the same time, elsewhere, the situation was no less chaotic. Murhat desperately shouted as a monster charged. Hey, Elpam, what's wrong? Wake up. Immediately after the cry for help, a blinding orb of light exploded. From the cave ceiling, a giant stalactite crashed down, crushing the monster. Murhat was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. But the disaster didn't stop there. Amidst the falling rocks and debris, Minor also lost her balance and plunged straight into the abyss. Minor! Murhat's desperate cry echoed. Immediately, the muzzle of the cannon in Murhat's hand blazed, firing continuous volleys of shots into the darkness above. Murhat's barrage tore through space, crushing everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, Minor rushed over, her voice relieved. Thank goodness. Are you all right? But then, her eyes sharpened. Realizing the imminent danger, Minor shoved Murhat aside. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Murhat was only bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Before them, two mushroom monsters charged, their entire bodies emitting a deadly glow. And then, a brilliant energy sphere swallowed everything, creating a terrifying explosion. From a distance, Shulden narrowed his eyes, observing. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a massive tunnel just created by the destructive force. Minor and Murhat stood at the edge of the crater, exhausted. Murhat muttered, his voice full of bitterness. Minor, you almost killed me too. Damn it. There are still so many left? When Murhat admitted he was out of ammo, Minor gritted her teeth. I can use it one more time. Just pour all my mana into it. Wait. A hand unexpectedly held her back. Shulden had appeared without them noticing. Wait. We need that skill. Minor snapped. What the hell are you talking about? Don't you see them? We don't have time. Shulden calmly explained the urgent situation, then held up 3 fingers. 5 minutes. No, I only need 3 minutes. Murhat was skeptical. What? What can you do in 3 minutes? Shulden's mechanical eye gleamed. In his hand were 2 brilliantly glowing gems. Clear the gate. Meanwhile, in another corner, a desperate scream echoed as a sailor was swallowed by the monsters. Damn it, a warrior yelled in despair. What the hell is happening? These zombies. Even if we cut off their heads. Before he could finish, he was caught by a monster. His painful scream tore through the chaotic space. In another direction, Shev and his comrade were struggling to defend themselves. Shev's comrade was losing hope. Is there any way to kill them? Shev roared back. Stop whining. If you have time to complain, kill a few more. Meanwhile, Kiri and the abandoned warrior were coordinating their attack. The warrior yelled, Die! But his bullet seemed unable to penetrate the monster's tough hide. A spark flashed as the bullet ricocheted. The monster was only pushed back slightly, roaring in anger. The abandoned warrior panted, then tried to act calm. Easy peasy. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A warrior looked up, horrified to see a colossal rock mountain emerging from the ground. Amidst the cracking rocks, a giant eye slowly opened. The warrior could only exclaim in astonishment. Wow, that's insane. A hideous creature with bulging spore sacs and bony wings rose, spreading extreme terror. If you wake something like this up, what are we supposed to do? Zio flashed a chillingly smug smile. You just complimented me. In response, the mushroom monster let out a savage roar, swinging its claws to tear at anything within reach. The chaotic battle erupted. Murhat and Minor frantically fired bullets to hold back the monster. Amidst the battle, Shulden gritted his teeth, enduring the pain tearing through his body. Damn it. My heart feels like it's going to explode. I don't want to push myself like this again. But there's no other choice. He knew it was too early to try to level up. If I keep trying when I'm not ready, I'll only get in my own way. So, there's only one option left. Memories flooded back, of the days after his regression. He always had to face increasingly powerful monsters while his own mana and attack power were limited. Having reached the limits of the 6 rings, he was forced to find a new method. It was a life-or-death gamble. A bold hypothesis emerged. Magic stones are the essence of monsters. If I directly absorb its core, could I use it as a substitute for mana? Back in reality, Shulden crushed the magic stone. He decided to stake his life on that insane hypothesis, absorbing the chaotic energy surging forth. The plan was to guide that wild mana flow through his heart via his blood vessels. The only problem was whether this body could withstand it. Meanwhile, Miner was still fighting fiercely, firing bullets at the mushroom monster's colossal arm. She didn't back down. Suddenly, a familiar, powerful voice rang out. "Well done, Miner." Immediately after, a whirlwind of fire erupted from Shulden's position, sweeping away everything in its path. The magical flames roared, transforming into an infernal pillar that engulfed the monster in agonizing screams. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a hand glowing with magical blue light reached out to Miner. Stunned, she could only utter, Pam, you?" Ignoring Miner's confusion, Shulden commanded in a sharp tone. "Prepare that skill from earlier." Miner froze, not because of the command, but because of Shulden's appearance. A swirling dark aura enveloped him, emanating an eerie pressure. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, the battle with the mushroom monsters was still raging fiercely. Kiri plunged into the enemy horde, her blazing sword cleaving through the grotesque bodies. Suddenly, a red tentacle whipped out powerfully, flinging Zio far away. Zio looked down at the wound in horror. Greenish mushroom sprouts were germinating right on his flesh. Mushrooms? What the hell is this? In that instant, Zio realized the horrifying secret of the zombie mushroom species. Without hesitation, he swung his knife, personally cutting off the infected flesh. A healing light flashed, and at the same time, a warning shout echoed across the battlefield. "Everyone, be careful not to get scratched by that tentacle. Otherwise, you'll turn into one of those disgusting zombie mushrooms." The warning ended as the leading monster revealed itself. Shev gritted his teeth, realizing the true enemy. So it's behind all of this? Kiri was also getting tired. She noticed her comrades were slowing down. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. Zio's eyes gleamed with determination. He charged forward, shouting loudly to his comrades. "Leave this place to me and run. I have to do this." Zio pushed past Shev's stunned state. His mind made up. Alone with his spear, Zio charged straight into the wildly flailing forest of tentacles, carving a bloody path for his comrades. In response to Zio's brave act, a glowing red tentacle whipped across the space like a steel whip. The devastating blow sent Zio flying, his bones sounding as if they would shatter. He gritted his teeth in endurance, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, another tentacle reached out, tightly coiling around the bewildered Shev. Shev was lifted up and then slammed hard onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Shev's eyes widened, aghast at the monster's absolute power. Just then, Kiri rushed in like a whirlwind, her sharp blade slicing through the besieging tentacles. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cave, the escape plan was underway. Miner suppressed her pain, clutching her injured arm. Shulden coldly ordered, "Focus on maintaining the skill. Leave the aiming to me." Shulden pointed towards the towering stone wall. "Your target is this wall." Behind them, Murhat strained to hold back the encroaching mushroom monsters. "We only have one chance. Begin." At the command, icy energy gathered in Shulden's hands, while Miner's cannon barrel blazed with destructive fire. The two streams of power merged, firing a colossal energy projectile named Blackboot Bill. The stone wall violently shook under the impact, cracks beginning to spread like a spider web. A deafening explosion tore through the space, blowing away a large section of the wall, opening a path to survival. Magical energy converged, creating a destructive vortex that crushed everything in its path. Shulden strained, pouring every last bit of his strength into the attack. Faster, even faster, go. At the same time, Miner unleashed her ultimate technique, a swirling stream of firepower like a death bullet. But it wasn't enough. Shulden roared, trying to increase his power, while Miner also gritted her teeth in endurance. "Keep going. Hold on until the end." In response, Miner unleashed all her remaining firepower. Missile arrow, fiery arrows shot forth, merging with the emerald energy stream. The two streams of power combined, forming a colossal energy drill that bored deeper into the ground. But behind them, the defensive line had broken. Murhat screamed in despair amidst the swarm of monsters. "Damn it, out of ammo." Without cover, the team was forced to retreat. Murhat yelled in panic. "Run! Miner!" A monster had closed in on the young teammate. Murhat's horrified scream echoed. "Kid!" Amidst the chaos, Shulden gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. A terrifying truth had just flashed in his mind. He realized his mistake. These monsters have no core. The puppets before me deceived me, clouding my judgment. Shulden's ability allowed him to see through their true nature, tracing the invisible mana threads connecting to somewhere. They were not the real enemies. The master of the core is someone entirely different. What we need to fight is, from the shadows, the true mastermind appeared, a colossal monster that easily blocked their full-force attack. The hideous creature lunged forward, its tooth-filled maw wide open, but Shulden didn't flinch. Blue energy converged, his mechanical eye locking onto the target. A rocket punch was unleashed. All power released in a single blow, tearing through the monster's body. The destructive force created a black hole, sucking all fragments of the enemy into the epicenter of annihilation. The monster's golden core, its life source, shattered into pieces. Gerald could only stare, unable to believe the terrifying power he had just witnessed. Zio was also stunned, surrounded by the corpses of the smaller monsters that had been wiped out. The shockwave spread across the battlefield, reaching the remaining individuals. Starling braced herself against the raging energy surge. The poisonous mushroom monsters had no chance to resist. Their heads exploded. Not a single creature could survive this wrath. The red-scarfed warrior burst out laughing in immense relief. "Ha, we're saved." The last remnants of the monsters were completely annihilated. Starling sighed in relief as a system notification appeared. Gate. Amidst the blue smoke, Shulden smiled triumphantly. The mission was complete. In Miner's memories, the world was full of terrible adults. Those who abandoned her. Among them, only one person stood up to protect the orphan. And Rhea was my hero. 10 years have passed since we were taken in by our mentor, time flying by in the blink of an eye. Miner pondered, feeling inadequate compared to her genius sister, who was even acknowledged by Chiron. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She felt she could never catch up to her sister. Suddenly, Rhea flicked her forehead with a painful snap. "Why are you so discouraged when what you have is confidence?" Rhea said with a laugh, while Miner protested. "I told you not to do that. Just take your time." Rhea smiled brightly. "I'll always be by your side." In a dark cave, Tom anxiously asked, "Kyrie, are you really okay?" While Zio grumbled, "It's clearly thanks to my healing magic. It's all my fault." Tom blamed himself, his face filled with remorse. "Hey, look!" Zio suddenly shouted, pointing deeper into the cave. The group cautiously advanced, heading towards the strange purple light. Before them was a horrifying sight. A bound corpse, its body covered in strange mushrooms. That person's hand still clutched a familiar pistol. "Ray!" A desperate cry rang out as they recognized the deceased. Miner stood frozen, her lifeless eyes staring at her fallen sister. "Ropes?" Kyrie realized, and Zio speculated. Did she tie herself up before turning into a zombie mushroom? Clutched in Rhea's clothes was a crumpled letter. The letter read, "To my mentor. The Black Mage's apostles have returned." Holding her sacrificed comrade, Miner read the blood-soaked letter with its final message. Rhea's dying words still echoed in her ears, and Miner. In another corner, Lord Larkin and a comrade were stunned to realize the truth. Half of the team members are apostles. The comrade collapsed, gasping. "Don't trust anyone. I think I'm done for." Miner sobbed in despair. "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise, big sister." Meanwhile, on a tropical beach, a teleportation gate glowed brightly amidst countless corpses. The black-clad assassins waited, their leader impatiently asking, "They're late. Could it be?" He was confident the plan had succeeded. Even Miner's group, under the influence of the darkness, they couldn't. But instantly, one of his accomplices was struck down in the blink of an eye. The entire assassin formation was engulfed in a sea of fire from a sudden ambush, screaming in panic. "What? Who is it?" The leader recognized the enemy in horror. "You? Weren't you at the meeting?" Chiron aimed her cannon, her voice as cold as ice. "How does it feel to be shot in the back, you maggots?" All 46 assassins were wiped out without a trace. The burly crewman reassured Chiron. "Don't worry too much. Isn't that why you sent him with her?" But Chiron still couldn't rest easy. "If Miner doesn't return, I won't be able to forgive myself." Just then, a dazzling light burst forth from the gate. Chiron and her people watched in shock as a figure stumbled out. The figure was covered in blood, a gun hanging loosely from their hand. Miner, exhausted and severely wounded, was supported by Lord Larkin and Zio, weakly calling out, "Chiron." Chiron froze, stunned by the tragic sight of her comrade. A blindfolded crewman looked up at the sky, letting out a mournful wail. Miner, covered in wounds, whispered through tears, "I brought her back with us." Chiron bowed her head, replying with a sad smile. Yes, in that moment of tragic reunion, she choked out, "Welcome back, you two." That night, torches were lit, illuminating the entire sea. Dozens of small boats surrounded the colossal ship Nautilus, preparing for a solemn ceremony. Chev exclaimed in surprise, "So many people." Kiri raised her torch and replied, "All key crew members have arrived. Because this is the funeral of Eagle Eye." The body of the heroine Rhea was cremated on a blazing pyre. Minor looked up at the flames, her eyes filled with sorrow but also determination. Chev anxiously turned his head, searching. But where did the boss go? The entire fleet silently bid farewell to their fallen comrade under the sunset. In another room, a vial of medicine was placed on the table, initiating a negotiation. Shulden had the medicine poured into his mouth, and he asked, "An offer?" Memories flooded back, of their two figures walking on a path. Kieran saying, "Your conditions are a bit excessive," Shulden replied. "I definitely need them." Chiron questioned, "Asking me to prepare so much mana potion. Do you know how expensive they are?" Shulden calmly replied, "I know. That's why I'm asking you, Kieran, because it's a completely different story when considering Nautilus's wealth." Chiron was suspicious. "Our agreement has ended. Why are you insisting on helping us?" Shulden replied. "But your cooperation is still valid, isn't it?" Chiron remained wary. "I thank you for protecting Minor, but that doesn't mean I trust you." Shulden then made a new condition. "Then consider this another agreement. Give me 2 items from the treasure, not 1. In return," Shulden activated his magic. "I will find all the apostles within Nautilus." Holding the vial in his hand, Shulden gritted his teeth. "Damn it, my second life isn't as easy as I thought." Minor's eyes sharpened, lost in complex thoughts. Geo suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "Why do you look so pensive?" Minor startled and replied, "It's nothing. I just have a lot on my mind." With an understanding smile, Geo gently advised, "Go, Minor." She asked in surprise, and he admitted, "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I know Elpom invited you to join his group," Geo stated directly, leaving Minor speechless. He continued in a lowered voice, "Thanks to Elpom, it's peaceful this time, but the cultists who killed Rhea are still out there." Clenching his fist, Geo affirmed, "I'm sure you want revenge too. That is just like me." He analyzed clearly. "If you go with Elpom, you'll be on the front lines facing them. That kid is trustworthy, so go to him." Then he laughed loudly, patting his chest confidently. "I'll protect this place. Just trust your big brother." Minor was stunned, softly calling his name with emotion. "Geo." Immediately after, a sly and determined smile appeared on her lips. On the whale submarine, the two teased each other again, but Minor still grumbled. "Well, with Chiron here, it should be fine." The journey began, the boat cutting through the water into a dense forest. The oars steadily stirred the clear blue water. At the bow of the boat, Captain Kieran stood proudly while Elpam diligently steered. Elpam focused on the task, his eyes fixed on the target ahead. Their small boat approached a colossal, magnificent structure, but from above, heavy muzzles were already aimed directly at them. A brilliant emerald energy stream ignited, signaling the ambush. Chiron raised a magic torch high, and an intense emerald flame erupted. A heavy iron chain mechanism began to move, opening a secret passage. Their small boat glided through the colossal gate, entering a flooded compartment. The accompanying mage's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "So this is." Before them was an endless sea of gold, none other than Chiron's treasure. "Could you explain these items to me?" he asked. But Chiron coldly replied, "Figure it out yourself." "I only promised you 2 items, she growled, making him think. Is she annoyed because of my offer to Minor? Nevertheless, he was overwhelmed by the countless treasures, the onyx dragon staff, and the commander's necklace too. He picked up a ring, his mind full of calculations. "I can only take 2 items. I need to find the strongest ones." Suddenly, a thought flashed, leaving him stunned. "Huh?" Seeing him suddenly turn away, Chiron wondered. Has he made up his mind? The mage approached a chest, resolute. "I'm certain. This is what he wore." Memories flooded back, reliving the last day of the war, when one of the apostles swept through the front lines. It was Lith, the betrayer of humanity. He, who infiltrated the Alliance and delivered a fatal stab. And this was the symbol of the terror he spread. He gritted his teeth in hatred. "I lost so many comrades because of that bastard. He took it from here after the Nautilus was destroyed." Returning to reality, he gripped a radiant golden gauntlet. "I will choose." He decisively put it on his hand, this item as the first. Chiron frowned, full of doubt. "You have good taste, but why this, given his element?" Ignoring her, the mage continued walking, his eyes already fixed on another glittering item in the distance. The young mage mused. "This is the first time I've seen this item, but I don't feel anything. Is it just an ordinary ring? How strange." Why would a mundane ring be in this place? He thought to himself as he reached for it. Suddenly, the ring flew towards the young man. He only had time to let out a cry of fright. "What's wrong?" the female captain asked, while the young man was still bewildered. "What is this?" "It equipped itself before I could even touch it," the young man said, raising his hand with the glowing ring. The female captain's eyes widened in astonishment. "That is," she calmly declared. "I apologize, but that ring is temporarily under my management, so I cannot give it to you. Choose something else." The young man smiled and replied, "I understand. All right, but what should I do now?" His question momentarily confused the female captain. "It won't come off, see?" He gritted his teeth, trying to pull the ring off in vain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a subordinate reported, "The Gold Ritchie case has concluded successfully." "What about Elpam?" Lord Ivok asked, believing the time was right. The subordinate trembled and knelt. "I apologize." He bowed his head to the ground, desperately admitting, "I have failed." "Failed?" Lord Ivok roared, grabbing his subordinate's hair. "How dare you say such words? This cannot be all that our trading guild has built." He hissed his final threat. "If you fail this time too, I will make you pay with your life." At the same time, Minor sighed in relief and picked up her backpack. She quickly rushed out of the room, full of determination. Minor called out loudly, her hand gripping her gun. "Let's go, sis." On the ship's deck, a bearded man saw Gerald's group off. The first mate could only sigh, recalling how that crazy gambler had won big in a card game. When the boat was far away, Gerald turned to ask his leader, "Boss, can we start now?" Immediately, a figure shot away. Minor unexpectedly leaped back onto the large ship, making the first mate exclaim in surprise. "Wait!" Gerald froze, seemingly realizing a horrifying truth. Facing the mage's sinister smile, Gerald stammered, "Don't tell me." Minor landed on the deck with a wild look, growling, "Where's my spot?" Memories flooded back. The mage recalled his pathetic appearance from the past, panting as he fled. In the dark corridor, he and his comrade Gukran desperately fled from a terrifying assassin. In despair, they cried out hopelessly, "No, we'll die like this, please." Suddenly, they discovered a secret mechanism on the stone wall. Gukran stood by the lever, urging, "Hurry up and get inside, I'll activate it." But then she burst out laughing, pulling the lever hard to abandon him. "Ha ha ha, good riddance. Looks like I won't be the one to die after all." A cold, emerald blade pierced through Gukran, cutting off her words. The young man screamed her name in horror as the iron gate slowly slammed shut. He barely squeezed through the gap in the door, looking back helplessly. With her last breath, Gukran could only gasp, "Idiot! Hurry! Run!" leaving him screaming her name in despair. Amidst the mist of memories, a black knight on a skeletal steed appeared, judging, at least, among everyone. "You." Back in the present, the mage's eyes glowed red as he coldly declared, "I have returned. How dare you come back here empty-handed with that confident look on your face?" Lord Ebby roared, slamming his fist on the table in front of the young mage. The mage remained calm. "It was a perilous situation. My safe return is already a miracle. Minor, the Apostle's current target, has joined our group," he announced, stunning Lord Ebby. "Next time, how long do you want me to play your games?" Lord Ebby yelled, but the mage only thought to himself, "Not yet. I can't reveal all information to Gapor." He envisioned an all-out war, knowing that if they only targeted pawns, they would never reach the root of the Apostle. "I have to hurry," he muttered to himself, then asserted, "Well, it won't take long." Meanwhile, at the group's dwelling, Ralph angrily shouted, "How can he expand the group without telling us a word?" Gerald spoke up in defense, while Kiri snapped back at Ralph, "Sounds like you haven't been beaten enough yet." The mage coldly set down his glass of water, declaring, "If you have any complaints, use your skills to speak." His eyes flashed with determination. Opportunities always arise. Faced with that overwhelming aura, Ralph could only grit his teeth in terror. "Damn it! My money!" Ralph screamed in despair, then slammed the door and left, leaving Gerald to contemptuously mutter, "Greedy fool." "Where are you going, boss?" Gerald asked as he saw the mage stand up, but only received the reply, "I have business to attend to. Today's training is cancelled." Gerald watched in astonishment as the mage and Shulden went their separate ways down the empty street. From the shadows, a group in mysterious uniforms watched, their leader annoyed. "Why do they act separately so often?" "Split up. We'll deal with him," the leader ordered as Shulden strode down the street. The mage sought out a pirate captain, showing her the ring on his hand and asking, but she only replied, "Why ask me?" The pirate captain squinted, muttering, "What a nuisance, the owner of that ring." "Huh. Never mind." The mage sighed softly, seemingly too used to trouble. "You'll have to ask the ring's owner for permission yourself." The pirate captain's voice echoed as he stepped into a mysterious room. Starling and her guard blocked the intruder's path. "How did you survive and return?" while the young man wondered. You are the owner of this ring. I came here to ask for permission, the young mage explained. He raised his hand, the blue ring glowing. This ring attached itself to me and cannot be removed, so I thought, I might as well claim ownership of it. Hearing that, Starling's red eyes widened in astonishment. She realized the deeper meaning. Is that it? He can't take it off? Then could it be? Still stunned, Starling glanced at her one-eyed guard. I can't give it to you right now. The owner isn't here, she said. Elpam replied. Then can you call them? I need an explanation on how to use it. Starling smirked. Then you've come at just the right time. Elpam looked bewildered. With sharp eyes, she ordered. Elpam, this is a request. The owner of that ring wants to rescue Fur, the hero pursuer. Her words echoed with the image of a braided-haired warrior being restrained by a giant skeleton. The memory began on the last day, when humanity's hope was pushed to its limit. But then, from despair, 6 heroic figures appeared, shining brightly. The successor of Freud, Evan, with a confident smile and a magic staff. The adversary of destiny, Luminous, with cold eyes and the power of light. Phantom, the phantom thief, and the queen of the elves, Mercedes, a pair both mischievous and elegant. The hero of Polyarmoron and the hero of Mystic Shade, one strong and resolute, the other quiet and mysterious. That was the return of the 6 heroes. Luminous unleashed a destructive orb of light. Evan's little dragon bravely charged into the jaws of the giant monster. We witnessed them. The survivors' eyes gleamed with conviction. The old survivors' eyes widened, memories of a tragic era flooding back. Their overwhelming power, Luminous, one of the 6 heroes, unleashed a stream of holy energy, and the miracles they created. Aaron and Phantom stood at the peak of glory, their comrades behind them. We began to hope again, that they would save the world this time too. But there was a cruel truth no one knew. The power from the hero seals was never complete. 600 years ago, their treasures were lost in a time rift, then scattered across the current gates. Thus, the old alliance collapsed, unable to buy the heroes any more time. This time, everything must change. A new generation of warriors rose, determined to become a solid shield for the heroes. While acting as bait, all factions of the Maple World must gather together to form an unprecedentedly powerful alliance and change the wheel of history. Back in the present, a young warrior with a scar on his cheek cheered excitedly. Kia Tilda, what a magnificent sight! Before them was a magnificent canyon with stone slabs floating amidst the sky and clouds. Elpam squinted, observing, it should be around here. He pulled out a stack of talismans, ordering, everyone, put these on. The warrior picked up a talisman, curiously examining the ancient characters on it. Suddenly, the talisman in his hand flared with an eerie blue light. A fierce surge of energy enveloped him, making him scream, Whoa, what the hell is this? This is? The energy spread across the ground, forming a mystical vortex. From nothingness, a gigantic, fiery orange gate appeared, stunning everyone. Elpam recalled Hero Pursuer Fur, who had the ability to track down heroes' items. Looking at the glowing ring on his hand, he thought to himself, so this is one of them. With his comrades, Elpam charged into the spatial gate with ironclad determination. All right, I will definitely save you. Immediately, they were teleported to a gigantic fortress floating in the void. A dazzling light enveloped everyone, signaling that the conquest had begun. The warrior with the scar on his cheek swung his weapon, cheering. We completed the first gate in 3 hours. This is a new record, isn't it? He smugly boasted about defeating a pack of fireboars, despite Kiri's sarcasm about his burns. Minor was astonished by the warrior's rapid growth, but he merely boasted that he was a genius and would soon reach the 4th circle. The scowling comrade spoke up at the young man's excitement, but only received a challenge in return. Elpam coldly warned that leveling up too quickly isn't always good. He explained that development requires a balance between physical and spiritual enlightenment. Otherwise, one will face fatal obstacles. The scarred warrior questioned him in confusion, pointing out that Elpam himself had leveled up twice consecutively, but he replied that he had no other choice. Minor was secretly astonished, realizing Elpam spoke of leveling up as if it were an easy feat. Elpam sank into thought, recalling his own limit at the 7th circle in the past. He clenched his fist, the mark on his hand glowing. Knowing the future, I cannot stop. I must reach the 8th circle. Meanwhile, Kiri worried that they had gone too fast and might have missed the person they needed to find. Elpam reassured her, don't worry, we won't miss each other. He put on a magical eye patch, its red crosshair glowing brightly. I've checked everything. As long as they're not dead, Elpam asserted, despite his comrades' doubts about the strange item's function. Elpam's magical eye patch suddenly flashed with a brilliant red light. He muttered with a tense expression, hundreds. No, thousands. They're coming. Meanwhile, A young warrior flinched upon hearing a horrifying sound behind him. His eyes widened in terror at the horrifying sight rushing towards them. "What the hell is that?" he screamed, as a roaring skeleton army charged. The bony monsters flooded the corridor. One of the group shouted, "There are too many. Everyone run." Minor grumbled as he ran. "Damn it, it's the skeletons. Using bullets on these immortals. What a pain." Kiri also couldn't hide her annoyance. First zombies, now these bones. From now on, will we only face these kinds of monsters? The scowling warrior gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind. Amidst the chaos, Shulden roared, "Everyone, get down!" His mechanical arm began to activate, energy gates opening. A rain of light arrows pierced directly into the skeleton army, pinning them down. Shulden plunged a dagger into his arm, activating its full power. The bony monsters were struck directly by an extremely powerful surge of energy. A terrifying explosion hurled the entire army, blowing them into the air. In a flash, all the skeletons disintegrated into fragments. After the battle, Shulden looked towards the newly arrived group and asked, "That see-through eye patch, could you be the Silent Crusaders?" Elpam sighed sarcastically. "Phew, that was close. So please hurry up. Give me something to eat." Elpam's braided hair comrade collapsed, clutching his glowing stomach from hunger. The braided hair comrade collapsed to the floor, leaving Elpam and the axe-wielding warrior stunned. Gukran began to explain that during a month of isolation, he had grasped the rules of this dungeon. He confidently asserted that he had enough tricks to infiltrate the toughest places. Minor used the charm to find Gukran, while he confessed that he had run out of food 5 days ago. Elpam chuckled at the silly reason, then turned to ask Gukran something. But seeing the other person devouring food, Elpam swallowed his words. "Never mind, just keep eating." Minor smiled in relief. "Anyway, it's good you're alive. Now then, we'll just follow the escape portal you found and get out of here. No need to confront the boss." Hearing that, Gukran quickly swallowed his bread, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Wait," Gukran suddenly spoke, startling Minor and the warrior. "I have a request." He bowed deeply, pleading, "Please be my bodyguards for just 3 days." Gukran explained that he was looking for an item, and if he returned empty-handed, he wouldn't be able to face his fallen comrades. He confessed that fighting wasn't his forte, and he couldn't do it alone. "I need everyone's help," Gukran pleaded. "Just give me 3 days, and I'm sure I'll find it." Elpam coldly questioned, "How can you find in 3 days what we couldn't find in a month?" "We don't have time." "It'll be different," Gukran asserted. "Before, I avoided dangerous areas. Now I have a hunch." Meanwhile, in a luxurious place, a powerful white-haired figure mused. "So, it's about to begin." He looked down at the city, enveloped by red energy threads, whispering, "This time, you won't be able to do anything, Elpam." His eyes blazed with hostility, signaling an approaching storm. Startled by a shadow, Lord Evok frantically yelled, "Who's there?" His eyes widened in extreme terror. A commanding voice echoed from the spider-like creature. "How disappointing, Evok. I thought you were useful, yet you couldn't eliminate a mere adventurer." Bound tightly by dark threads, Lord Evok could only tremble before the Spider King Will. "How much more do you want me to be humiliated? Commander Will," he desperately pleaded. "I have no excuses. I will gladly accept any punishment you deem fit for me. However, the plan to eliminate him is already in motion. I beg you, please give me a chance to cleanse this disgrace myself." Will showed interest. "Oh, so you intend to take responsibility? Then tell me what your trump card will be." Meanwhile, in a dark corridor, the skeleton army was silently advancing. Eerie green light flared from their eye socket. Elpam, with a cold expression, unleashed a magic attack that swept away the enemies. Streams of blue energy shot forth like arrows. A skeleton soldier raised its shield in vain. Its entire body shattered into pieces under the force of the attack. Elpam easily wiped out an entire skeleton army with a single move. He calmly walked over and pulled a lever on the wall. The remaining skeleton soldier was astonished to realize something unusual. A giant blue magic circle erupted from the floor. Amidst the light, an axe-wielding warrior appeared with Elpam, laughing gleefully. "Hee hee, awesome. We've blocked their path. This is a sweet deal." The scar-faced warrior smirked, but Minor coldly cut him off. No time to waste. Minor analyzed that the mechanism here couldn't close completely, and the enemies would soon find another way to pursue them. Then we just need to find it within the given time, right? Elpam leisurely led the way. Come on, Tilda. Or perhaps we should take a look at," Elpam suggested, his gaze fixed on something massive in the darkness. The item of that so-called legendary hero. The group looked up at the towering giant knight statue. "This place is definitely different," Elpam remarked as he entered. "It seems we'll find something if we search here." Elpam wondered who created all of this, while Minor cautiously asked, "Who knows? It probably won't move, right?" Kiri suddenly called out with a tense expression. Everyone, come here. I can't read these words, she said, confused before a stone tablet. I think it's related to what we're looking for. Oh, a riddle in ancient script. The braided-haired young man showed interest. It looks like a clue to the item's location. Let me translate it. He began to translate. When the sound of the theatrical troupe echoes, behind the deep curtain, there is a bright star always watching. Those with will, chase that light. Hey, this is related too, isn't it? Miner pointed to a strange symbol on a large door nearby. Now that you mention it, there's one here too. The scar-faced warrior also discovered similar symbols on other walls. They seem to be the keys to the riddle, the braided-haired young man concluded. Each symbol represents something. He scratched his head, thinking, first of all, since it says those with will, chase that light. That's right. Try channeling mana into the light-shaped symbol. The scar-faced warrior immediately placed his hand on the door. Like this? Oh, it's opening, he exclaimed as the heavy door moved. The warrior was stunned for a moment. What? Easier than I thought, but immediately, a giant fireball erupted from inside the newly opened door. Kiri screamed in despair. Devo! The warrior with the scar on his cheek stood frozen, his face blackened by smoke and dust. The frowning warrior sneered. You're thoroughly roasted. While the Riddler mumbled, I thought it was the Sunday, completely wrong. Suddenly, he snapped awake. Ah, that's right, the stage behind the night curtain. The answer is the moon, he declared as the crescent moon symbol appeared. He confidently declared, this time, it's definitely right. And his teammate nodded. Sounds reasonable. But immediately after, a giant rock flew towards and knocked away the warrior, making the young man only able to cry out. Ah, kneeling under the angry gaze of his two teammates, he mumbled, I'll get it right this time. The whole team fell silent, a heavy atmosphere filling the room after two failed attempts. Kiri analyzed the rock, concluding, it seems that answering incorrectly activates a corresponding trap. I get it. But the problem is these symbols are too meaningless. The axe-wielding young man grumbled while being treated. He pointed at the doors. That one looks like a rock. And the lightning bolt is probably light? I don't understand anything. Then just press it, a teammate urged, making the puzzle-solving young man yell. It's because I don't know the answer, you idiot. He turned to the red-haired warrior, suggesting a new approach. How about we solve the riddle first, then find the matching symbol? Shulden, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The previous direction wasn't bad. The stage behind the curtain of night is the night sky. He continued to deduce. The melodious sound is the chirping of insects, and the thing that looks down on us, but tells us to chase the light. The young man suddenly realized, exclaiming a single word, a star. He confidently explained, it's not the moon because it's always changing. Stars don't disappear, so that must be the answer. He stopped, his eyes intensely focused. Then that symbol must be, he asserted. It's this one. Then pressed his hand onto the star symbol on the door. Miner suddenly realized, ah, that's not an X, it's starlight. Immediately, the mechanism emitted an eerie blue light. The young man pushed with all his might, thinking to himself, if this deduction is correct, the heavy stone door began to move, revealing a dark passage. Seeing this, he sighed in relief. Phew, it seems we guessed correctly. The scowling warrior and his axe-wielding teammate both looked tired but remained vigilant. The puzzle-solving young man turned back, excitedly telling the group, all right, let's go. Just follow this path straight ahead. But a cold voice echoed from the darkness. Is that so? Before he could collect himself, he saw a vicious attack rushing towards him. Beiju appeared, swinging his chain weapon and declaring, then, from here on, we'll take care of it. Dark energy condensed into the shape of a phoenix, charging straight towards the group. What? The puzzle-solving young man screamed in horror as an unfamiliar warrior with a blue horn suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. At the same time, a giant spiked mace spun rapidly in the air. The weapon struck Beiju directly, making him let out a grunt. Another black-haired warrior roared in anger, his weapon ablaze. Trying to play cat and mouse? Beiju's eyes widened, unable to believe the obstructors who had just appeared. The black-haired warrior gave him no chance, continuing to swing his blazing weapon. Meanwhile, the young man with the blue horn had locked onto his target, whispering, got you. Beiju used dark magic to tear through space, lunging straight at Elpam. Elpam exclaimed in horror. Is that a teleportation skill? The villain revealed himself with an arrogant smile, and Elpam growled his name. Beiju. At the same time, elsewhere, the scowling warrior also cursed as danger approached. A swarm of small shadow monsters rushed out from the darkness, making him yell, what the hell are these monsters? It turned out that Beiju was the mastermind, commanding his army to attack the group of warriors. Meanwhile, a third group was observing from afar, their female leader confused. What should we do? She muttered about having to seize the hero's item to atone for past mistakes. Finally, a sinister smile appeared on her lips, and she mused to herself, everything will probably be fine? Returning to the main battle, the puzzle-solving young man panicked. How did they find us? While Elpam calmly analyzed. Beiju's sarcastic voice rang out. Well, don't tell me you didn't anticipate this? You have many questions, don't you? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Beiju said, then threw something forward. Elpam's eyes widened, sweat pouring as he realized a horrifying truth. Seizing the opportunity, Beiju appeared right in front of him and delivered a thunderous punch. The force of the punch caused the surrounding ground to crack open into a deep crater. Elpam was sent flying, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Returning to the group of warriors, the young man with the facial scar turned to his teammate in astonishment. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The scowling warrior raised his blood-stained hand, his voice full of challenge. Can't you see? With a crazed grin, he showed off the loot he had just picked up. I'm earning mesos, see? Night fell on a deserted alley, with faint lights flickering from a house. Inside, Ralph laughed maniacally. He, my darling. He gazed at the treasure chest, intoxicated, and whispered, just seeing you gives me the motivation to live. Suddenly, a strange noise from the door made Ralph jump and turn around. An unfamiliar hand was using professional tools to pick the lock. The door burst open violently. Ralph stood up grumpily. What's with all the noise at this hour? Two shadowy figures in mysterious uniforms appeared, stunning him. One coldly ordered, guard carefully. The other approached, warning, don't talk so much. Someone wants to see you. Ralph broke out in a cold sweat, his face clearly panicked. Trying to regain his composure, he waved his hand. Tell them to leave. I have nothing to discuss. Of course not. A powerful voice echoed as Ralph was escorted out. Memories flooded back. One of his former comrades exclaimed in horror. What the hell? The mastermind revealed himself with a sinister smile. The Cania Merchant Guild? Or perhaps we should talk a little about your sincerity? A blonde female warrior gritted her teeth in hatred. Ralph, you bastard. In a flashback, Ralph mocked his fallen comrades. Well, how scary. Don't look at me like that. The old comrade yelled in indignation. You dog. You betrayed us just for a few measly coins? Ralph sneered. A few measly coins? What kind of person do you take me for? He yelled, revealing his true objective. Elpam, do you know your life is worth 100 million mesos? Rage surged. The comrade could only grind his teeth in utter resentment. With a maniacal grin, Ralph accepted the offer. Hey, how could I refuse? Immediately, he was fiercely attacked by Miner with a barrage of fire bullets. A group of bird-masked assassins rushed forward, declaring, Your farewell ends here. Their leader commanded, Wipe them out. A gray-haired female warrior blocked Kyrie, sparks flying from their swords. Kyrie gritted her teeth. Damn it, do you think everything will go according to your plan? Her opponent replied confidently. That's right, Lady Kyrie. The gray-haired female warrior dodged and analyzed. You may have learned to wield dual swords from the Cygnus Knights, but you have a habit of always swinging your right arm when delivering a powerful blow. She continued with a sinister smile. As long as I can read your moveset, dodging is no problem. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battle, a young warrior was struggling against the crowd, revealing an opening. The gray-haired female warrior concluded. We know everything about you. Accept it. All of you will die here. Miner roared, firing bullets from her hand cannon. Get lost, you damn lackeys. An assassin was blown away by the overwhelming firepower. Suddenly, a new enemy appeared, looking at Miner with amusement. As expected of Kieran's disciple, huh? He unleashed dark chains, wrapping them around Miner. The chains tightened around her neck. Miner screamed in pain as the stranger restrained her with chains. Her neck was squeezed until blood spurted. He yanked the chains, pulling Miner towards him as she struggled helplessly. Witnessing the scene, the leader of the assassins growled. Ralph, haven't you dealt with him yet? Ralph roared, scoffing at Elpam. Do you think confronting him is easy? I broke his ribs with the very first blow. He won't last long. Elpam's hand trembled as he clutched the bleeding wound on his side. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced Gukron from behind. Witnessing the scene, Devo cried out in despair. Gukron! The blonde female warrior gritted her teeth. Damn it! Suddenly, a surge of emerald magic erupted. The assassin flinched at the sudden attack. What? He was stunned to realize it was just a decoy, as another weapon appeared. From a distance, Starling appeared and provoked. Over here, you fools! Gukron gathered his remaining strength, pressed his hand against the mechanism on the wall, and growled. Curious what this is? Because I know quite well. The seal on the wall cracked, emitting a dazzling light. Both the assassins and Ralph looked up in astonishment as a colossal mechanism began to move. Elpam broke out in a cold sweat. his intuition telling him something extremely bad was about to happen. The ground shook violently, throwing the assassins into the air. An entire section of the arena floor collapsed, swallowing them into a dark abyss. An assassin looked up blankly as he fell freely. Huh? Immediately after, his terrified scream echoed throughout the space. Amidst the chaos, Kyrie shouted, "Devo, watch out, below you." Devo looked up at an incredibly complex structure deep within the earth. In that critical moment, Chev reached out and grabbed Minor. "Minor, hold on tight." Mid-air, Kyrie yelled Devo's name as the scarred warrior tried to find a foothold. "Hold on," he roared, putting all his strength into the axe swing. The axe blade bit into the stone wall, sparking desperately, but the axe handle couldn't bear the weight, snapping in half and sending all three plummeting further. In the nick of time, the warrior reached out and grabbed Devo tightly. At the same time, Chev was holding onto Minor, yelling, "Let's go." Both groups plummeted down into the bottomless abyss. Fragments of the battle axe hit the ground first, shattering into pieces. Minor and Kyrie crashed hard onto the cold stone floor. The entire group lay scattered, struggling to get up after the terrifying landing. Minor gasped for breath, her worried gaze fixed on the staggering Devo. Suddenly, giant gears began to move, and the entire space trembled. A section of the floor collapsed, revealing a massive and complex mechanical structure. Devo stood up, remarking, "This place is like a labyrinth. The paths might connect." Chev agreed, his sharp eyes analyzing. "That's right, there are many entrances from the pit we just fell into." Minor whispered with faint hope, "If we're lucky, we might meet Elpam again, but it's highly unlikely." She hadn't even finished saying, "We could run into the followers at any moment," when a dark figure landed. From above, a complex network began to shift. Giant iron bars suddenly slammed down, trapping the entire team. Imprisoned in the iron cage, Minor desperately asked, "We're really screwed, aren't we?" Kyrie furiously punched the bars, yelling, "Damn it! What the hell is this? Devo, you idiot!" Devo indignantly retorted, "It wasn't me, got it?" Deep inside, the giant gears of the death machine began to turn. The heavy stone walls began to move, signaling a grim end. The axe-wielding warrior frantically yelled, "The walls are closing in on us!" Minor beside him was also stunned. Without hesitation, Kyrie unleashed her fiery solar slash, but her blade only helplessly got stuck between the unscathed bars, and she exclaimed in shock, "No way!" Devo also charged to attack, realizing in despair, "Damn it! This cage is protected by a strange energy." "Get out of the way!" Minor roared, pointing her giant cannon forward. She poured all her strength into a single attack. Dark cannon shot. A destructive surge of energy shot straight towards the iron cage. The moment of impact, a blinding light engulfed everything. A terrifying explosion shook the entire space, and heat spread everywhere. Minor panted, believing the attack had been effective. Cough. How was that? That blow must have. But when the smoke cleared, the iron bars remained completely unscathed, leaving the entire team stunned. "What? It's perfectly fine?" The wall was pressing in right behind them, and Minor cried out in horror, "Damn it, the walls are all ready." The flesh-grinding machine showed no signs of stopping. Kyrie could only grit her teeth, helplessly watching her teammates about to be crushed. Just then, the warrior with the scar on his cheek reached out, stopping the wall. He let out an earth-shattering roar, using all his strength to resist the death machine. But the iron cage remained imposing, an unbreakable prison. Kyrie's eyes reflected horror at the inescapable situation. "Devo," the scarred warrior roared, struggling to hold back the wall with his large axe. Devo gritted his teeth, growling, "I refuse to die." Without a fight, Minor desperately yelled, "Kyrie, do something. I don't want to see Rhea again so soon." "I know, but there's no other choice," Kyrie mused in desperation. Just then, Devo chuckled. "Ha, everything's messed up again," he recalled. "I had planned to save you next time, to repay the debt for you almost dying in my place." Devo smiled pleadingly. "This time, let you have your cool moment. Can you save me?" Kyrie smirked. "You crazy fool, still joking at a time like this?" She tightened her grip on her sword hilt, a bold decision made. "All right, just hold on a little longer," Kyrie shouted. She explained, "This cage is protected by magic. I'll go destroy its power source." With that, Kyrie dashed away. "None of you better die before you've repaid your debts to me." Her shadow darted like the wind along the cold stone corridor, but a cloaked figure wearing a birdbeak mask silently appeared, blocking her path. At the same time, in another branch, a massive blue energy surge swept through. A young man yelled, summoning art, "Somersault cloud," creating a magical cloud that swept through the assassin. He panicked as the cloud charged straight into a wall. "A dead end? What the hell is wrong with this path?" he roared as the cloud shattered the wall. As soon as he broke free, he faced another assassin, stammering, "Wait, hold on, stop." Elpam gripped his spiked mace, and furious flames erupted. He unleashed a devastating horizontal sweep, a trail of fire tearing through space and blowing away the enemy. Exhausted, he panted, but the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. From afar, the scowling warrior yelled, "I told you not to underestimate him." Meanwhile, Beiju sneered, "They're just cornered rats. Running away won't change anything." He charged forward, swinging his chain weapon towards his opponent, but a fierce explosion from the spiked mace blocked Beiju's attack. The scowling warrior scoffed at the bound Beiju. "Serves you right for thinking you could die after swindling my money?" At the same time, an assassin wearing a bird mask suddenly closed in on the riddle solver. The boy frantically yelled amulet, timely creating an energy shield. The assassin remained unfazed. The ring on his hand glowed with an eerie purple light. An energy shuriken from the shuriken burst skill pierced through the air, aiming directly at the boy. Huh? The riddle solver was stunned when Elpam grabbed him from behind. The deadly energy stream closed in within an inch. Elpam roared in pain as he took the full force of the attack to his neck to protect his comrade. Immediately after, he punched the riddle solver away, pushing him out of the fight. Without a moment's rest, an entire legion of other assassins swarmed in. Ignoring his bleeding wound, Elpam gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with extreme indignation. He swung his weapon, a blazing trail of fire cutting the first charging assassin in half. In response, a barrage of sharp throwing knives were launched, whistling towards him. Elpam braced himself as a blade deeply cut into his shoulder. He retaliated with a swing of his arm, creating a terrifying fire explosion. His spiked mace blazing in hand, he single-handedly faced two charging assassins. A brutal slash tore through the enemy, sending blood and flesh flying. Despite being covered in wounds, he still let out a furious roar. But then, he was sent flying backward by an extremely powerful force. Witnessing that scene, an assassin exclaimed in horror, He's a monster." Meanwhile, Kiri had reached the center of the trap. She panted, her eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. "Ha! Did I find it?" Before her was a colossal machine. Kiri muttered to herself. "Even if it's not, there's no other way now." She observed carefully. "Is it supplying mana to this entire structure?" Suddenly, Kiri froze as she realized its true scale. "It's definitely the power source. If I can destroy it, I can save Devo and Minor." Just then, a sinister voice echoed from above. "What an interesting story." An unknown female warrior swooped down, unleashing the Void Slash skill with lightning speed. Her face glowed with cruelty as her blade swung. Kiri couldn't react in time. She only managed a cry of pain before collapsing. The attacker laughed gleefully. "Huh, so if I kill you, I can eliminate the other two as well, right?" Her crimson eyes gleamed with madness. "And you're the weakest one too. Haha." Blood flowing freely, Kiri realized in shock. "Isn't everything going too smoothly?" Kiri growled. "You damn follower. Get out of my way. I don't have time to waste on you." But the enemy merely sneered in response. "My name is Kesher, just so you know." With a sinister smile, Kesher taunted. "Let's stop for a moment and talk calmly." Without hesitation, Kiri roared, "Stop babbling," and unleashed the blazing rising sun skill. Kesher sighed in exasperation. "Ha, you're so stubborn," while activating her Gatling gun. "Then I'll kill you as you wish." Kesher unleashed a rain of blade bullets called Summer Rain. Kiri wondered in horror. What? Where did all these blades suddenly come from? Amidst the storm of weapons, she realized a deadly truth. There are fakes. Mixed in among them, Kiri hastily created a magic circle, trying to block the real blades, but her defense was quickly pierced by a blade. Wounded, she cried out in despair. This is bad. I can't tell them apart." Kesher clenched her fist. A surge of crimson energy enveloped her hand. Suddenly, a giant blade changed direction, heading straight for Kiri. From behind? Kiri was shocked as she realized the insidious attack. She realized in horror. Its trajectory changed? Could it be telekinesis? Knowing she couldn't dodge, Kiri gritted her teeth. Damn it! It's coming. But at that very moment, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Is that? One of Kesher's blades was suddenly blocked by a blue beam of light. A mysterious figure rushed in, blocking the fatal attack. Kesher spun around, her face filled with astonishment. Before Kiri's eyes, the blade hovered, stopped just an inch from her. This isn't telekinesis. She's controlling her weapons with invisible threads. The mysterious rescuer realized. In other words, I can send it back to her. But instead of attacking Kesher, the threads violently pulled Kyrie backward. Kesher smirked. Did you think I'd say that? She unleashed her ultimate skill, Bairenjan, a storm of swordsmanship that tore through space, engulfing Kyrie. Kesher maintained her offensive, completely dominating the fight. following up with the 6th level of Badaojan, a powerful sweeping slash. Kairi could only grit her teeth and endure the devastating attack. A massive explosion engulfed everything. Kesher landed lightly, without a single scratch. Your skill level is exactly as I expected, Kesher sneered. It's not too late, why don't you abandon your comrades and run? Ah. But your pride probably won't allow it, will it? She said as Kairi was stuck between giant gears. Amidst the pain, the name Kairi Fraudmane echoed, revealing the female warrior's true identity. Born into a prestigious family, lacking nothing. For such a family to push their daughter into this dangerous place. Don't! Talk as if you know, Kairi roared, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Kesher burst into a savage laugh. Oh, my apologies, don't be so angry, you'll get wrinkles on your beautiful face, don't you know? In this maple world, there's no chance for those of humble origin. Isn't it truly unfair? When someone can receive countless privileges just because of their lineage, while being utterly incompetent themselves. Kairi collapsed to the ground, seemingly utterly defeated. Stop lingering. Kesher's cold voice rang out. She continued to sneer. When you're nothing more than a product of nepotism. Kesher looked down from above, mocking. Your comrades. All of them are excellent, except for one. You have nothing, she listed, but Kairi unexpectedly cut her off. So what? The sudden defiance momentarily flustered Kesher. What? Kairi slowly stood up, admitting, yes, I am weak. I haven't met anyone's expectations yet, nor the trust of my comrades. But that doesn't mean. With fiery eyes, she growled. You are stronger than me. Kesher lost patience. Come on. Didn't I say there's no time to waste? Ha, how stubborn, she sneered. The trashy young lady still doesn't know her place. Kesher's fingers danced, controlling the glowing red energy threads. 2 sharp blades shot forth, guided by the deadly threads. Kairi narrowly dodged, weaving through the opponent's matrix of attacks. Suddenly, her eyes flared with an icy blue color. Yue Shenfenjian. A powerful butterfly-shaped technique was unleashed. The icy energy collided, crushing Kesher's red threads. Kesher was utterly terrified. What kind of skill is this? It's not in my data. As her weapons shattered, she could only scream in despair. My threads, Kesher roared, scoffing at the new technique. It's still just a petty trick. She unleashed Bajan Hitokiri, a storm of glowing red sword energy that engulfed the space. Kairi's azure eyes gleamed with iron determination, unwavering. Her voice echoed in her mind, strangely calm. Do you really think so? In a memory, a man questioned Kairi. The knights accepted you because of your family. Is that truly what you want to say? He sighed, placing his hand on the table. All right, because some don't know the value of a treasure. His advice echoed. Don't confine yourself to the judgments of others. Don't set limits for yourself. He leaned closer, his voice full of trust. Once you understand the meaning of these words, and once you believe in yourself, you will become stronger than anyone else. Back in reality, Kesher gasped in shock. How? Can that brat keep up with my speed? She was horrified as Kairi easily parried the attack. A streak of blood spurted from Kesher's arm as Kairi's blade found its mark. Kairi's blonde hair began to emit a faint blue-white aura, her power awakening. Damn it! Kesher frantically unleashed her ultimate skill Duankongjan in a final effort. She froze as Kairi dodged the fatal blow, while the voice from the past echoed again. Kairi, your power isn't merely about incinerating opponents. What lies within it is a vast universe. Kairi floated amidst a magic circle of the sun and moon, her hair turning blue-white. The true nature of her power was revealed. Zhou Qi Fendian, a skill combining the Ri and Yue stances. A colossal energy sphere, radiant as the sun, appeared before Kesher, signaling the final judgment. In a legendary battle, furious flames erupted from the blue-haired warrior's blade. The Dawn Warrior's ultimate move was unleashed, a brilliant slash that decided everything. An earth-shattering explosion obliterated everything in sight. At the same time, in despair, Kairi suddenly awoke. Master, I think I'm starting to understand. The image I'm looking for isn't something that can be achieved by holding myself back. Perhaps I realized this a little too late. Even so, I'll trust a little more. The axe-wielding warrior smiled back, instilling confidence in her. For all those who believe in me, and myself too, the girl replied with a radiant, determined smile. Elsewhere, the Kania assassins roared. Those filthy rats, find them. Elpam looked at the talisman in his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it, the puzzle-solving young man worriedly wondered. How long can I hold out with this illusion? Collapsing from his wounds, the black-haired warrior worried about his comrade. Elpam, can you? Hold on. We've cornered these rats. Hurry up and catch them. Despite his injuries, he still swung his flaming mace, blocking the enemy's attack. Finish that kid off. He can't fight, the assassin yelled, unaware he was poking a hornet's nest. Don't underestimate me. the puzzle-solving young man roared, unleashing a surge of fiery red energy. The assassin was caught off guard, sent flying by the sudden power. "Keep underestimating me," the puzzle-solving young man roared, pouring all his strength into his fist. A surge of fiery energy was unleashed, aimed directly at the enemy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Elpham was exhausted, the flaming mace in his hand slowly fading. A black-haired assassin emerged from the shadows, smirking. "You look quite tired." Without giving his opponent time to react, he delivered a fatal dark blow, piercing through Elpham. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the puzzle-solving young man screamed in despair. "Elpham!" The assassin was slightly surprised, as he felt a surge of power pushing back against him. With eyes burning with hatred, Elpham roared, unleashing all remaining energy from his hand. A blinding explosion of light engulfed everything, creating a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The assassin landed, clicking his tongue in annoyance at the prey's unnecessary stubbornness. But then, he suddenly realized something, his purple eyes gleaming with astonishment. The chained woman beside him exclaimed in shock. "They disappeared?" The scarred warrior approached, but the assassin merely sneered. "Do you really believe that's enough to save Elpham?" "Fine, whatever. Because the venomous fangs have surely sunk deep into his heart," he said smugly, his dark weapon materializing in his hand. Elsewhere, fresh blood stained the cold ground red. "Hey, are you okay?" The puzzle-solving young man frantically caught the collapsing Elpham. He was utterly horrified to see a black-purple poison rapidly spreading from Elpham's wound. "What the hell is this? Is it poison?" Turning back to the enemy side, the scarred man announced. "He has 40 minutes at most. Elpham doesn't have much time left." The assassin's smile grew even more sinister, for his venomous fangs carried a deadly curse named Venom. The scowling warrior asserted, "He can't escape." He ordered his subordinates, "Split up here. Find him immediately." Meanwhile, Elpham was gasping for breath in a pool of blood, covered in injury. He thought desperately, "Damn it, if only I hadn't asked you to search." His young comrade mumbled an apology. Elpham struggled to reassure him. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. If we couldn't get past that skill, the outcome would have been the same anyway." He recalled the enemy's ability, teleportation. "Not a trick, but the real deal." Elpham declared, "I'll handle Beiju, you just do your job," leaving his comrade bewildered. Suddenly, the puzzle-solving young man looked up as if enlightened. "Ah, this is." Above them was the only sealed exit. The roof. Both stood before an ancient mechanism, hope flickering. The mechanism to open the roof. The young man analyzed the complex control panel. "It seems mana is being supplied to this mechanism. Just solve this puzzle, and the path to survival will open," he confidently declared. "Wait a moment, I'll solve it quickly." His hands moved deftly over the control panel, rearranging the pieces. Elpham, heavily wounded, leaned against the wall, calmly thinking, "Take your time." A glowing red magic core on him began to accumulate energy. "Because I still have work to do." A blue energy barrier began to form around him. The enemy's footsteps were drawing closer. The commander roared at his subordinates. "No one is to approach until he's found. I will be the one to deal with him." A bird-masked assassin coldly questioned, "Why should we follow your orders?" The commander snapped back, "Huh? If you have any complaints, go tell your boss." Suddenly, a blinding explosion of light interrupted the argument. The commander was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. A blazing fire arrow tore through the air, heading straight for the enemy formation. A subordinate was torn to shreds amidst the commander's horrified screams. "No way." Amidst the chaos, he desperately searched. "I don't see him. Where is he?" A thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered a terrifying weapon. "Don't tell me. He's using that blindfold from back then to snipe this entire building?" Realizing he had become the target, the commander froze in place as a massive barrage of fire surged towards him. He gritted his teeth and endured as destructive flames devoured everything. Amidst the ruins, a voice echoed from afar, declaring victory. "It's done." At the same time, elsewhere, a complex circuit board suddenly lit up. The puzzle solver sighed in relief. "It's fixed. Power will soon be supplied to this entire place." A stream of blue energy began to flow, igniting hope. "We just need to wait here a little longer." But their protector, Elpham, could no longer hold on. The puzzle solver screamed in horror as he saw Elpham collapse. "Elpham, wake up!" At that very moment, the energy core they had tried to activate shattered into pieces. The puzzle solver screamed in horror. "What the hell? What's happening so suddenly?" In his final moment, Elpham realized the mana supply had been completely cut off. From behind, Ralph grabbed the boy, growling, "Found you, kid." The blue energy core shattered, unleashing an uncontrollable power. A magical tsunami roared, surging from the location of the shattered core. In another corridor, the axe-wielding warrior was startled. "Huh? Did you hear something from behind?" Kyrie's group turned back but only saw an unusually empty stone path. Suddenly, a massive wall of water crashed down, making Kyrie scream, "Whoa, what the hell?" All three were swept away by the raging current, in extreme panic. The axe-wielding warrior was thrown into the air like a toy. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was submerged in raging waters. At the same time, a mysterious figure standing in the shadows muttered, "What the hell is that idiot Ralph doing?" Ralph calmly walked to the meeting point, remarking, "This place will soon be submerged." The mastermind glanced at him. "I thought you'd run off with all your confident talk." "Well, they cost me quite a bit of effort," Ralph smirked, carrying the unconscious Elpam on his shoulder. When asked about the others, the traitor shrugged. "They're all dead. They served their purpose." Ralph bluntly stated his price. "The job is done. Pay the rest of the reward, and I'll hand over Elpam." The mysterious figure smirked, fiddling with the money bag. "He still looks like he's breathing. But what if I kill him and ignore the agreement?" "Your attitude is truly despicable," he said, throwing the money bag to the ground. "But that's what makes you reliable." The transaction complete, the leader of the Kenia Merchant Guild threw out a large bag of money. "Here are the promised 100 million meso. It's all yours." "It was a pleasure doing business," Ralph replied, unceremoniously tossing the unconscious Elpam to the ground. The black-haired assassin clutched his chain weapon, ready for action. The Kania leader stepped forward, looking down on Elpam condescendingly. "Isn't this quite a boring end? All will be done for the Black Mage." "No," Elpam weakly whispered. Then he roared in defiance, "For my master, Lord Evok." Immediately, the black-haired assassin suddenly lunged to attack, but the target was Ralph instead. "Finally!" he growled savagely, as dark chains tore apart the traitor. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he witnessed his own double cross. Bound tightly by chains, Ralph screamed in horror. "What is this?" "Surprise, Tilda," the assassin sneered at Ralph's despair. Witnessing the scene, Elpam merely gritted his teeth in fury. "Ralph, you bastard! Damn it! I shouldn't have trusted you!" Ralph yelled as the attack engulfed him. Amidst that, a sudden fiery explosion erupted from Elpam's weapon. The assassin thought to himself about eliminating the double-crosser. He finally decided to join Ezum. How dare he trifle with Kenia? He turned back, confident that the poison had spread through Elpam's body. Anyway, there's been enough time for the poison to spread throughout his body. At this point, I just need to check his corpse, he muttered, but a spark had embedded itself in the wall. A violent explosion shattered the stone wall, and thick dust billowed. Over there, the assassin discovered Elpam was still standing, and he smirked. "Thanks for saving me the trouble of searching." The assassin was stunned as Elpam and Ralph charged at each other in a fierce attack. His body covered in wounds, Elpam still forced himself to stand firm, the mace in his hand erupting with furious flames. How is he still standing? The assassin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sweat poured down. The hunter's confidence began to crack before the prey's tenacious vitality. Suddenly, a golden energy surge violently erupted from their direction. The sudden attack struck Ralph directly, leaving him no time to react. "Seriously, go easy on me," Ralph grumbled, dusting off the dirt from his body. Amidst the chaotic scene, he still held the puzzle solver tightly, completing his role as a traitor. "You're tougher than I thought," the assassin admitted, his figure emerging from the smoke. The assassin questioned, "Why, Ralph? Aren't you the one who would do anything for mesos?" Ralph burst into a wild laugh. "Precisely because of mesos. If your side wins, won't this world end? Then all the mesos I earned with blood and sweat would become useless. Why should I help you?" Revealing his hand, Ralph stood next to Elpam, his eyes blazing. "Joining your side was already my and Elpam's plan from the start." The riddle solver explained. "Elpam had foreseen this. The moment you set your eyes on me, this outcome was already decided." "So, Elpam's injury was just to trick me?" The assassin was stunned, only to receive a sarcastic reply. "Huh? Injury?" Ralph placed his hand on Elpam, and emerald healing magic surged forth. "Do you know who you're talking to? This is the best healer in Maple World." The riddle solver awkwardly interjected. "Well, if I had seriously intervened. Never mind, let's skip the explanation. Thanks to you, I got 100 million mesos." Ralph gritted his teeth. "And now you're all alone, aren't you?" Facing the disadvantageous situation, the assassin's purple eyes merely gleamed with danger as dark energy began to surge. The assassin roared, "I will make you regret your decision." At the same time, Kyrie drifted aimlessly in a deep body of water, as a hand reached out to her. That hand gently touched her neck, waking her from her stupor. Kyrie's blue eyes snapped open, filled with panic. "You're awake?" the axe-wielding warrior asked as Kyrie surfaced, coughing violently. Minor also surfaced, screaming, "What the hell just happened?" The warrior replied with a heavy expression, "I don't know either. It's definitely nothing good." The group realized that water was surging in from all sides, and the room would be completely submerged within half an hour. Damn it. 30 minutes. Kyrie gritted her teeth, her face filled with despair. She desperately looked up at the sealed dome, thinking to herself, just as I thought. If I can't open it, there's no way out, is there? But then she bitterly realized that she herself had destroyed the energy source to open that soul door. Suddenly, Minor felt something unusual beneath the water. A sudden torrent of water rushed in, sweeping her away. What's happening this time? The warrior swung his axe, trying to stand firm against the fierce wave. He looked forward in astonishment, disbelieving his eyes. Huh? The giant knight statue in the middle of the room was stirring, water streaming down its stone armor. Wait, a dazzling orb of light erupted from the statue's chest. The warrior froze as the statue fully activated, slowly rising. That, it can move? Amidst the sea of flames, Beiju gasped for breath, his face smeared with blood and ash, reflecting horror. His blade-heeled boot stood still beside the enemy's bloody corpse. Standing alone amidst the blazing ruins, he muttered to himself, "Go to hell. No, hell is still too good for this scum. That's the price he has to pay for his sins." He gritted his teeth, a bitter thought flashing through his mind. But the fate of those who have stained their hands can't be any better than hell. Under the full moon, the raging flames devoured everything. Exhausted, Beiju collapsed to the ground as a voice echoed, "Your revenge is over." A figure with long white hair appeared, calling his name, as promised. Beiju? Beiju tiredly looked up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The strange man stood tall above him, declaring, "Your life now belongs to me." At the same time, elsewhere, a fierce battle was unfolding at breakneck speed. Shulden and a formidable opponent glared at each other, the tension palpable. In a flash, the enemy seemed to be torn apart by a surge of dark energy. Yet, Shulden's female warrior teammate gritted her teeth in frustration. Things were not simple at all. Shulden realized he was surrounded by countless copies of the enemy, snapping, "Damn it, what is this? Clone technique. They keep pulling this meaningless trick." The female warrior attacked while explaining, "Most are just illusions created by spells. Though they're not a threat." She parried a sudden attack, realizing the problem. But the trouble is the real one is mixed in with the fakes. From behind, the illusion creator urged, "Damn it, hurry up and finish her off. I'm using advanced magic, but I can't maintain it forever." Shulden swung his scythe-like weapon, preparing for a wide-area sweep. His mechanical eye flashed with a brilliant red light, locking onto all targets. A fiery rain of magic arrows poured down onto the chaotic battlefield. The illusion-creating mage was thrown back by a terrifying explosion. From the shadows, a long-haired demon with glowing purple eyes lunged to attack him. Faced with overwhelming power, the mage cried out in despair, "Oh no, I'm done for." The demon roared defiantly, "You think so?" Then bit its hand, unleashing an even more terrifying surge of power. Cornered, the mage created two illusions of the elf female warrior, scoffing, "You'll never tell us apart." At the same time, the muscular warrior had seized the real female warrior, squeezing her head and growling, "Where's your confidence now?" Suddenly, a third individual with long black hair appeared, blocking the warrior's punch. The muscular warrior froze, stunned by his own comrade's actions. The newcomer coldly snatched the chain from the female warrior's hand. "What?" The muscular warrior couldn't believe his eyes. He roared, "You think I'll let you go that easily?" Struggling, but the black-haired individual merely yanked the chain, pulling his entire comrade towards him. The magical chain tightened around the warrior's throat, choking him. Without hesitation, the black-haired individual swung his own comrade like a human flail, throwing him directly at Shulden. Caught by surprise, Shulden took the full force of the devastating impact. The three enemies lined up. The black-haired individual roared, "You bastards!" Seizing the opportunity, the elf female warrior lunged towards the mage. "I'll deal with you first," making him scream in terror. Shulden stood up, wiping blood from his lip, a surge of blue energy swirling in his palm. Dark power erupted, transforming his scythe into a colossal weapon, ready for retaliation. The black-haired warrior swiftly dodged the incoming scythe of death. "Damn it, these guys. They're all monsters," the illusion creator muttered in despair. A series of magical clashes created a chaotic symphony of sparks and dark energy. The muscular warrior roared, pouring all his strength into a devastating punch. Shulden's group coordinated seamlessly, cornering their opponents. A powerful punch landed directly on the black-haired warrior's face, a fatal blow. Knocked away, he slammed hard onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying surge of dark energy from his body. Dark Flame, a self-destructing skill erupted, engulfing everything around. Shulden's teammate couldn't dodge in time, thrown back by the force of the explosion. In that instant, the two-colored-haired young man lunged to shield the illusion creator, taking the full brunt of the attack from his own comrade. Fresh blood splattered, Another life was about to perish on the brutal battlefield. "You bastards! I'll definitely kill all of you," the black-haired warrior growled, his will unwavering despite his severe injuries. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently as if about to collapse. His eyes blazed with madness, a final decision made. A colossal vortex of water suddenly erupted from the ground, sweeping everyone away. The swirling currents transformed the battlefield into a watery grave in an instant. Shulden struggled in the rushing water, while the illusion creator screamed in panic. "Damn it, time's up," the muscular warrior muttered as his strength gave out, letting go of the cliff face. The one who started it all, the black-haired warrior, was now silently sinking to the bottom. But then, beneath the deep water, his eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie purple light. The black-haired warrior unleashed his fury, sending a surge of darkness tearing through the water. Cough. The injured man coughed up blood, not realizing another weapon was hurtling towards him. "I'll kill you. All of you. We'll die." A voice full of hatred echoed in his mind. Faced with pure killing intent, the enemy's face contorted in horror. A brutal attack struck the man directly, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, the elf warrior appeared right behind him, ready to deliver the finishing blow. An energy explosion engulfed everything, stirring the calm bottom of the water. Amidst the chaos, Shulden desperately cried out a name. "Ralph!" The water swirled wildly, swallowing all sounds. Dark energy spread, turning the lakebed into a dark hell. Without hesitation, the black-haired warrior shot forward like an arrow, continuing the hunt. He closed in on his prey, giving the opponent no moment of rest. His fist clenched, gathering strength for the final blow. His figure glided through the water, an unstoppable phantom of death. "Cough! The poison is—" The man suddenly realized his body was paralyzing. Purple veins bulged in his eyes, a sign of impending death. The decisive punch pierced through the defense, embedding itself directly into the enemy's chest. Fresh blood gushed out, mixing with the cold water. In his dying moments, he pulled out a golden holy relic, radiating a final glimmer of hope. The ancient holy relic exploded, emitting a surge of sacred light. The black-haired warrior was stunned. "What is this?" He sank into the water, unable to believe his eyes. "What? How can this be?" His opponent roared, realizing the poison in his body had been neutralized. "A recovery spell that can cleanse toxins." Without a moment's hesitation, the black-haired warrior charged to attack, but his attack was blocked by an invisible force, causing him to cough up blood. A sacred magical barrier enveloped the burly warrior. The black-haired young man was repelled by the barrier's power. Immediately, his opponent delivered a powerful punch through the water. His hand clenched, as if he had caught his prey. The warrior's purple eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth as he realized something. The burly warrior continued his attack, full of confidence. "That hand movement. Don't tell me," the black-haired young man muttered, having seen through the plan. His opponent smirked smugly. "Oops. Almost. You flaunted it so generously." The black-haired young man scoffed. "Don't you think it would be hard for me to ignore it?" He held out a teleportation relic of his own, a purple skull-shaped stone. "Your teleportation item. Now, let's end this," the burly warrior roared, charging in to deliver the finishing blow. But he plunged into an illusion. The prey had vanished. From behind, a cold, sharp blade pierced through him. Ralph roared, "Can't you see it's useless?" He swung a devastating punch at the black-haired assassin. "I told you it was useless." The assassin was knocked back, stunned. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of the assassin's mouth. Struck directly in the face, the assassin roared, "Who do you think I am?" Ralph smirked with delight. "That was fun for a bit. Don't mess around." The assassin blocked the attack, dark energy gathering in his hand. "With me!" A terrifying purple energy explosion erupted from his body. Ralph was thrown back, without a sound. The assassin grabbed Ralph's collar, growling, "Fun? Don't make me laugh." He swung his hand, unleashing a fiery slash. The assassin's purple eyes flashed with deadly intent. At the same time, a giant pillar of water suddenly rose. From within the water, Elpom and his comrade appeared, a voice crying out, "Elpom!" Back in the fight, Ralph looked up with a sinister smile. "Where are you looking?" The assassin froze, a water spear having already pierced his chest. The force of the attack shattered the surrounding ground. The assassin was flung into the air, blood splattering everywhere. His golden shoulder armor shattered into pieces. The assassin roared as his shoulder armor shattered under the surprise attack. "Damn it, I've lost to the darkness. At this rate, I won't be able to complete Lord Ivok's orders." Despite his defeat, he struggled to his feet, determined to launch a final attack. In his mind, Ralph swore, "At the very least, I'll definitely kill you." The assassin directly faced a colossal fireball hurtling towards him. His dark energy violently clashed with the fire magic, creating a terrifying explosion. He was flung backward by the immense force of the explosion. Ralph, his face covered in blood, growled, "I won't let him live, even if this body is torn to shreds. No matter the cost." He unleashed all his remaining power. The raging flames engulfed the assassin, incinerating his arm. The entire battlefield transformed into a destructive vortex of fire and shadow. Despite his burning body, the assassin wore a crazed smile. He screamed his final words of loyalty. "For Lord Ivok," Ralph's eyes coldly observed, silently wondering. "What are you planning?" "I still have." Flames erupted fiercely around him. One last strike. The blazing sword in his hand was ready. A blazing cross-slash was unleashed, ripping through space. The assassin fell in despair, and from within the light, a noble figure appeared. The silver-haired man smiled, extending his hand. "You've done well." Submerged in a sea of flames, the black-haired assassin let out a final scream. In his final moments, he smiled, reaching out towards the illusion of his master. "Lord Avok, please forgive me," were the loyal one's final dying words. The vortex of dark flames consumed everything, leaving not even a speck of dust. At the same time, in the water-filled chamber, the surface of the lake suddenly churned violently. A shattered dagger was stuck in the rock face, like an ominous sign. The water began to surge, a colossal force rising from below. Suddenly, a giant knight statue burst through the water's surface, its blue eyes blazing. Minor, without hesitation, fired her cannon with the ultimate skill bullet smash. "Damn it! How can something so massive float?" she roared in astonishment. The colossal firepower directly impacted the statue's stone armor. A massive explosion engulfed the mechanical enemy. Minor smirked confidently. "All right, that attack hit perfectly." But from within the smoke and flames, the statue swung its colossal weapon down, freezing her in place. The destructive attack struck directly at Minor's position. Water splashed everywhere, creating a small tsunami in the chamber. Amidst the water, a familiar double-bladed battle axe appeared. The scar-faced warrior had timely embraced Minor, saving her from the scythe of death by a hair's breadth. And then, from the deep bottom, fragments of the energy core began to float upwards. Amidst the water-filled space, the giant knight statue awakened, its blue eyes blazing in the darkness. A powerful attack from Kyrie slashed into the water, creating a violent wave. She unleashed a colossal icy energy from the magic circle, hurtling straight towards the enemy. However, the attack only caused the thin layer of ice to shatter against the statue's sturdy stone armor. Kyrie gritted her teeth, realizing the goal right now wasn't to defeat it. She yelled, "We need a new energy source to open the ceiling. Our best chance now is." Understanding her intent, Minor immediately fired her hand cannon at the stone giant. "Got it. Leave it to me." The shots exploded against the statue, but seemed to have no effect. "Get its mana stone." Kyrie finished her sentence, and Devo used his warhammer to deliver an earth-shattering blow to the stone floor. The young man's face shone with fierce determination. He yelled amidst Minor's barrage of bullets. "Break the armor first. Be careful not to shatter it." Through a crack on the statue's chest, the azure mana stone was finally revealed. But as Devo was about to rush forward, a dark liquid suddenly emerged from the shattered ground, clinging tightly to his leg. Devo realized in horror, "It's regenerating? Damn it, my leg is stuck." The knight statue slowly turned its head, locking its target onto the motionless Devo. Its colossal stone hand reached out, ready to seize its prey. Squeezed by the hand, Devo growled in despair. "Damn it, how can it be so strong?" Witnessing the horrifying scene, Kyrie screamed in despair. "Watch out, Devo." Devo's eyes widened, reflecting the image of impending death. On the brink of life and death, Devo unleashed Sacred Magic Shield to defend himself. But the one who appeared to save him was an unexpected face, leaving Devo stunned. "You are?" A sinister smile appeared on the strange man's face. "Long time no see, son." Devo's defensive shield shattered immediately after. In the nick of time, the mysterious father grabbed Devo, saving him from the statue's earth-shattering stomp. "You traitor." Devo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Good heavens, you shouldn't speak to your father like that," the man replied in a condescending tone. At the same time, a massive magical wave surged forward, knocking away the stone statue. A precise blue light beam struck the enemy's thorny energy core. Following up was a fiery drill that spiraled directly into the giant statue's head. Kyrie and Minor coordinated smoothly, making Minor exclaim in surprise. "A fire arrow?" A voice rang out with the icy attack. "I knew you were still alive." Meanwhile, the illusion creator cried out in despair as he watched Shulden prepare to act. "Boss!" Devo frantically yelled, "Don't break the mana stone," but it was too late. Shulden delivered a decisive blow to the red magical device. The stone shattered, unleashing a fierce whirlwind of blue energy. A dazzling explosion of light enveloped the entire space. Devo's father placed a hand on Devo's head, his voice calm. "It's done. Hold on tight, Devo." Mysterious blue energy immediately enveloped the young man's battle axe. Devo screamed in terror as the empowered warhammer suddenly moved on its own, pulling him soaring away. "Ugh! We're about to crash!" he cried out, helplessly hurtling straight towards the giant knight statue. Witnessing the scene, Miner became excited again. "I see it. Amazing!" Devo's hammer collided with the statue, creating an icy explosion that even surprised him. From afar, Miner yelled urgingly while Kyrie maintained a determined expression. "Go, you idiot!" Hearing the scolding, Devo smirked to himself. "Aha! Am I the main character this time?" Full of confidence, he roared, "Leave it to me," and swung his weapon, blazing with golden energy. A heaven-shattering blow struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. With a frenzied expression, Devo poured all his strength into the attack. The explosion left a deep crater, revealing a blue energy core, and Devo cheered. "I see it." Without a moment's hesitation, the young man plunged into the hole like an arrow. The energy core shattered under the decisive hammer blow, magical cracks spreading all around. Losing its power source, the giant knight statue began to deactivate and crumble. At that moment, Devo's father bared his teeth in a challenging grin at the statue. "How's my son standing?" He charged forward with astonishing speed, growling. "If you've finished digesting it, then spit it out," Devo's father roared, his fist erupting with furious light. His destructive punch landed directly on the statue's stone body. The entire structure of the stone giant shattered into fragments. The room shook violently as the last stone pieces of the statue completely collapsed. A powerful attack shattered the stone wall, clearing a path for the white-haired warrior. He dashed through the opening, while Devo was thrown backward by the aftershock. Devo laughed gleefully, clutching the blue cube. One problem solved. But victory also brought danger as the icy ground beneath their feet began to crack. The knight statue, their recently defeated enemy, was now just an empty, frozen shell. Its entire colossal body began to sink, signaling a deadly trap. Freezing water poured in, submerging the remnants of the stone giant. The room quickly transformed into a watery grave, with no escape. Shev cried out in despair as he was submerged by the water. He frantically yelled at Miner, "This is bad. The water is rising much faster." Amidst the chaos, Devo remained calm. "Don't worry anymore and just hold on a little longer. He'll be here soon." Their hope rested entirely on someone who was elsewhere. In the deep water, a figure shot through with terrifying speed. It was Elpam, covered in injuries, swimming with all his might, the cube in his hand. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Less than 3 minutes left. I hope I'm not too late." He looked at the device. "Fur has set up the mechanism. It will open immediately, as long as I provide power." "No time to think," Elpam decided resolutely, his eyes sharp. "I have to find the shortest path and get there in time, no matter what." He activated the device, creating a virtual path. Like an arrow, Elpam darted through the water, following the soul-guiding light. "Damn it, it's almost full," the axe warrior exclaimed in panic as the water rose to his neck. Amidst the rushing water, Devo yelled, "Everyone, prepare to hold your breath." Miner desperately tried to count the rhythm. 1, 2. The entire group gradually sank into the darkness of the water, their last hope resting entirely on their teammate outside. Meanwhile, Elpam strained to swim at maximum speed, telling himself, "At this rate, I'll be too late." He realized the current path was too time-consuming. There's only one way. Elpam stood before a bottomless abyss, the only way to get there in time. "I'll break through," he resolved, looking down at the mechanism at the bottom of the abyss. It was an ancient device, the key to saving everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, Elpam began to gather his strength, blue magic surging around his hands. "I only have one chance," he roared, his eyes burning with resolve. All the energy was concentrated in his palm, ready to explode. Fireball, a terrifying explosion shattered the solid rock foundation, creating an underwater tremor. A straight path was opened, piercing through the dense rock and earth. Amidst the rubble, Elpam snatched the energy cube that Gukron had left behind. He threw it like a bullet, aiming straight for the target. The cube shot through the water, flying towards the center of the device. It plunged into the core, activating a blinding flash of light, opening a path to survival. The energy cube plunged directly into the core of the ancient machine. A blinding blue light erupted as it perfectly fit into place. A terrifying energy explosion tore through the underwater space, unleashing fierce lightning bolts. Elpam, his face covered in blood, silently witnessed his achievement. The energy converged, then shattered, releasing its suppressed power. A colossal pillar of light shot straight upwards, piercing through the dense layer of water. The ray of hope sped towards the ceiling of the flooded chamber. It activated a mysterious mechanism, causing ancient patterns to glow brightly. The entire system of colossal gears and chains began to move with a rumble. Underwater, Miner and the riddle solver had held their breath to the limit, their cheeks puffed out from lack of oxygen. Immediately after, the entire group was powerfully pulled upwards by the saving light, escaping the watery grave. The axe-wielding warrior was the first to surface, gasping for air with difficulty. Ha, ha, I thought I was done for. He staggered onto the shore, exhausted. The group gathered, panting in a new room, wondering. Seriously, what kind of cursed place is this? Miner nervously looked at the towering knight statue in front of them. Is this going to move too? Devo suddenly noticed something unusual. He frantically called out, "Big brother!" What happened to Big Brother? The surface of the water where they had just escaped suddenly rippled, forming a strange whirlpool. Below, Elpam was unconscious, his heavy body slowly sinking into the darkness. He sank completely into the abyssal depths, leaving behind the teammates he had just saved. In the profound darkness of the watery abyss, the light of the exit grew ever more distant. Elpam's body was heavy, sinking slowly to the bottom like a stone. A silent scream shattered in the water, blood mixing with utter despair. A blood-soaked hand reached upwards, trying to cling to the last fading glimmer of hope. Before darkness swallowed him, his eyes heavily closed. His consciousness fading, Elpam gave up, letting himself sink into oblivion. But then, a familiar figure tore through the water, diving down like an arrow. Miner's hand reached out, a warm spark in the cold water. She embraced her fading teammate, giving him the breath of life. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Elpam's mind. "Are you overexerting yourself again?" His eyes burst open in unconsciousness, astonished by the unfamiliar scene. "Where is this?" he exclaimed, realizing he was lying amidst a forest of memories, surrounded by familiar faces. His old teammates looked at him, their smiles both teasing and full of concern. One person spoke up, a playful tone in their voice. "If you're tired, just rest for a bit." The blonde girl smiled gently. "That's right, don't push yourself too hard. You're doing great just as you are." Elpam whispered in his mind. "This is my past memories. Even back then, I definitely." A warm smile briefly crossed his lips. In the memory, young Elpam struggled to his feet, asserting, "I'm fine. We promised, didn't we?" Back in reality, the group held their breath by the edge of the lake, their eyes fixed on the still water. In Shulden's eyes, the reflection of a small creature appeared as he slowly regained consciousness. Miner exclaimed in surprise as Shulden coughed violently, expelling the last mouthful of death's water. "What happened?" Shulden mumbled, still dazed. "Did you save me?" The axe-wielding warrior sighed in relief. "What a relief. I was worried because you weren't waking up." Shulden felt his body and said, "It seems my body has no particular issues," to which the scowling warrior smugly replied, "It's all thanks to my healing magic." Suddenly, Shulden's gaze turned sharp as he interrupted. "Well, then let's." Miner asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" But she only received a silent shake of the head. It turned out Devo was questioning the scowling warrior. "What? So you mean it was all part of the plan?" The man casually admitted. "Well, most of it was improvisation on my part. To deceive an enemy, one must first deceive a friend. Isn't that what they say?" He sneered at Devo's furious expression. "Thanks to that, the act was realistic enough to fool a kid like you." Shulden narrowed his eyes. "An act, huh? Did I feel your first attack contained a bit too much emotion?" The other man then awkwardly looked away. "But why are you carrying that woman's corpse?" Shulden asked, to which the man mysteriously replied, "I have a use for it, because it's time for me to keep my promise to Gapor." Elsewhere, Shev also seemed to realize something, his face showing clear astonishment. Suddenly, the puzzler dashed off, making Devo call out in alarm, "What's with the sudden rush?" The young man stopped before a door, exclaiming joyfully, "Found it." Both he and Kyrie were stunned speechless by what was before their eyes. A legendary item, radiating a brilliant aura, lay solemnly on the stone pedestal. The group quickly gathered. The scowling warrior asked skeptically, "Is this the real deal?" "At a glance, I can't tell." But the puzzler affirmed, "I'm certain. It's exactly as described. This is the key to Phantom's treasure. Phantom, the Phantom Thief." In a flashback, Shulden recalled the legend of Phantom, the greatest Phantom Thief, and how the necklace was the key to his treasure. The puzzler joyfully raised the loot, thanking his teammates for their help. But then a piece of rock fell and hit his head like an ominous sign. Immediately, the entire catacomb began to shake and violently collapsed to the horror of the whole group. Ralph stammered in fear, "Don't tell me." Devo could only sigh in exasperation. "Huh. Seriously." Kyrie fell, shouting at those still stunned. "What are you standing around for? Run!" Shulden ran, snapping at the puzzler. "Damn it. Why do you always just grab items so carelessly? This isn't the first time." Amidst the rubble, the white-haired warrior pointed to a newly emerged tower. "Everyone, we have to enter that tower. The exit is inside." Devo yelled skeptically. What the hell, you're not even sure yourself. But the path to the tower was blocked by a skeleton legion that had just risen from the ground. Ralph gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his fist gathering golden light. My turn. Who do you bony bastards think you are? He unleashed his full power, shouting the skill name. Spring of Vengeance. A burst of holy light erupted, incinerating all the bony monsters in the blink of an eye. Kyrie grumbled as she ran. Why didn't you use that skill from the start? While Devo had already started calculating the cost of this intervention, but the danger was not over. A skeletal warhorse with glowing blue eyes emerged from the shadows. A black knight, fully clad in black armor, brandishing a greatsword atop the monstrous steed, blocked their retreat. Kyrie looked at the new enemy in horror, quickly pleading, Ralph, use that skill again. Shut up and keep running. That was the last time, Ralph roared, while the scarred axe warrior dejectedly muttered. Useless. The ground beneath their feet crumbled, signaling an inevitable collapse. Huh? Minor only had time to realize the harsh reality and horror. Ralph screamed in despair as the entire group, along with the blue flame Black Knight, plunged straight into the abyss. Mid-air, a blue talisman flashed with a final ray of hope. Phew. That was a spectacular save, the puzzler sighed in relief. But that was the last talisman. There won't be a next time. Their enemy, the Black Knight, plunged straight into the deep water, its spectral flames still burning. Wait! That monster, Ralph exclaimed in horror. Damn it, it can swim too, Shulden shouted. Kyrie! And the blonde girl replied decisively. I know. Using icy energy, Kyrie unleashed Moon Goddess's Frost, Divide, freezing the entire water surface. All right, this should hold it, Kyrie said confidently as the Black Knight was stuck fast in the ice. But the monster only let out a furious roar. Its power had not diminished at all. Shut your mouth, Minor growled, the cannon in her hand glowing with a destructive fireball. A terrifying surge of thermal energy was fired, aimed directly at the restrained enemy. The entire group held their breath, watching the earth-shattering explosion right before their eyes. Suddenly, Devo shouted forward. Elpam, up ahead. Got it, Elpam replied, gripping a blazing staff with a determined look in his eyes. He put all his strength into it, slamming his weapon hard against the sturdy stone wall. Careful! If the tower collapses because of this then, Ralph warned frantically as the aftershock spread. The warning came too late. The entire ancient tower began to crack and crumble. Amidst the rubble, the entire group plunged downwards in despair. Minor and Ralph were utterly terrified by the chaotic scene. Suddenly, Shulden shouted, I see it. As a spatial gate opened. No time, keep going, jump on my command. 1, 2, now. Following the command, everyone plunged into the void, heading towards the only ray of hope. The ancient tower finally disintegrated into pieces, burying everything in darkness. Elsewhere, the Spider King coldly stated, I can no longer sense Beiju's presence. Before him, Lord Ivok knelt prostrate. It seems she has failed. I have no excuse. I will take responsibility with my life, Lord Ivok said, trembling, sweat pouring down him. Will scoffed, yes, responsibility. I can end you at any time. But before that, one of Will's sharp limbs pressed close to Lord Ivok. I will show you a magnificent play. Because the more spectators there are, the more interesting things become. Lord Ivok realized with horror the spectators Will was referring to. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure declared, It's time to change players. At a luxurious mansion, Franco reported, there is still hope. The gate is still active, meaning the young master is definitely alive. He is isolated and awaiting rescue. Franco continued, Fortunately, the positions haven't been filled yet, so we can deploy 6 more members. We will form a rescue team with the best people. The powerful man listened silently, without a word. Then he gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. Jack, a rumor is spreading throughout the town about a man named Jack Ritchie. In a dark room, Starling commented on the elite bodyguard squad of the richest man's son in Maple World. She frowned, suspecting that the Cania Merchant Guild was behind the incident and wondered about their recklessness. Sensing something amiss, Starling decided to act immediately. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening and a strange voice startled her. A strange man entered, blocking Starling and Gukran's path, shouting loudly. Both Starling and Gukran, now revealed, were stunned to recognize the familiar voice. The man was holding a young man, both arguing fiercely over a ring. Starling clenched her fist. She knew for sure whose voice this was. With a radiant expression, she joyfully shouted, I'm sure, it's definitely Fur. She playfully yelled, asking everyone to be quiet. The captured young man was still struggling, yelling to get his ring back while his escort announced that he had delivered the idiot. Faced with the young man's fury, Starling merely smirked meaningfully. At the same time, announcement flyers were scattered throughout the city. Shocking news. Jack Ritchie was missing, and a colossal reward of 1.5 billion mesos was offered to anyone who could rescue him. The crowd on the streets buzzed with chatter, drawn by the unbelievable bounty. A young warrior read the news, his face unable to hide his astonishment. His leader, a scarred man, gritted his teeth and declared his instinct to save people was boiling, despite his teammates' taunts that it was an instinct for money. The leader led the group into the slums, leaving his subordinates' questions behind. He confidently walked on the dirty ground, asserting that everything had been arranged. Ralph confidently declared to his subordinates, "Well, we'll know once we're inside." The jingling of a doorbell echoed as they stepped inside. Inside, a bald man was sleeping soundly with his feet on the table. Ralph grumbled about the dusty slum, while the other man whispered, "It's been a long time since I've been back." Another burly man stepped forward, shaking the bald man awake. "Hey, Jerry, guests are here. How long are you going to sleep?" The muscular man, Gio, was surprised to recognize the uninvited guest. "Ralph?" Gio stepped forward, feigning a greeting. "Hey, it's been a long time, hasn't it? So long I thought you were dead." Without warning, Ralph grabbed Gio by the collar, holding a knife to his throat. "Is this your first time back after tricking me and running off?" While the young warrior panicked, Gio roared, "You bastard! Or should I chop off your limbs and feed them to the fish?" Ralph tried to de-escalate the situation. "I had my own circumstances back then. But this time will be different." To prove it, the leader held out a heavy bag of money, astonishing the young man. "That's the boss's mesos." But Gio's eyes still had a bloodshot glint, as he whispered two words, "You bastard." Suddenly, Jerry wrapped his arms around Ralph from behind. "I missed you so much, my friend." After the strange greeting, Gio got straight to the point. "So, what are you looking for?" Ralph excitedly shouted. "An enhancement scroll." Gio smirked, then pulled off the covering cloth, revealing a chest full of scrolls. "Hee, of course not." The young warrior looked bewildered. "Huh? Just a pile of scrolls?" Ralph patiently explained the item's power, emphasizing, "Especially this one. It's the best kind, with a 100% success rate." But immediately after, Ralph's face contorted in disgust, and he roared one word, "Trash." He grabbed Gio again, his eyes full of rage. "Are you trying to trick me again? I didn't come here to see this nonsense." Ralph scoffed. "Absurd. If you want greater power, you have to accept greater risks." Gio helplessly explained while Ralph muttered about some swindler. "I'd love to sell them, but there's no stock now." "Everything has changed," Gio said. "High-grade goods are now classified as military supplies and are strictly controlled." Ralph turned away in frustration. "What a waste of effort. What do we do now?" he muttered to himself, but loud enough for others to hear. "If someone were selling, I'd buy 50. Probably around 1 billion mesos, right?" Immediately, a firm hand gripped Ralph's shoulder. Gio chuckled, holding onto his big catch. Hey, why don't you let me finish talking first?" The story suddenly shifted to a legend. Archmage Freud, the Dragon Master, and above all, the Master of Time Magic, who did not appear in the final battle. 800 years ago, the Black Mage cursed the 6 heroes, freezing them in the flow of time. Only Freud, thanks to the sacrifice of the Afrin Dragon Clan, escaped the seal and began a solitary journey to find a way to rescue his comrades. But in the end, the hero vanished in despair. At least that's what people whisper. Back in the present, Elpam gazed into the distance, whispering, "But he surely had a plan, because this is the trace he left behind." He raised his hand, revealing the legendary relic, Hero Freud's ring. All three, Elpam, Starling, and Gukran, stood in tense silence. A terrifying thought flashed through Elpam's mind, cold sweat breaking out. "Don't tell me. The biggest question of my life. Why did I regress?" he wondered, as painful memories of failure and loss flooded back. Starling broke the silence. "Since you were chosen by Freud, I won't doubt it. But I want to clarify one thing." She looked Elpam straight in the eye, questioning, "Why are you opposing the followers?" Elpam merely silently tightened his grip on the ring, while Starling crossed her arms, awaiting an answer. Elpam declared, "I want to save them." In his memory, he faced his masked comrades, silently vowing to do everything at any cost. At the same time, in a forest, the sound of swords swinging and heavy breathing echoed. Kyrie was diligently training, unleashing powerful sword strike. She panted, drenched in sweat, her body almost at its limit. Suddenly, Devo appeared, asking, "Don't you get tired doing this every day?" The young man explained that he had just met his master to deliver an item. Devo hesitated. "So, what brings you here?" Kyrie replied seriously, "There's something I want to ask you." However, Devo blushed and spoke first. "Tomorrow. Would you like to go somewhere with me?" Time passed. The clock hands in the square pointed to almost 3 o'clock. Devo waited impatiently, wondering if he had arrived too early. Immediately after, Kyrie rushed over. "Sorry. Have you been waiting long? Devo was completely stunned, his eyes wide as he saw her appearance. Kyrie awkwardly explained, I'm late because Minor kept holding me back, even though I told her I don't like these kinds of things. In the unfamiliar dress, she shyly asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look weird? Devo quickly reassured her, stammering, No, you look great. Then they both set off together, but they were unaware. 2 sharp pairs of eyes were watching from the bushes. The observer ordered, Target is moving. Get ready. From the bushes, Ralph grumbled, Why should I care about that kid's love life? Minor snapped, If you don't know, shut up. Meanwhile, Devo happily put his arm around Kyrie, declaring, Taking care of teammates' morale is essential. In response, Minor was fuming. Earlier, Kyrie in her armor was stunned upon hearing the news. What? You mean Devo? It was explained that Devo wanted help choosing a birthday gift for his younger sister, as he had never been able to properly celebrate due to difficult circumstances. Minor eagerly seized the opportunity, urging Kyrie to go with Devo, but the knight flatly refused. Kyrie innocently asked again, What do you mean? Isn't it just asking me to help choose a gift? Leaving Minor speechless at her naivety. Losing all patience, Minor roared, No, you, come here now, shut your mouth. At the market, Devo cheerfully held up a spiked glove. How about this? He suggested the weapon for his younger sister Dinev, but Kyrie pointed to a sword and said, If so, wouldn't that sword be better? Kyrie began to browse the stalls with interest. What about this? It doesn't look bad either. The knight pondered. Should I just buy everything? After a while, Kyrie sighed in relief. I was a little worried, as this is my first time, but it's easier than I thought. Recalling the past, young Kyrie in her training gear explained, I joined the knights when I was little, only knowing how to train, so I'm not used to strolling through town without a weapon. Devo was silent at her confession. Back in the present, Kyrie suggested, Then shall we check out the weapon shop over there? And Devo happily agreed. Hiding behind a stall, Minor irritably watched them. Oh God. That idiot. The pirate girl silently screamed. What the hell is he doing? There's been no progress at all. Ralph sighed. What a bunch of rookies. In another corner, a man in sunglasses, eating popcorn, remarked, Why don't they think about the audience here? Causing his companion to remind him, Aren't we supposed to be observing secretly? In the middle of the market, Devo excitedly declared loudly, It's obvious they like each other, but there's no progress. One of them doesn't even know what their feelings are. Making Kyrie standing next to him jump and blush. Minor cackled gleefully. At this rate, it'll take forever. Just as I expected. The young female companion worried. No wonder people call him an idiot. He's making me so anxious. Ralph narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you Devo's person? How do you know this place? The girl dreamily said. But I just hope my brother doesn't come home today, Tilda. Making Minor yell. Hey kid, you're going too far. In the middle of the market, Devo innocently pointed to another couple. Those two look really good together, don't they? From afar, Ralph mused. Well, they certainly have the innocence of youth. Memories flooded back, making him wonder, was I like that back then? She and I once. Minor irritably cut off Ralph's thoughts. I don't care about your past. I haven't even started yet. Showdown coldly spoke. What a waste of time. Minor immediately replied. Well, you're not interested in these things anyway. I'm not entirely uninterested, Showdown unexpectedly replied, leaving Minor speechless. The mysterious young man continued. I've had a relationship or two myself. It's just that the circumstances right now are a bit special. Minor was completely petrified by the shocking confession. The red-haired girl curiously asked, May I ask, what are your circumstances? While Ralph muttered, This is clearly discrimination. Showdown looked into the distance. That's in the past. Anyway, she's no longer alive. But then he paused, his eyes wide. Wait, as of now, she must still be alive. Minor grabbed Showdown and yelled, No, you're wrong. It is relevant. Tell me now. Ignoring the excited young girl and Ralph, who felt lonely. As night fell, Devo happily said, Thanks for today, Kyrie. He held up the gift box. I think Dinev will really like this. Kyrie smiled and replied, I'm glad I could help. Just as Kyrie turned to leave. Then, if you'll excuse me, Devo quickly called her back. Huh? Wait. The young man's face flushed crimson, too flustered to speak. Devo scratched his head awkwardly. Never mind, it's nothing. I just wanted to say thanks. Let's do our best for tomorrow's training. Kyrie smiled gently, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. With a radiant smile, she replied, If you're ever choosing gifts again, feel free to ask me. After parting ways, Devo returned to the base on the deserted street. I'm home. Brother? He froze, stunned to see the whole group lounging in the house. Huh? Why is everyone here? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bloody massacre had just ended amidst desperate screams. A young mage trembled in fear. Stop, monster. This place will never. A demonic eye glowed in the darkness, signaling the villain's presence. The silver-haired man with the giant python behind him unleashed the final blow. His silhouette stood tall amidst the rubble. The python coiled around his body. He approached his target, an ancient stone placed on a pedestal. Finally, I have it, he whispered. The hero Freud's sealing stone containing the power of time. He envisioned a glorious future. With this power of time, the stone, enveloped in dark energy, flew straight towards him. The Black Mage's grand plan will be. But a strange sensation overwhelmed him, and he froze in shock. Why? Why can't I feel any power from... He looked down at the stone. Could it be? He roared in fury as the python also hissed along with its master. Who is it? A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body. Who dares do this? In a dark place, the dark tower trembled under the wrath of an ancient entity. He realized a horrifying truth. Someone has turned back time. With eyes burning with hatred, he roared, I must find them. Meanwhile, in a bustling city, the Gold Ritchie Trading Guild appeared in all its splendor. A large recruitment drive was underway, attracting countless adventurers to gather in the square. Amidst the crowd, a confident red-haired female warrior provoked her opponent. Why don't you just surrender? The power difference is too obvious. In response, a scarred swordsman's cold gaze replied, keep spouting nonsense. Or should we settle our ranks right here? From above, Franco stroked his mustache, observing with amusement. Oh? Very well, that's what I want. Is this the level of the third circle? The butler secretly calculated, knowing he had only one chance and had to choose carefully. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd murmured in surprise. What is that? What is he carrying? A young man with messy black hair and determined eyes appeared, carrying a giant black box on his shoulder. That was the guild founder, Gold Ritchie, known as the richest man in Maple World. Franco personally led the mysterious young man through the luxurious corridors of the building. Two staff members in red uniforms bowed respectfully, approaching a large door. They swung open the door, revealing a magnificent garden bathed in light. In the middle of the garden, Gold Ritchie stood with his hands behind his back, waiting by a fountain. He turned, his sharp eyes scrutinizing. Is that you? The adventurer from Gaypore who sought me out? The young man set the heavy box down, looking directly into the boss's eyes. It seems you've underestimated us. Pleased to meet you. I am Elpam, he introduced himself. The reason I'm here today is quite obvious, isn't it? Gold Ritchie coldly ordered. Get out while I'm still being polite. This is not something you Gaypore thugs can meddle with, Elpam retorted. I apologize, but today I am not here as a representative of Gaypore, which further annoyed Gold Ritchie. Disregarded as a mere adventurer, Elpam slammed the giant box onto the ground as a challenge. Gold Ritchie roared furiously. Are you insane? Get out now. I'm not in a good mood. My apologies if that offends you, Elpam said, his hand already on the box. But why don't you take a look at this before we talk? He slowly opened the lid of the box. Gold Ritchie's eyes widened in horror. He stammered. This is? Inside was the bloody corpse of a black-haired man. Gold Ritchie screamed in panic as he recognized the identity of the deceased. Beiju, Butler Franco questioned Elpam. Why a director of Kania? Do you know what you've just done? Elpam calmly confirmed. Gold Ritchie anxiously asked, is Gapore planning to wage war? Elpam replied mysteriously. Something similar. However, the Gold Ritchie Trading Guild will have to join that war, Elpam declared firmly. Gold Ritchie broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, what nonsense. Just then, a voice came from the slightly ajar door. Let me explain from here. Kyrie walked in, and Elpam immediately knelt before her. She said, because this matter also concerns my own issues. Gold Ritchie froze, utterly astonished as he recognized the newcomer. In another room, Kyrie asked Elpam, are you sure? A knight in white and gold armor was stunned. Unbelievable. The followers. Are you saying they've survived until now? A voice echoed, revealing a horrifying truth. Not only survived, they've spread throughout Maple World, even taking root within the Cygnus Knights. The knight pondered, finally realizing, come to think of it, that explains all the inconsistencies before. In the luxurious room, Gold Ritchie asserted, I don't trust you. I only trust Kyrie's judgment. Elpam got straight to the point. What do you want? In 3 days, I will wipe the Kania Merchant Guild off this world, he declared, a surge of dark energy swirling behind him. Suddenly, a blonde knight spoke up. This is no longer a Merchant Guild dispute, but a war against the followers. I am Mihil, chief knight of the Cygnus Knights. Gold Ritchie called his name in astonishment. Elpam, as the young man's hand erupted in an eerie blue flame. The flame touched Beiju's corpse, revealing a glowing red mark on his chest, which stunned Elpam. The B mark? Elpam explained to a stunned Goldrichie. This is the mark of the followers. Is Beiju one of them? Goldrichie broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Could the Cania Merchant Guild really be? Elpam looked him straight in the eye, making a final offer. Now, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. The scene shifted to a noisy tavern, where a mug of beer was raised high to shouts of cheers. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Miner asked worriedly, "Tomorrow's the big day. Is this really okay?" Elpam casually replied, "Taking one day off won't hurt," he affirmed to himself. "All necessary preparations have been completed. Our equipment has been enhanced, and we've trained enough." At another table, the sunglasses-wearing leader remarked, "Resting before battle is a wise decision." His eye-patched comrade was surprised. "We get to participate too?" Ralph noisily squeezed between Elpam and Miner. "Ha ha ha, what are you two whispering about?" He casually slung an arm around Elpam. "All that sappy romance stuff? Office romance, I bet? Then I, a master of romance, will." Before Ralph could finish, a mighty punch flew straight into his face. Ralph was sent flying in bewilderment, while Shulden coldly warned, "Don't come near me, Ralph." From the floor, Ralph grumbled, "Can't I even joke a little?" Shulden curtly replied, "You reek of sweat, go take a bath." An adventurer questioned Elpam, "Why would you walk into such an obvious trap?" Miner also wondered, thinking that participating in Cania's raid would be much better. Elpam coldly replied, "I'm looking for something." He explained that Jack Ritchie held the map to Freud's legacy, and the followers' actions proved the rumors true. "Freud left behind the most important thing," Elpam asserted. "I cannot let it fall into their hands." He hoped everything would go according to plan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious individual was reporting on Elpam's background, a former slave. The report highlighted his extraordinary rate of power awakening, showing limitless potential. The mission was entrusted to a young white-haired assassin. "Everything is in your hands." At the same time, the white-haired assassin himself was blocked by guards at the teleportation gate. He roared in anger. "Sir Royce, this is different from what you said." Sir Royce could only reply helplessly, "What can I do?" He explained that his superiors had suddenly cancelled the recruitment of outsiders, enraging the crowd. Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice rang out, "Clear the way." The white-haired young man and Sir Royce turned back in astonishment. Franco, followed by Elpam and the entire group, confidently advanced towards the teleportation gate. Lord Mark, the person in charge, froze at their appearance, stammering. "They are?" Franco merely declared coldly. "Things have come to this. Understand?" A warrior in the crowd sneered. "Lord Mark, don't you think this has gone too far?" The scar-lipped warrior furiously roared. "Who are these bastards? Where did these failures crawl out from?" Meanwhile, Miner's group had successfully passed through the teleportation gate. A blinding flash erupted, signaling that the gate had closed. The sound of teleportation echoed and then faded. The group found themselves standing amidst an ancient, ruined site. The axe-wielding young man sighed in boredom. "This is so dull." He continued to grumble. "Ugh, seriously, it's always the same old scenario. Can't we get a little creative?" Suddenly, Miner stopped with a serious expression. "Wait a minute." She frantically looked around. "Where are Ralph and Kyrie?" Outside, the scar-lipped warrior roared in fury. "Damn it!" He tried to pound on the closed gate. "What the hell is this situation? What do you mean the gate is full?" He grabbed Franco, demanding, "Didn't you say there were 6 spots left? Who got in before us?" Franco narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion appearing. Could it be? With sharp eyes, Kiri concluded, "It's a trap." At the same time, deep inside the ruins, a mysterious silver-haired individual was dragging his prisoner. He wondered, "It's good that we got in, but how do we join them?" "Have you heard anything, Mudria?" The hooded prisoner replied contemptuously. "Don't call my name, you fool." The silver-haired man sneered. "You must be bored, aren't you? If according to plan, they'll be waiting at the second gate. So let's warm up a bit before we join them." The werewolf monster growled. "Well, is this enough of a warm-up?" The mysterious silver-haired man replied, "No, I have a great idea. I'll handle that." "Ho Tilda, are you being polite to me? I appreciate the sentiment," he said as the monster charged. In response, "I'll show you something interesting," he declared, summoning a sphere of dark energy. The werewolf monster was engulfed in an eerie light, letting out a terrifying roar. A spiky, pitch-black object plunged into the ground, releasing a surge of dark energy. "Heh, you seem quite surprised," the silver-haired man said to Mudria. "It's my first time seeing it too. A truly fascinating ability." He turned away coldly, dragging his prisoner. "Just save it for later. It'll be much more interesting then." The single eye of the newly transformed creature swirled, filled with dark energy. Meanwhile, inside the teleportation gate, Minor was tense. Just as expected. Have Kania's rats infiltrated this place? Ralph smirked. Not a bad move from them. Even I didn't anticipate this, so things are about to get interesting. Right. The problem is it's too quiet, Shulden said, his mechanical eye beginning to glow. The scan results appeared. No living creatures detected at the first gate. What's going on? Shulden narrowed his eyes in thought, trying to discern the enemy's plot. At the same time, at the main headquarters of the Kania Merchant Guild, a team of Cygnus Knights aggressively entered the building, led by a silver blue-haired young man. Kania's employees were startled by the unannounced arrival. A female employee tried to remain calm, blocking them. What brings the esteemed Cygnus Knights here? Do you have an appointment? The young leader grinned meaningfully. Ah, Tilda, my apologies for the sudden intrusion. It's nothing major, but coincidentally. The young knight leader sneered, revealing a glowing red mark on his hand. I'm wondering if you've lost this. Witnessing their colleagues being massacred right behind them, the female employee and another Kania man were stunned. Wah, what is this? Piercing screams echoed amidst the chaotic scene and splatters of blood. A cold blade pressed against the female employee's throat. The leader whispered, "Stay still." His savage grin widened. "If you move, I'll consider you a follower, understood?" In a bloody memory, a follower screamed his final loyalty before being swallowed by darkness. 4. The Black Mage. He screamed in extreme agony as his body disintegrated. Another warrior woman also fell in a brutal attack. Amidst the battle, a brown-haired knight woman was still bravely fighting back. The raid turned into a bloody melee, the Cygnus Knights sweeping through mercilessly. The silver-blue-haired leader looked annoyed. "What do you mean? You lost him?" A subordinate knight bowed his head, reporting next to the corpse of a giant monster. "My apologies. It seems the information was leaked. By the time we got in, he had vanished." The leader's eyes narrowed, a deadly glint appearing in them. Amidst the ruined room, he roared the command, "Find him immediately. Everything ends when we capture him." In another dark space, Will, the king of spiders, judged coldly. "I have given you enough chances." A ghostly spider appeared, binding Lord Ivok in webs. "Have you underestimated me?" Lord Ivok trembled, sweat pouring down. "Certainly not. This wretched body of mine." In despair, he knelt, offering everything. "It is my honor to offer it to the Black Mage." At the same time, at a port, a voice echoed from the shadows. "We have fully secured the docks." In the operations room, a commander slammed his hand on the table, ordering, "Now they have no escape. Send the remaining forces to the crossroads." Another warrior gritted his teeth, his face full of anticipation. Just a little more. Immediately after, an entire city was engulfed in a sea of chaotic flames. Hasty footsteps echoed across the rooftops. And then, deep beneath the ground, in a secret dungeon, a giant lizard monster roared ferociously, but it was immediately cut in half by a burst of holy light. Chief Knight Mihile stood there, light still lingering on his hand. A horrified night woman reported, "Those bastards from Kania. They're breeding these monsters right beneath Lith Harbor." She continued with a serious expression, "Each one is very strong. If the Gold Ritchie Merchant Guild hadn't provided timely information," she said, pointing to the scattered corpses of the monsters, "there would have been many casualties," she concluded, looking at the shattered mask of a Kania assassin. Mihili pondered. "I see. These monsters are certainly strangely powerful," but he felt something was wrong. What is this unsettling feeling? This facility is massive, yet there isn't a single member overseeing it. Suddenly, a giant clawed foot stomped heavily into a pool of blood. Mihil flinched. Well, it doesn't even give me a moment to think. Another monster charged straight at the knights with a roar that tore through the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gold Ritchie's desperate voice echoed, "Damn it! Damn it!" He lay slumped on the ground, panicked. Where did all these monsters come from? If my guards hadn't sacrificed themselves, I would have. In the cold cave, Gold Ritchie desperately cried out, "I don't want to die. I want to live." A cold voice echoed from the shadows. "You talk a lot for someone who wants to live." Shulden grabbed Gold Ritchie's head, growling, "Do you know your whimpering can be heard from afar?" Startled, Gold Ritchie yelled, "Who are you?" The strange young man easily kicked away his weak attempts at resistance. "The sword of the world's richest heir flew through the air. At least you're full of energy," Shulden calmly remarked at Gold Ritchie's bewildered expression. Along with Ralph and Minor, Shulden declared, "Calm down, Jack Ritchie. We're the rescue team called to save you." At Gold Ritchie's skepticism, Shulden stomped his foot on the ground. A familiar necklace was revealed, a keepsake from his father. Hope flickered in the desperate man's eyes. "Then you really are. But there are only 3 of you?" Gold Ritchie asked anxiously, receiving a sarcastic reply from Shulden. He exclaimed in panic, "Damn it! This isn't a place 3 people can handle. Noticing the anomaly, Shulden thought to himself, is he hiding something? Then activated his mechanical eye. The scan results appeared, and Shulden muttered, there doesn't seem to be a mark. Was I overthinking it? Well, everything's clear. Now that we have our target, let's go. Shulden signaled his teammates. But just as he turned away, Shulden's eyes flashed with caution. A series of blue energy slashes tore through space, destroying everything around them. From the shadows, a group of white-masked assassins rushed out, their sharp claws ready for the hunt. Amidst the rubble, blue energy slashes brutally tore through space. Ambushed unexpectedly, Miner snapped, talking so disrespectfully. We almost got hurt, you know, while Shulden identified the target. There it is, Kania, a cold voice replied from above. Disrespectful? The group looked up, astonished to see a silver-haired stranger calmly sitting on a ruined stone pillar. Shulden's mechanical eye scanned the enemy, and he whispered in doubt. Who? Who is that? A massive surge of purplish-blue mana erupted from the stranger, stunning Shulden. His mana. What the hell is it? The silver-haired attacker swooped down, sneering. Seeing you talk about manners, you seem quite at ease. Not just some small fry, are you? He raised a hand glowing with dark energy, declaring, let's see. I'll confirm if Commander Will's concerns are valid. From another dimension, a giant spider symbol appeared, along with Will's command. You may begin. The King of Spiders' crimson eyes glowed, and the trial officially began. At the same time, at another location, a terrifying explosion sent a guard flying. His comrades screamed in panic. What? What's happening so suddenly? Just as Team C entered, another soldier realized in horror that the surrounding crates were glowing, ready to explode. A series of chain explosions turned the entire area into a sea of fire. At the epicenter, a red vortex of dark energy began to form. Standing tall amidst the deadly vortex was Mihil, while a terrified female knight called his name. Realizing the situation, Mihil roared, everyone, fall back, this is a trap. All the destructive energy of the trap converged, aiming directly at the chief knight. Mihil landed firmly, ready to face whatever would emerge from this chaotic spectacle. In the chaotic space, Mihil, feeling lost, wondered, where am I? A dark figure slowly advanced, the sound of armor echoing in the silence. Mihil spun around, shouting cautiously, who's there? The dark figure emerged from the mist, a cold voice echoing, who am I? A dark knight appeared, sneering. Are you not familiar with this face? Impossible, Mihil roared, striking the ground in anger. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Lord Larkin delivered the grim news. 3 squads have been wiped out, and Captain Mihail is also missing. Elsewhere, an urgent report was given. We have a big problem. More follower forces have been detected. The warrior with the thick sideburns gritted his teeth. Impossible. They're always one step ahead of us. He slammed the table, coming to a bitter conclusion. This definitely means there's a rat in our ranks. Lord Ebby immediately ordered, we're changing the plan, from squad 5 to 1 to 6, but it was too late. A guard blocked the intruder. Who are you? Step back. This is, a piercing scream echoed as the guard was struck down in an instant. A commander in the tent heard the commotion, asking in a panic, what's going on outside? Back in the meeting room, Franco smugly dismissed it. Making all this noise just to eliminate a few individuals. He sneered, reassuring everyone. Don't worry, but a blood-soaked hand pulled back the curtain right behind him. A white-masked assassin whispered into the terrified Franco's ear. This will be over soon. The red-hatted warrior cried out in despair, witnessing the horrific scene. Mark? The cold blade flashed, signaling a bloody purge. Amidst the sea of fire, the cultists fell in despair, their warning shouts drowned in blood. Chase them! Watch your backs! On the rooftops, red-clad knights plunged into chaotic battle with dark forces. Amidst the devastation, Kiri yelled, trying to guide the people. Civilians, this way! Get out of the city now! Reinforcements from Gaipur are coming, she screamed, unaware of a red-eyed attacker lunging from behind. Kiri was caught off guard by a surprise attack, the insidious blow leaving her stunned. However, the attacker was suddenly thrown back by an extremely powerful force. Just when I thought you were a little useful, you get careless like this? Ralph growled, grabbing Kiri after saving her life. Kiri gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. You damn bastards. Lying slumped on the ground, the young man painfully wondered. How can they deceive even children? Ralph coldly explained. That's a fanatic. They've been consumed by blind faith. The attacker recalled the sweet promise. They said they would make my wish come true, even turning back time. Turn back time? Fool, do you really believe that? Kiri yelled, unable to believe his naivety. The scene of a burning fortress appeared as she questioned. If he was so great, why was he ultimately sealed away? That's clearly nonsense. However, they are exploiting human weakness, Ralph said. his gaze on the defeated foe complex. He mused, his voice filled with an indescribable sentiment. In this world, who wouldn't want to turn back time? Suddenly, painful memories flooded back, making Ralph hiss through gritted teeth. That bastard. In a meeting room, three lords watched a traitor in horror, and Ralph's voice rang out. Mark, why would you? Faced with the interrogation, Franco merely sneered. Ah, you want to know why? In a flashback, Franco knelt before a coffin, his voice full of sorrow. If only I could see her one more time. I'd do anything. Franco smiled smugly, declaring, It's an honor to serve you, Sir Gold Ritchie. Faced with the ambush, Lord Ebby roared, You two, get behind me. He pushed Gold Ritchie forward and yelled, And run. Sorry about this, Evis. Witnessing the scene, Franco furiously screamed at his subordinates. What are you looking at? Are you going to let them go that easily? Immediately, two hooded assassins charged, their weapons flashing with deadly purple light. Not so fast, Lord Ebby roared, blocking the attack with his bare hands. With a single punch, he sent a barrage of enemies flying, his terrifying power tearing them apart. Franco froze, his monocle almost falling from its socket in astonishment. Standing amidst the pile of enemy corpses, Lord Ebby spoke coldly. Listen here, you cultist. You seem to have underestimated me a bit, he said, his fist erupting with furious flames. Then, Lord Ebby cracked his knuckles, ready for the real fight. It's been a while. How about I get some exercise? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the silver-haired man observed the battle below. Look at how you speak of etiquette. You seem quite at ease. Not a small fry, are you? He summoned a sphere of dark energy, his eyes sharp. Let's see. I'll confirm if Commander Will's concerns are correct. Shulden remained unfazed. A direct subordinate of the commander, huh? Do you think I'd be scared by that kind of intimidation? The silver-haired man smiled mysteriously. Oh dear. My apologies. It seems I haven't explained myself clearly. A masked assassin knelt. Allow me to formally introduce myself. The shadows dispersed, revealing a chained figure with white hair. I am Martyr Mudria. Martyr, Shulden gasped, his mechanical eye widening to its fullest extent. He recalled the legend, the secret squad of 100 chosen ones. Their identities are completely hidden. But why is someone like that here? The masked assassin stood up, his voice full of menace. Because you've been causing quite a stir lately. Even those far beyond your reach have taken notice. Devo watched cautiously, muttering, Damn it, what is he rambling about? Losing patience, Shulden led the team forward, roaring, Stop talking nonsense and get in here. The silver-haired man calmly replied, Wait, no need to rush. Didn't you wonder on your way here why there were no monsters in the gate? Here, I will introduce them to you, he declared as the sphere at his feet exploded with dark energy. Minor, observing from afar, exclaimed in horror, What is that? A fierce cyan energy swirled violently from the sphere. The vortex of souls grew larger, carrying grotesque figures. Devo screamed in panic. What the hell is this? An illusion? From within the vortex, a monstrous face with glowing eyes gradually emerged. A giant, hairy foot stomped hard onto the shattered ground. Minor froze, sweat pouring down as she recognized the creature's identity. Wait, that's Tauromachus? She shrieked in horror as the Minotaur monster swung its massive battle axe. Devo looked down, stunned, wondering, what's happening? Why are they moving at his command? And this many? They're being controlled by those bastards, Devo realized, but couldn't understand how. The Tauromachus roared and charged, throwing the entire formation into chaos as Devo yelled, Damn it! The blue-haired mage hastily shouted, Devo, don't let your weapon touch theirs. But Devo was still confused. What? What are you saying? Suddenly, a muscular warrior in the group narrowed his eyes, green energy flashing. He let out an earth-shattering roar, charging straight into a Tauromachus. His punch created a terrifying energy explosion, tearing through the air. The warrior raised his head, his body still trailing green lightning after the devastating attack. Minor screamed in horror. Devo! A giant Tauromachus swung its massive battle axe down, aiming straight for Devo. Facing overwhelming power, Devo desperately gritted his teeth. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? The axe struck down, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing the scene, Shulden roared, Everyone, get back! I'll wipe them out in one blow. Immediately, a volley of fiery feathers shot out from his hand. The fiery arrows plunged straight into the pack of Tauromachus, creating a terrifying explosion. However, a monster with glowing blue eyes still stood firm amidst the sea of flames. Suddenly, an even more ferocious whirlwind of fire swept across the battlefield. Tom and his masked comrade exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell? Is he controlling the fiery arrows with psychic power? Elpham coldly confirmed. That's right, as his hand glowed with a green aura. He controlled the whirlwind of fire, turning it into a destructive storm that swept away everything. Minor frantically yelled, "Careful, Elpham! Are you trying to kill all of us too?" The black-cloaked subordinates were swept away into the firestorm. Thrown back by the shockwave, Minor looked up at the earth-shattering attack, muttering, "So that's a perfect combination of fire, magic, and psychic power." From a distance, the silver-haired attacker smiled meaningfully. "Quite interesting, just as I heard." The ring around his neck suddenly flashed with a surge of dark purple energy. He swung his hand, unleashing a vortex of evil energy that collided directly with the firestorm, engulfing Minor. Two colossal powers clashed, creating an explosion that shook the entire space. Minor and Tom were stunned. No way, Elpham's magic. Amidst the colossal crater, they realized in shock that the destructive attack had completely failed. At the bottom of the chasm, the silver-haired attacker smirked. "What's with that reaction? Did you really expect me to just stand there and take it?" He raised his hand, his voice filled with amusement. "It's still too early. Struggle a little more." Dark energy erupted, causing the surrounding rocks to begin shaking. Tom exclaimed in horror. "What the hell?" Before their eyes, colossal stone pillars were lifted into the air, an unbelievable sight. Psychokinesis? Shulden narrowed his eyes, his mechanical eye coldly analyzing the situation. Elpham didn't flinch, his eyes blazing as energy gathered once more. "Now then, let's begin. The real battle." At the same time, in another city, the flames of war had spread to the sky. In the command center, Lord Larkin roared, rejecting the bearded warrior's suggestion to retreat. "No, they have to hold on a little longer." He recalled Elpham's secret plan, a plan he initially thought was insane. All they needed to do was buy time. Just 30 more minutes. Amidst the sea of flames, a figure was frantically fleeing. Gold Richie looked back in despair, the black-cloaked pursuers closing in right behind him. Sweat and fear stained the wealthy merchant's face. He screamed as he realized he was surrounded both front and back. Back in the command center, the bearded warrior cried out in despair, but Lord Larkin remained firm. Not yet. Just as the enemy was about to deliver the finishing blow, a mysterious white-masked assassin rushed out, blocking the attack. A blue energy slash tore through the night, sweeping away the enemies. The black-clad assassins were knocked back by a sudden icy attack. Amidst the flames, an assassin sneered. "Well, what a coincidence to meet you here," making Gold Richie panic. "Who's there?" Suddenly, Ralph and Kiri appeared, Ralph confidently offering, "I'm having a discount. Do you need help?" Lord Ebby was stunned as he recognized the two of them. "You two are," the assassins roared. "There are only two of them. Kill them," and charged to attack the newly appeared duo. With eyes flashing blue, Kiri swung her sword, tearing through the enemy ranks. Ralph was no less impressive, laughing gleefully as he delivered a devastating punch, knocking out an assassin. In response, an assassin unleashed a rain of sharp throwing knives. "What?" the assassin exclaimed in surprise as Kiri lightly leaped into the air, dodging every knife. Kiri activated her power, her hair beginning to change color. Equinox cycle. "I remember now, these bastards." Her sword slash tore through the enemy's mask, and she realized, they're Elpham's people. A colossal blue energy sphere erupted from Kiri, sweeping away all enemies in sight. With her azure hair flowing, Kiri completed her flicker technique. Meanwhile, Lord Ebby and Gold Richie hastily sought an escape route from the chaotic battlefield. Kiri and Ralph approached. She explained, "We came to help because we saw the cultists surrounding you. Consider this an installment plan." Ralph interjected, his eyes turning into sparkling gold coins. "And now, I'd like to announce today's special price." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion threw both Kiri and Ralph back. The remaining assassins panicked. "What the? Is there still someone else?" A figure calmly walked out from the rubble, his voice full of contempt. "Unfortunately, only minions showed up?" Ralph stood up, a sneer on his face. "Aha, minions? Why such harsh words? And to meet all three lords at once. I wonder what the occasion is." Cracked Skin Commander muttered. "What a pity." Meanwhile, a masked white-haired lord roared furiously, "I wanted to tear that bastard Elpham apart with my own hands." A surge of purple psychokinetic energy shot towards Shulden's group. Devo braced himself, raising his weapon to block the attack, and cried out in pain. Knocked to the ground, he wondered in astonishment, "What's happening? I've never heard of a psychokinetic mage at this level." The silver-haired attacker coldly lifted the boulders, pondering, "Even before I regressed. Was it all just nonsense?" He continued to question in his mind. "Or did you set a trap?" Shulden looked up at the floating boulders, thinking, "This can't be all your power." A deadly rain of rocks began to pour down on their position. Amidst the smoke and dust, a brilliant red light suddenly flared up. A group member braced themselves, unleashing a fierce torrent of firepower. The flames formed a brilliant projectile, sweeping away all obstacles. The mysterious muscular warrior shouted, clearing a path for his teammates. Good luck, you fools, the silver-haired attacker angrily ordered. Don't let them escape. Pursue them. Devo ran, looking back with a gleeful laugh. Hee hee, look at their pathetic faces. Now, if we just take the rescue target and go. Suddenly, a giant shadow with sharp claws swooped down from above. Sheldon's mechanical eye flashed a warning as he sensed the mortal danger. A small figure in red armor rushed out, erecting an energy shield to block the attack. The collision created a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire battlefield. Devo was thrown back, shouting in alarm, "What the hell?" A giant hand monster lunged forward, delivering a fatal blow to Devo. The young man only had time to cry out in pain as the punch sent him flying. The monster roared, revealing jagged teeth right in the palm of its hand. Witnessing the scene, Minor screamed her teammate's name in horror. Devo! Elsewhere, Sheldon clicked his tongue as fireballs rushed towards him. A surge of purple energy shot out, stopping the attack. Sparks and dark magic clashed, creating a deadly fireworks display. However, a larger explosion suddenly erupted, leaving Sheldon stunned. Amidst the smoke, a mysterious silver-haired figure mused, "No matter how I think about it." He stood over Elpom's helpless body and concluded, "It seems I have my answer." With a mocking tone, he leaned down and asked, "Elpom, are you afraid of me?" Elpom's pupils constricted, horror clearly visible in his eyes. A destructive surge of energy descended, shattering the ground. The aftershock spread, causing the entire area to collapse into pieces. Damn it, Minor gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her balance on the shaking ground. She couldn't react in time when a large rock hit her, making her scream in pain. A large creature ordered, "Don't waste any more time, finish them off." Minor struggled to her feet, glaring hatefully at her enemies. "You wretched followers." Immediately, 3 cloaked assassins swooped down, surrounding her. The space became silent, with only the image of a solitary stone pillar remaining amidst the rubble. A wave of pitch-black energy swept through, crushing the stone pillar into 100 pieces. The terrifying destructive power shook the entire area, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. The scowling warrior fell flat on the ground, letting out a desperate scream. A giant bear-like beast roared, its jagged teeth stained with murderous intent. He could only groan in pain before his consciousness slowly faded. In the distance, an entire neighborhood was engulfed in raging flames. On the rooftop, the warrior ran headlong, fleeing from a winged ghost in hot pursuit. The ground cracked open under a terrifying explosion, sending everything to dust. From above, the silver-haired attacker, Dark Whip, swung his dark whip. "What kind of savagery is this?" the warrior exclaimed in horror as he was thrown back. The pitch-black whip instantly coiled tightly around him. Damn it! It tightened around his arm, fresh blood beginning to gush from the wound. The silver-haired attacker roared, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy. "Enough. No more wasted effort," he whispered, dark veins bulging on his face. With a cruel gaze, he declared, "I will soon grant you eternal rest." "Arg, you bastard! I'm gonna die," the warrior screamed in despair as he was dragged away. Suddenly, Kiri appeared, pointing her sword directly at the enemy. "Why don't you let that idiot go?" The Dawn warrior also joined the fray, 2 currents of hot and cold energy enveloping him. "He might look like that, but he's our healer." He unleashed a brilliant, fiery slash, forming a massive arc that pushed back both enemies and allies. The silver-haired attacker was stunned, his face contorting in anger. How insolent! A massive surge of icy energy retaliated against the raging flames. Kiri's hair turned ice blue as she poured all her strength into her sword, charging towards a colossal stone barrier. Jagged blue lightning bolts struck directly at a seal, causing it to crack. The seal shattered in a blinding explosion of energy, breaking through the defenses. Witnessing that, the frowning-faced warrior roared, "You stubborn fool." Exhausted, Kiri knelt, her sword still flickering with 2 opposing energies, whispering, "I'm fine." The symbols of the sun and moon shattered, signaling that her power had reached its limit. With her blonde hair returned, Kiri stood firm as the last fragments of protective energy dissipated. She realized in horror, "My buff?" as the enemy's shadow was already right behind her. The silver-haired attacker seized the opportunity, lunging like a phantom of death. Kiri's eyes widened, reflecting extreme horror. At the same time, at the command center, a general grabbed Lord Larkin. "Damn it, when will that plan proceed? At this rate, we'll all die." He gritted his teeth, desperately clinging to hope. "Not yet, just a little longer." A cold voice echoed as a pair of blood-stained boots stepped forward. "Plan, you say?" The white-masked assassin stood tall before the 2 stunned commanders. "Would you mind telling me what this is all about?" Back on the battlefield, fresh blood suddenly splattered into the air. The group's healer clutched a fatal wound on his neck, staggering and cursing. "Damn it!" The Dawn warrior quickly turned to Kiri. "Hey, can you move?" receiving a faint thank you in return. The enemy's voice rang out mockingly amidst the dark vortex. It seems the healer can't complete his task anymore. He raised his hand, gathering a destructive orb of energy. Then this will surely be your final blow. The enemy unleashed a colossal orb of dark energy. Kiri and her comrade gritted their teeth, preparing to face the attack. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light surged forward, blocking the dark energy. The silver-haired ringleader couldn't believe his eyes, roaring. What? A silver-haired knight appeared, smirking confidently. I shouldn't greet you like this on our first meeting, but, as the enemy was engulfed by the light, the knight coldly bid farewell. A terrifying energy explosion enveloped the entire battlefield. Thrown far back, Kiri staggered to her feet, bewildered. What the hell is going on? Her eyes widened in astonishment at the chaotic scene. Another white-haired warrior, covered in injuries, appeared with an energy scythe in hand. The silver-haired knight scoffed. Well, I intended to send you off gently. My apologies for that. He grabbed his opponent's face while the other roared furiously. You, a dog of the queen. Without hesitation, he slammed the warrior's head onto the shattered ground. The new enemy lay slumped on the ground, covered in blood, completely subdued. The knight approached Kiri, remarking, Look at that. Why are you here? You're everywhere, aren't you? Kiri could only look up, stammering. You are here. The knight's face was shrouded in shadow, exuding a terrifying pressure. Just then, a reinforcement army appeared, led by Sir Kazim. Nearby adventurers sighed in relief. That's a high-ranking Cygnus knight. We almost died, Sir Kasim. Kasim declared he would escort the merchant group, and the silver-haired knight smiled in agreement. I will join as well. Despite her injuries, Kiri boldly declared, My master instructed me that if anything happens, I am to join forces with Sir Kasim. She resolutely faced the knight. Therefore, I will also join you. Kasim narrowed his eyes disdainfully. Someone like you? Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, interrupting the conversation. Don't worry. All of you here will go to your graves together. The seemingly defeated attacker suddenly staggered to his feet, terrifying the knights. How are you still standing after taking that blow? A surge of dark energy erupted, signaling a terrible event about to unfold. In another dimension, the black mage stood atop a colossal hourglass, declaring, Now is the time for all to descend into hell. A mysterious masked knight charged like lightning, attempting to stop the ritual. But it was too late. His attack was blocked by a superior dark force. The dark energy completely overwhelmed the knight's effort. In despair, Lord Evok cried out, Behold, my master! He offered his body as a sacrifice. I offer this useless body. Please, accept it. The Spider King will, with countless glowing red eyes, emerged from the shadows. The powerful entity accepted the plea. As you wish. One of the Spider King's eyes flashed with a deadly light. Lord Evok screamed in extreme agony as his body was torn apart from within by dark energy. Every fiber of flesh was crushed and transformed. His body disintegrated in an explosion of blood and darkness. Back on the battlefield, a colossal shadow enveloped Kiri and her comrade, making the ground tremble. The warrior looked up, his face pale with horror at the creature that had just been born. Oh my God. From within a disgusting flesh cocoon, Lord Ivok's transformation was complete. He rose in the form of a giant spider monster, causing the horrified onlookers to exclaim, What the hell? Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a purple energy orb was unexpectedly fired. It plunged to the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that destroyed everything in its radius. Shulden was thrown into the center of the crater, his body shattered after the impact. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire battlefield red. Damn it, I don't even have time to breathe, Shulden muttered, struggling to get up. Immediately, 3 black-cloaked assassins rushed forward, giving him no moment of rest. He growled, swinging his weapon to parry their coordinated attacks. In response, Shulden unleashed a burst of fire energy from his scythe. Do you think we'll fall without a fight? An assassin yelled, creating a crystal shield to defend. The two opposing forces clashed, causing a blinding explosion. Shulden clicked his tongue, pushed back by the powerful aftershock. Amidst the smoke, a silver-haired man appeared, his tone full of condescension. Honestly, how long do you intend to continue this ruckus? Psychokinesis? Shulden realized in horror as an invisible force gripped him. Please stay still for a moment, the silver-haired man said, easily trapping Shulden in a stone prison. He casually approached, offering sarcastically, I merely suggest we converse like gentlemen. Imprisoned, Shulden gritted his teeth. Damn it. I, who was once called the strongest psychokinetic magician, he roared, refusing to yield, will not fall so easily. Fine, then let's see. Shulden yelled, unleashing all of his psychokinetic power, creating a turquoise aura to counter. The silver-haired man indifferently parried the attack, uttering sarcastically, Aren't you tired of repeating such futile actions? In response, Shulden's mechanical eye blazed with fierce determination. Then, let's see, he roared, channeling all his energy into his fist. If this strike is useless. Shulden charged forward, unleashing a fiery punch. Pushed back by the aftershock, the enemy showed clear annoyance. I've had enough. He clenched his hand, and a surge of dark purple energy began to gather. Shulden could only watch in horror as the destructive orb slowly formed above. With a smug smile, the silver-haired man scoffed. I told you it was useless, didn't I? The dark energy was unleashed, forming a giant vortex that swallowed Shulden. Struck down to the ground, Shulden could only lie there, dazed and helpless. The victor grabbed his collar, whispering with feigned concern. Oh dear. Could it be? He leaned closer, asking the fatal question. That I don't exist in the future, you know? Those words struck him like lightning, leaving Shulden utterly stunned. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward to shield Shulden. Excuse me, could you leave? I have something private to discuss with him. The bird-masked assassin stared blankly at the unexpected intervention. What? Huh. It seems you're having trouble understanding, the newcomer said, and a puddle of green poison began to bubble at his feet. Creeping toxin. He unleashed his magic. Streams of deadly acid shot out, attacking the assassins. What the hell is this? They screamed, as their bodies began to melt. Lord Mayo, why? But the poison didn't discriminate between friend and foe, and Shulden also cried out in pain as it touched him. Ironically, the caster himself, Mayo, was also corroded by his own poison, whispering in despair, betrayal. Why? Amidst the poisonous water, Mayo slowly sank while the silver-haired attacker calmly observed from within his barrier. Let's see. Suddenly, a dark hand gripped the attacker's neck, and he growled, This isn't exactly betrayal. Sweat poured down as the silver-haired young man realized he had underestimated the situation. This is beyond my expectations. From the darkness, countless red eyes of Will opened, and a commanding voice echoed. You've done something quite interesting. Restrained, the attacker looked up, a blazing red mark burning on his chest. You were watching me? Lord Will, I understand you're angry, but this is for everyone's benefit. Shulden watched in horror. Will? Could it be Commander Will? Is he controlling that body through the mark? So this is why the followers can't betray the commanders. The silver-haired attacker turned to Shulden, his face strangely calm. So, I believe you understand now. Shulden could only stammer as he looked at the burning mark. His mark. With iron resolve, the silver-haired attacker placed his hand on his chest. Now I will sever it. Shulden watched in shock as Will's powerful mark vanished in a puff of black smoke. The mark. It's disappearing. Now it's time for me to return to my original position. A completely new, more complex mark blazed in the silver-haired young man's pupils. In another dimension, Will's spider form sensed the betrayal. His network of connections shattered. Will roared in utter fury. How dare he, a mere pawn? Just then, an aged voice echoed, questioning Will. Is this your declaration of war? You'd best explain yourself. Another commander of the Black Mage appeared, known as Commander Arcarium. Shulden couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the new mark in the enemy's eyes. Another mark? You. What the hell are you? Shulden whispered, his mind reeling as he realized a truth he had never heard, even in his previous life. The silver-haired attacker smiled. Well, we are all subordinates of the great Black Mage. To put it simply, perhaps you could call this a civil war. His voice echoed as Mayo completely sank. With a sinister smile, he looked directly at Shulden. Like how we are both allies and enemies at the same time. Interesting, isn't it? Shulden muttered as he understood. Civil war. So that's it. The silver-haired man explained that the conflict among the commanders had paralyzed the Black Mage's forces at the decisive moment. He got straight to the point. So, what do you want to ask me? Shulden replied. We're looking for an item. He uttered the name that even startled himself. The hero's sealing stone, Freud. The silver-haired man began his story. Many years ago, Freud created the sealing stone to stop the Black Mage. In the past, a powerful mage remarked, a stone imbued with the concentrated power of ages. But they discovered another use, he continued. If that power of time were used in reverse, it could revive the dead, ironically becoming the most potent tool to resurrect the Black Mage. I spent decades searching for it. His voice echoed through an image of an ancient tower, and finally found it. His face darkened, but the stone was just an empty shell. Someone had already used it. Finding that person became the top priority, but it wasn't difficult, as he was sure to reveal himself. A series of chaotic events caused by that person flashed back. The Gate of 100, the Eagle Eye's mausoleum, and even a hero's treasure. Perhaps due to foolishness, or lack of restraint, he calmly remarked. With all that chaos, pretending not to know was harder. He looked directly at Shulden, his eyes sharp. You are that person. The regressor, Elpom. Memories of past actions flashed through Shulden's mind. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I'd never heard of him before regressing. The attack I unleashed, with psychokinetic control, should have been at a much higher level than my past self, but painful memories flooded back. That attack was completely useless against the enemy. Shulden came to a chilling conclusion. If that wasn't his full power, then the strongest psychokinetic mage right now is him. He growled, asking, You, who exactly are you? The silver-haired man merely smirked. Even you, who came from the future, don't know about me? The silver-haired man whispered with resignation. It's a pity, though I had anticipated it. But in the near future, Shulden realized with horror, it seems I will die. The silver-haired man gave a bitter laugh, confessing, I'm not saying this to seek comfort, but I'm suffering from a terminal illness. He gripped his staff, his voice turning sharp. But enough, let's stop beating around the bush and get straight to the main point. Shulden questioned. To be honest, it's thanks to you that I'm still alive. What do you mean? The silver-haired man began to explain the political game. Although Commander Arcarium wants to recruit you, but because you've caused chaos everywhere, Commander Will is putting all his effort into destroying you. And those two commanders don't like each other at all. He smirked triumphantly amidst the spider web. That means I, a combat member under Will, had to step in to mediate. The silver-haired man revealed a shocking truth. At that time, my body was rapidly deteriorating, and perhaps you haven't realized it, but both of my eyes are already blind. In a flashback, a desperate hand reached out to Arcarium. At that time, Commander Arcarium's secret offer was incredibly tempting. He gave me a new opportunity. Shulden asked, stunned. Could it be? He cured your illness? Haha. Unfortunately not, the silver-haired man sneered. Instead of a cure, it was just a temporary measure. He used time magic to halt the progression of the disease. A magical clock appeared, and Shulden exclaimed in shock. Time magic. The silver-haired man revealed his pact. Commander Arcarium promised that as long as I served him, he would stop the hands of my life's clock. And when the Black Mage returns, he would grant me a new, healthy body. Shulden gritted his teeth, finally understanding. So that's why he betrayed Will. In Shulden's mind, the image of the silver-haired man appeared dangerous. He, though using the Black Mage's resurrection as an excuse, is actually the kind of person who would betray instantly just for his own life. You don't need to overthink it. The silver-haired man cut off Shulden's thoughts. He continued, My role is to save you from Commander Will's schemes, and to deliver this message to you. He extended his hand, making an unbelievable offer. Elpam, join our side. His gaze sharpened, piercing deep into his opponent's heart. What are you truly fighting for? Don't tell me. It's really for justice, is it? The silver-haired man attacked Shulden's ideals. Is your justice merely selective justice? He offered another choice. If there's something else you truly desire, think again, because the Black Mage is far stronger than you imagine. The temptation of absolute power was uttered. Boundless power, immortality, even resurrecting the dead. He revealed a secret about the commanders. He granted his loyal followers bodies that do not age, and that's just one example. The price of the pact was laid on the table. In return, kill everyone who knows about you, and support my plan. Shulden bowed his head, sinking into silence at the horrifying offer. He snapped his head up, unable to believe his ears. You're telling me to kill my comrades? The silver-haired man shrugged. Consider it an initiation ritual. The fewer people who know about you, the better. Shulden growled. What are you plotting? But only received a cold reply. I am merely following Commander Arcarium's orders. A terrifying vision appeared, as the Black Mage broke his chains. And if you help, he will return. Shulden's eyes turned cold, but the enemy pressed on. Come now, don't you already have your answer? He clenched his fist, a painful decision forming in his mind. The silver-haired man extended his hand, calling him by his true name, Elpam. Decide. Memories flooded back. Were those sacrifices justice? The image of young Elpam in shackles, helpless before the slave trader, appeared. The fire in his eyes flared. Was that revenge? But then, memories of his old comrades returned, those who still shone even in a ruined world, those who spoke of hope and carried everything on their shoulders. And among them, there was one person more precious than the world to him. But I. The final memory struck, a desperate scream as Philip fell right before his eyes. Elpam cried out in despair, trying to rouse his dying comrade Jaden. Memories flooded back of the pink-haired heroine, throwing herself into the demon's jaws to protect him. Her final smile, full of blood and tears, was etched into Elpam's mind. His helpless scream of no echoed across the battlefield. A terrible end. I've lost everything once again, he whispered amidst the desolation. But then a new resolve ignited. However, this time, He recalled the new teams, the unfamiliar faces that only came and went. They were skilled but emotionless, weapons ready to be replaced. Worse still were those who only saw him as a sacrifice, a pawn. Back in reality, Shulden questioned himself in pain. What have I become, after all? The sinister smile of a past female leader still haunted him, but now, in those eyes, there was no longer despair, but a cold, sharp gaze. Facing him, the silver-haired attacker stepped forward, dark energy surging. What is the meaning of this? He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Shulden retorted with flames erupting from his weapon. Is my explanation not enough? With a sneer, he declared, justice or revenge, both are meaningless. I only protect what I want to protect. The silver-haired one was momentarily surprised, then accepted. Is that so? There's no other way. He raised his staff, and purple dark magic began to converge. Our conversation ends here, he declared, and both lunged at each other in a decisive strike. Devo slipped on the stone floor, lunging forward at an astonishing speed. He dashed across the icy floor of the sanctuary, his battle axe ready in hand. With a determined roar, Devo prepared to strike the invisible enemy. Suddenly, a massive claw descended, nearly crushing him. From the shadows, the monster revealed its hideous maw, a junior Balrog, guardian of this cursed place. The winged monster let out an earth-shattering roar, smashing through the stone wall to fully reveal itself. It looked down at its claws in confusion, seemingly not understanding why it had missed. Seizing the opportunity, Devo leaped to attack, taunting, "You think you can catch me with that speed? Slowpoke?" His blazing axe carved a dazzling arc through the air. However, the weapon only sparked upon impact with Junior Balrog's steel-hard skin. The immense recoil flung the axe from Devo's hand, embedding it deep into a nearby stone pillar. Darkness enveloped Devo as the monster's claw descended once more, and he desperately thought, "Damn it, I'm screwed this time." The ground cracked open under the monster's devastating blow. Devo was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall behind him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bitter taste of defeat filling his mouth. Lying sprawled on the ground, he muttered, "What kind of bastard is this tough? So hard it even knocked my axe away." This wasn't in the plan. His gaze fixed on his bracer. "Damn it, no other choice, even though I don't know how to use this thing." Gritting his teeth, Devo roared. But this isn't the time to be picky. A brilliant orange orb of energy flared from his bracer. A memory, a price, a motivation exploded in his mind. 300 million mesos? An older companion yelled. How can you spend money so irresponsibly? Devo could only stare in shock at the bracelet he had just bought for an exorbitant price. The mysterious broker merely smirked. Don't be angry. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would make a bad deal? He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. Trust me, this is an item from a warrior stronger than anyone. Devo was still skeptical, but the seller was firm. Its use is up to you, Devo. Back in the harsh reality, Devo let out a desperate roar. Live or die. His punch exploded on Junior Balrog's body, but it was merely a tickle to the monster. The tremendous recoil flung Devo away, sending him sprawling on the ground. What the hell? It just glowed? He realized in horror that the attack was completely useless. Faced with Junior Balrog's overwhelming power, Devo could only scream, How am I supposed to use this thing? He cursed himself for being crazy enough to use his bare hands, his mind screaming, A weapon! I need a weapon! In his desperation, Devo spotted the corpse of a devotee nearby, a glimmer of hope sparking. Against all odds, he rushed forward like a moth to a flame, hoping to find something to defend himself with, but all he grabbed was a flimsy wooden shield. Damn it. I said anything, but not this. As the monster's punch descended, Devo closed his eyes, resigned. It's over. At the moment of impact, a fiery symbol unexpectedly flared from the shield's surface. A solid energy barrier blocked the destructive attack, leaving Devo stunned. Huh? He looked down at his wrist in astonishment, his bracelet glowing brightly with a shield symbol appearing. A complex magical emblem appeared. Devo gasped. 5 gems. Could this item be? The power unleashed from the shield flung Junior Balrog away, turning the tide of battle in an instant. Devo was sent flying, sliding across the cold stone floor. Scrambling to his feet, he whispered, A sword. All right, one more time. The moment his hand touched the sword's hilt, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed. The golden gem blazed, reflecting the image of the sword itself. Just as I thought, Devo roared, unleashing a luminous slash that tore across the monster's face. Bingo, I get it now. It needs a warrior's item. He looked at his wrist with a triumphant smile. The symbol activates depending on the weapon used, and an enhanced weapon will increase attack power. Furthermore, Junior Balrog let out a confused roar, bewildered by the sudden change. Seizing the opportunity, Devo charged straight ahead. Consecutive slashes rained down, tearing through the thick hide of the roaring monster. As I fight, the number of glowing gems will increase, and my power will be amplified accordingly. In other words, he stomped hard on a ruined stone pillar, launching himself skyward. Mid-air, Devo raised his glowing sword high. I can tear apart your tough hide. A single slash carrying his full power struck straight down. The accumulated power erupted into a brilliant magical array. The tremendous impact force sent the colossal monster flying. Junior Balrog looked up at the descending figure, its eyes revealing horror for the first time. In a final effort, the monster spat out a fireball, but Devo blocked it with his sword. Devo braced himself, enduring the full power of the monster's fireball. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area, shaking the ground violently. Struggling up from the rubble, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was careless. But Junior Balrog gave him no time to rest, continuing to unleash destructive fireballs. Suddenly, a pair of fiery red bat wings sprouted from Devo's back, helping him soar through the sea of flames. Junior Balrog roared in astonishment, disbelieving what was happening. Devo's cold voice rang out. You're one step too slow. The battle axe in his hand now also erupted with a furious blaze of power. His bracelet glowed. A new battle axe symbol had been activated. Because I'm in my final form, Devo declared from above. It's time for you to take a beating. His eyes were now sharp as knives, filled with the determination to finish off his enemy. He charged forward at dizzying speed, easily piercing through Junior Balrog's barrage of fire. Each swing of Devo's axe now created terrifying energy explosions. The warrior's silhouette glided through the sea of flames, completely dominating the fight. Helpless and enraged, Junior Balrog could only punch the ground futilely. Devo roared, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike. The glowing axe blade cut a perfect line across the monster's chest. At the same time, the symbol on his bracelet once again shone brilliantly. A series of magic circles in the shape of battle axes began to appear in mid-air. They multiplied at a dizzying rate, signaling an impending finishing blow. The ultimate skill combo attack was activated. 5 seals of power erupted. Devo roared, channeling all his energy into the battle axe. This one's gonna hurt. The fiery axe blade swung up, drawing a deadly arc in the air. Devo's eyes gleamed with savagery, and he gritted his teeth, unleashing the finishing blow. A golden streak of light tore through the darkness, splitting Junior Balrog's body in two. Devo slid across the ground, trying to steady himself after the powerful swing of his weapon. His face bruised, he panted, exhausted after the attack. The monster's fresh blood gushed like a fountain from the fatal wound. The battle axe was deeply embedded in Junior Balrog's chest, ending its existence. At the same time, a hooded Kania assassin suddenly struck, launching dark throwing knives. The red-cloaked man collapsed, unable to dodge the surprise attack. He gritted his teeth, enduring as a throwing knife grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. In utter horror, he saw another throwing knife blocked right before his eye. What? The assassin was stunned by the unexpected intervention. An explosion rang out, and a bullet from a hand cannon flew straight towards the enemy. The explosion sent the assassin flying, creating a brief opening. The red-cloaked man staggered to his feet after being rescued. Miner aimed her cannon, growling. Hey, coward. Snap out of it. You still have to meet your father, right? Ah! He screamed in panic and then bolted, abandoning his rescuer. Wait, we should go together. Miner watched him go with a bitter expression, then turned back to face 2 other assassins brandishing weapons. Damn it. Are you guys going to play this game too? Miner panted, exhausted, but her eyes still blazed. Well, nothing's ever easy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young warrior was desperately rushing forward. He shouted in joy upon seeing the exit. It's the escape gate. Great. I'm saw. But a sudden stumble cut short his hope. An invisible attack struck him directly, sending him flying with a cry of pain. He fell sprawling on the ground, a golden vial rolling out. Memories flooded back, and he recalled the moment his father gave him this item. This is, Father, why would you give me something so precious? Haha, just take it. You'll surely need it someday. His father's words still echoed. Remember, you are a captain. To return safely without losing anyone, you must prepare for the worst-case scenario. That is what a leader does. Returning to the harsh reality, he cried out in tears. Father was wrong. He recalled the horrifying scene of his comrades being slaughtered, helplessly confessing, I have no right to be a leader. I'm so scared. Completely broken, the young man collapsed. This is beyond my capabilities, Father. At the same time, Miner was still fiercely fighting against 2 assassins. She roared in anger and fired her cannon straight at them. Damn it, you cockroaches! Suddenly, a monstrous hand with sharp claws gripped the rock ledge above. The creature lunged down, aiming straight for a startled Miner. A voice full of authority and contempt echoed from the shadows. Fools. You're so slow, just because you can't kill this one hag. The shadow leader made its move, unleashing a destructive attack towards the pirate woman. Cornered, Minor roared defiantly. Do you even have the guts? A destructive blast of energy from her cannon shot straight at the shadow entity. But strangely, a skull-shaped magic circle suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Minor's eyes widened in horror as she sensed something amiss. Immediately, her own energy blast was reflected back. The pirate queen took the full force of her own attack in astonishment. Lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she could only gasp. Wah! What is this? From within the smoke, the chained one stepped out, his voice full of mockery. Oh my! I didn't mean to surprise you. Refusing to accept defeat, Minor struggled to her feet, yelled, "Shut up!" and fired another shot. The stranger simply raised a hand and easily deflected the bullet. The skull magic circle flashed once more, ready to counter, and Minor was once again sent flying by her own attack. Fresh blood splattered across the cold ground. The chained one calmly explained, "My apologies. It seems I'll have to explain myself since you're so confused. How does it feel?" He approached, his tone cruel. To be hit by your own attack? Minor was stunned, a horrifying hypothesis flashing in her mind. My own attack? What are you saying? Could it be? The enemy stood before a magical scale, declaring, "That's right, damage reflection. This is the power granted to me by his lordship. As long as this exists, you cannot touch a single hair on my head." Despite the warning, Minor gritted her teeth, trying to pull the trigger again. Don't be so arrogant. Get rid of that ridiculous skill. But the cannon only clicked before dying out, and she realized in despair, "Damn it right now. My mana is depleted. Don't tell me this is all you've got." "How boring," the chained one said, then swung his chains, binding Minor tightly. A fierce energy explosion shook the ground. Minor lay helpless amidst the rubble, utterly defeated. "Finish her," the white-haired leader commanded, rushing forward with his subordinates. Suddenly, dazzling streaks of light blocked their attack. The assassin leader paused, looking intrigued. Ho! Standing before him was the young warrior, who had returned to shield Minor. "What is this? Didn't you abandon your comrades and flee?" He gritted his teeth, admitting, "That's right. I couldn't protect them. I knew with my skills, I couldn't." A sharp blade pierced through his back in a flash. The assassin sneered. "What a fool. Knowing all that, yet you still came back because you want to die." Despite being severely wounded, the young man smirked. "Haha, who knows? But there's one thing I know for sure." Noticing the glowing object in his hand, the leader exclaimed in surprise. "Is that? If I run now, I'll have to live the rest of my life as a coward," he roared, his entire body erupting in a golden aura. The assassin was knocked back, yelling in panic. "What? I clearly stabbed your vital point. What's going on? Is he hiding his strength?" An assassin cried out, while their leader growled, "Fools, it's not that. It was the Golden Limit Elixir, a legendary potion that greatly boosts HP and mana for 30 minutes. The leader muttered, "I didn't expect him to have something like the Golden Elixir. I forgot about the wealth of the Gold Ritchie Trading Guild." However, despite being empowered, the young man still sustained a deep gash on his back. He immediately spun around, unleashing a fiery golden sword slash in retaliation. An assassin squinted, observing, "What is this? Look at him again. He's just tougher, but his skills are still the same, aren't they?" "What a waste," the assassin scoffed as the young man staggered to his feet. "Yes, just as you said," the young warrior admitted, his hand tightening around the sword hilt. He continued as an assassin charged at him. "This is too good an item for me. That's why I diversified my investments a bit," he snarled with a wild grin. A skill was activated. Chain burst. He plunged into the crowd, swinging his sword with furious speed, tearing through the Kania assassin. From behind, Minor observed, holding a glowing item. Well, not bad, young master. "So, can we turn the tables now?" she said, pointing her blazing cannon straight at him. The young man gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, a voice echoed, "You'll have to impress me, won't you?" The chained one scoffed from afar. Such big talk for someone about to die. An assassin shrieked in panic. "Wait, don't be careless." But it was too late. A devastating punch shattered an assassin's mask. Through the fragments, a horrified eye was revealed. The young warrior continued to charge and weave, giving the enemy no moment of rest. Minor charged her cannon, her eyes sharp. "What's the plan here? You know this thing is worth his life. Don't you think you sold it a bit cheap?" A destructive blast of energy was fired from the cannon. The projectile engulfed an assassin amidst desperate screams. "No! Ah!" A terrifying explosion erupted, leveling everything within its radius. Looking down at the devastated scene, the chained one merely uttered coldly, "You wretched fools." A lucky surviving assassin crawled towards him, pleading, "Martyr, save me. Get your filthy hands off me," he roared, stomping his monstrous foot heavily onto his subordinate's hand. The assassin was mercilessly crushed, leaving only a pool of blood. The chained one looked down at his enemies, sneering. "Interesting, but nothing changes. What can you do?" The magic scale on his back glowed, a declaration of power. "You're still in the palm of my hand." "All right," Minor declared, throwing off her bandana. She raised her cannon, her eyes burning with determination. "Let's end this. I'll surprise you." The monstrous figure roared, "That's enough," then swung his giant iron flail to attack. The attack swept through. Minor and the young warrior quickly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Minor fired her cannon. "Fool, don't you understand yet?" The chained one confidently stood still, waiting for his ability to reflect the attack. But two glowing golden bullets flew in an unexpected trajectory. They narrowly grazed the enemy, making him show surprise for the first time. He quickly dodged as the bullets flew straight into the stone pillars behind him. "Missed?" the monstrous figure questioned, not understanding her intention. Minor didn't answer, just kept firing continuously. Could it be intentional? He was stunned, realizing her target wasn't him. No, impossible. Fragments from the collapsing stone pillars struck him. From a distance, a confident smile appeared on Minor's lips. "What?" A large rock slammed directly into the enemy, stunning him. Fresh blood gushed out. For the first time, the monstrous figure was truly wounded. The young warrior was stunned. "He's wounded by fragments? How can that be?" Without missing a second, Minor enveloped herself in a brilliant golden aura, charging straight at the exposed enemy. The young warrior suddenly understood. "So that's it." The chained one roared in pain as he was struck by rocks. "This method. It works." A fiery bullet from Minor's cannon lodged directly into him. Blown back by a series of explosions, the monstrous figure screamed furiously. "You damn bitch," Minor smirked, blood trickling from her lips. "Didn't I tell you? That I would definitely surprise you." He staggered, blood gushing from his feet. "Damn it, your cunning tricks. I need to stay away from the walls." Flipping in midair, he roared in utter fury. "You lowly insect." Minor charged forward, giving her opponent no moment of rest. "What are you going to do?" She poured all her energy into the cannon. "Black Boot Bill. This entire place will be a minefield for you." The chained one frantically raised his magic shield. "Damn it, I'll reflect that attack back at you." But the energy shield shattered before it could fully form, leaving him stunned. Minor's destructive shot wasn't aimed at him, but flew straight up to the cave ceiling. A massive section of the ceiling cracked open and began to fall. The colossal rock plunged straight down onto the helpless chained one. Minor stood firm against the terrifying tremor as the ground shook violently. The young warrior was speechless. "She? Aimed at the ceiling?" He sighed in relief, believing it was all over. But the cave continued to collapse, debris raining down. Minor looked up in horror, realizing she had miscalculated. Minor screamed, urging the young warrior. "Idiot, get out of there!" The young man looked back, his eyes wide with horror at her action. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire area in a sea of fire. The enemy's iron flail was flung away, glowing hot amidst the rubble. In the smoke, the chained one gasped, muttering, "Damn it, how much blood have I lost again?" He stood up in the middle of the crater, realizing, "It seems they've escaped." He gnashed his teeth in fury. "Damn it, how dare they toy with me? Now I know that girl's tricks. Next time, there'll be no escape." A cold declaration echoed in the ruined cave. Time to hunt again. Elsewhere, the young warrior struggled to support a heavily wounded Minor, asking anxiously, "Hey, are you all right?" Minor whispered weakly, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." The young man panicked. "They'll catch up soon because of your leg wound. We have to find another way." But she simply replied, "It's fine." Despite the pain, Minor resolutely reloaded her hand cannon. Her eyes blazed with iron will. "I'm not done yet." At the same time, the chained one searched frantically, roaring, "Where are you hiding?" He swung his chains, smashing everything around him. "Stop hiding like rats and come out. It's only a matter of time." His demonic chain wrapped tightly around a stone pillar, preparing for the next attack. But suddenly, a brilliant golden light tore through the darkness, heading straight for him. The energy exploded, forming an unstoppable spear of light. An armored skeleton appeared, its voice echoing with authority. "All resistance is futile." The destructive energy pierced through the chained one's body, brutally ending his pursuit. Caught by surprise, the chained one roared in confusion. "Impossible. How can this be?" He clawed his talons into the ground, furiously shouting, "What kind of trick is this? I attacked first." He frantically swung his chain weapon forward. However, a brilliant golden chain suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. He was stunned. "What?" Immediately, the golden chain pierced through his chest, making him scream in agony. Staggering in a pool of blood, he growled, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" As he collapsed, a mysterious voice echoed mockingly, "What's wrong? Don't you realize your situation?" Suddenly, a golden energy began to gather from thin air. The brilliant golden light gradually formed into a familiar figure. A fiery female archer appeared, causing the chained one to exclaim in horror. "Could it be? Scurvy summons?" he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Eagle Eye's skill is dead. But how? Without warning, the golden figure pulled the trigger. He realized too late. Damn it, that's not a living creature. I can't reflect that damage. The bullet of light embedded itself directly into his body, making him convulse in pain. Overwhelmed by divine power, he could only roar two words: "Curse." This isn't good. He realized he was completely on the defensive. The fiery figure suddenly transformed into countless energy orbs, making him realize it's no use focusing on her clone. Surrounded by the flock of firebirds, he decided, if I want to attack, I must aim for the skill's caster. But as he frantically searched, another attack came from his blind spot. He roared in despair. "Where are you hiding? A skill of this magnitude must consume a lot of mana. That bitch must be nearby, somewhere not too far from here." In a fit of rage, the chained one punched the ground hard. Then he snapped to, raising his iron weight. So that's it. He stared at Ria's soul, beginning to deduce. The safest place here is. The iron weight was thrown with terrifying force. The only place you can use a clone as a shield, that means, he concluded sharply as the weapon flew. Behind the clone, his target was Miner, who stood firm amidst the rubble. The red-haired girl looked directly at the incoming weight, her gaze unwavering. The chained one roared triumphantly. "Got you!" As the moment of impact approached, Miner remained still. Suddenly, the young warrior rushed out to shield her. If I knew where the attack would come from, even I could block it. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into stopping the terrifying impact. That's right. A voice echoed as the soul's golden gun began to gather energy. Ria's soul appeared behind Miner, pointing the gun directly at the enemy as she declared, "Checkmate." Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the chained one could only utter, "Damn it." A swirling, destructive energy blast was fired from the magic gun. The shot pierced straight through the enemy's body, causing him to explode from within. Amidst the devastation, the victorious trio stood firm. The battle seemingly concluded. The finishing blow tore through the chained one's body, scattering blood and flesh. In the vortex of destruction, the monstrous creature disintegrated into pieces. On the ground, the young warrior collapsed, gasping, "Scurvy summons." The enemy couldn't believe a simple skill could have its own consciousness. Ria's soul smiled. "See you again, little sister." The image of her beloved sister reflected in Miner's fiery eyes. Miner smiled back gratefully. "Yes, thank you, sister." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, signaling another battle erupting. Elsewhere, a white-haired monster attacked Kasim with fleshy tentacle. Kasim gritted his teeth. Damn it, his whole body is as hard as steel. If that's the case, the knight roared, "Try this," then unleashed an energy slash. The attack hit, but it seemed to only tickle the monster. The gruesome red tentacles expanded, easily devouring Kasim's magic. Helpless, Kasim was caught, a painful arg, echoing, "My sword!" Kasim despaired, but a cold voice echoed, "It's going to be a bit chilly." A gigantic pillar of ice suddenly erupted, completely freezing the monster. The chilling aura spread, transforming the battlefield into an icy wasteland. Kasim was stunned. This skill, could it be? The white-haired monster now faced a new figure, one with icy arms. Kyrie appeared, confidently declaring, "I'm a bit late because I had to evacuate the lords. He's no ordinary opponent." She suggested joining forces. "If we combine our strength," but a silver-haired figure suddenly intervened, delivering a devastating blow that sent Kyrie flying. Lying on the ground, the blonde girl could only gasp Kasim's name amidst her comrades' horror. The attacker roared furiously, "Stay out of this, you privileged punk. I don't need your help." The silver-haired young man charged straight at the monster, yelling, "Just stand there and watch." Swallowed by its own power, the monstrous creature let out a mournful shriek. Elsewhere, an old white-haired mage calmly observed through a magic screen. Well, a terrible sight. He's lost control. He turned to a mysterious entity, questioning, "And you intend to use that to confront the Cygnus Knights?" A demon spider replied smugly, "Haha, no need to worry. I only gave him a small fraction of my power. He may be a knight, but he's still just a level 6 nobody." The spider continued to explain, "Those two already have similar skills, that's enough." Suddenly, another voice echoed from the shadows. "Besides, shouldn't you be worried about someone else?" Making the old mage admit, "Ho ho, you noticed." The one in the shadows affirmed, "The battle might already be over," and a blazing red eye symbol flared up. At the same time, on another battlefield, A silver-haired knight raised his shield bearing the eye symbol. Facing him, a blonde knight in splendid armor was utterly stunned. A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area. The blonde knight was thrown into the air, twisting to dodge. Landing safely, he gritted his teeth, realizing, this is a pre-arranged trap. The silver-haired enemy scoffed. You seem distracted. If so, the knights are in danger. He unleashed a destructive surge of energy from his shield, yelling soul release. A blinding explosion swallowed the battlefield. Mihiel braced himself, while the enemy roared. You're still worried about your followers? You hypocrite. Power from both sides clashed, creating a violent shockwave. Surrounded, Mihiel growled. Have you forgotten Atan? A powerful attack sent the knight's blood splattering. Memories flooded back. Atan, the father who loved you more than anyone. Unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of paternal affection. But it was all a lie. The enemy's voice echoed over the image of the innocent boy. Family? Unconditional love? How ridiculous. Atan sought to claim even you, the successor to the Knight of Light's bloodline. Blinded by greed, he murdered your true father. He was nothing more than a demon who stole you away. Back in reality, Mihiel was violently kicked to the ground, the earth cracking. The enemy declared, Mihiel, the sole successor to the Knight of Light. He turned his back, continuing his venomous speech. You are forever surrounded by greedy parasites. Still dreaming like an innocent child? There's no escaping your bloodline. Accept it, and become ruthless. Mihiel lay motionless, seemingly defeated by the bitter words. It's time for you to awaken from your dream and become an adult, the enemy concluded, his eyes glowing red. He suddenly froze, looking down at the deep pit before him. What? From the pit, Mihiel propped himself up with his sword, grumbling. Ugh, you talk too much. My head's buzzing. All right, Mihiel murmured, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He muttered, this must be some kind of mental space. The goal is to confuse me and buy time. The enemy roared in his mind. You still haven't come to your senses? I am the truth your ego has hidden all this time. No, Mihiel retorted, light erupting from his gauntlet. You are terribly wrong, he smirked. Purity? Truth? Do you think I'm still deluded by those ideals? How ridiculous. The silver-haired knight growled. As you said, I am surrounded by those parasites. They use me, and I use them. I'm saying I never accept a losing deal, Mihiel declared. What I gain by satisfying their greed is a way to sow unwavering courage in the weak. An image of a brave, silver-blue-haired knight appeared. A way to easily forgive those who hate me, and a way to mend a broken relationship. A fleeting scene of Kyrie fighting in a sea of fire, and the light on his gauntlet reached its peak. Above all, a way to protect my loved ones. A massive surge of spiritual energy enveloped Mihiel. This is something you can't obtain, no matter the cost. The true life of a human. At the same time, in the real world, a terrifying scream echoed amidst the dark energy explosion. Ugh. Kyrie gritted her teeth, her blue eyes flashing as she witnessed the scene. Seizing the opportunity, she darted forward, unleashing a flurry of icy slashes. Her attack tore through the white-haired monster's body, but immediately after, an extremely powerful force sent her flying back. You really don't listen at all. A silver-haired attacker suddenly appeared, thrusting his sword straight into her. Kasim rushed forward, roaring. I alone am enough. However, his sword was blocked by an energy barrier. A shield? This isn't his weakness, Kasim realized in shock. He looked up in dismay, realizing it was all just a trap. A gigantic purple energy orb was accumulating right above, ready to destroy everything. From afar, Kyrie frantically screamed. Sarcasm! Kasim could only stare, frozen, at the terrifying power about to descend. The destructive beam tore through space, heading straight for the night. In that moment of life and death, memories flooded back. Since the day I joined the Cygnus Knights, I trained myself to exhaustion, all just to be acknowledged by you, Mihiel. But a bitter smile appeared on Kasim's face. The day you brought her, I knew immediately that I had been abandoned. Uncontrollable rage erupted. Why? In a training match, he vented his anger on the young girl. Why do you care about this useless trash? The young female knight collapsed under the merciless attack. But what angered me the most, Kasim recalled his own fleeing back, was the undeniable difference in talent, and my own body trembling in fear. It's just that. Blood gushed from the wound on Kyrie's neck. Lying barely alive under the rubble, Kasim desperately asked, To you, what am I? Despite those words, the rock began to shake violently. Wait. A minute! Kyrie strained, trying to move the boulder. I'll get you out soon, Sir Kasim. Stop that meaningless act and run, Kasim ordered coldly, blood streaming from his eye socket. He urged, before he finds you, go report to the master, as the monster's shadow loomed. I don't want to, Kyrie roared, Refusing to abandon her comrade, she yelled at the stunned Kasim. I won't let you give up here. Sir Kasim, you are my goal. Her voice broke into sobs. I want to be acknowledged by you. So please, get up. With tears in her eyes, she desperately cried out, You can't give up here. Kyrie poured all her strength into the boulder. Kasim's gaze suddenly changed, and he whispered, Fool. Memories flooded back, the day the master brought that girl. She was always like that. This fool kept watching his back with an unchanging gaze. Back in reality, an extraordinary power erupted from beneath the boulder. Kasim roared, pushing the gigantic boulder off himself. Kyrie stood up, ready to fight. I'll buy some time. Sir Kasim, hurry. But he cut her off. Nonsense. Lord Evok's mocking voice rang out. Do you think someone like you can hold out? Don't make me laugh. Kasim stood firm in front of Kyrie, facing the colossal monster and declared, Stay right behind me. Kasim boldly declared, This is an order. Kyrie was stunned by his decision, her eyes reflecting shock. Defense is up to you, Kasim said, and both charged into battle. Understood, sir. Kyrie shouted a warning, above, then raised her sword to block Lord Ivok's massive attack. Seizing the opportunity, Kasim unleashed a blue energy slash, severing the monster's leg. Right side, the knight roared, continuing to direct the attack. Fool, you're too slow. Lord Ivok scoffed as another leg sent Kyrie flying. The girl was knocked backward, her body flailing in midair. Right! Above! Kasim yelled, swinging his sword, preparing for the next strike. In response, Kyrie also cried out, Left! Below! As she blocked another attack. Their coordination proved effective, and Lord Ivok shrieked in pain as his eyes were destroyed. Kasim charged forward, continuing to hack at the monster's remaining legs. However, one of Lord Evok's main eyes suddenly flashed with a deadly red light. He delivered a devastating punch, making Kyrie scream in pain as she was hit. That fool! Kasim roared in despair as he watched his comrade fall. Lord Evok fired a dark energy orb, pulling Kyrie into the destructive vortex. She was completely engulfed in the purple energy explosion. Kyrie's face was filled with horror as she was swallowed by the darkness. Sir Kasim! She called his name in vain. As Kasim lunged towards her, a voice rang out as a report card full of A's was presented. It seems you're first again this time, Kasim. Young Kasim smiled confidently at the blonde-haired teacher. I still have a long way to go before I can introduce myself as your student. The teacher sighed wearily. On the contrary, your teammates all received terrible grades. Kasim's smug expression faded as he was questioned. C, D, D, F. You handled everything by yourself again, didn't you? Kasim, do you still not understand what I taught? The teacher asked sternly. The young man could only grit his teeth in silence, bitter memories flooding back. Back in the present, Kasim erupted in a flash of dark lightning, charging straight towards the enemy. A slash carrying immense destructive energy was unleashed, aimed directly at Lord Evok. The monster could only let out a cry of surprise before the sudden attack. Kasim's blade tore through space, closing in on its target in an instant. The colossal greatsword, empowered by magic, struck down with all its might. A clean strike sliced through Lord Evok's head. Kasim landed, his entire body covered in blood, but his eyes still burned with hatred. Lord Evok roared an earth-shattering cry, its rage about to erupt. Amidst the crimson retaliatory energy, Kyrie's desperate shout echoed. Sir Kasim! The knight braced himself and raised his sword, trying to fend off the destructive attack. Trapped, Kyrie mustered all her remaining strength and yelled, Use that! Following her words, Kasim gritted his teeth, and a stream of golden light began to pour from his fist. A colossal sacred shield of light appeared, completely blocking the monster's attack. Lord Evok roared in terror as it faced the impenetrable wall of light. A blinding golden explosion completely engulfed the monster. Kasim whispered, What you taught me. Now, watch this, he roared, unleashing all his accumulated energy. Lord Evok's heart-wrenching scream of pain echoed across the battlefield. The terrifying power of the attack ravaged the ground, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kyrie landed, her body covered in injuries but still standing firm. Before her, Lord Evok's colossal body collapsed, emitting thick smoke. Unbelievable. Is this Sir Kasim's true power? She clenched her fist, bitterly admitting, Just as I thought. I'm still too weak. Suddenly, a greatsword plunged into the ground right in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. Kasim staggered forward, covered in blood. You're not getting complacent right now, are you? He continued, his voice stern. I still don't think you possess the necessary skills of a knight. Kiri bowed her head, resigned. I understand. But then she suddenly realized, that wasn't what he meant. What I mean is, he turned his back, his voice steady. Just keep staying right behind me, like today. The knight's back before her looked truly broad and reliable. A relieved and determined smile bloomed on Kyrie's lips. She boldly replied, "Yes, I'll be in your care." Lord Ebby was thrown away like a broken puppet. His large body plowed through the ground in a long streak. Struggling to prop himself up, Lord Ebby roared in anger. "Damn it!" Franco, the traitor, leisurely approached, sneering. "You held out quite long. It seems Rakan has an excellent subordinate." With eyes as cold as ice, he bid farewell. "Now then, farewell." The black-cloaked guards immediately charged forward, ready to finish off their prey, but a voice rang out excitedly. "Tada tilde." Ralph appeared from thin air, a single punch sending a guard flying before Franco's horrified eyes. He confidently declared, "The problem solver of Elpom's team has arrived." "Stop acting like a kid, get up!" Ralph yelled as a stream of healing light enveloped Lord Ebby. Franco couldn't believe his eyes. He recovered from that much damage in an instant. "This guy is even better than rumored." "Perfect timing, Ralph," Lord Ebby said, but the mercenary just shrugged. "Save your thanks for Rakan. His affection for his subordinates is truly admirable." Suddenly, a new group of assassins appeared, their leader coldly asking, "There are about 30 of them. Are you ready?" Lord Ebby gritted his teeth, burning with fighting spirit. "Let's do it. Crush them. Then, run!" Ralph yelled, grabbing Lord Ebby and fleeing headlong. The one-eyed warrior was completely bewildered by his comrade's inexplicable decision. "You crazy bastard!" the assassin leader roared. "Chase them." Elsewhere, a dark entity roared in the shadows. "Useless fools." In a spiderweb-filled sanctuary, a giant monster disdainfully said to the mage, "You dare show such a shameful display before Cygnus's minion after receiving my power?" The old dark mage calmly replied, "You speak as if you didn't know this would happen." Will roared in anger. "Are you provoking me? If it weren't for the contract, I would have dealt with those idiots myself." The old dark mage calmly replied, "I believe I've already said. We cannot intervene yet. To revive the black mage, maintaining the magic is the top priority, but for things to end that way is truly regrettable," he said, his hand flaring with crimson energy. With eyes flashing, the mage decided, "This time, I will accept defeat." At the same time, on the battlefield, gunshots echoed through the sky. "How's the situation, Fur?" Kyrie yelled amidst the gunfire. "Almost done," Fur replied, the book in his hand glowing brightly. From the rooftop, a voice rang out. "They're coming!" The reinforcements had finally arrived. Bastile's squad from the Silent Crusade headquarters. Suddenly, Kyrie froze, sensing a terrifying surge of magic enveloping everything. She looked up at the sky in horror, where a giant clock-shaped magic circle was appearing. "What is that?" From the center of the magic circle, 3 imposing dark figures appeared, exuding a deadly aura. The metal-masked priest, the leader, looked down at the ground and uttered a contemptuous remark. "How disgusting." A wave of crimson energy surged from the ground, destroying everything. It swept everywhere, erecting impenetrable energy walls. "These fog walls are rising everywhere." Kyrie panicked. Could it be his doing? From above, the dark mage priests watched the entire city being engulfed by their magic. An entire city was now completely sealed within a gigantic red energy tower. "What's happening?" Kyrie asked, dazed, her eyes lifelessly staring at the scene before her. "Kyrie." A silver-haired young man rushed over, pulling her into his arms to shield her. "Pull yourself together, okay?" he growled, his eyes both angry and worried. "Idiot. At least focus on your immediate problem." "What happened?" "I'm sure that." The old dark mage was stunned when his attack yielded no results. He wondered in shock. "How strange. Why?" Facing a giant white-haired demon, he roared, "Why are you mongrels still alive?" Meanwhile, Lord Ebby ran, yelling at Ralph. "What? Out of mana? Do you think I came here for a stroll? That was the last bit of mana I just recovered. Damn it. You're utterly useless." Ralph just smirked. "Come on. Don't be so rude, especially to your benefactor." "Haha, don't worry. Running away is part of the plan," Ralph said casually as the bird-masked assassins pursued closely. Suddenly, Lord Ebby screamed in terror as he saw something ahead. Ralph was also stunned. Whoa. What the hell is this? A wall of crimson energy rose from the ground, blocking their escape route. Cornered, Lord Ebby thought desperately, "Damn it. Is this really the end? A bit early, but there's no other way." Ralph turned back, his face full of determination. He flashed an arrogant smile. "Well, you've worked hard chasing us, so enjoy the fruits of your labor." Ralph held up a blue artifact, astonishing Lord Ebby. The artifact exploded, emitting a blinding light. From within the light, the forms of crystal monsters began to emerge. The summoned monsters immediately charged into fierce combat with the assassin. An assassin was stunned by the sudden turn of events. What? Amidst the chaos, the assassins realized their prey had vanished without a trace. At the same time, A shower of gold coins and jewels unexpectedly poured down from thin air. Lord Ebby yelled as he was swept into the chaotic teleportation vortex. What the hell is going on? He stared in horror as the space around him shattered. As soon as he reached safety, Lord Ebby was greeted by Lord Larkin and a strange man. Where is this? I'm sure I was, Lord Ebby mumbled, and received a relieved reply. Thank goodness, you made it through, Ralph explained. You used a teleportation stone, which allows teleportation to a specific person within a certain range. However, not only is the stone itself expensive, it also consumes a considerable amount of mesos. So few people carry one. The former bounty hunter continued. That's why I had to buy time. Ralph smirked confidently. Since it's such a valuable item, I thought I should use it when it's most needed. They'll take ages to find this place. But then his smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter horror. No way, he exclaimed as he saw the scene before him. An endless, sparkling sea of gold, piled high like mountains. I can't believe a place like this exists. Amidst the treasure, Geo joyfully yelled Yahoo! And dove into the money, while the mustachioed gentleman anxiously asked Lord Larkin, What's the plan? Isn't it already 30 minutes past the estimated time? The man broke into a cold sweat, admitting, That's right. But I'm not sure myself anymore. It seems the plan has gone awry. The scene shifted to a city engulfed in flames beneath the shadow of a colossal red crystal pillar. The mustachioed gentleman turned back, gravely telling the other two, You should run while you still can. Ralph roared angrily. What? You want me to abandon this pile of money? I mean abandon you? The man took out another stone. I still have a few teleportation stones. I'll activate them for the people I've stationed outside, so leave and plan for the future. Lord Larkin frowned, questioning. What do you mean? You haven't run out of stones. If you still have some, why aren't you coming with us? With iron resolve, the mustachioed gentleman told himself, My time hasn't come yet. He activated an underwater trap, a parting gift for his pursuers. They'll need at least one person waiting, he thought to himself, accepting his suicidal role. Meanwhile, inside the city, the battle raged on amidst smoke and fire. Suddenly, a red energy barrier began to form, signaling a catastrophe. Warriors were engulfed in the energy blast, their screams drowned out in the chaos. The red wall spread, turning the ground into a boiling sea of lava. The barrier was complete, trapping everyone inside an impenetrable prison. Outside, a blue-cloaked mage desperately yelled, No matter how hard we attack it, it won't budge. His commander, Sir Bastille, calmly assessed the situation. What should we do, Sir Bastille? A barrier this powerful, only commanders can create, Sir Bastille mumbled. In his mind, the image of Arcarium, the prime suspect, appeared. Find other options. We must get into that area, Sir Bastille ordered decisively. Elsewhere, the mustachioed gentleman looked towards the city, worried. Hang in there, Starling. He looked at the glowing red city wall and swore, We will definitely save you. Inside, Starling gritted her teeth, pushed against the wall. From afar, a mysterious mage observed everything, wondering, Is that the one who erected this strange barrier? The tide of battle had completely turned. The silver-haired warrior lay slumped amidst the rubble. A braided-haired female warrior desperately cried out, If we don't get reinforcements, we'll be annihilated. Starling looked at her cannon, bitterly realizing, Damn it, I have 8 rounds left. What can I do? A mediocre city. Are Will's minions struggling against these petty enemies? Suddenly, a shot tore through the air, exploding right in front of them. The dark priest flinched, growling, Who's there? He immediately spun around, his sharp gaze locked onto the source of the movement. Over there, he mumbled, unleashing a dark orb while a guard was struck down. The dark energy collided with the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Looking down at the rubble, he uttered a scornful remark, How foolish. But the attack continued. He easily blocked another shot and scoffed, A futile act. Rage began to swell within him. You damn rat. A barrage of shots flew towards him, forcing him to brace himself. I don't know what trick you're playing, but they're all meaningless, the priest roared, unleashing an even more terrifying surge of energy. The destructive power ravaged an entire street corner. Buildings crumbled to dust under his attack. To wipe out the nuisance, he unleashed a wide-area destructive attack. The entire city was engulfed in flames, a testament to the priest's brutal power. Amidst the chaotic scene, he finally smiled. Found you. Elsewhere, Starling reloaded, muttering, You're as tough as you look. She rose from the rubble, a challenging smirk on her face. This is going to be quite a fight, isn't it? The priest furiously charged forward, roaring, Where are you hiding, you little rat? But in Starling's sights, he was just a target, heading straight into a death trap. A direct hit made the dark monk stagger amidst the fiery battlefield. He roared, his gaunt face revealing extreme fury. It's useless, he growled, crushing the energy orb with his dark hand. From afar, Starling cursed under her breath. Damn it, he's tougher than I thought. She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with determination. This is the last clip. You bastard. How long do you plan to run? The monk roared, unleashing magic wildly. With no other choice, Starling launched herself into the air. All or nothing. But a monstrous white bandaged arm suddenly appeared, blocking her retreat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was rushing down a corridor. Hurry, it must be. Behind that door, the pursuer, Franco, realized angrily. Damn it, I didn't account for. A teleportation stone. Immediately, the fugitives appeared before the golden door of the treasure vault. Franco narrowed his eyes maliciously. This game of hide-and-seek is over, a voice echoed from the top of the stairs. Lord Goldrich. Franco looked up, sneering. Ha ha ha. Glad you're here as I predicted. The best place you could run to is a treasure vault? How disappointing. The mustachioed man retorted indignantly. Disappointing? That's rich coming from you, traitor Franco. Franco merely shrugged. Well, I understand. Feel free to insult me if you wish. By the way, are you alone? Looks like you've been betrayed by Gaffor's dogs. Ha ha ha. The butler's eyes gleamed with greed. This entire treasure. I'll make good use of it, and you can just go to sleep. The bird-masked assassins charged forward on command. A strange hand gripped the handle, wondering. Gaffor's dogs? The door burst open, and a torrent of gleaming gold coins poured out like a waterfall. Franco's assassins were stunned, speechless. What the hell? They were swept away in the golden sea, screaming desperately. Franco was no exception, exclaiming in horror. Could this be? A silver-haired man stepped out, smirking. So what if we're dogs? At least we're not the kind that needs a beating for biting their master. From behind, a powerful voice rang out. Teach them how the Gaffor Merchant Guild uses its hounds. Franco cried out in despair as he recognized the uninvited guest. Lord Ebby, with a savage grin, charged forward. All right, class is in session. The butler stammered in horror. Why are those Gaffor bastards here? His assassins could only groan, buried and helpless amidst the riches. Lord Ebby and his gray-haired comrade stood side by side, their two aggressive smiles signaling a crackdown. Both fought fiercely, easily crushing the henchmen amidst screams and clashing metal. Amidst the chaotic battle, the gray-haired man shouted excitedly, then suddenly turned to warn. Ralph, watch out! Hearing his name, Ralph immediately turned his head, his eyes sharp. An assassin had seized the opportunity, lunging from his blind spot. But Ralph was faster. He stomped his foot, blocking the enemy's blade. With a joyful laugh, he easily broke the assassin's attack. He looked down at the defeated foe, his voice full of sarcasm. Want to scatter money before you die? A devastating punch ended the monologue. Well, not bad at all. Amidst the chaotic golden sea, Franco groaned in despair. Can't get out. A firm hand grabbed his collar. Lord Ebby coldly offered. Let me help. Oh, our little puppy. Why is your tail between your legs? Lord Ebby scoffed. Immediately after, he forcefully threw Franco back into the dazzling pile of gold. Tied up, Franco faced the victors. The gray-haired man questioned. It's all over. What's your next plan? Confess, and we'll go a little easier on you in court, he continued to coax. But Franco only burst into maniacal laughter. Wake up. All of you will die here. Meanwhile, the short, stout merchant was secretly communicating. Can you hear me? Elsewhere, Lord Larkin replied in confusion. What? I'm at the rendezvous point. The merchant made a request. I propose using the high-performance advanced teleportation stone. From the other end, Goldrich agreed, then realized in shock. Huh? Advanced? What? He frantically explained. It can teleport to places one has never been. It's a priceless item. The merchant explained his plan. I've sent it to the reinforcements, and I must stay here for them to teleport to me. Franco overheard the conversation, his face full of doubt. Reinforcements? He began to strain, trying to break free from his bonds. You think a few mercenaries can turn the tide? How ridiculous! Franco roared. Lord Ebby raised an eyebrow at that remark. A few coins? The merchant stood up straight, his demeanor completely changed. Franco, have you forgotten who stands before you? The financial might of the Goldrich Merchant Guild. He smirked confidently. Let me show you what a real flex looks like. Immediately, a massive surge of energy tore through space, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Amidst the ruins, the white-haired man looked up at the sky, whispering, I am very grateful. Thanks to you, I can use this power. Meanwhile, the silver-blue-haired knight tried to rouse the exhausted starling. Wake up, you fool. The knight yelled, Don't push yourself too hard, or you'll be resting forever. The magic attack struck the enemy's shoulder directly, but he calmly looked at the wound, muttering, This is. A strange rain suddenly poured down on the desolate battlefield. Elsewhere, Lord Ebby smirked. Money? I have so much that I don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Franco paled, realizing the answer had been predetermined long ago. The heavy rain poured down on the body of a defeated monk. The dark monk stood tall before the fallen starling. Though covered in blood, she still laughed maniacally. Well, is this real? That wasn't rain, but a colossal tsunami crashing down. The propellers of a giant ship churned the water. The white-haired man was submerged, realizing the enemy had bought the very source of fear in this world. That ultimate weapon was an entire ocean. A colossal warship emerged from the water, its power shaking the entire city. On deck, Captain Chiron looked towards Lithport, awaiting orders. The female pirate captain coldly ordered, "Prepare the cannons." The warship's terrifying firepower simultaneously locked onto its target. In the control room, a sailor reported, "Comms checked. Approaching combat zone." She began the countdown. 3, 2, she whispered softly, opening an old locket, inside which were images of 2 loved ones. 1. The locket closed as the ship sped through the water. The colossal steel monster shattered the sea surface, emerging amidst the chaos. "Captain, Lithport is right ahead. Awaiting orders." From the deck, the female captain gazed towards the target city. She raised her signal whistle, declaring loudly, "Gunners, lock, target, and load." At the same time on the ground, a hooded warrior also drew his sword, growling, "Aim." Amidst the rain of blood and ash, his eyes burned with hatred towards the sky. The warship's cannons began accumulating destructive energy. The dark army below looked up, facing the colossal shadow engulfing them. With a single word, the female captain sealed the city's fate. Fire. A rain of fire poured from the sky, leveling everything in its path. But from the ruins, a sudden purple light shot back up into the sky. The desperate counterattack hurtled straight towards the invaders. A magical energy projectile tore through space, aimed directly at the warship. The colossal cannon was submerged in a violent whirlpool of its own making. An entire sea area was churned by the terrifying power of the shot. Amidst the chaotic waters, the dark monk frantically searched for his opponent. What? Where is that hag? He found Starling unconscious, sinking to the seabed, wondering, could she be dead? Anyway, it's best to be sure. He decided to deliver the finishing blow, gathering a glowing red energy orb. The dark magic shot through the water, aimed directly at the fallen target, but the attack struck the enemy warship's hull directly, causing a massive explosion. In the command deck, the female pirate captain received the report target hit, with a cold expression. Suddenly, from the seabed, a colossal mass of flesh began to rise. His mask shattered. The dark monk snarled in fury. "You dared to fire." Meanwhile, on the ship, the order was given. "It's not over yet. Prepare to fire again." A colossal, bloodshot red eye suddenly opened from the mysterious underwater mass. Horrific, fleshy tentacles immediately spread out, tightly wrapping around the charging cannon. "Cannot control firing. Something is caught on the bottom of the ship," a sailor reported frantically, stunning the female captain. The tentacles tightened, completely disabling the weapon system as a voice reported. "Cannon number 3 has ceased activation." The warship's engines were also choked. A desperate voice cried out, "Engines jammed. Cannot move." "Captain, something is attacking the ship." The monster lunged with terrifying jaws. The attacker revealed himself, a white-haired giant roaring in primal rage. Witnessing his enemy attacked by another force, the dark monk brushed aside his injuries, roaring, "I will return everything." A sailor was thrown across the deck amidst desperate screams. Hull struck on the starboard side, armor heavily damaged. Another report echoed as the lower hull was also fiercely attacked. The dreadlocked sailor shouted in panic, "Kieran, if this keeps up." From above, the dark priest smirked. Quite a sturdy toy, indeed. Then, how about this? He unleashed a massive red energy vortex. Captain Chiron roared, "This won't do. I'll go out and face them myself." Suddenly, a confident voice rang out from a blood-soaked night. "Let me handle it." A brilliant holy light erupted from beneath the water, dispelling the darkness. Engulfed by the light, the white-haired monster was stunned. What? Amidst the aura, the figure of a knight of light gradually became clear. The dark priest's destructive attack collided with an invisible wall and dissipated. Elsewhere, the elder dark mage was astonished. Impossible. It withstood that attack? The giant spider beside him spoke. How troublesome. The elder mage gritted his teeth, hissing in fury. That bastard. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, a brilliant golden beam of light tore through the water. The monster's fleshy tentacles were mercilessly severed by the beam of light. The white-haired giant roared in fury, creating a crimson barrier. "Who dares?" Mihile, the Knight of Light, raised his shield and sword, steadfastly facing the enemy's wrath. From afar, the seasoned dark mage was stunned. "Who is this bastard?" A streak of golden light tore through the night, streaking across the sea surface. The light slash aimed directly at the enemy fleet. The white-haired giant was dazed as he took the full force of the surprise attack. On the ship, a panicked sailor reported, "Captain, it's starting to move. Speed up now. We must maintain distance." The dark priest growled, "It's too late. I've gathered enough energy." Chiron turned around, her eyes burning with determination to face the danger. "I will erase all of you without a trace." He unleashed a destructive attack, roaring, "Vanish!" Inside the ship, a hand gently placed itself on the window. The dark priest was stunned as his attack suddenly halted. A brilliant shield of light had blocked the crimson energy vortex. He gritted his teeth, disbelieving his eyes. "You!" From the shattered deck, Starling roared. "You lowly bugs," Chiron smirked. "I'm not one to owe favors, you know." The ship's weapon system began calculating the projected trajectory. Target locked, energy limits removed. The captain extended her hand and commanded, "Let me return the favor fairly." The dark priest let out a final roar of despair. Before vanishing in destructive light, he cursed the name Arcarium. At the same time, the eerie red barrier enveloping the city began to crack. The cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb, signaling an inevitable collapse. A terrifying explosion from within shattered the crimson shackles. Blue energy erupted, restoring the clear blue sky to the city. But the aftershocks of the battle created furious waves. A colossal pillar of water engulfed everything in its vicinity. Amidst the rushing water, Kyrie and Kasim were unconscious, slowly sinking into darkness. Kasim struggled with his last conscious thought. "Damn it, this situation is terrible. If this continues..." Suddenly, a sharp blade lunged from the depths of the dark sea, but a hand of steel caught it firmly, stopping the finishing blow. That person quickly pulled both Kasim and Kyrie out of the water. Kasim exclaimed in shock as he recognized his savior. "Master?" The blonde knight, though covered in blood, still looked at his disciple with pride. "You've changed. I didn't place my trust in the wrong person, Kasim." Elsewhere, Kieran reported via communication device. "This is Kieran, captain of the Nautilus." On the other end of the line, a voice rang out. "The current situation has been resolved. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Kieran." The mustachioed man hung up, his eyes sharpened. "Then, it's your turn." Bound tightly, Franco faced his captor with a cold demand. "Reveal everything you know." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shulden unleashed a fierce, explosive magic attack. Having just dodged a fatal blow, he immediately pinpointed the enemy's location. "Found you." Shulden counterattacked with a surge of deep blue energy. He charged forward with terrifying speed, leaving only a purple afterimage behind. An afterimage? Shulden realized in shock that the real enemy had appeared right behind him. The silver-haired man struck in a flash, hitting Shulden directly in the face with the hilt of his weapon. "Oh, just as I thought," he calmly remarked. "Unbelievable close-quarters combat ability and battle sense for a third-tier mage." Shulden gritted his teeth, fending him off, as his opponent continued. "I understand why Commander Arcarium has taken an interest in your skills. However, there are still many shortcomings." "Show me more," he said, unleashing a dark energy orb. Shulden took the full force of the attack, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it!" he roared, unleashing a desperate spell as his opponent closed in. But the enemy's slash was faster, tearing through Shulden's shoulder and chest. "Oh my, you truly learn nothing," the silver-haired man scoffed as Shulden collapsed. He raised his weapon, his voice full of malice. "I wonder how you'll handle the situation without an arm. Let's see, shall we?" On the ground, Shulden clenched his teeth, a defiant blue flame erupting from his fist. The attacker was suddenly startled, forced to raise his weapon to block the incredible counterattack. In a flash, Shulden had circled behind him, launching a cunning attack, making his opponent exclaim, "Oh!" The silver-haired man calmly blocked the attack, a smug smile on his lips. "Do you think you can attack me from behind just because I'm blind?" The silver-haired man scoffed. "Even your creative side is lacking." Shulden gritted his teeth, bracing himself while channeling his counterattack energy. He roared, releasing all his remaining magic power into a final attack. The two earth-shattering powers collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The silver-haired man calmly stepped out, uttering a sarcastic compliment. "Impressive. Your tenacity isn't bad. He must be blind. How is this possible?" Shulden despaired, deciding to stake everything on his mechanical eye. The mechanical eye glowed red, beginning to analyze the enemy in detail. The scan results appeared. Shulden murmured, "So that's it. A large amount of high-frequency waves are emanating from his body." He was astonished to realize the source of that power came from a mysterious ring. The high-frequency waves combined with psychokinesis created a 360-degree vision without blind spots, a nearly perfect ability. If that's the case, block. Shulden concentrated his power, creating an isolated space to neutralize his opponent's ability. The silver-haired man immediately realized, He used his see-through eye patch to discover my secret. He's come up with a rather clever plan. Trapped within the barrier, he still sneered. But Elpum, this spatial wall will only get in your way. He calmly faced the colossal energy drill hurtling towards him. His eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. Just as expected. Keep it up. My perception, he declared, far surpasses your imagination. Well, this is a bit boring, he said coldly. But now that I've severed your arm, before Shulden could react, his opponent transformed into a dark phantom and darted away. What? He could only exclaim as the eerie phantom glided past at incredible speed. He suddenly appeared from all directions. The silver-haired attacker was surrounded by countless shadows. The dark scythe swung up, tearing through space in a brutal slash. Stone dummies? He realized he had fallen into a diversionary trap. The silver-haired assassin broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Damn it, he tricked me. You're quite calculating," he growled. "If so, I'll destroy everything until your mana runs out." From beneath the ground, Shulden's bloodied hand emerged, carrying a deadly blue energy current. But before the attack could land, Shulden took the full force of an invisible counterattack, making him cough up blood. "Does it hurt?" The enemy sneered. "Don't worry. I'll end this quickly." A destructive purple energy explosion erupted, crushing everything around it. Shulden could only watch in horror as the shadow of death rushed towards him before he was blown away. In the victor's palm, a concentrated orb of magic power formed, ready for the finishing blow. The orb was thrown, carrying absolute destructive power. Shulden desperately raised his staff to block the attack, causing a terrifying shockwave. The power difference was too great. He was flung away like a broken puppet. The silver-haired attacker calmly approached, looking down at his dying prey. Shulden lay there, exhausted, only able to gasp for breath in despair. "The game of hide-and-seek is over, isn't it? I'll show you something interesting as a farewell gift." He gathered a colossal psychokinetic orb, declaring, "This will be your send-off gift to hell." But just as he was about to strike, his appearance suddenly changed. He exclaimed in horror, "What?" as white light erupted from his own body. Shulden, covered in injuries, smiled bitterly. "Thanks for the gift." The silver-haired attacker was stunned. "Impossible. How did you do that? You crazy bastard," he shrieked in horror as he realized. "He's seizing my magic." "With psychokinesis?" Shulden coldly retorted amidst the pain. "There's no need to be surprised." With his last ounce of strength, he roared, "Come to hell with me." The enemy could only look up at the destructive energy orb hurtling towards him. A terrifying explosion engulfed both of them, shaking the entire battlefield. Immediately after, Shulden coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body having reached its limit. His consciousness slowly fading, he desperately wondered, is this, truly, the end? Shulden collapsed completely, unconscious amidst the rubble. But from within the smoke and dust, a familiar figure emerged, completely unharmed. The silver-haired attacker's pale eyes widened, brimming with killing intent. "I must kill him immediately," he muttered as he approached Shulden. "Commander Arcarium must have been mistaken. I must eliminate him right here." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light tore through the air, shooting straight towards him. The silver-haired attacker swung his weapon, timely blocking the surprise attack. From afar, a female voice rang out. "Isn't that going too far, being serious with someone who's already unconscious?" Minor aimed her still-smoking cannon forward, challenging, "How about you fight us now?" Beside her, Devo and a restrained Lord Mark also appeared, ready for a new fight. The silver-haired attacker ground his teeth, roaring furiously. "How dare you, you small fry!" With a crazed expression, Minor roared, "Why are you making that scary face?" Then fired her cannon. The silver-haired attacker contemptuously raised a hand, easily blocking the bullet with dark magic. "Mere bullets stand no chance." "What about me then?" Devo roared, charging from behind, determined not to let him touch his comrades. The young man swung his massive battle axe, creating a brilliant streak of light that cleaved straight into the ground. From a distance, the scar-faced warrior anxiously shouted, "Big bro, are you all right?" On the ground, Shulden lay unconscious, with black veins of mana shock spreading across his body. The silver-haired enemy showed annoyance. "You truly don't understand me." Devo stood in front of his fallen leader, his axe glowing brightly. "These guys sure can take a hit." The silver-haired man gracefully dodged, landing casually on the ground. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out from a new ally. "I can't take it anymore." Losing patience, the silver-haired enemy took out a cracked crystal. "It can't be helped. I'll tear all of you apart." "What is that circle?" Minor frantically fired another shot in vain. It's too late. The silver-haired enemy put on an eye patch, unleashing a deadly rain of magic. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out, commanding, "That's enough, Mayo." Mayo, the young man who had just appeared, was startled and surprised as he recognized the voice. Commander Arcarium appeared, his eyes angrily fixed on his subordinate. "How dare you act on your own without my permission?" The silver-haired attacker quickly bowed his head. "I apologize. I lost my composure for a moment." "The plan has failed," Arcarium coldly declared. "Return quickly before the gate entrance is surrounded." When his subordinate hesitated about Elpum, Arcarium dismissed it. "It doesn't matter. We weren't planning on seeing him again anyway." With that said, Arcarium strode away, leaving the young warrior stunned in horror as he realized the old man's identity. Minor and her young comrades screamed in horror. "No way! What the hell is this now?" In an instant, the Chained One realized the bitter truth. So that's it. Will's subordinate is conspiring with Arcarium. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with a crazed glint. "You? Betrayed him? Well, that's an interesting turn of events." Dark energy erupted as he decided. "If it's come to this, it wouldn't be bad to eliminate all of you here, would it?" The Chained One roared, gathering a destructive orb of energy. Minor and her comrade were thrown back by the terrifying aftershock of the explosion. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple energy descended from the sky, striking the Chained One directly. The silver-haired attacker appeared, coldly looking at the comrade he had just struck down, leaving Minor stunned. "You just attacked your own comrade? Am I a little late?" he muttered, as a colossal skeletal entity rose from the ground. Its blue soul flame flared fiercely, engulfing an entire stone pillar. The silver-haired attacker clicked his tongue. "Tsk, this is troublesome. This is." He named the monster looming before Minor and the axe-wielding warrior. "Martyr." The young warrior frantically screamed. "Wha? What is that?" "Even that is too much for me," the silver-haired attacker coldly declared, then turned his back. He casually walked away, leaving the two of them to face the monster. "I'm leaving. You deal with it yourselves." The axe-wielding warrior roared in indignation. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Before leaving completely, he glanced at the unconscious Shulden. "Oh, right. Tell him my offer still stands. That is, if you survive until the end," he said, then vanished into the mist. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Minor roared, charging forward with a fiery kick. The silver-haired attacker turned back, his sharp eyes full of contempt. "I told you not to waste your energy." The silver-haired attacker raised his hand, a dark barrier easily neutralizing the fireball. Minor gasped in shock. "He blocked Blackboot Bill," the silver-haired man coldly declared. "I'll return it to you." Dark energy bent its trajectory, throwing the fireball back with terrifying speed. The explosion threw Minor and her comrade back. She only managed a desperate scream. Struggling up from the ground, Minor gritted her teeth in hatred. "Damn it, you bastard." From a distance, the scar-faced warrior shouted a warning. "Minor, be careful." Minor looked up, stunned by a colossal black shadow descending from the sky. What? An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire battlefield. Devo? Minor was astonished to see the young man standing in front of her, his glowing axe blocking the attack. Devo strained to endure, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, no way. Before them was a colossal, skeletal monster, while the silver-haired attacker merely observed silently. The monster's hairy foot stomped down hard, crushing the ground. Suddenly, a teal soul hand appeared, squeezing its skull tightly. The skeletal monster was crushed without any resistance. Devo screamed in horror as he saw an even more terrifying shadow entity absorbing the monster. Immortal, or what the hell is this? The comrade tried to shake the unconscious Minor. Hey, wake up. Things are really bad. The colossal shadow creature spread its wings, diving straight towards the two fallen individuals. The scar-faced warrior could only roar helplessly. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Immediately, Devo swung his axe, unleashing a brilliant golden slash in response. Devo yelled amidst the battle, "Stop dawdling, move it." A giant golden slash descended, blocking the monster's claws to protect his teammates. With a blood-stained face, Devo growled, "Hey, as for you, leave it to me. So take my teammates and get out of here. I'm entrusting this to you." The red-clad young man gritted his teeth, helpless at Devo's sacrifice. He hastily helped the injured flee, shouting a belated apology as the monster roared behind them. Facing danger alone, Devo smiled confidently. I can finally go all out. Come on, let's end this quickly. Devo charged straight into the giant jaws of the soul monster. Meanwhile, the red-clad young man had led the survivors to a safer place. Minor slowly regained consciousness, her body aching all over. Where is this? What about the monster? Where's Devo? The red-clad young man asked in confusion. He grabbed Minor's collar, yelling, I asked, where is Devo? Did you really abandon him? Minor burst into tears of indignation. I don't know about you, but I would never abandon a teammate. Suddenly, the ground beneath them collapsed, and both fell in horror into the rushing water. The blue-haired young man slowly sank, thinking, I'm sorry. A weakling like me can only do so much. At least, I can't let his sacrifice be in vain. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in another space. It seems you are in danger, Elpam. The young warrior was stunned to hear his name called amidst the strange chessboard. He looked around in shock. What? Where is this? Just now, the voice calmly explained. I have temporarily invited you into my domain. A voice echoed in the strange space. Welcome, Elpam, the last adventurer. I can finally speak with you. The red-robed figure warned. Right now, your body is dying from mana shock. At this rate, you won't last long, and the same applies to your teammates, he said, making Elpam's eyes widen in horror. Meanwhile, in the real world, Junior Balrog was resurrected, stronger than ever thanks to the life of a martyr. The Chained One writhed in the energy stream, signaling that the gate was no longer gold tier. A two-mouthed wolf monster roared, indicating the danger level had far surpassed green tier. Devo faced the catastrophe in horror, as the voice confirmed the gate was now even more dangerous than blue tier. A massive green energy explosion swept across the battlefield, knocking back even Junior Balrog. Devo was blown away, tumbling across the devastated ground. He knelt in despair, as the deadly prophecy echoed, all who remain there will die. Back in the chessboard space, Elpam sat opposite the mysterious figure, aghast at what he had just witnessed. The battle to save everyone led them to death faster than even your previous life, the figure revealed. Elpam broke into a cold sweat, stammering, You know I regressed, could it be? The red-robed man simply bowed his head in silent acknowledgement. With a smug smile, he confirmed, You are the one who knows. At the same time, Devo was running frantically through the ruins, muttering about a secret passage. He rushed through the crumbling corridors, hoping to find the only way to survive. Here it is, Devo exclaimed, as he found the designated location. But before him was only an empty pit, where something should have been. Devo stared blankly at the fragments, desperately yelling, Wasn't that the statue for the escape gate? The red-robed young man exclaimed in shock. Don't tell me, he roared in fury. Did that bastard destroy it when he left? Miner tried to rally the group. Snap out of it. The exit will reappear nearby soon. But at that moment, a terrifying green energy explosion engulfed them. Miner's eyes widened, reflecting the light of destruction. Devo! A desperate scream echoed as his friend's figure was thrown back. The young warrior completely vanished in the blinding light. Amidst the ruins, the red-robed teammate tried to rouse his two unconscious friends. Hey, are you guys okay? He gritted his teeth, his gaze firm and determined not to give up. In another space, Elpam watched in horror as Devo sacrificed himself in a pool of blood. The mysterious voice echoed, This is not the time to worry about who regressed you. Elpam froze as he realized the tragedy unfolding in the present. So Devo is. He's still alive, the red-robed man reassured, making Elpam hastily plead, Then help me. But the reply was only cold. I cannot interfere directly. Elpam desperately questioned. If you are the one who sent me back to the past, to prevent the end of days, he yelled, pouring all his urgency into his eyes, then help me. A blue energy stream swirled in the mental space. The mysterious voice echoed mockingly. For someone begging for help, isn't your attitude a bit too poor? Back in reality, Miner and her teammate lay unconscious amidst the devastated battlefield. A giant skeletal monster appeared, and the mysterious voice echoed again, as if challenging Elpam. Do you perhaps have a way to deal with it? In the mental space, Elpam gritted his teeth and replied to the offer, I don't care. The man in the red cloak only smirked at the challenge. In the real battlefield, he issued an ultimatum as the attack was about to strike. This will be your last chance. Elpam roared in despair. I said, I don't care. The young man's rage overturned the chessboard of fate. The game between the two continued. One side frantic, the other eerily calm. The man in the red cloak remained calm, observing his opponent. Finally, Elpam made his decision. All right. His eyes shone with an unprecedented determination. The chess clock ticked. The pact had been made. Elpam stared at his hands in astonishment, wondering, has something changed? Do not doubt me, the voice echoed. Even if it's just a small part. I have lent you my power, as you requested. Now, it's time for you to wake up from this dream. The mysterious figure muttered as Elpam disappeared. I hope you can handle that power. Immediately, a furious flame erupted, blocking the destructive energy flow. Lying next to Miner, the young man realized in shock. Am I still alive? Blood and dirt could not hide the burning will in his eyes. Elpam stood up. The flames from his body roared back at the skeletal monster. A golden aura enveloped him, Miner exclaimed in surprise. Elpam? With his new power, Elpam ordered his teammates. Stand back. Shulden rushed forward, declaring, I'll end this quickly. Suddenly, a terrifying soul demon appeared. gathering dark energy. It immediately fired a volley of teal energy spheres, tearing up the ground. Elpam did not flinch, his eyes shining with determination to face the enemy. The monster lunged forward, opening its jagged maw to swallow the young man, but Elpam was faster. He unleashed a fiery punch straight into its face. Golden flames erupted fiercely from his hand. His new power had awakened. A massive sea of fire was unleashed, engulfing everything in its path. The soul demon was completely consumed by the flames in a terrifying explosion. However, its sharp-clawed hand remained intact amidst the ashes. At the same time, Shulden also clenched his fiery fist, his eyes observing coldly. He created a mini-meteorite, enveloped by destructive flames. Witnessing that extraordinary power, Miner's teammate could only exclaim, "That's incredible." The stone sphere shot forth with terrifying speed, cracking even a sturdy wall. And then, it exploded, creating a violent shockwave. Miner screamed in despair as she witnessed the scene before her. No! Amidst the smoke, the monster had caught Elpam, making Miner cry out in horror. "Watch out, Elpam!" Shulden's mechanical eye flashed with deadly red light. He was ready to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Shulden unleashed a fiery attack from his fist. From a distant place, the man in the red cloak smiled at the chessboard. "Interesting. Even if it's just a small power, he's controlling it perfectly," a voice echoed as destructive flames engulfed the battlefield. From afar, the man in the red cloak only gave a mysterious smile. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the remnants of the battle gradually appeared. A voice echoed from the void. "Indeed, if it's you, Elpam." "No way. He defeated that monster in an instant." The red-cloaked warrior stammered, while Miner was stunned. Miner snapped awake, her eyes wide with panic. "How's Devo?" Elpam quietly walked towards them, where Devo lay slumped on the ground. "Thankfully, he's still breathing," the teammate announced. "Quickly, take him back to town for treatment." Elpam turned to Miner, his eyes full of concern. "Are you all right?" he whispered, painful memories flooding back. "When we arrived, you were already in a terrible state." Miner was confused by his cryptic words, sweat trickling down her cheek. Suddenly, Elpam rushed forward and hugged her tightly. "Elpam? What the hell are you doing?" Miner yelled, her face flushed. "I'm not ready for this." "I'm glad you're safe," he simply said softly, tightening his embrace. Amidst the ruins, Elpam thought to himself, "This time too. I thought I would lose all my teammates." He clenched his fist, repeating once more, "I'm glad you're alive." Miner awkwardly replied, "Thank you." She leaned into his embrace, trying to act tough. Of course. I have no intention of dying here." But Elpam only lowered his head, his voice weak. "Why don't you worry about yourself before worrying?" "About, huh?" Miner froze, sensing something unusual from the person holding her. Immediately after, Elpam suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Elpam, wake up!" his brown-haired teammate cried out in panic. "What's going on? He was just fine." Miner also yelled in despair. "What are you doing? Get up now, Elpam." But no matter how much she shook and called him, the young man remained deeply unconscious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was diligently working amidst a towering pile of paperwork. This is driving me crazy," the scarred man sighed. He muttered tiredly, "Why is there no end to this? When will all this be finished?" "It's been 3 days," he growled. The battle at Lith Harbor had left a huge mess. The news that the Cania Merchant Guild were followers of the Black Mage had shaken the entire Maple world. Lord Ivok, the mastermind, was presumed dead, but his body had vanished without a trace. The traitor Franco was captured, but he knew nothing about the followers beyond empty promises about his dead daughter. Afterwards, Mihil and Kirin began a rigorous sweep for the remnants of the Black Mage. Their involvement had sparked hope, laying the groundwork for the restoration of Lith Harbor. However, the threat remained, and surveillance had to continue relentlessly. 3 days later, at Miners Group's hideout, Anitas was bandaging a teammate. "Don't move, it's hard to bandage." "Then be careful," the dark-skinned warrior grumbled, while the blonde girl retorted, "Stop complaining. You're lucky to have escaped with just this much." As soon as Ralph finished bandaging, Miner impatiently asked, "It's been 3 days. Can't you do anything for him?" The blonde knight-ass sadly looked towards the bed. "Even my power has no effect on him. We can only hope he wakes up on his own." Miner froze, her eyes fixed on her deeply unconscious teammate. A cheerful woman brought out a steaming pot of stew, proudly announcing, come on, Tilda, the food's all ready, Tilda." While Devo eagerly cheered, the blonde knightess smiled and thanked the chef. Ralph turned to Miner with a meaningful look. "That can wait. Have you two decided yet?" Seeing her confusion, he said directly, "What else?" "I'm asking if you two are going to get together." Miner blushed furiously, protesting vehemently. "Get together? What are you talking about?" she yelled, trying to explain. "It's because I'm worried about him as a teammate. A team mate." Miner turned to find an ally. "Aren't you worried about but was cut off by a voice. Worried about what? Devo replied casually while eating. Do you think our boss is someone who would collapse over something so minor? He continued, as the hand of the person being referred to stirred slightly. Haven't you noticed him all this time? The blonde knightess also smiled confidently. That man couldn't die even if he wanted to. Devo looked at Minor and added, let me say this because there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am not a monster. Seeing Minor still sulking, Ralph just shrugged, while the other two girls cheered happily. Devo winked triumphantly. Well, I wasn't wrong, was I? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. I'm so hungry. Did you save any for me? At the same time, elsewhere, Lord Rakan angrily kicked his desk over. I can't do this anymore. He slumped amidst the scattered papers, lamenting. If I had known this nonsense would happen, I wouldn't have started. Suddenly, a forceful knock echoed at the door. Lord Ebby burst in, looking flustered. My apologies, Lord Rakan. Lord Rakan looked up, delighted. Perfect timing. I need your help. In the Lord's office, Lord Ebby greeted Rakan. A mysterious man in a black suit began to report. I recently heard something quite interesting. Hearing that, Ralph couldn't help but roar in anger. The strange man continued, getting straight to the point. His name. Is it Elpam? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the story's protagonist indifferently replied, Don't remember. Minor lost patience with Elpam's attitude. Really? You don't remember anything? Stop joking. She tried to remind him. You used a mysterious power to defeat Junior Balrog. But Elpam was only confused. Mysterious power? Me? The blonde knightess also interjected. Jack Ritchie testified to that. Could it be that you also have a hidden power like Devo? Minor suddenly blushed, hesitantly asking, You really don't remember anything? Even leaning on my shoulder? Elpam flatly denied it, making Minor furious. I don't remember anything, so why are you acting like you know? Despite being grabbed by the collar, Elpam mused, I can't remember. However, an image flashed through his mind, the silhouette of the man in the red and white cloak. It feels like I met someone then, Minor said seriously. Elpam, there's more you need to know than just that. But Ralph quickly cut in, beginning to recount. It happened on a late, tiring night. He recounted the scene where the group had to guard Elpam, with the scar-faced warrior complaining about the uncomfortable bed. However, I suddenly witnessed a sight. Ralph narrated with a dramatic expression. In the flashback, Minor looked at the sleeping Elpam with an incredibly complex expression. Ralph had seen the entire scene of Minor leaning very close to her unconscious teammate. He concluded meaningfully, A certain pirate woman was pursuing you, and immediately took a massive punch from Minor. Minor cheerfully urged everyone to eat, as Elpam had also just woken up after the battle. Elpam asked blankly, where, when handed a steaming bowl of soup. While eating, he casually declared, We're going to Ariant. Devo was initially moved, thinking, That's my boss. Even unconscious, he's already calculated everything. But then he froze as he realized the implication of that statement. You mean the kingdom in the Nihal Desert? That place is 100 times more dangerous than Victoria Island. As Cesar vehemently protested, a sudden knock on the door echoed. The young female chef curiously opened the door, calling out, Who's there? The whole group looked up. A group of strangers was looming outside the doorway. A dignified old man stepped in, asking directly, Are you the infamous Elpam's group? Devo asked blankly, Huh? Who are you? Ralph's face went pale as he thought. Don't tell me it's... Minor and the chef also recognized the guest's identity, the head of all Gapor merchants. Shut up, Ralph snapped when Devo naively asked if he knew the man. It was the master of Gapor, the legendary Lord Gapor. The calm lord sat down at the table, saying, Apologies for interrupting your meal. He looked directly at Elpam. Your reputation precedes you. Let me get straight to the point. Go to the kingdom of Ariant, Lord Gapor commanded, silencing the entire table. Devo could only turn to look at his leader with a panicked expression. Boss. In the infirmary, Elpam woke up with a confident smile. The story of the Gapor Merchant Guild's rise began with a secret. They had a powerful sponsor. A handshake sealed their fate, linking them with the kingdom of Ariant. Thanks to this immense backing, Gapor had risen to become one of the 10 largest commercial powers. Now, Lord Gapor and Ariant were in the same boat, facing an undeniable request. A bloody war for the throne was about to erupt, and it was time for Gapor to repay his debt of gratitude. Lord Gapor looked directly at Elpam. You possess formidable skills, and everything has been prepared. But Elpam's answer was cold and decisive. I refuse. I don't want to go to a dangerous place like Ariant, where civil war is about to break out, he explained, leaving Devo, who stood behind him, stunned. A Gapor subordinate roared. Refusal is not an option. This is Lord Gapor's direct command. Consider it an honor. Elpam smirked. Honor? I only see too great a risk for those 2 words. Lord Gapor raised a hand to stop his subordinate, his eyes glinting with amusement. I see, so he's also a negotiator. Very well, the Lord said, holding up 5 fingers. 5 times. I will give you 5 chances to prove that confidence. If you can pass through 5 gates, I will grant you anything within my power. Is that offer appealing enough for you, negotiator? With a resolute gaze, Lord Gapor swore, I, Gapor, swear on my honor to keep my word. Elpham smiled brightly, satisfied. As expected, you are indeed a formidable man. Lord Gapor leaned back, laughing heartily. I'll take that as a compliment. A teammate cheered excitedly. Amazing boss. While Devo could only mutter, You're disgusting. Elpham smirked, asking, When do you want us to depart? Lord Gapor replied with satisfaction. It's good that you understand quickly, he continued amidst the vast seascape. Then, there's no time to waste. Depart immediately. The whole group had gathered on the ship's deck. The ship cut through the waves, sails full, surging forward. Minor crossed her arms, wondering, what's wrong with him? He's never been seasick before, has he? If I recall correctly, he was fine on the Nautilus. Devo clung miserably to the ship's rail, panting. I don't know. Did I drink too much yesterday? Is everyone else okay? He snapped at the concerned glances around him. Damn it. Leave me alone. Minor burst out laughing, taunting. Tsk, tsk, whining over a few drops of alcohol. Oh, our little boy. Is it that hard? Immediately after the taunt, Devo vomited a vibrant rainbow, leaving her speechless. Ralph approached, his tone mocking. Hey Tilda, your beautiful new clothes are about to get all dirty. The bearded man grinned sinisterly. This won't do. As your father, I'll mercifully pat my beloved son's back. The thunderous pat made Devo vomit directly onto Ralph's face. He furiously roared, You unfilial brat, then threw a hook punch. Under the dazzling sunlight, a figure collapsed onto the ship's deck. Ralph forced a strained smile, explaining, Ah, ha ha, don't misunderstand. This isn't domestic violence. My son just looks a bit tired, so I'm just letting him sleep. He turned to Minor, asking for help while Devo was unconscious. I need to clean him up. Can you help me? Minor turned away with a look of disdain. I don't know. So do whatever you want. And don't come near me. Elpham looked at Devo sprawled out, thinking, good thing we're arriving in Orient sooner than I thought. That idiot needs some rest too. Elpham mused. Thanks to the Gold-Rich Merchant Alliance, we've acquired equipment of a completely different caliber. However, suddenly, a strange feeling arose within him, making him uneasy. What is this feeling? Something is definitely up. Minor interrupted his thoughts. Elpham, what are you thinking about so intently? Elpham simply replied coldly, nothing. Seeing Ralph struggling with the drunken Devo, Elpham silently reminded him, Be careful, Ralph. Feeling the ship slow down, he looked up. Are we there? Before their eyes, the colossal ship was slowly docking at a magnificent port city under the dazzling sunlight. A parchment scroll appeared, inscribed with the name of a new location, Jeddah. In the vast Nihal desert, traveling on foot was akin to suicide, so people chose sea routes, creating bustling ports. As a result, the seaports of the Nihal desert became incredibly prosperous, and Jeddah was the most prosperous among them, where the group was now setting foot. The goggle-eyed teammate took a deep breath, chest expanding as he felt the air of the place. He excitedly shouted, This port reeks of gold and silver no less than the desert itself. Is this even a port? It should be called a new kingdom. Meanwhile, the blonde female warrior asked Devo, who was still pale. Devo, are you feeling any better? We're not here to play. Focus on the mission. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the front. You must be Elpham's squad. A dark-skinned young man rushed over, panting. Thank goodness, I'm not late. I'm the coordinator for the Orient branch of the Gapor Merchant Guild. He flashed a radiant smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Just call me Cesar. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Elpham shook Cesar's hand, smiling back. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Cesar. You look great. Devo squinted at the newcomer, asking, By the way, did you come here alone? Cesar scratched his head. The Orient branch doesn't have many members right now. For now, I'll lead the way for everyone. Please follow me. Under the desert sun, Elpham's squad finally set foot in the new land. Cesar pointed forward. We've arrived. This is the Orient branch of the Gapor Merchant Guild. Devo couldn't hide his disappointment. It looks a bit, well, boring. Seeing Cesar's crestfallen expression, Devo quickly waved his hand. Oh no, not like that. He pulled back the curtain, sighing. Ugh, it's so hot. Come on, let's go in quickly. But inside, a burly man with sharp eyes was already waiting. Devo froze, cold sweat breaking out at the opponent's overwhelming aura. The man growled, and a nameplate appeared. Branch Manager Solomon. Cesar quickly explained, and Elpam calmly stepped forward to introduce himself. A pleasure. I am Elpam, Salamon sneered. You look rather weak compared to the rumors. Caesar tried to mediate. Nevertheless, they were personally chosen by Lord Gapor. Without a word of warning, Salamon swung his hand and slapped Cesar directly across the face. Devo frantically caught the guide. Cesar, are you all right? He turned to roar. But Salamon merely muttered contemptuously about the amateurs Lord Gapor had sent. Salamon declared bluntly, what do you think these rookies from Victoria Island can accomplish in Orient? Blood rushed to his head. Devo roared, you old bastard. You want to see, don't you? But Elpam raised a hand to stop his teammate, his cold gaze fixed on Salamon. Get straight to the point. Solomon crossed his arms, stating his conditions. I need to test your skills. A gold tier gate, 3 scars. He looked directly at Elpam, his voice full of challenge. Go in and clear it, single-handedly. Cesar was horrified by Salomon's unreasonable demand. Sir Salomon, even for Elpam's squad, clearing it alone would be. But Salomon brushed him off. Shut up, if they can't do it, they're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Amidst the tension, Elpam calmly spoke. Clearing it alone. Is that the only condition? Salomon was stunned by the unexpected question. What? Full of confidence, aren't you? Solomon sneered, adding another condition. Complete it within 1 week. The blonde girl in the squad flared up. A sudden test with a time limit? How rude. Salomon scoffed. Or are you not confident enough? Scared? But Elpam stepped forward. Now it's my turn. Elpam coolly named his price. 10 million mesos. That's the reward for this conquest. You crazy bastard, Solomon exploded in rage. Who do you think you are to haggle here? Elpam didn't flinch, asserting his stance. We only act based on the amount paid. His gaze was sharp. If you don't like it, we'll abandon the mission and return. He continued to apply pressure, outlining the political consequences if the Orient branch displeased the Gapor Merchant Guild. I've noted that, Elpam pretended to conclude. So let's cancel this. Interesting. Salomon unexpectedly chuckled. I didn't expect you to dare threaten me. Rude and arrogant. But not foolish, he admitted. I like that. How about a little extra incentive? Salomon proposed a big gamble. An additional 5 million mesos for each day the task was completed ahead of schedule. He provocatively smirked. Well, little soldier, are you interested now? In response to the challenge, Elpam simply offered a confident smile. Lead the way. He decisively accepted. The scorching sky heralded a harsh journey. Under the scorching sun, Elpam's squad was exhausted, gasping for breath. They trudged across the endless sand dunes of the desert. Devo collapsed, yelling, I'm dying of heat. Why is the gate in the middle of the desert? But Elpam coldly urged him to get up. At that moment, Devo anxiously turned to check on his new companion, the knight Kiri. He couldn't believe she was still wearing her full suit of armor, exclaiming, Just looking at you makes me feel suffocated. But Kiri simply replied that she was fine. No way, that armor must be boiling hot. Devo still couldn't believe his ears. He curiously touched her arm, admiring, You Cygnus Knights are truly amazing. The moment his hand touched the armor, a chilling aura emanated. Devo jumped back, shouting, It's ice cold, while Kiri just smiled awkwardly. She explained that the armor was a royal gift, capable of self-regulating its temperature. Hearing this, Ralph angrily yelled, What? You've been cool this whole time and didn't share? That's unfair. Kiri could only scratch her nose apologetically. Ah, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll... Seizing the opportunity, Devo suddenly rushed forward and hugged Kiri from behind, stunning everyone. Devo! What are you doing? Let go of me! Kiri yelled, blushing in confusion. But Devo only whispered her name, refusing to let go. Quiet down. Let me enjoy this for a bit. You're enjoying it all by yourself, he shouted, even as Kiri furiously struggled. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Ralph turned to Minor with a sly expression, while she could only force a smile. Are you jealous? Or do you want to hug Elpam too? Ralph didn't even finish his sentence before taking a full punch. Minor coldly knocked down her talkative teammate, while Elpam stood there, completely indifferent to the comedic display around him. Minor, face flushed, tried to deflect. Enough with this nonsense. Remember, we have a time limit. We need to quickly find the gate. It's right there. In the vast desert, a dazzling golden gate stood majestically. Minor was astonished. Huh? It's been here this whole time? Shulden calmly replied. I told you we were close. Let's go, everyone. We're in a hurry, Minor shouted, rushing forward to hide her embarrassment. Suddenly, Shulden stopped, a sense of unease rising within him. Right in front of Minor, the ground shook violently. A lizard monster emerged from the sand, letting out a savage roar, startling her. What? Without a second's hesitation, Minor unleashed a swift, fiery counterattack. The monster was torn to shreds by the scorching power. I knew it. Nothing is ever easy. Shulden said calmly, as if he had anticipated everything. Around them, dust began to swirl up from countless other locations. Shulden narrowed his eyes at the rising enemies. It seems they don't want us to enter. A pack of frilled, desert lizard warriors appeared simultaneously, surrounding the entire squad. Get ready, Shulden commanded, his eyes sharp. It's hunting time. At the same time, in a magnificent hall, a man named Salomon bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. From behind the red velvet curtain, an authoritative voice echoed. What has happened to Elpam and his group? Salomon replied. It's been about 2 hours. They should have found the gate by now. There are frilled around the gate, aren't there? The mysterious voice asked. Yes, Your Highness, Solomon confirmed. They can handle them. What I want to know is if they can clear the gate in a week. What do you think, Solomon? A powerful figure observed Shulden's group, remarking, They are indeed as ostentatious as rumored. But let's assume rumors are always exaggerated. Solomon advised His Highness. I think it's too early to trust them. Let's observe them for a while longer. His Highness clenched his fist, whispering with desperate hope. Elpam, please, don't disappoint me. His prayer echoed as Devo charged into battle with a determined expression. Devo unleashed a devastating overhead chop, his great axe carving a fiery arc through the swarm of lizard monsters. He spun like a whirlwind, clearing a bloody path through the enemy ranks. The monsters roared wildly, charging towards Shulden, who stood calmly waiting. Without hesitation, Ralph delivered a crushing punch that shattered a monster's skull. Other members of the squad, from Kyrie to Minor, were also effectively sweeping through the enemies. Shulden remained motionless, even as the roaring monsters charged at him. Then a terrifying explosion erupted from his position, incinerating all who dared to approach. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was left with only charred corpses and molten ground. Devo smugly said, Is that all desert monsters amount to? But Shulden coldly replied, We haven't even started. The entire squad advanced towards a dazzling golden gate, and Shulden declared, Now we truly enter the gate. Ralph eagerly said, Hurry up, clear it in 1 day and get 30 million mesos. Shulden curtly replied, 12 hours, and it's done. Ralph was stunned, unable to believe his ears at his captain's audacious claim. Devo was excited. 12 hours? Boss truly has great ambition, while Ralph worried. So, do we get paid extra? In response to his teammate's question, Shulden smirked. Then don't take the money, which infuriated Ralph. At the same time, elsewhere, a breathless soldier rushed in, shouting, Sir Solomon. Solomon irritably turned around. What is it? I'm busy. While the soldier, gasping for breath, tried to report shocking news, Solomon grabbed Caesar's collar, roaring, I told you I'm in a hurry. Amidst the tension, a figure suddenly appeared, interrupting the outburst. It was Elpam, who had just returned from the warp gate. Solomon turned, his eyes filled with contempt. What? You're even worse than I thought. I guess you haven't even entered the gate since you're already here, Solomon sneered. Did you give up? The commander growled. You bastards. You ran away from those frills right at the gate entrance, didn't you? In response, Elpam coldly threw an object onto the floor. Solomon was stunned. What is this, a joke? Is that the Golden Gate raid item? Solomon doubted, then concluded. I knew you were a bunch of fraudsters. He pointed directly at Elpam, yelling, You bastards. How dare you use fakes to deceive me? Only half a day has passed since you entered the gate. Salomon's anger reached its peak. If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. How much do you disrespect me to joke around like this? Elpam calmly stated the price, 100 million mesos. I'll give you that much if it's fake. Otherwise, you'll owe me 100 million mesos. His eyes sharpened, full of challenge. Well, do you dare to bet? While Salomon was still stunned by the number, Caesar suddenly realized something. Look, Sir Salomon, this isn't a raid item. This eagle emblem. This is definitely the badge of honor awarded to royal knights, Caesar stammered. He trembled as he recalled. I remember now. It's given to knights who participated in the gate raid from which no one returned. If he brought it back, that means Sir Elpam actually. Elpam looked directly at Caesar. I see you recognize it now, Sir Caesar. His gaze deepened. Or should I say, Elpam spoke, delivering a fatal blow to the astonishment of those present. Your Highness? Elpam's eyes gleamed sharply. He had completely taken control of the situation. Salomon roared in anger. What kind of nonsense is this now? In a fit of rage, he grabbed Elpam's collar, sneering at the title Prince Kashan. He pointed at the panicked Caesar, sarcastically remarking that if that kid was a prince, then he was the king of this country. Caesar hastily tried to explain himself, attempting to maintain his facade as a clever errand boy who knew a lot of information. Elpam coldly repeated Caesar's excuse, his eyes full of skepticism. And then, he seized the opportunity. using incredible strength to grip Salamon's wrist. Salomon was stunned, unable to believe that a magician could possess such astonishing physical strength. "Your hands," Elpam calmly stated, beginning his exposé. Cesar could only ask back blankly, completely unaware of what was happening. Elpam explained that a person's hands, from calluses to muscle shape, tell the story of their life. He contrasted that with the clean hands of errand boy Cesar and other strange things he had noticed. Elpam's gaze sharpened as he aimed directly at Salomon, who claimed to be the branch manager. "Your hands are not those of a merchant," Elpam asserted, "but the hands of a soldier who has trained with a sword for decades." He continued to argue that in a lawless place like this, a merchant's identity means nothing. Only the strength of an outlaw holds value. "But that alone isn't enough," Elpam admitted. "What gave you away?" He pointed directly at the stunned Cesar. "Was you." Elpam recalled their act, remarking that the initial performance was very natural. A violent superior and an abused subordinate. A play all too familiar in this place. "But the key lies elsewhere," Elpam concluded, exposing the truth that Cesar had been unable to hide his loyalty. Cornered, Cesar could only cower in fear under Salomon's furious gaze. Salomon still didn't believe it. "That's absurd. Why would a prince bother with such troublesome things?" With a sharp gaze, Elpam retorted. "For example, to personally select members for the war to claim the throne?" Salomon angrily snatched Elpam's staff, intending to use force. "What the hell are you?" Salomon roared, but a cold voice cut him off. "Stop." The commander turned, surprised by Elpam's composure. "Haha, interesting. I see why Gapor recommended you. You far exceeded my expectations," Salomon admitted, while Cesar broke into a cold sweat, knowing the charade was over. The young man accepted the truth, raising his hand to remove his turban. "That's right. I am Prince Kashan," he declared, revealing his platinum hair and regal aura. Kashan asked Elpam how long he had known, and the calm magician explained that he had suspected from the beginning. Elpam continued. "I deduced your highness's true identity the first time we met. Prince Kashan." Conquered by Elpam's intellect, Kashan admitted, "Not only your skills, but your ability to grasp the situation is also exceptional. I need people like you." The prince offered a mission. Enter a gold-tier gate with other adventurers of his own choosing. Cooperate to retrieve the will within 1 week, Kashan stipulated. The reward is 60 million mesos. In response to the generous offer, Elpam replied with a single word. "I refuse." Kashan's eyes widened in astonishment at the blunt refusal. The prince asked for the reason, and Elpam began to analyze. "Initially, your highness wanted to test us. I thought it was a necessary process, and was willing to accept if the reward was adequate." Kashan narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Elpam explained. "This mission, though seemingly similar, is fundamentally different." Elpam clarified. "Even if we pass through the gate, we could still die dismembered at the hands of the kingdom's army, because this is not a merchant guild's mission." He looked directly at the prince. "But yours, Prince Kashan. Accepting this mission means we are all in the same boat." Kashan narrowed his eyes, getting straight to the point. "You mean, you want more danger pay?" Elpam shook his head. "Your support will be for the Gapor Merchant Guild, not us. There's no reason for us to get involved in state affairs with such great risk." His gaze sharpened. "Unless the reward is commensurate with the danger." Kashan asked, "What kind of reward are you thinking of?" Elpam replied confidently. "I'll decide after hearing your offer." Salomon raged. "You insolent bastard." But Kashan raised a hand to stop him. "Let's do this. After successfully passing through the gate, I will distribute items to each member of your team." The prince concluded with a statement that stunned Elpam. "All of them are unique. Grade. In this world, items are divided into 4 grades. Rare, epic, unique, and legendary, with unimaginable differences in power. The unique grade items Kashan promised, such as the Phoenix Feather and Elpam's Eye of Insight eye patch, all possess enough power to transcend the boundaries between magic circles. Elpam calculated silently. The promise to give each person such an item meant that Kashan considered them a key force. He clenched his fist, deciding inwardly, "But it's still not enough for us to take such a risk." Elpam looked up, making his final demand. "We need a legendary item." Salomon roared in anger. "Are you insane? A unique item is already too much, and now you're demanding a legendary item." Kashan unexpectedly agreed. "All right, I will prepare a legendary item." Salomon was horrified. "Your Highness," the prince continued, "in return, I must make this clear." Kashan's gaze locked onto Elpam. "You must bring back what I want at all costs. You have 1 week." The prince's eyes blazed with killing intent as he laid down his final condition. "If you fail, I will take your life." Without a word, Elpam simply turned and walked away silently. Salomon expressed his doubt. "Is it all right to trust that man?" Kashan replied with resignation. The arrow has already left the bow. The prince clenched his hand, torn internally. If I don't act, I'll be finished by that woman. His eyes flared with anger and determination. Meanwhile, in a luxurious palace, a female voice rang out with amusement. Fufu. This will be interesting. The mysterious woman stroked her hair, confidently declaring, Kashan, you are already in the palm of my hand. She crossed her legs provocatively, asserting her right to educate. After all, it's a mother's duty to educate her child. A sinister smile appeared behind the veil. I'll take this opportunity to properly discipline him. The scene shifted to a tavern. Minor gasped in astonishment. What? Prince Kashan? Elpam calmly explained Cesar's true identity to the team, leaving everyone stunned. The pious female warrior worried about the scale of the mission, while Ralph grumbled about the meager reward from before. Elpam reassured the team with a shocking announcement. This time, the reward is a unique item for each person, along with a legendary item. Ralph slammed the table in extreme excitement, praising the prince's generosity. Therefore, I want to propose a deal to everyone, Elpam spoke amidst the commotion. He stood up, his gaze firm, declaring, that legendary item, I will take. Minor and Devo immediately objected, arguing that it wasn't a deal but an imposed announcement. Only Ralph's eyes gleamed, already calculating how to sell his share of the unique item. Facing the team's silence, Elpam promised firmly, I will definitely pay a fair price. Elpam looked directly at the members, boldly declaring, I will gather all of you. Meanwhile, in a luxurious palace, a figure was entering the grand hall. The royal guard stood solemnly, vigilant of the guests' presence. Fine wine bottles were displayed, signaling an important audience. A servant offered wine to the king seated on the throne, who asked, So, have you brought what I spoke of, Prince Kashan? King Abdullah VIII of the Arient Kingdom growled, his hand tightening around the wine bottle. From a distance, Kashan knelt and replied, Of course, your majesty. He presented a glowing red crystal. This is the heart of a dragon. May it grant you eternal health. The king burst into delighted laughter, while Kashan seized the opportunity. Then, may I make a request? Very well. Speak, King Abdullah ordered, taking a swig of wine. Kashan presented his plan, requesting permission to hold a week-long festival to celebrate the king's prosperity. The king pondered, while a female figure quietly leaned on his shoulder. Kashan calculated silently. This was his chance to sneak to the gate without the king and queen noticing. But then the woman's voice rang out, whispering into the king's ear. What do you think? Kashan froze, his eyes reflecting horror and anger. A meaningful smile bloomed on the queen's lips. Fufu, let's see. She stroked the king's chin, her voice sweet yet sharp. Granting him a festival just for fulfilling his duty would be too great an honor. Queen Arita leaned back on her throne, her gaze cold. Why indulge the childishness of an immature prince? Kashan gritted his teeth, the name Arita echoing in his mind like a curse. In Kashan's mind, the image of his depraved father with Arita appeared, fueling his determination to overthrow that woman at all costs. He stepped forward, loudly persuading, Your Majesty, Arient always celebrates special occasions with festivals. Are you truly going to let such a significant occasion pass in silence, Your Majesty? Arita gently interrupted. Kashan, I understand your efforts, but you are being too emotional. She smiled meaningfully. Furthermore, you are a prince, one who might inherit the throne someday. Will the people follow you after seeing this behavior? The dagger-sharp words made Kashan clench his fists. Arita's eyes flashed with a cruel gaze, revealing her true nature. But then she suddenly changed her demeanor. Very well, I shall permit it, seeing your commendable filial piety. Caressing the inebriated King Abdullah VIII, Arita played the role of a queen who could not refuse her duty as a filial child. I shall commence this week-long festival, as you wish, she declared with a sinister smile. Kashan was stunned, trying to decipher the conspiracy behind Arita's sudden change. The queen merely responded with a confident smirk. As the prince's back faded from view, Arita thought to herself, Interesting, Kashan. Struggle with all your might, for you will still only dance in the palm of my hand. At the same time, in a desolate desert, a hideous monster let out a savage roar. Kyrie charged forward, her sword drawing a deadly bright arc, tearing through the enemy. The monster frilled collapsed onto the sand after a single blow. Shuldan's squad stood over the enemy's corpse, victory coming too easily. Kyrie turned to a teammate, asking doubtfully, This gate, didn't you say we'd clear it with other adventurers? Shuldan coldly announced, We are the last ones. 94 members have already entered the gate. Your breakthrough is the priority. Minor grumbled irritably about the mission, while Ralph was already fretting about splitting the rewards with others. With a sinister expression, Ralph muttered, wishing for the other adventurers to all die, making Kyrie exclaim, What kind of healer says something like that? Minor stood on the pile of monster corpses, wondering, But then again, how are we supposed to break through when all we have here are these weak monsters? A teammate sarcastically spoke to Shuldan, but he calmly replied, "Ah yes, I forgot to tell you something. I broke through a long time ago," Shuldan declared, revealing a bracelet emitting a brilliant magical light. Devo gasped in astonishment. "Fourth circle? Wait, when did you break through?" Shuldan recalled. "After the battle with the follower, I realized I had broken through," Minor sadly admitted. "That could only be because it's you, Elpam. I feel like I've already reached my limit at the third circle." She clenched her fist, helplessness evident on her face. "Your limit?" Shuldan asked back as a destructive surge of energy unexpectedly shot out from him. Shuldan's eyes flashed with determination, radiating intense, killing intent. "Don't worry," he told a frightened Devo. "I will force you to overcome that limit by force." Shuldan declared to the entire team, "Your opponent is me. Attack as if you want to kill me." He concluded with a chilling threat. "Otherwise, you will be the ones to die." With that, Shuldan darted across the sand, commencing the hellish training session. The first target, Ralph, was mercilessly kicked away, to the astonishment of the entire team. "What's the point of breaking through if I'm about to die anyway?" the mercenary frantically yelled. Shuldan calmly made an offer that couldn't be refused. "And if you can last even 10 minutes, I will give you 100 million mesos." Driven by the enormous reward, Ralph stomped his foot into the sand, ready to fight. The mercenary tensed up, displaying excessive confidence under Kyrie and Minor's exasperated gazes. "Come at me, all of you," Ralph growled, a challenging smile on his face. Kyrie's fighting spirit also flared, her sword blazing. "We must overcome our limits. So, I'll give it my all." Minor aimed her gun, her eyes resolute. "Same here. I can't go back to Nautilus looking like this." But faced with his teammates' unity, Ralph was the one who panicked. "Seriously, what's wrong with you guys? Forget it all." Despite the chaos, the entire team charged forward, determined to make Shuldan pay for this insane training session. Shuldan merely smirked. "Relax a bit and show me what you've got." The entire group unleashed their attacks simultaneously, determined to defeat Shuldan in one blow. A terrifying explosion engulfed the desert battlefield. Immediately after, fiery slashes from Shuldan's weapon tore through the air. Kyrie braced herself, fending off the storm of attacks. Meanwhile, Ralph was mercilessly knocked away by an invisible blow. Shuldan coldly glanced at the battlefield after eliminating a target. Devo fared no better, being knocked far away in astonishment. Kyrie exclaimed in horror. "What kind of mage is this fast? Was he a thief in his past life? We need to attack together," she yelled, trying to maintain formation. "Keep the pressure on," but Shuldan calmly asked, surrounded by eerie magical flames. "Do you really think that trick will work?" Shuldan's dark weapon clashed with Kyrie's sword, his absolute power easily overwhelming her. Ralph roared, unleashing a fierce fire attack, but the terrible heat burned the team themselves, making them scream, "It's too hot! Water! Everyone get out of the way!" Minor yelled, preparing for the finishing blow. She poured all her strength into a maximum shot, aiming directly at Shuldan. An earth-shattering explosion enveloped the entire battlefield. Minor gasped for breath, believing no one could have survived that attack, but a cold voice echoed from within the smoke, freezing her. "Is that all you've got?" Shuldan stood there, not a scratch behind his energy shield, asking with disdain, "Is this the best your entire team can do? What a disappointment," he muttered in frustration. Minor screamed in helplessness. "How are we supposed to fight this damn overwhelming power?" Nearby, Kyrie lay slumped on the sand, completely exhausted. Shuldan began his lecture. "The reason you can't find a solution is because you're wasting your power." Ralph snapped back angrily. "That's why I'm telling you to explain it to us." But then he paused, noticing something. "If you don't know, then you'll have to take a beating until you understand," Shuldan said, a fireball forming in his hand. "Damn it, there's no chance. Forget formations, just run," Kyrie yelled as she and Devo sprang up and fled. Ralph hastily pointed the way. "This way, everyone." But before them, a third gate suddenly opened, stunning Ralph. An explosion from behind sent Kyrie and Devo flying towards the gate amidst panicked screams. Mid-air, Minor spun around, firing a defiant last shot. "This is our last attempt too, Elpam," Ralph screamed as he was thrown back by the energy from Minor's shot. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield in a sea of fire. From afar, Shuldan calmly remarked, "Took them long enough to realize." He smirked. "Even though I kindly brought them here in the first place." Standing at the edge of the giant crater, Shuldan mused. "Well, this is enough reason to be late." His gaze turned sharp. "Now then, time to clean up, wouldn't you say?" Shuldan leisurely strode across the desolate desert. A blinding flash erupted, signaling a spatial shift. Having just landed in a new desert area, Devo sighed in relief. "We're alive," while Minor already had a plan. "The warp gate is destroyed. Elpam won't be able to catch up." Ralph lay flat on the ground, giving a thumbs up. We held out for 10 minutes. That's a guaranteed 100 million mesos, making Kyrie speechless. Such a money grubber. Even the third gate is a desert? Kyrie lamented, then suddenly paused. Huh? What's that sound? From beneath the sand, a giant monster with a pitch-black armored shell slowly emerged. The whole team froze, horrified, looking up at the hideous creature towering before them. This is insane, Miner exclaimed in despair as the monster charged to attack. Suddenly, an attack exploded on the monster's leg, halting its advance. Kyrie seized the opportunity, her fiery sword ready for battle. A mysterious dark-skinned warrior with a giant flaming axe suddenly appeared, charging into battle. He swung his weapon, blocking the monster's attack, and creating an opening for Kyrie to counter. Witnessing the stranger's interference, Shulden, from afar, was stunned, gritting his teeth. This bastard, the strange warrior roared as his axe got stuck. It won't budge? In response, the desert monster's eyes glowed ferociously. Its fiery tail lashed out, making Devo cry. It's so hot. From afar, Ralph gritted his teeth in helplessness. That stupid fire again. I'm probably going to get roasted today. Damn it. It's too hot to get close. Don't worry, Miner said, firing an energy bullet. The bullet struck directly into the monster's hard shell. She smirked. An idiot like you has no business here. If you can't get close, then just attack from afar. However, the attack seemed to have no effect on it. Miner then unleashed an even more powerful barrage of bullets. Suddenly, an explosion threw her backward amidst a terrified scream. Kyrie was also caught in the explosion, crying out as she was blown away. Damn it, Ralph muttered, looking at his fallen teammates. We just escaped, and the situation hasn't improved at all. Devo looked at the monster with a different gaze. Fire is hard to approach, tough defense. But this is nothing compared to the boss. A crazed smile appeared on his face. You are the perfect training dummy. The monster swatted him aside, gathering a giant fireball in its mouth. Then it spewed forth a destructive torrent of flames. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a sea of fire. But piercing through the flames, a sword radiating an icy blue aura unexpectedly struck. The scorpion monster was stunned by the unbelievable sight. A layer of sharp frost suddenly enveloped the desert monster. Kyrie coldly unleashed Moonfall, severing slash, thinking to herself, this place is still quite warm compared to Elpam. The monster roared defiantly, seemingly unharmed. A barrage of attacks from the entire team slammed into its steel-hard shell, but a sudden counterattack sent Devo flying backward. Witnessing that, Miner gritted her teeth. I admit it, she immediately retaliated with Dark Fire Bullet, firing a blazing projectile at the enemy. The bullet exploded on the ice layer, but still couldn't penetrate the sturdy armor beneath. Miner bitterly realized, even this scorpion, just like Elpam, I still don't have enough power to break through. She declared, therefore, put all our strength into him. Hearing the command, Ralph flashed a sinister smile as the book in his hand glowed. A brilliant beam of holy light was unleashed from the book, shooting straight towards the monster. Ralph roared, pouring all his might into the destructive attack. The terrifying energies collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire desert. The light of destruction reflected in the monster's eyes. The ground cracked under the immense force. The monster shrieked miserably as its tail was severed. Devo approached, a smirk on his face. Oh, you're still alive? He swung his axe, and the whole team surrounded the battered prey. You're not allowed to die yet. The ground trembled as the giant monster collapsed after the fierce battle. In the scorching desert, the team breathed a sigh of relief next to their spoils. Miner offered a water skin, concerned. You must be parched, right? Have some water. Devo eagerly took it, grinning widely. Heh, don't be shy. Those who have should help each other. His smile was inexplicably radiant. Miner and Kyrie could only exchange exasperated glances. How sickening. The young warrior was still intoxicated by victory, proud of the dignity of a third circle adventurer. Ralph sneered, scoffing. Making such a fuss just for being a third circle after all this time, he continued to rub salt into Devo's pride, implying he was just a greenhorn. As a brawl was about to erupt, Kyrie suddenly realized, come to think of it, Elpam is a bit late. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Shulden stood silently amidst a battlefield drenched in blood and corpses. His cold gaze swept across the deadly scene. At the same time, the festival in the capital city of Ariant was still bustling under the nightlights. Salomon asked when he saw Kashan deep in thought. What are you pondering about? Something feels off, the prince replied, his heart filled with unease despite Salomon's attempts to reassure him. Kashan still couldn't shake off his suspicion. I thought the queen had some scheme when she allowed the festival to be held. Normally, I would be happy that everything went according to plan. But what is this feeling of unease? Kashan wondered, and the answer appeared in his wineglass, the image of Queen Arita. Immediately after, Arita's powerful voice echoed from behind. What are you doing here? This is a celebration for you, Arita said, her voice sarcastic. Why can't the main character enjoy it? She approached, speaking in a falsely sweet voice. Does a mother need a reason to visit her son? I will pour you a glass myself, Arita said, offering the wine glass to Kaishan, who was on high alert. Cold sweat broke out. The prince's heart pounded erratically in the face of this threatening presence. Arita smirked. You look so worried. One might think I've poisoned you. Oh, right, she continued with a mysterious smile. I happen to hear an interesting rumor. Something about befriending an adventurer? Kashan blurted out, and immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. I'm quite worried about them, Arita said, her eyes sharp as knives. So, I arranged a reception party beforehand. Kashan froze, his mind screaming, no way, she knows everything. Where did the information leak from? He trembled as he realized, if it's a reception party, Arita must have sent them. In his mind appeared the image of Ariant's legendary assassin guild, the royal instrument of suppression. Everything fell apart. The festival, the adventurers, all were part of her plan from the beginning. It seems he's here to report on them, Arita said as a messenger hurried forward. The man bowed. Your Majesty, I have received news from the reception team. A wicked and satisfied smile spread across Arita's lips. At the same time, in the desolate desert, Shulden stood on a battlefield and whispered, How strange. He looked down at the bodies with no signs of resistance. They had been killed before they could even realize it. But the real problem is, Shulden muttered, his mechanical eye flashing red. Scanning the battlefield, he concluded, I am the only survivor. The prince's plan has been ruined. Amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, Shulden wondered, what the hell happened? Could it be some ghost? Suddenly, a surge of dark energy tore through the air, forcing him to quickly defend himself. I can't see anything. Shulden strained his eyes, but there's definitely something ahead. He barely dodged an invisible attack that grazed right past his eyes. Realizing there wasn't just one enemy, Shulden growled, Tch. If that's the case, he channeled magic into his hand, slamming it into the ground to unleash an area of effect spell. A massive fiery explosion erupted, illuminating the desolate area. All right, found them, Shulden declared as dark figures gradually emerged from the sea of flames. His gaze turned icy, determined to incinerate them all. I'll burn you all too. However, his attack was blocked by another surge of dark energy. The two surges of power collided, creating a violent shockwave. Pushed back by the aftershock, Shulden quickly regained his balance. He muttered as he switched to using psychokinesis to lift boulders. Fire seems useless. Memories of rumors from before his regression flooded his mind. The strongest assassin guild in Ariant, Shulden exclaimed in surprise. Hashashin, their leader sneered. Resistance is futile. I've studied you thoroughly. An assassin charged forward as the leader continued. All of us carry fire, resistant items to prepare for your magic. Shulden took a full blow as the enemy scoffed. Without them, frankly, your psychokinesis does no damage at all. Surrounded and overwhelmed, he collapsed before their declaration, until a strange voice echoed. Had enough fun? The Hashashin leader charged, determined to finish off the target. Looks like everyone's here, Shulden calmly stated. The game of hide-and-seek ends here, he muttered. Having understood their strategy, fire resistance, and black eye, absolute stealth. To the enemy's astonishment, Shulden spoke. If it were before, it would indeed be tough. That's why. You should have come before I reached the fourth circle. New power erupted, his left eye glowing brightly. A wave of green magic swept through, blowing away the stunned assassin. In the blink of an eye, Shulden glided through the encirclement, completely in control of the situation. The leader stammered in panic, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? Shulden grabbed his face, making the assassin exclaim in terror. You have that skill. The emerald ring on his hand flashed, revealing the source of this overwhelming power. At the same time, in the palace, a smash echoed as a wine glass shattered. Speak clearly. What did you just say? Queen Arita roared furiously at the messenger. The attendant trembled as he reported. My apologies. A total of 5 members have left the gate. All of them are adventurers under the prince, he added, as images of Elpam's squad crossing the desert appeared. Arita gnashed her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. Those insolent fools. What's the matter, your majesty? Kashan casually approached. Ah, perhaps my friends have found their way back? Queen Arita's gaze immediately shifted from furious to cold, sharp as a knife. I'm surprised your majesty cares so much about my friends, Kashan sneered, offering her a wine glass. I'm deeply touched. With a smug smile, he raised his glass. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to offer you a drink. In the desolate desert under the moonlight, a voice echoed from the ruined building. So, have you brought back the item? Inside, Shulden knelt and reported to Prince Kashan. Yes, I found a letter inside the gate. But the young mage suddenly changed his demeanor, his eyes resolute. But I cannot simply hand it over to you. What? Kashan grabbed Shulden's collar, unable to believe his ears upon hearing about the assassins targeting him. Shulden calmly explained. To act correctly, we need to know the current situation, and exactly what this letter is. The prince fell silent, his gaze wavering at the reasonable yet audacious request from the young man before him. Kashan's face showed a fleeting trace of pain, as he was forced to recall his tragic past. The letter you hold is a will created by me and the other princes. Kashan began his story. In a bloody flashback, he recounted how Queen Areta had purged the sons of Abdullah VIII after seizing power. To resist, the princes had collectively created a will, a bloody testament in case they were assassinated. A blonde female warrior sat amidst a pile of corpses, symbolizing the survivors with the hope of overthrowing the throne. Kashan concluded that both he and Areta needed that letter, one to restore the nation, the other to conceal the truth. Shulden nodded. Then Areta herself sent those assassins. This letter is useless, Shulden suddenly declared, tearing it apart to the prince's astonishment. He stomped his foot on the floor, announcing, I found something interesting on the assassins who came for me. On the cold stone floor lay a severed arm, still dripping blood. A vivid red tattoo was clearly visible on the bicep, a chillingly familiar symbol. Kashan exclaimed in horror. This is, Shulden confirmed the prince's suspicion. If the assassins sent by Areta herself bear this mark, there is only one conclusion. The terrible truth was revealed. Queen Areta was a follower of the Black Mage, prostrating herself before the Spider King Will. Will spoke coldly. Your handling of this matter is truly disappointing. Areta bowed her head, not daring to argue. I have no excuse. I didn't think Elpam's squad, allied with Kashan, could eliminate the Hashashin. A familiar yet menacing voice echoed from the shadows. If it's about Elpam, the figure stepped out, his presence imposing. I know him well. Areta's eyes widened in horror as she recognized the newcomer. You are? The shadows receded, revealing a face thought to be gone forever. Evok, Areta recoiled, stammering. You're alive? Lord Evok merely smirked. I have a sure way to kill him. Give me another chance. Rage flared. Areta snarled. A chance? Ridiculous. You don't get a turn. You've already failed. Will interrupted. Areta. The queen flinched in fear. I apologize. Commander Will. He commanded. Evok, Areta. Both of you will resolve this matter together. Areta gritted her teeth, seething with resentment. In contrast, Lord Evok flashed a sinister smile. Thank you, Commander Will. Standing among his loyal subordinates, he swore, this time, I will definitely kill him. At the same time, elsewhere, Prince Kashan was stunned as he read the letter. It's unbelievable that the Queen is a follower of the Black Mage, Shulden warned from the ground. They have already taken deep root in Orient. The moment you use that letter, it will be you who dies, not Areta. Painful memories from another timeline flooded Shulden's mind. In the past, Kashan died. Although Areta's identity was exposed, the followers revealed their true faces and attacked him. An image of the prince collapsing in a pool of blood appeared. Kashan let his hands fall, despairing. So, is it too late? Shulden unexpectedly suggested. How about you leave this place? The prince looked up sharply, stunned. What? The young mage looked directly into the prince's eyes. Now that you've confronted Areta, who is backed by the Black Mage, Orient is no longer safe. Only death awaits you here. Kashan clenched his fist upon hearing Shulden's final advice. It would be wise to forget the letter and save your life. Kashan clenched his hands as Shulden's warning echoed. If you separate yourself from the throne, Areta might no longer be interested in you. I understand. Kashan bitterly admitted, looking at the half-burnt fateful letter on the candle. Shulden took the burning letter. As you said, I won't use it. But I can't give up like this, the prince roared, crushing the flame in his hand. Memories of Areta's tyranny flooded back. Even now, there are people suffering under her rule. If left unchecked, Orient will have no future, he thought, looking out at the city shrouded in night. I cannot abandon this nation, Kashan shouted, his eyes burning with determination. Faced with such resolve, Shulden merely offered an understanding smile. Your Highness! A frantic voice rang out. A courtier rushed into the room, interrupting Shulden. Solomon? What's wrong? Kashan asked, while the courtier breathlessly reported. Just now, from the royal palace, they will open the prince's tomb gate. The prince's tomb? Could it be? Kashan's eyes widened in horror. A legend was recalled. Orient's greatest adventurer, fourth Prince Sail, beloved by the people. But one day, Sail stepped into a gate and never returned, leaving an event that shook the entire kingdom. And from then on, that gate was called the prince's tomb. Solomon anxiously asked, why would the royal palace reveal the tomb they've hidden for so long? What is she plotting? The king himself has decreed that whichever prince conquers the gate, the courtier recounted with a tense expression, will be the successor to the throne. It's Arita's trap, Kashan immediately realized. While Solomon was still stunned, Shulden coldly concluded. All princes participating in the conquest will be eliminated under the guise of an accident. It's too obvious. The rookie is right, Your Highness. We should retreat now. Solomon tried to persuade him, but Kashan growled, his eyes blazing. No, not participating means doing what she wants. Just then, Shulden stepped out of the shadows. I will help you. Elpam, you will? Kashan was surprised, and Shulden replied, Areta will target us anyway. We're in the same boat now, Your Highness. Kashan showed his gratitude, while Shulden thought to himself, I can't let Kashan die like he did in the previous life. He recalled the horrific scene when the followers exploited Arient Port to spread disaster throughout the region, but it was precisely because he rushed here that he saw an unexpected side of the prince. I will bring him to the front lines, Shulden clenched his fist, and eradicate all the followers. With a calculating smile, he began his promise. I promise you. I will make you king, Shulden declared, leaving Kashan completely stunned. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, King Abdullah VIII of Arient had summoned all the princes. The lazy king declared that the successor would be chosen by conquering the prince's tomb and bringing back Sale's remains. Second Prince Mukesh and First Prince Gulshan immediately objected, arguing that this would break tradition and cause riots. But the king dismissed it, claiming it was Queen Areta's wish to change the kingdom. Third Prince Kashan and Fifth Prince Sanjay also pleaded with their father to reconsider the decision. In contrast, Sixth Prince Arshad flattered the king, declaring that the king's will was the new tradition. The king was pleased, set a 1-week deadline, and instructed the princes to find their own people. With that, he hastily left to be with his beautiful queen, ignoring Arshad calling after him. When only the princes remained, Mukesh angrily questioned, Areta, what is she plotting this time? Kashan silently watched his brothers, the prophecy of a bloody purge echoing in his mind. Kashan earnestly urged, that's exactly what Areta wants. We shouldn't be fighting among ourselves like this. Our goal is to overthrow Areta's rule. There's no reason to turn against each other. We must gather our strength to depose her and reclaim Arient. But Sanjay brushed him off. No, I won't follow your words, leaving Kashan stunned. Sanjay? Sanjay said contemptuously, don't act so noble. You probably only think you can be king. How despicable. Even I can rule Arient better than anyone. With that, Sanjay turned and left. Just you wait. I will become crown prince myself and depose Areta, despite Kashan desperately calling after him. No, Sanjay. Fratricide is exactly what Areta wants. As Kashan was about to give chase, a hand held him back. First, Prince Gulshan spoke up. Kashan, we will help you. Making Kashan turn back in surprise to look at his brothers. Mukesh smiled decisively. We believe you will lead this nation well, for you are the wisest and most discerning among us cowards. Trusted by his brothers, Kashan bowed in gratitude, while Gulshan offered, we will give you our full support. How about I introduce you to a talented adventurer? Kashan smiled confidently. You don't need to worry about that. I already have an ace up my sleeve. Soon after, in another location, Kashan addressed a group of mercenaries. And so, I wish to hire you for the War of Succession. Elpam, the group's leader, coldly laid out a condition. We've already decided, so we don't care much. But there's one condition. Only you and our team are allowed through the gate. Royal Guard Solomon immediately objected vehemently. What? Utterly absurd. How can I entrust His Highness to you? Our Royal Guard will also enter. Elpam explained. Since the prince is not an adventurer, he needs protection. But if there are useless individuals in the Royal Guard, they will only be a burden. He continued, his eyes sharp. Furthermore, Areta knows Kashan's plan, which proves there's a traitor in the kingdom. It's best to eliminate all royal palace personnel. Elpam looked directly at Solomon, provoking. So, do you want to test for yourself if they are a burden? Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted, throwing back members of Elpam's team. Kashan screamed in horror. Solomon, what are you doing? But the royal guard merely drew his sword. I apologize for the offense, Your Highness. Solomon charged forward with a determined expression. But I will have to put that arrogant brat in his place. And a mysterious hooded figure lunged out to block him. Solomon's attack was effortlessly blocked by the mysterious figure's hand. A terrifying surge of blue lightning flashing. Devo was astonished. Fourth realm? No wonder you were so confident joining the group. Impressive. Shulden laid out the condition, startling Devo. If you can defeat Devo, I'll let you join. What? But I'm only in the third realm? Two masked assassins lunged at Devo before he could even react. Hold on. A lightning-fast attack was unleashed, but the outcome was unexpected. Devo stood firm between his two fallen opponents, asking blankly, "Huh?" Solomon, witnessing the scene, was utterly stunned. "What the hell? He's only in the third realm," while Devo burst into a smug laugh. Ralph coldly remarked to Kyrie, "It's not that those guards are weak, it's that we're too strong." Now he'll realize we're on a completely different level. While Solomon was still fuming, Kashan interrupted. "Elpam, we will follow your words. What's the next step?" Elpam calmly explained. "We will protect you with our lives. But in unexpected situations, you must at least be able to defend yourself." Then he pointed towards his teammates, making a shocking offer. "These people will train you." Minor immediately objected. "What? Train? Us? How can that be? How can we just casually train a prince?" But Kashan silenced all arguments with an unexpected action. He bowed deeply. "Please, I beg you." Salomon was stunned by his master's action, while Kashan affirmed his resolve. "Your Highness, I am determined to reclaim Ariant at all costs." The prince's eyes blazed with iron will. "For those who are watching me, for my brothers who have placed their trust in me, I must do whatever is necessary." Kashan clenched his fist, resolving, "To uphold that promise, I am willing to do anything." Faced with the prince's resolve, Elpam merely smirked, while Minor was too embarrassed to speak. "The deal was sealed," Elpam warned. "Very well then. But it will be harsher than actual combat." Kashan firmly replied, "That's exactly what I want. Start now." A great sword sliced through the air, whistling past. At the training ground, Kashan strained to block a devastating attack from Kyrie. Kyrie roared, "Hold your sword tight. We still have a long way to go." And Kashan, though exhausted, gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, I'm counting on you." Devo showed no mercy, unleashing a fierce attack towards the prince. Kashan gritted his teeth, bracing himself to block the powerful blow. Seizing the opportunity, the prince counterattacked, sending Devo flying into the air. Immediately, Kashan delivered a devastating punch, ending the combo. Despite being exhausted and covered in blood, Kashan struggled to his feet, growling, "Again, please." Minor worried. "I know you're trying, but if you keep pushing yourself like this," Kashan replied, "I don't want to be a burden. I need to train more." Shulden reassured, "You won't have to worry about that. This is just practice for the worst-case scenario." Ralph picked his nose, confidently declaring, "Unless something unexpected happens, I, Ralph, will always be by your side." Kashan was surprised. "Ralph? Elpam, won't you be by my side?" Shulden explained. "He may look like that, but Ralph is the team's healer." Shulden continued, asserting that Ralph not only possessed instant recovery and defensive abilities, but was also a talented warrior, just like the other team members. Kashan reproached himself. "Such talented people follow me, yet I can do nothing for you all." With a resolute smile, Kashan offered a pouch of money. "If you don't mind, could you accept this first? After everything is over, I promise there will be an even greater reward." Moved by the prince's sincerity, Ralph knelt. "I will use all my strength to protect your highness." Minor snapped, "Let me treat your wounds first," while Devo muttered, "What a troublesome guy." Ralph, full of vigor, said, "Now then, after the healing is done, shall we go another round?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Sand Bandits had received news. "So that's it, a war for the throne. The royal court has begun to act," their leader declared. "Then we, the Sand Bandits, must also act. This time, we must definitely set an example for them." A belligerent member suggested, "We will kill Abdullah to warn them." That cruel plan was immediately opposed. "No. If we do that, how are we any different from Areta?" causing the proposer to yell, "Silence everyone." The leader quelled the argument. "We don't need to quarrel amongst ourselves. No matter what, we have only one mission." In the shadows, an iron resolve was formed. The goal was clear: expel the royal court's dogs and purify Ariant. Meanwhile, Kashan, along with his brothers Mukesh and Gulshan, began to act. Mukesh placed his full trust in his younger brother. "The war for the throne has begun. I trust you will do well on our behalf." Standing with his mercenary team, Kashan clenched his fist, asserting, "We will definitely succeed." But an arrogant voice rang out. Sixth Prince Arshad scoffed. "What can a motley crew from Victoria Island do?" Arshad sneered. "I will win this battle, for I have hired Ariant's strongest adventurers, the Red Scorpions." He confidently analyzed. "Kashan seems to have definitely lost, and the only formidable opponent left is Fifth Prince, Sanjay." Kashan and Mukesh silently observed, acknowledging that Sanjay had recruited powerful warriors from the Karsa tribe. Nevertheless, Gulshan encouraged his younger brother. "I know this will be very difficult, but I believe in you." Mukesh continued, his eyes burning. You are the only one who will end Queen Aretta's reign and restore Arian's glory. In another corner, Sanjay gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with no less determination. From above, a resounding cry echoed throughout the arena, commencing the bloody suppression. King Abdullah VIII appeared ostentatiously, declaring, "At this very moment, I, Abdullah VIII, declare it begun." He threw out mysterious cards, shouting, "That map will lead the way. Show your strength and wisdom in pursuit of the throne," the king exclaimed as Devo and Minor looked up. A card fell, depicting a knight kneeling before a blazing red flower. Elpam's team was confused. What does this mean? Even I don't know. However, Kashan froze, sweat pouring as he realized the terrifying meaning hidden behind the card. Kashan mused. A bleeding person and a flower. Could it be the crimson flower? A flower as deep red as blood? The prince suddenly realized. The prince's tomb is in the Crimson Plains, the only place where the crimson flower blooms. Kashan burst into triumphant laughter, boldly declaring, "Ha, this riddle is too easy to challenge a king's wisdom. Let's go." Arshad approached, his eyes full of provocation. "Anyway, in this challenge, I only consider you my sole opponent, elder brother Kashan." In another corner, Sanjay clenched his fist, his eyes burning. "Therefore, I hope you can reach the gate." Kashan silently watched the retreating figure of Sanjay, his ambitious younger brother. Meanwhile, Devo impatiently asked, "Boss, everyone's gone. What do we do? Are they all geniuses or something?" Shulden remained silent, his gaze fixed on the mysterious card, despite Devo's calls. At the Crimson Plains, Arshad cheered triumphantly upon seeing the gate. "Found it! I knew it would be here," the prince boastfully told his mercenaries. "It seems we arrived the fastest. Obviously, because I am the wisest among my brothers." Arshad gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. "I will prove to His Majesty that I am the most worthy of the throne. Come, my lords, quickly pass through the gate." Arshad suddenly froze upon seeing numerous corpses at his feet. The young prince was stunned, utterly horrified. Huh? What just happened? Fresh blood splattered unexpectedly. A gigantic, hideous greatsword plunged into the ground. Arshad screamed as a bloody hand grabbed him. "What are you doing to your comrades, Sejan?" Arshad was astonished as a mysterious archer appeared, drawing his bow towards the attacker. The archer spoke, an arrow piercing the ground as a warning. "Our goal is to restore Ariant, not indiscriminate killing. Don't forget that." Sejan called the attacker's name. "Aleska." The blonde warrior turned, her eyes resentful. Aleska growled. "This is the most effective way to warn the royal court," but Sejan coldly retorted. "Then how are we any different from Areta?" Aleska questioned Sejan, but he coldly replied that they had fallen into Areta's trap. Suddenly, a strange weapon shot towards the desert gate. A terrifying explosion engulfed the area, throwing both Arshad and Aleska back. Amid Arshad's panic, Sejan realized this was Areta's scheme to eliminate both the prince and the sand bandit. What they were protecting was merely a fake gate, a deadly trap. Sejan proposed a temporary ceasefire, arguing that they must cooperate instead of fighting each other amidst similar traps. Aleska narrowed her eyes, quickly identifying the new objective. "We need to find the real prince's tomb." "Let's go," Sejan declared. "We'll take you along as a precaution," leaving Arshad stunned. The young prince could only stammer in protest before a hand reached out and grabbed him. At the same time, elsewhere, Prince Kashan roared, swinging his sword and charging into battle. He bravely cut down a ferocious drake. Devo cheered from afar. "Excellent, Your Highness," as Kashan finished off the monster. Thanks to the team's efforts, they found the real entrance at a mysterious oasis. Kashan asked Elpam in surprise, "I can't believe Mulgur Oasis is the prince's tomb. How did you decipher that image?" Elpam began to explain the symbols in the painting. The black sky, the fallen warrior, and the red flower. "The black sky," he said, "refers to the day the black mage attacked Ariant. The fallen warrior and the red flower symbolize the Ariant warriors and their spilled blood. The place where the warriors bled on the day the black mage appeared is Mulgur Oasis, the prince's tomb." Kashan burst out laughing, teasing that Elpam finally seemed more human. But Elpam stopped him. "Your Highness," Elpam said sternly, "once you are determined to be king, you must point your sword at all rivals, even your own brothers." Elpam stood before the Golden Gate, declaring, "The moment you step in here, that is the moment." Prince Kashan swallowed, his face showing extreme tension. A blinding light enveloped everything, and the trial officially began. Elpam's team had arrived in a dense forest, and Devo cheered. "Great, we're the first ones here." Ralph immediately poured cold water on the idea. "First what?" "We started late. It's very possible someone arrived before us." Meanwhile, a mysterious warrior hid in a tree, silently contemplating the price of the throne and the unpredictable schemes. The strange warrior brought the flute to his lips, and an eerie melody began to play. Eerie red sound waves spread throughout the forest, carrying an ominous foreboding. Devo and Ralph were startled by the unusual sound. A flute? A dark vortex with a glowing red center suddenly ripped through space. Ralph narrowed his eyes cautiously. It seems like something is rushing towards us. From the bushes, a hideous mad poison mushroom monster charged straight out. Devo roared. It's that thing again? Boss, block its poison gas. But Ralph just smiled confidently. The bearded man shot forward like a ghost. But Devo suddenly froze, his face pale with terror. Before him was not one, but a sea of mushroom and mutated wolf monsters. The entire team was surrounded by the monster horde, and desperate shouts rang out, "Why are there so many of them?" Worse still, a giant red centipede was crawling towards them. It's as if all the monsters are converging here. Kashan was in extreme panic, shouting, "Ahead! They're coming from the front too!" The entire horde of mushroom monsters roared in unison and charged straight at them, an inescapable attack. Completely overwhelmed, Prince Kashan screamed in despair as monsters swarmed from all sides. Amidst the chaos, Devo let out a defiant roar, swinging his axe and charging straight at the enemy. An earth-shattering attack was unleashed, the armored gauntlet slamming into the ground. The ground shattered, sending an entire army of mushroom monsters flying into the air. They floated aimlessly amidst the shattered rocks, completely helpless against the terrifying power. A monster was blown away, its face contorted in extreme terror. Witnessing the scene, Kashan could only stammer in shock. You're insane." Devo tensed, unleashing a wave of blue energy that swept through everything, an unprecedented power. The force of the blow sent a giant column of water shooting into the sky. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a warrior reported to Sanjay. As expected, Kashan has fallen into the trap. Sanjay gripped his weapon, his eyes glinting maliciously. "Just wait, brother. That's not the only gift." He gritted his teeth, his venomous vow echoing, "I'll show you who is most worthy of being king." Back on the battlefield, mysterious red sound waves spread throughout the forest. As the team ran for their lives, Ralph yelled, "This is crazy! Why are they still chasing us?" making Minor snap. "Are you stupid?" Minor quickly realized the problem. Someone is controlling them with that flute. And on a tree branch, the culprit revealed himself. Kyrie shouted, "Elpham, use your eye patch." And he immediately responded, his mechanical eye glowing red. But Elpham could only think helplessly, "I've searched, but I can't see them." "Is it a stealth skill?" Ralph desperately pointed ahead. "Look, there's no escape left." Minor grinned, baring his fangs, and defiantly raised his gun. "Humph, it's nothing." A deafening blast ripped through the night. Minor opened fire, clearing the path ahead amidst his teammates' shouts. "Run!" Cornered, Devo cried out in despair. "Damn it! What the hell is this? Why do we always end up in these damned situations?" Elsewhere, Prince Sanjay mused. "I never thought I'd have to finish it this way." He looked down at the chaotic battlefield, a smirk on his face. If he doesn't recognize that person's identity, Kashan will never survive. "It's a shame I can't witness his death with my own eyes." Sanjay coldly turned on his heel. "But it can't be helped. Kashan, if you die, then your journey ends here." Back in the battle, the poisonous mushroom monsters continued to shriek. The whole group was in utter panic. How the hell is this possible? Why isn't their number decreasing at all? Is this a mushroom farm or something? Ralph desperately said to Kashan. "There's no end to this, unless we come up with a brilliant idea to turn the tide." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "There is a way." Elpham appeared, his mechanical eye glowing. "We just need to wipe them out, every time that bastard summons them." Prince Kashan looked bewildered. "Huh?" Immediately, an energy blast wiped out a swarm of monsters. On a high branch, the mysterious summoner was still engrossed in playing his flute. The poisonous mushroom monsters let out their final shrieks before vanishing. Kyrie charged into battle, blocking a monster's attack. "Tch, looks like there's no other way," she shouted, commanding her teammates. "Their cores are in their chests. Finish them off in one go." Kashan yelled in horror at Elpham. "Elpham, what kind of plan is this? An unnecessarily prolonged battle is." Elpham calmly interrupted. "There are still many more. Just hold on." From the tree, the monster controller muttered. "We have to wait until that bastard reveals himself." He brought the flute to his lips, playing a deadly melody. A crimson energy wave spread from the flute, making the monsters even more frenzied. After giving the command, the hidden enemy jumped down from his hiding spot, but Minor had caught him. "Phew, finally found you. You damn peeping Tom," she yelled as she opened fire. The cloaked figure dodged the attack, surprised as he wondered. "Is that you? You're the one who's been messing with us this whole time, aren't you?" Devo suddenly appeared right in front of him. The monster controller couldn't react in time, his eyes wide with horror. Devo swung his axe, unleashing a powerful diagonal slash. His target wasn't a life, but the magical flute, which shattered into pieces. At the same time, a giant centipede lunged towards Kaishan, making him yell, "Ah, wait!" But then, the monster suddenly froze, leaving Kaishan bewildered. Huh? It stopped? It's all done. I, Devo, have solved the problem, the young man boasted smugly, while Kyrie and Ralph began arguing about the value of the destroyed flute. Kaishan could only watch them in silence, thinking to himself, it's hard to imagine these are the people who just narrowly escaped death. Is this kind of danger their everyday life? Don't let your guard down. We're only at the second gate, Elpam reminded as the team moved forward. Devo smiled confidently. Whatever awaits us, it's nothing. The scene ahead looked truly peaceful. The whole team walked along the narrow path by the river, but suddenly, Devo's confident expression vanished, replaced by astonishment. Huh? From the shadows, a deadly melody echoed from the enemy's flute. Red ghostly sound waves spread throughout the forest, a direct attack on the mind. Miner collapsed, clutching her head in unbearable pain. Again! How? Ralph roared, completely helpless against the invisible enemy. Prince Kaishan also screamed. It feels like my ears are about to explode. Elpam! However, the flutist suddenly became utterly terrified. Didn't we already kill him? In the middle of the battlefield, Elpam appeared with his blazing staff, coldly uttering, "This is absurd. Unbelievable things keep happening." He activated his mechanical eye, and a red light scanned the entire scene. The enemy sank into despair, realizing he had fallen into a trap. A looping area, an immortal enemy. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a small creature landed on Elpam's shoulder, startling him. He turned and recognized his familiar companion, Mano. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, Devo was fiercely attacked by a giant shadow monster. Its jagged jaws gaped wide, ready to swallow everything. Haha, damn it. Devo collapsed, laughing bitterly at the overwhelming power. Before him, another giant mushroom monster appeared, blurring the line between dream and reality. Meanwhile, Elpam swung his staff, unleashing a fireball that swept away the minions. Devo's eyes flashed with a final spark, bracing himself for a battle to the death. Without hesitation, Kyrie unleashed a surge of icy cold energy from her body. A new swarm of winged mushroom monsters charged forward, aiming straight for her. But a vortex of energy swept them all away, leaving even Kyrie stunned. They vanished? Elpam, clutching his fiery staff, spoke. They didn't disappear, he coldly declared before Devo. From the very beginning, they never existed. Devo was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? What do you mean? Elpam narrowed his eyes, his voice full of bitterness. We were fooled too easily, like a bunch of idiots. The enemy controlling monsters with a flute? That was never the case. Both the second gate we thought we passed, and the crazy poisonous mushrooms chasing us. He pointed at the rubble. All of it was an illusion created by that totem. The fragments of the illusion-inducing totem burned to ashes in a blaze of fury. Kyrie exclaimed in horror. It's an item? Elpam explained, as an image of the totem appeared. That's right. An installation, type item, using colorless, odorless smoke to poison us, making us see illusions. In other words, ever since we entered the gate, we've been trapped in its illusion. Kaishan, Miner, and Kyrie were speechless, the harsh truth striking them hard. Just going around in circles this whole time. Elpam patted Mano's proud head. It's all thanks to Mano that I discovered the totem. It was the only one unaffected. Furthermore, thanks to its item-detecting abilities as a snail, it showed me the totem's location, helping us escape the illusion. Kaishan gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether it was our brothers or Arita who set this trap, I didn't expect them to be this prepared. We've wasted too much time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another prince was also growing impatient. At this rate, my brothers must have already. The blue-haired prince stood before the gleaming golden gate, far ahead of Kaishan's team. Kaishan looked at Elpam, his eyes filled with determination and trust. We must speed up to catch up. We'll have to rely on you. No matter who the opponent is, we can't fall behind anymore. The entire team rushed forward, leaving the remnants of deception behind. In a dense forest, Sanjay declared his team had reached the third gate, with only the final boss left. But a masked warrior in the team interrupted, saying they had another mission that needed prioritized. Sanjay, enraged, grabbed the person's collar and roared, "What the hell are you talking about?" The Karsa warrior coldly pushed the prince's hand away, asserting that their own mission would not be an obstacle. Outmaneuvered, Sanjay could only grit his teeth in resentment. Those damn Karsa, acting on their own. Meanwhile, at the palace, Sanjay sat alone in a dark corner, drowning in alcohol. He vaguely heard rumors about his brothers suddenly abandoning the race for the throne. Fools, Sanjay muttered. clutching the bottle tighter. How could they give up the throne, blindly trusting Kashan? His anger flared as he recalled what infuriated him the most was the image of Kashan extending his hand, inviting him to cooperate in the past. Don't make me laugh. Anyone but Kashan becoming king is something I will never accept. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the shadows. Queen Areta appeared, sarcastically. Sanjay, sitting on the cold floor like this, you'll catch a cold. Sanjay glared. Queen Areta. Who allowed you into my room? Please leave. How cold, Areta replied. I came here to encourage you before the battle. Anyway, she added a fatal remark. I suppose you won't become crown prince, causing Sanjay to angrily crush the bottle. Areta explained that Kashan had now gained the assistance of Elpam's squad, a force too powerful. The one who becomes king will not be you, but Kashan, she stated firmly. However, Areta unexpectedly changed her tune. Nevertheless, I don't want that. Sanjay, I believe you are more suited to be king than Kashan. Despite the contempt for your humble origins, Areta said, you have silently strived for Arian's benefit. Areta's voice slithered with temptation. Shouldn't you be the sole successor to the throne? Sanjay coldly retorted. Do you need another puppet to control? But Areta merely smiled, extending an invitation. At the offer, come visit me any time. The prince fell into a calculating silence. He knew the queen's intentions well, but thought to himself, if that prevents Kashan from becoming king, then this Sanjay will gladly play to her tune, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. In the forest, Sanjay snapped at the Karsa mercenary, who flatly refused his orders. The masked warrior asserted, retrieving the item for Lady Areta is the top priority. His rage erupted. Sanjay roared, Areta herself assigned you to me. Here, she and I are equals. From the shadows, Kashan was stunned. Did you just say? Areta? Kashan's entire team appeared, the prince looking at his brother with disbelief. Sanjay, you've sided with her. Sanjay gnashed his teeth, bitter that his trap had been neutralized. Quite an interesting trick, Kashan admitted. If not for Elpam's squad, I would have been dead. The Karsa commander ordered, you three, deal with Elpam's squad. The rest of you, go find the item. Immediately, 3 skilled Karsa warriors dashed forward. I'll handle them. You guys protect the prince, Elpam shouted, charging alone to block the enemies. Sanjay smirked. Good, the only troublesome one is gone. Now, I'll make you wish you had died in that trap. A terrifying golden energy burst forth from the prince's hand. Why? What about the oath between brothers, Sanjay? Kashan roared in fury. Kashan's blade vibrated violently, struggling to block the destructive attack from his own brother. Sanjay roared in his mind, unleashing a surge of dark power. Kashan, nothing has changed. I will reclaim Ariant in my own way too. It's just that I need Areta for that plan again, Sanjay declared, his attack stunning Kyrie and Minor. He scoffed, not you, then summoned a giant tree monster to attack Elpam's squad. Sanjay laughed maniacally, revealing his true ally, a mysterious hooded giant. The giant unleashed a devastating punch, demonstrating overwhelming physical strength. Kyrie and Devo immediately rushed into battle, coordinating their attacks against the new enemy. 2 streams of energy clashed, sparking and shaking the entire forest. Seizing the opportunity, Kyrie charged forward with her glowing sword, unleashing a powerful slash. Get out of the way, Minor yelled, channeling all his energy into a decisive shot. A terrifying explosion engulfed the giant. However, the enemy simply raised its protective arm to block the attack. The destructive energy continued to roar relentlessly. When the smoke and dust cleared, the giant still stood tall, without a single scratch. It immediately shifted its target, swinging its giant fist towards Kashan. Prince! Minor screamed in despair. Immediately, Kashan dashed like lightning, landing with a powerful impact. To everyone's astonishment, Kashan blocked the giant's punch with one hand. Ah, what kind of power is this? Devo and Ralph cried out, blown away by the shockwave in utter disbelief. Kyrie plunged into the battle, swinging her sword directly at the enemy. She roared, her sword erupting in blazing flames for a finishing blow. Not so easy. Kyrie's attack was easily blocked by 2 Karsa warriors. From a distance, Minor furiously fired his gun, yelling, damn it, hold still for a second. Suddenly, a shadowy figure wielding a spear charged from his blind spot, startling Minor. The Karsa warrior forcefully plunged his spear into the ground, blocking her path. He sneered, ha! A gunman, yet quite agile, aren't you? While Minor struggled to parry. Seeing his comrade in danger, Kashan roared, but Sanjay blocked his path. Only you are left, aren't you? Immediately, the battle between the 2 princes erupted, with the harsh clang of metal. Kashan strained to block Sanjay's powerful slash, purple energy sparking. Both glared at each other, putting all their strength into their swords. Sanjay roared his brother's name. Kashan, You don't need to tremble like that. A voice echoed as Kairi's eyes flared with fire. It's about to get a little warmer in here. She unleashed a storm of fire that swept across the battlefield. The tattooed warrior frantically defended himself. Damn it, this is different from what I heard. Even the masked warrior struggled to raise his hands to block the rain of fire. Devo and the others could only exclaim in shock. What kind of monsters are these? A clink sound rang out as Kashan's sword plunged into the ground. Sanjay knelt, sweating profusely in fear, as the cold blade pressed against his neck. Kashan stood there, coldly declaring, "It's over, Sanjay." Kashan looked at his defeated brother with sadness, trying to appeal to him. "I don't want to hurt you." He reminisced about the past, thinking, the child in our childhood memories wasn't like this. But Kashan's words only ignited Sanjay's fury. Memories? Don't joke with me. Do you mean the days I had to live as your toy? Sanjay roared, his resentment exploding. Painful memories flooded back. The day young Sanjay was led into the palace by his mother, beginning the hellish days of an outcast with commoner blood. Young Sanjay hid behind the door in fear, bitterly realizing, and Kashan, you too. Seeing others bowing before his younger brother, Sanjay concluded, we were just toys, you never accepted us. To Kashan's shock, Sanjay screamed in despair. At this point, nothing can be changed. Sanjay's rage unleashed a dark power, shattering the ground amidst his subordinates' cheers. Attack, one down. A monstrous creature of flesh and bone with a glowing red energy core was summoned. At the same time, Elpam's squad was shaken by a violent earthquake. Devo panicked. An earthquake? Kairi and Minor also staggered, losing their balance. What the hell is happening so suddenly? The ground cracked open, trees toppled, and the entire forest trembled. From the giant fissure, the monster emerged, roaring to the group's horror. What the hell is this? Amidst the chaos, Kashan quickly grabbed Sanjay's hand, saving him from falling into the abyss. Despite the danger, Kashan tried to pull his brother up, while a Karsa warrior anxiously called out his master's name. But Sanjay pushed his brother's hand away, yelling, "Let go! I'd rather die than accept help from someone like you." "You've misunderstood, Sanjay," Kashan pleaded, trying to explain the truth. Another memory flashed, the image of young Sanjay bowing and pleading, "I beg you, your highness." In the memory, Sanjay's mother knelt before a young Kashan, imploring, "Please take care of my son." Sanjay. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing in guilt. "I was just a terrible mother to him." She recounted the humiliation Sanjay endured due to his common blood, the scars that gnawed at his soul. Interspersed with that was the image of the current Kashan, his eyes resolute. "I will mold him." The woman looked up, astonished by the young prince's words. Kashan gently comforted her, admitting that her care was more than that of the mother he had never known. With a radiant smile, he promised, "I will guide Sanjay on the right path, because I am his older brother." Returning to reality, Kashan tried to hold on. "You don't have to believe me, but I will never let go of your hand." Sanjay froze, his mother's old promise echoing in his mind. He questioned himself, wondering if hatred had blinded him, making him cast aside both familial love and his mother's dying wish. But then, Sanjay gripped Kashan's wrist tightly. "But we've gone too far. To turn back," he finished, using all his strength to throw his younger brother down. Kashan was thrown violently to the ground, creating a deep, cracked crater. From the ground, Kashan looked up in horror at Sanjay's silhouette, weapon raised. Sanjay's eyes gleamed with ruthless resolve. The cold blade pierced flesh, fresh blood staining the sky red. "You're so stubborn, big brother," Sanjay whispered, his face contorted with pain and rage. Kashan stared blankly at his blood-soaked hand, calling his brother's name in despair. "San. Jay." Despite being gravely wounded, he still grabbed Sanjay's hand, yelling, "Stop, this is all Areta's will. If this continues, this nation will perish." Consumed by hatred, Sanjay roared, "I don't care. Whether it's Areta or anyone else." Kashan watched in despair as his brother declared, "As long as I can become king and avenge this rotten nation." Memories flooded back, Kashan recalling his promise to his mother that he had to stop Sanjay. "Is that truly your choice?" Kashan wondered, his hand tightening around the blood-stained dagger. He challenged his brother, "Will you offer this land to Areta, becoming a king blinded by hatred?" Faced with Sanjay's stubbornness, Kashan made his final decision. "If that's what you want, I cannot let you be like this." His deceased mother's plea echoed in his mind. "Please guide Sanjay on the right path." With iron resolve, Kashan whispered, "I will stop you, because I am your older brother," he finished, stabbing the dagger into himself. Fresh blood splattered, staining the tragic space red. At the same time, Devo was thrown by a giant tree monster, yelling, "Prince, you must run!" Devo could only watch in horror as his master faced danger, but Kashan walked on coldly, declaring, The moment I decided to become king, I already resolved it myself. On the ground, Sanjay was stunned, only the thought echoing in his mind. I must protect this kingdom. Kashan shed tears, accepting the cruel path, even if it means staining my own hands with my brother's blood. In another forest, Elpam was fighting a similar Nepenthes. Is the boss here? How troublesome. Suddenly, his mechanical eye flashed as it detected an enormous surge of energy. This familiar mana. Could it be him? Elpam looked into the distance in surprise. Meanwhile, a mysterious red-robed group performing a ritual roared. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Two red-robed figures approached the target. The detection spell is pointing that way. It seems we've found it. What they sought was a powerful ring, ruler of space, soul siphon, an artifact with the power to bend space itself, the key to Will's plan coming to fruition. But upon approaching, they discovered a barrier. It seems there's a seal on it. It's a blood magic circle. To break it, a heavy price must be paid. A life sacrificed on this very altar. The cultist with the vertical striped mask turned to his comrade, saying coldly, A sacrifice? Good thing he's here. The chosen one recoiled in terror, stammering, That's not right. Don't we have any other solution? Suddenly, a chained being materialized from thin air, its voice full of contempt. Even if there was, why choose a roundabout path? It swung its arm, sending ghostly energy orbs hurtling towards the unwilling martyr. You should be grateful you're dying for a great cause. But before the attack landed, two shadow tentacles pierced through the chained being's own chest. A more powerful figure appeared from behind, whispering, He's still useful. Never mind. The chained being was wounded and coughing blood, unable to believe its eyes. What? It turned, horrified by the attacker's power. Who are you? An Arita subordinate couldn't possibly possess this kind of power. The true leader revealed himself, his tone mocking. No need to be so sad. This was going to happen anyway. He grabbed the head of his treacherous subordinate, continuing, Instead, you should be grateful you're dying for my great cause. A crack echoed, and the chained being's life was extinguished in an explosion of dark energy. When the dust settled, the remaining cultist realized. The seal vanished instantly, along with the sacrifice. The mysterious leader reached for the freed ring, declaring, All preparations are complete. The mysterious cult leader declared, With this, I too will have a new opportunity. In response, Elpam unleashed a fierce, fiery attack. I had my suspicions. But now I'm certain, he stated resolutely, his staff still blazing. Elpam sensed the dark energy emanating from his enemy. You're not even bothering to hide that terrifying mana anymore. Memories flooded back. He questioned in shock. Why? Did you return? Elsewhere, a mysterious silver-haired young man looked at the stone slab and uttered a name, Mayo. Immediately, the ring on his hand flared with blue magical light. Meanwhile, Devo was carrying a young prince, running and shouting, Hey, your highness, you're a burden, not a prince. The frail prince replied, Sorry, but aren't you my bodyguards? Just before a giant tree root slammed down, the tree root struck Devo, sending blood splattering into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Kyrie lunged forward with her blazing sword, striking hard at the attacker. Elpam appeared, facing the Nepenthes monster and entrusting, Leave the prince to him, Devo. Excellent, he ordered his team. No need to get so excited, as two allied mages flew up to provide support. Miner fired his gun, roaring, It doesn't have good defenses or elemental attacks. It's no match for us. But then, both the prince and Devo were stunned by a horrifying sight. Another root of the monster had seized a warrior. The victim screamed in despair as he was lifted. Areta's people? Help? I still have. The Nepenthes' giant mouth opened, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Without hesitation, it swallowed the unfortunate warrior into the darkness. Prince Kashan and Devo were stunned by the horrifying scene unfolding. That's a colossal, grotesque mass of red flesh emerged from the ground, signaling a new nightmare. The Nepenthes roared, revealing its decomposing victims within its living stomach. Damn it! How disgusting! Get out of my sight! Miner roared, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. The brilliant light shot straight into the monster's core. The attack hit its mark, but seemed only to be absorbed into the hideous mass of flesh. Miner was stunned, disbelieving his eyes. Huh? The monster retaliated. Elpam cried out in despair. Miner, thanks. Miner gasped as he was narrowly saved by Kyrie, who immediately warned, Be careful, this monster. Nepenthes unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp attacks towards everyone. Elpam's eyes flashed, gathering all his strength to retaliate. A destructive surge of energy shot out from his staff. Kyrie gritted her teeth, a terrible truth dawning on her. Damn it, I'm sure of it. This monster is using the Axewoman's skills. Could it be? It can copy the skills of those it swallows? Ralph confirmed in a panic. It's very dangerous. Its attack methods have suddenly changed completely. Damn it. Shit. Devo struggled to defend against the unpredictable attacks. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, Kashan roared in despair. What are you doing? Run! The prince was forced to flee, with the Nepenthe's giant mouth waiting behind him. In a memory, Kashan asked a loyal subordinate, Are you really going on the raid? Then take this, the prince said, handing the man a blazing staff. The white-haired man was astonished. It's called the Phoenix Staff. It allows you to use a skill that heals all wounds. He asked, moved. Are you sure? Is it all right to entrust such a precious thing to me? Kashan smiled confidently. I'm giving it to you because it's you. You have a wonderful character and everyone's support, Kashan continued. Please return safely, all right? The prince boldly declared. You are the one who will become king. The cruel reality struck. Kashan cried out in pain. Sail, brother, I thought you were dead. He knelt before the red flesh monster, despairing. Why are you here? Unable to rest even after death, the monster roared, lunging to attack, making Ralph shout a warning. Your Highness, a devastating collision occurred. Kashan managed to kick Ralph out of harm's way in time. The prince stood up, his gaze firm as he faced the nightmare. From a distance, Devo and Kyrie were stunned by the horrifying sight. Miner's eyes also gleamed with extreme anger, but the monster was faster, a tentacle seizing Ralph. Damn it, I'm losing this one. Ralph realized bitterly as he was dragged into the grotesque mass of flesh. Kashan could only roar helplessly in fury. Ralph, the monster swallowed the warrior, its body swelling grotesquely.